You've clearly awakened the devastating gravity fruit, yet you're mocked by the entire school as trash simply because you've transmigrated into a blind person. In their eyes, eating a devil fruit is a waste. However, in this era where devil fruits reign supreme, they are the very symbol of power. But this world has no knowledge of the anime One Piece, so people have no clear understanding of the potential and power of devil fruits, and many remain unheard of. Just then, a voice abruptly rings out, "Jang Chen, let me repeat, the left is the flame fruit, and the right is the never-before-seen gravity fruit. Also, I'll remind you again, devil fruits are optional. Disabled individuals are exempt from military service." The staff member's voice comes through the earpiece, and Jang Chen's brow lifts slightly. System detected. 2 devil fruits detected before host Jang Chen. Preparing to activate the multiverse character template system. Please select one fruit to activate the system. Here it comes, the must-have for transmigrators. In Jang Chen's pitch black vision, 2 panels appear, one for Ace and one for Fujitora. The flame fruit actually corresponds to the Ace template? Why not Sabo S? At least Sabo has Observation Haki. What user so many offensive skills when he is blind right now? Meanwhile, the gravity fruit S starter pack comes with Observation Haki. In the anime, Observation Haki allows one to sense their surroundings, foresee danger, and even hear the voices of all things. It's incredibly powerful. Setting everything else aside, the ability to perceive his surroundings is exactly what Jang Chen needs most right now. After all, as someone who has been blind for 10 years, the temptation to possibly see the world again is hard to resist. And it's not just Observation Haki. If he remembers correctly, the user of the gravity fruit in One Piece was also blind, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. This fruit is practically a game-breaking existence. Gravity, also known as the force of attraction, is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, a power that governs the very rules of nature. It allows the user to freely manipulate the strength and direction of gravity, instantly pulling meteors wreathed in scorching flames from tens of thousands of kilometers away, making objects weightless, or even repelling all attacks with gravitational force. Jang Chen's mind is already made up. Whether for Observation Haki or its future potential, he must choose the gravity fruit. As for hiding at home and living a coward's life as a blind man? That's impossible. By now, the staff outside the Holy Land have completely lost their patience. A voice laced with suppressed anger crackles through Jang Chen's earpiece. "Student, it's been 5 minutes. Choose one, or don't choose at all, just step down. Stop wasting time, thank you." "Understood, teacher." The staff member on the other end sighs in relief and continues, "Next," but before he can finish, everyone present freezes in shock. Jang Chen slowly reaches out toward the fruit on the right. Outside the Holy Land, homeroom teacher Su Feng screams at the live broadcast screen, "Jang Chen. Wrong. The left one is the S-rank fruit. Get down here. What's a blind guy even doing up there?" At this moment, the corners of Jang Chen's lips curl slightly upward. His heart feels lighter than ever after so many years. Within his endless darkness, there is finally a glimpse of something new. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the Zushi no Mi ability. System loading multiverse character template gravity fruit, Fujitora template system loaded successfully. Skills obtained: Observation Haki, Blind Swordsmanship, Gravity Field, Gravity Manipulation Capacity, 1.6 tons, 20 Spirit Attribute Points, increase capacity by 1 ton. Skill panel displayed: Observation Haki LV.1, current range, 100 meters, Blind Swordsmanship LV.1, currently mastered sword techniques, Gravity Field LV.1, current field range, 10 meters. Jang Chen examined his attribute panel. In this world, everyone who consumes a devil fruit possesses a personal attribute panel visible only to themselves. While others' panels display only basic 4-dimensional attributes, his panel could be described as a deluxe plus version, complete with skill upgrades. Once the total skill levels reach 5, the next skill, Rokushiki, will be unlocked. Abilities in this world are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with advancement requiring participation in special ability tests. He wondered just how destructive his attacks could be. Moreover, the 3 types of Haki were relatively rare in this world, with few possessing them, and mastery depended entirely on innate talent. Beyond that, Observation Haki in this world was generally weak. Even the strongest user's range barely reached 100 meters. Yet, upon awakening his abilities, Jang Chen had directly obtained Observation Haki with a range already matching the world's peak. By steadily accumulating attribute points, he could continue to grow stronger. As his teacher had previously explained, the primary source of attribute points came from dungeon instances within the military academy, with smaller portions from missions issued by the Demon Suppression Army and the occasional rare mutant beast in the wild. Outside the Holy Land, the awakening ceremony was being live-streamed via cameras attached to each student's collar. Holy crap, this guy's insane. Passing up a fully developed S-class logia fruit for some unknown paramecia? And he's blind. Choosing a fruit means mandatory battlefield deployment, no exceptions. How's a blind guy supposed to fight? Unless he spontaneously awakens Observation Haki. Awaken? As if it's that easy. And even if he does, the strongest Observation Haki user globally only has a 100-meter range. How far could a newbie possibly sense? The live chat exploded with comments, flooding the screen. Watching the stream, homeroom teacher Su Feng gasped for breath. He had explicitly warned Jang Chen, don't choose any fruit, don't pick anything. So why had he still chosen one? And not just any fruit, but an unknown one instead of the well-documented S-class option? The thought made Su Feng's vision darken as he nearly fainted. Teacher Su. Those nearby quickly steadied him. Moments later, the live stream erupted again, and the crowd outside the Holy Land buzzed with excitement as Jang Chen stepped off the stage. The next participant, a young girl, was surrounded by two glowing orbs, one of which was unmistakably the Mera no Mi teacher Su. The Mera no Mi reappeared. It's your student, Tang Chuyao. Hearing this, Su Feng immediately scrambled up, eyes locked on the screen. Thank goodness in the end, Jang Chen's rejection of the Mera no Mi might have been a blessing for Dragon Country. Because he didn't take it, the fruit returned to the Holy Land's reward pool, ultimately claimed by his classmate Tang Chuyao. Logia users had always been the top-tier combatants for every nation, meaning Dragon Country would soon gain another elite admiral. As for Jang Chen, just thinking about him made Su Feng shake his head and sigh. Inside the Holy Land, Jang Chen returned to his team. His classmate Wang Ming looked at him with a stran GE expression and asked, Jang Chen, why did you choose a devil fruit? Jang Chen remained silent for a moment before replying slowly, I don't want to live an ordinary life. After all, he couldn't exactly say he could see character templates, could he? Eating the fruit would awaken his observation haki, but since he wasn't familiar with this world yet, it was better to be a bit cautious. Wang Ming sighed and couldn't help but say, at least you should pick the flame fruit. With elementalization, you'd at least be harder to kill. Jang Chen replied, the gravity fruit isn't that bad, is it? It's still a paramecia type with unique properties. Wang Ming retorted, come on. Just because a fruit is unique doesn't mean it's strong, it depends on how you develop it. Let me give you a few examples. What is the use of the slip fruit? Being a human lubricant? What about the flower fruit? Playing tentacle games? The paste fruit lets you turn into a sticky fluid, but your clothes don't change. What's the point? Do you need someone to carry your clothes around for you? Jang Chen was speechless. Fine. Wang Ming shook his head helplessly and warned, once we enter the military academy, we'll be forced to participate in secret realms. People die there. Secret realms? What kind? Wang Ming explained slowly, the details aren't clear, they're different every time. Oh, and after entering the academy, there's an entrance test. The top scorer gets a reward of 200 attribute points. It's part of our Dragon Nation's snowball training strategy. The more talented you are, the more resources you get. Not that I stand a chance, though. The strongest early on are those with swordsmanship talent. They awaken sword intent early, and those who do dominate effortlessly. Hearing this, Jang Chen's eyes lit up. Sword intent? Blind swordsmanship LV.1 currently proficient in sword techniques, next level, comprehend sword intent skilled, assignable skill points, 10. Max it out. Golden light flashed across the panel. Blind swordsmanship LV.2 comprehend sword intent skilled, next level, comprehend sword intent mastered. Jang Chen felt a warm current surge through his body, spreading rapidly to every limb, an indescribable comfort. The only downside was the lack of a sword. He could get a custom cane sword later, since he was already used to his blind cane. Just then, Tang Chuyao slowly approached Jang Chen. Ha! The campus bell is coming our way. Wang Ming, thinking Jang Chen couldn't see, reminded him. Tang Chuyao stopped in front of Jang Chen and asked, Jang Chen, why didn't you choose the flame fruit? Jang Chen was speechless, together with everyone asking once. This was a bit annoying. He casually replied back, I don't like burnt. Tang Chuyao was silent for a while and spoke. Thank you. Jang Chen was confused. Thank me for what? Tang Chuyao, every time the prize pool in the Holy Land is randomized with 60 talents, and you didn't pick the burnt fruit, causing the burnt fruit to return to the prize pool. Jang Chen said in a deep voice. That's also your own good luck, it has little to do with me. Tang Zhuyao continued. No, the burnt fruit is worth too much, it's not the same. Anyway, thank you. After you chose the fruit, you're bound to enter the military school next, and there are secret trials within the military school. Although the first layer isn't very dangerous, you can't see it. When the time comes, you can follow me on the first floor, I'll cover you through the first floor. The rest will be up to you. Jang Chen, rather, there's no need for that. The two-player secret realm is necessary to team up, you. Tang Chuya wanted to say, you're blind, odds are that no one will want to team up with you, but it didn't feel good to say that. She didn't understand, she was a burning fruit ability user with extremely mature development and extremely strong strength, why would Jang Chen refuse to form a team? Her own this fruit, can get hand, and indeed in Jang Chen has a relationship. In reason, the first layer of the secret realm must help Jang Chen through. Forget. Wait until then to the military school, and the school teacher directly mention it, to their own this rare natural system fruit ability identity, not afraid of them do not agree. After all, from previous years, as long as you get the natural system fruit, finally became the top fighting force of the dragon country. What's more, the burning fruit was the most maturely developed S-class fruit. Just at this moment, this wave of their holy land also ended completely. Among the 30 people, other than Wang Ming's shining fruit, Tang Chuyao's burning fruit, and Jang Chen's heavy fruit, the others were all physical enhancements, strength enhancements, and the like. This wave of Holy Land could be said to be unprecedented in terms of luck against the heavens. Jang Chen held his blind staff and walked in the direction of the exit. Let's go, it's over, let's go out. Outside of the holy ground, 30 students walked out in great numbers. Jang Chen slowly walked at the very back of the group. It was at this moment. A few yellow-haired youths who were squatting at the edge of the playground to watch the show, chewing gum in their mouths, stared at Jang Chen intentionally or unintentionally. TSK, look, that's Jang Chen who doesn't pick S-rank fruits. And picked one that no one has ever used, a blind man going into battle, probably won't even survive the first level of the secret realm haha. Can't understand, honestly according to the disabled person at home is not good? Have to choose the fruit, this is not sick? Several students didn't avoid Jang Chen in the slightest, and just talked loudly and broadly. Jang Chen frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. His seeing color swept over the 3 students. 2 of them were only a little stronger than ordinary people. The remaining one, who possessed a unique aura within his body, was a devil fruit ability. Until now, there was only one S-class devil fruit in this holy land. So the remaining one was bound to be no stronger. Facing this kind of face-jumping and being a shrunken head turtle? That wasn't possible. Thinking of this, Jang Chen let out a light laugh. A few students, you guys have pretty cheap mouths. The voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao were inwardly shocked. In the past, Jang Chen had always been very calm, and had been taunted quite a bit by those undesirables, so how did he suddenly become so rigid today? The 2 students sniffed and instantly stormed out. Grass. What did you say? Want to die right dead blind man? Tang Chuyao slowly condensed a flame in her hand. If they wanted to make a move, she would let them taste what it meant to burn the fruits. Jang Chen slowly spoke. Kneel down. A massive gravity instantly enveloped those 2 students, who were already running, and were directly staggered by the pressure. Bang! The 2 knelt on the ground at the same time, their hands propped up on the ground. Jang Chen didn't use his full strength either, his current spiritual attribute was only 32 points, and he could only manipulate 1.6 tons of gravity. He had only attached 0.5 tons of gravity to each of the 2 students. Seeing this, the remaining one with devil fruit ability spat on the ground and stood up to charge towards Jang Chen. Looking for death. In the blink of an eye. Within Jang Chen's perception viewpoint. The student's muscles rapidly rose, his clothes directly bursting through, his body covered by a layer of thick, rough black hair. The face was twisted and deformed, and sharp fangs flashed with cold light. Inuyasha fruit wolf form? Jang Chen said calmly. What's the name? You're the same. The 1-ton gravity suddenly fell. The werewolf student was only a student who had just gained the talent, and facing this 1 ton of gravity, he only felt it as if it was a Tarzan pressing down on him. Boom! The 2 thick knees smashed directly onto the concrete floor, which was instantly smashed with a tiny crack. The werewolf student looked at Jang Chen incredulously. What kind of ability is this? Heavy fruit. Manipulating gravity? Jang Chen slowly walked over to the prostrate trio, his eyes slightly open, revealing a flash of gray in his eyes. It's not your turn to point out what fruit I chose, whether I chose the fruit or not. Behind my back, I don't care, jumping face to face, it's giving you guys face, isn't it? In the face of in-your-face taunts, if one still treats it as if they didn't hear it, then they will inevitably suffer more taunts in the future, and it's annoying as hell. He himself now possessed heavy fruits and a golden finger, how could he possibly spoil these people? In the world of high martial arts, whoever has a hard fist has the right. Do not like to make a splash, meticulously and slowly develop, that is called low-key, is also his code of conduct. But others have jumped face to face, they are still smiling, that is called shrinking head turtle. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Ah! The werewolf student raised his head with difficulty, a hint of ferocity and defiance flashing in his eyes. Jang Chen. Jang Chen's head was habitually slightly tilted to the side, a touch of disdain showing at the corner of his mouth. Looks like it's still not heavy enough. The words fell. 1.6 tons of gravity blasted into the werewolf classmate. Bang! In an instant, the werewolf classmate smashed his 5 bodies into the concrete floor, accompanied by a slight clicking sound, and his nose broke. Jang Chen. Stop. Just then, class teacher Su Feng and another teacher quickly ran over. Seeing this, Jang Chen withdrew his gravity. The homeroom teacher had always treated himself well, and having already taught him a lesson, he gave his homeroom teacher face. What's going on here? Su Feng swept his gaze over the 3 classmates in a sorry state. The werewolf classmate had already regained his human form, his face covered in blood. Tang Chuyao took the initiative to explain for Jang Chen. Teacher Su, it was those 3 classmates who came to provoke Jang Chen and tried to make a move. Jang Chen, he was just defending himself. Su Feng's gaze wandered over those 3 classmates. These 3 classmates, he also knew, had always been pricks who liked to bully people. Jang Chen hadn't been taunted by them much before. Now that Jang Chen possessed the devil fruit ability, these 3 of them were considered to have kicked the bucket. His eyes stared at the 3 classmates and he chided. Get lost. The 2 classmates assisted their werewolf companion who was covered in blood and left in ashes. Ordinary students' fights, he, the teacher, could care less. But conflicts between devil fruit ability users, that was out of his hands. Su Feng gazed at Jang Chen, thinking inwardly. The heavy fruit that Jang Chen had gotten didn't seem too bad. Surprisingly, he was able to kill the pre-stronger animal fruit ability users in seconds. Chapter 4 High Order Sword Dao Talent? Holy, how did Jang Chen become so fierce? The heavy fruit seems to be quite strong. Manipulating gravity, besides not being able to elementalize, it's estimated that it can be a rank level, right? It should be about the same. The National Ability Association behind the new fruit will rate it based on performance, we'll see then. So it seems like Jang Chen chose the right one? How can that be? A new fruit means that you have to develop it completely on your own. The ability development of most fruits has gone through several generations of hard work. How the attributes are added to maximize the effect, how to finally manipulate the ability to achieve the desired effect. These are all to be slowly groped for, and the S-class fruit burning fruit has already been researched pretty much through the in-depth development of 3 great generals. Heavy fruit. Completely new fruit, can only look at Jang Chen himself. But speaking of Jang Chen, can he see? Estimated to be listening to the sound, blind people in this area of perception are generally more sensitive, and gravity does not need to be very accurate. At this time around Jang Chen, there was a circle of students, talking to each other. All of these words were also captured by Jang Chen seeing color. Developing fruits? That's not simple, system plus points As for how to add points to the attributes, his own panel was also clearly written. 20 points of spiritual attributes increased 1 ton of gravity. All spread out. Su Feng and another teacher loudly dispersed the crowd. The onlookers looked at each other before the students silently dispersed. Su Feng gazed at Jang Chen and slowly spoke. Jang Chen. Forget it, you have your own thoughts, I won't say anything, be careful in the future. Teacher Su, don't worry about me. Jang Chen smiled back. Su Feng sighed and turned his head to look at Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao, a pleased smile on his face. Tang Chuyao was not to be mentioned, a natural system S-class fruit ability. In the future, she would definitely become a great general of the party. In the future, he would have something to brag about when he drank. I just didn't expect Wang Ming to actually take an A-class fruit as well, the shining fruit. This time, the students in his class really had a great harvest. Wang Ming asked. Teacher Su, this time I chose the shining fruit out of the rubber fruit and the shining fruit. I should be right, right? Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. You did the right thing. The rubber fruit, based on the development of the last ability holder, can only be covered in steam at best, and is far inferior to the shining fruit. Jang Chen was speechless for a while. Was this world's development so backward? The rubber fruit was only developed to the second gear? This was 30 years ago. But they couldn't be blamed, after all, they hadn't seen the King of Thieves anime either. Su Feng turned his head to Jang Chen and asked. By the way, Jang Chen, what's your current total attribute points? Jang Chen was silent for a moment, and did some internal calculations. 100 points. Ha? Wang Ming, who was beside him, stared at Jang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. No, I only have 48 points. Why are you so high? Tang Chuya was also a bit surprised. I only have 66 points too. Jang Chen scratched his head. I don't know. Wang Ming suddenly said. Could it be that Jang Chen's fruit is a fruit that surpasses an S-class existence? The words fell. The three of them simultaneously looked at Su Feng. Su Feng shook his head slightly and explained. No, the initial attribute points don't depend on the fruit. Someone's B-ranked devil fruit initial total attribute points can be as high as over 80 points. Wang Ming asked. Then why is Jang Chen so high? Su Feng rubbed his chin and explained. According to the latest research over at the Kyoto Academy of Science, the initial attribute points depend on the spiritual power and physical quality within each person. Perhaps Jang Chen's spiritual power is inherently stronger. I see. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao nodded. Jang Chen pondered. Could it be due to the one body and two souls? This body carried the soul of the original body plus his own soul, so his mental strength was almost twice that of the others? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Now need to get a sword and a staff first. Jang Chen asked towards Su Feng. Teacher Su, I want to go and customize a weapon. Where is a better weapon store in our Sanyuan city? Su Feng pondered for a moment. That Tianyuan weapon shop in the city center, it's the biggest one, you can go there. Jang Chen politely nodded his head and thanked him. All right, thank you teacher. After saying that, he held his blind cane and walked in the direction of the school entrance. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao called out to Jang Chen. Jang Chen, I'll walk you there. Jang Chen turned his head and smiled. No need, I can walk by myself. Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. Oof, why is this person so high and mighty? Can't you see this young lady's beauty? Oh yeah. It seems like you really can't see it. Forget it, then I'll forgive you. The others didn't say anything. After all, although Jang Chen was blind, he had been walking back on his own for so many years without any problems. Just then, Teacher Zhang Qingtao from the next class came over. He said with a smile, Teacher Su, congratulations, your class has produced one S-ranked fruit, one A-ranked fruit this time, as well as the heavy fruit which I've heard has quite a bit of potential as well. Su Feng responded with a smile. It still depends on Jiang Chen's own development. After all, the burning fruit also went through 3 generations before it was developed to the extent of an S-class rating. Zhang Qingtao, but Jiang Chen's eyes. I've instructed him, it's all his own choice. Su Feng sighed. Enough about that, I heard that a girl in your class awakened a high-ranked sword Dao talent this time? Zhang Qingtao laughed. Yeah, called Luli. Su Feng nodded in relief. That's not bad, the rarity of a high-ranked kendo talent is almost the same as between an S-ranked fruit and an A-ranked fruit. Isn't one of the 4 great generals of our Dragon Kingdom a high-ranked sword Dao talent? That's a great person who can break a river with a single sword. After hearing Su Feng's words, Zhang Qingtao laughed out loud. Ha, that's up to Luli herself, sword Dao talent isn't that easy to cultivate. Between the two of them talking, a young girl wearing a school uniform walked over. A head of long black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, with a few strands of broken hair scattered on both sides of her fair cheeks. She politely said towards Zhang Qingtao. Teacher Zhang, I'm going to leave first, I'm going to visit the Tianyuan weapon shop. Zhang Qingtao looked at her in confusion. Luli, aren't your weapons customized? Luli gently nodded her head. Yes, having just comprehended the sword intent, I'm going to try out my sword over there. When Wang Ming heard this, his eyes widened, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. Hiss. Is this a high-ranked sword Dao talent? Only just awakened and you've comprehended sword intent? Alright then, you go first. Zhang Qingtao nodded back. Luli turned around and walked towards the school entrance. Su Feng stroked his chin. I've heard that this time, our Sanyuan city only produced Luli, a high-level sword Dao talent? Seems like it. This time, Luli can compete for the first place in the entrance test of the Nanjiang Military Academy, that's 200 attribute points. Zhang Qingtao laughed. That's hard to say. Although the high-level sword talent is strong in the early stages. But Tang Chuyao's devil fruit is the burning fruit. It can be said that it's the most maturely developed S-class fruit ability. It's really hard to say who will take first place. Ha ha ha, they're all students from our second middle school anyway. Chapter 5 Attached Sword Intent. Street. A young man suddenly pointed across the road at Jang Chen, who was holding a blind cane. Look, that person seems to be Jang Chen. The yellow-haired young man beside him had a bewildered look on his face. Who is Jang Chen? Just now the live broadcast over at the second middle school, a blind man who ate the gravity fruit. The yellow-haired sniffed in surprise. A blind man still eats fruits? That's right. Suddenly, Yellow Hair frowned. So what, are you sure he's blind? Question mark. His companions looked at him suspiciously. Yellow Hair pointed at Jiang Chen's gradually fading back. Just now I saw that he was close to hitting that car parked in the blind alley, and he didn't even touch his blind cane, he went around in advance. The companion looked suspiciously at Jiang Chen, who was walking on the blind alley. You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Impossible, I specifically checked his information, his grades have always been the first in the city, blind for 10 years. But I clearly saw. You definitely saw it wrong, quickly go, the movie is about to start. The two young men left at a fast pace. Jiang Chen leaned on his blind cane and made his way to a modernized tall building. The entire building was more than 40 meters tall, with a silver-white outer wall that looked extremely atmospheric. It also covered a large area, the size of an entire soccer field. At the top of the building, dragons flew and wrote, Tian Yuan Weapon Group. This was also the largest chain weapons group in the Dragon Kingdom, selling all kinds of alloy weapons and customized weapons. In this world's Dragon Kingdom, weapons were not regulated due to the threat of ferocious beasts. As long as one had the money, they could buy as many as they wanted. Welcome. The automatic door opened. Jiang Chen walked into the building, and a female staff member immediately greeted him. Hello, how can I help you? I need to customize a sword. Jiang Chen spoke calmly. The woman smiled and began to introduce. For customization, 50,000 for a D-grade alloy weapon, 100,000 for a C-grade alloy weapon, and 200,000 for a B-grade alloy weapon. Which one do you need? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. So expensive? His own current savings was only $100,000 or so. It was still what he had saved from receiving subsidies over the years. Speaking of which, he had quite a lot of subsidies. His father was a former soldier of the Demon Suppression Army who had died in battle when he didn't have much of a memory of it, and after that, he and his mother received a death in action allowance and were able to receive $10,000 every month. Until 3 years ago, his mother had a serious illness. All the money he had saved was spent, but he still couldn't save his mother's life. This $100,000, or Jiang Chen saved for 3 years to save out. Jiang Chen said. Then let's customize a C-grade alloy weapon. I want to make a sword and a staff. Sword and a staff? The woman looked puzzled. Jiang Chen handed her the blind staff in his hand. It's the sword hidden in the blind staff. Oh, no problem. Under the woman's gaze, Jiang Chen naturally sat on the stool. The woman looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Were all blind people nowadays so sensitive in their senses? What, is there something on my face? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. The woman came back to her senses. No. You can see me? Can't see, but can feel you. How do you do that? Blind eyes, other senses are a bit more sensitive, it makes sense, doesn't it? The woman mused. Reasonable my ass. It's reasonable to feel the stairs, but it's reasonable to feel the stool under your ass? Forget it, there are too many strange things in this world. Wait for a while, it'll take about half an hour. The woman took Jiang Chen's blind cane and walked into the workroom. Bored, Jiang Chen put on his headphones and started swiping his cell phone. It was a special cell phone for the blind, so even though he couldn't see, he still had no problem hearing a voice. Today's hot searches. 1. Hashtag Jiang Chen. 2. Hashtag Jang Chen gave up burnt fruits and chose heavy fruits. 3. Hashtag blind people join the army. 4. Hashtag Sanyuan City's second middle school, burnt fruit and high-ranked kendo talent appeared. 5. Hashtag heavy fruit. 6. Hashtag prediction, heavy fruit will become the strongest auxiliary fruit. Hashtag 7. Jang Chen was a bit speechless. 10 hot searches, 8 related to himself. He was considered completely famous now. Half an hour later, the woman held a wooden-colored sword in the staff and walked over to Jang Chen. "Hello boss, this is your sword and a staff." "Thanks." Jang Chen took the blind staff and touched it with his hand. Clank. The blade of the sword was pulled out by an inch, and a wave of sword intent covered the sword, emitting a slight sword chirping sound. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. This feeling, it was wonderful. He stood up and politely inquired, "May I ask if you can test swords here?" The woman had a professional-like smile on her face. "Yes, on the second floor, I'll take you there." Jang Chen nodded his head. 5 minutes later, the woman led Jang Chen to a room. "This is the C-grade alloy weapon sword trial area. This sword of yours is made of C-grade alloy. Trying it out in this room will not damage your sword." "Thank you." Jang Chen smiled and nodded, then walked into the sword trial room. Bang! The door of the room was shut heavily. Jang Chen unfolded his seeing color, and this sword trial room was roughly 200 square meters, surrounded by some memory metal, with countless wires wrapped around the metal. In the middle of the room, there was a huge display instrument to show the power of the trial sword. Jang Chen drew out his sword blade, a flash of cold light flashed through, and began to warm up. The sword and the staff seemed to transform into a swimming dragon in Jang Chen's hands, light, agile, dashing, and ethereal. The blind sword technique imprinted in his mind was danced out, skillfully as if he had actually practiced it for decades. A moment later, Jang Chen felt his entire body's muscles stretch and his qi and blood were active. "Let's try an ordinary sword first." There was no sword intent attached to it, just an ordinary full-force chop. Swish! The sword and the staff didn't penetrate into the memory metal and didn't cut it off, and only after Jang Chen retrieved the sword did the memory metal slowly recover. Immediately afterward, on the large screen in the middle of the sword test room, the numbers began to jump up. Card 242. Jang Chen pondered inwardly as he listened to the number reported on the radio. The power generated by an average robust adult man with a full-force slash was around 100-150 cards. He himself had only awakened his talent now, and without using any of his abilities, he was already nearly twice as strong as an average robust man. Currently one's attributes are Strength, 24+. Spirit, 32+. Physique, 22+. Agility, 22+. In other words, almost 1 point of strength boosts the destructive power of 10 cards. I just don't know how powerful the chopping attack with sword intent attached to it can chop. Thinking about this, Jang Chen's eyes opened slightly, revealing a flash of gray. Immediately afterward, a thick sword intent covered the sword. Buzz! A crisp sword chirping sound rang out, and the sword and the staff, which shone with a cold light, trembled slightly. Jang Chen took a deep breath and slashed down with the sword. Swish! This time, the memory metal was actually directly chopped off by the sword. Chapter 6 Shocked Sword Dao Genius Girl. The large screen in the center of the sword test room was in the middle of a crazy jump in numbers. An exaggerated number jumped out. 1,284 cards. Jang Chen was startled when he heard the electronic announcement. He hadn't expected that a strike with sword intent attached to it would be boosted by 5 times. No wonder it was said that a pre-existing high-ranked sword Dao talent was just a messy kill. The destructive power requirement for a first-ranked ability was just 1,000 cards. In other words, one now had the power of a first-ranked ability person. Just now, Jang Chen was in the hall, idly looking up information as well. Generally speaking, 99% of the new students had to pass through at least the first secret realm before they could reach the first-order ability user. He himself hadn't even officially enrolled in school yet, and he had already reached the threshold of a first-order ability person. Moreover, even the S-rank burning fruit, which was currently the most maturely developed and had the most ferocious pre-destructive power, could only hit a destructive power of around 600-700 katas with a full-force fire fist when it was first awakened. A single chopping blow with sword intent attached to it by itself was already twice as powerful as the fire fist of the burning fruit. And that was just the skillful level of sword intent. When the blind sword art was upgraded one more level, he would be able to comprehend proficiency level sword intent, and I'm afraid that the destructive power would be even stronger then. Who? Next, let's try Fujitaka's moves. Remember from the anime, he was able to attach gravity to his sword, increasing the killing power of his blind sword. Jang Chen raised the sword in his staff and unleashed his fruit ability. The next moment, 1 ton of gravity directly enveloped the sword. At the same time, Jang Chen was staggered by the 1 ton of gravity and almost didn't fall. With a clang, the long sword fell to the ground, directly smashing a crater in the tiles. Jang Chen's perception spread out. Luckily, there was no surveillance. It still didn't work. There was no way to focus gravity on the sword, it could only be enveloped on an area. The Fujitaka in the anime, however, could emit a purple gravity wave, focusing gravity on a certain object without affecting the surrounding objects. That's fruit development, right? No wonder the people in this world were so backward in developing fruits. It really didn't seem that simple. Jang Chen tried for a while longer, never being able to coalesce gravity onto a certain object. He surveyed the skill panel. Seeing color hegemony LV.1, 020 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range spread to 500 meters. Blind sword technique LV.2, 020 plus, currently comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV.1, 010 plus, current field range 10 meters, next level, range spread to 50 meters. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.5, the next skill can be unlocked, 6 naval styles. Current unlock progress, 4-5. The next level of the gravity domain is just increasing the range of the domain. Does it mean you have to go to level 3 for this kind of refined maneuvering? Or a new skill? In Fujitaka's moves, there is a gravity blade Mighty Tiger, which allows you to build up gravity on the blade and swing it out. That's the move. By the nature of this system, it should be unlocked as a new skill. So 8 or 9 times out of 10, after raising the gravity domain, it should also raise the ability to finally manipulate gravity waves. In the military academy entrance test in 2 weeks, the first place winner would be rewarded with 200 attribute points. With this heavy fruit plus sword intent of his own, there was nothing reasonably wrong with taking first place. 200 attribute points was 20 skill points, so let's try boosting the gravity domain next time. Jang Chen put the sword into his blind staff and turned around to leave the sword test room. The next step was to just quietly wait for enrollment in the military school. It wasn't realistic to go out into the wilderness to kill ferocious beasts. After all, among the ferocious beasts in the wild, only mutated ferocious beasts would drop attribute orbs, and the occurrence rate of mutated ferocious beasts was less than 1 in 10,000. Right now, one's strength was not enough, so doing so would be both dangerous and uneconomical. Anyway, school will start in less than 2 weeks. It was only when school started that it was time to earn attribute points in a big way. Just as Jang Chen walked to the stairs, Luli and a female staff member walked up head-on. Jang Chen didn't recognize Luli. Luli, however, knew him. After all, basically no one knew about Jang Chen's wave of operations within the Holy Land. Why was he here as well? Luli thought to herself. However, she didn't care much. The two rubbed shoulders. The staff brought Luli to a sword trial room. This is the one. Thank you. Luli politely thanked her before walking into the sword trial room. After she closed the door behind her, she placed the longsword on the table. Suddenly, she found a piece of memory metal in the corner that had been chopped into 2 pieces. Curious, Luli walked up to check it out. This is the aura of sword intent? There was a sword Dao expert testing his sword here just now? Thinking of this, Luli walked up to the large screen and pressed a few buttons. A history appeared on the screen. 242 cards. 1284 cards. Time, 1 minute ago. Luli's eyes widened, suddenly remembering Jang Chen who had rubbed shoulders on the stairs. Could it be him? But she quickly shook her head again. Jang Chen is just a heavy fruit ability, a newly awakened person. Whether he can cut out such horrifying stats or not is not to be said, but it's absolutely impossible for him to cut out sword intent. In this world, I haven't heard of anyone who hasn't awakened the sword Dao talent being able to chop out sword intent. She walked out of the room and glanced to both sides. There was a staircase on each side. I guess that one went down the stairs on the other side. In Sanyuan City, there are not a few who can cut out sword intent. After all, even if one has a low-ranked sword Dao talent, after practicing hard for a few years, one is still able to cut out sword intent. She closed the door and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, after doing a bit of warm-up, she picked up her sword and walked towards the memory metal. Buzz! The long sword in Luli's hand emitted a slight sword chirping sound, and in the next moment, she raised it and chopped down violently and heavily. The memory metal was chopped and dented in a large portion. Numbers jumped on the large screen. 956 cards. Luli looked at the numbers and let out a sigh of relief. She then revealed a smile. Sure enough, after comprehending the sword intent, the chopping attack is much stronger. This time the entrance test might be able to compete for first place. South River Warzone, Sanyuan City Frontline, Demon Suppressor Army General Command Building. An adjutant wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army hurriedly pushed open the door of an office. Chief. Something big has happened. What is it? Panicking. A middle-aged man put down his pen, his brows slightly furrowed. This man was none other than the chief commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Sanyuan City, with the rank of Major General, Tang Lianying. Among the Demon Suppression Army, the rank of General and above belonged to the higher ranks. Marshal, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, and Brigadier General. Marshal, the commander-in-chief of the Demon Suppression Army. General, the highest commander of the 4 war zones of the Dragon Kingdom. Within each theater, 3 to 4 cities are assigned a Lieutenant General. Each city is assigned a Major General. Below the rank of General, there were also the ranks of Colonel, Lieutenant, and Sergeant. The adjutant handed Tang Lianying a report. Tang Lianying scrutinized the report, turning the pages faster and faster, his expression gradually becoming grave. Until he finished reading the report and stood up with a mischievous sound. The dimensional rift opens in half an hour? Right in Sanyuan City? Why are you only informing now? Tang Lianying glared angrily at the adjutant in front of him. The adjutant trembled. The people over at the Academy of Sciences said that they only just monitored it as well. Bang! Tang Lianying slammed his desk so hard that the teacup was instantly knocked over, spilling tea all over the place. It's only half an hour. Where will the civilians have time to evacuate? The adjutant didn't dare to make a sound when he saw this. The terror of the beast tide was known to every soldier of the Demon Suppression Army. It was endless and covered the sky. Although the strength of a single one wasn't strong, only around the 3rd rank, it couldn't help that the number was simply too much. In such an urgent situation, there was no time to evacuate the civilians, and I was afraid that Sanyuan City would suffer. Right at this moment. Rumble. A loud thunderclap that shook the heavens and earth came from outside the window. Tang Lianying immediately went to the window. Only to see that in the sky, with blue skies and white clouds in the distance, above the command building, dark clouds rolled and lightning flashed. The next moment, a thunderbolt descended from the sky. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed out of a deep pit. Amidst the smoke and dust, lightning flashed. The smoke gradually dispersed, and a young man wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppressor Army slowly walked out of the smoke. It's Lieutenant General Yi Qing. Quickly go down to greet it. Chapter 7: Exterminating the City Beast Tide? Chief. Tang Lianying brought his adjutant and hurriedly ran out of the command building to the young man. Yi Qing had a heroic face, revealing a spirited demeanor between his walks. Have the analysis results from the Academy of Science side come out yet? Can we know which kind of beast tide is behind the crack? Tang Lianying led Yi Qing and the adjutant beside him with hurried footsteps as he walked into the command building. Not yet. Yi Qing's sword brows were slightly furrowed. It had been 5 years since there had been a sub-dimensional rift unfolding. In the past, with a little bit of luck, if the sub-dimensional rift unfolded in the wilderness area, then there would basically be no casualties among the civilians. Once it unfolded over the city, it would be hell. Sometimes luck was better and it could be detected a longer time in advance, then civilians could be evacuated in advance. This time, the luck obviously wasn't working. Only half an hour was left for them. Every time a dimensional rift unfolded, the first wave of attack was the most ferocious, and the wave of ferocious beasts that appeared every time was different. Tang Lianying inquired. Chief, is it time to evacuate the entire city's civilians? Evacuate? How to evacuate? With a population of millions in Sanyuan City, in half an hour, how can we evacuate? Yi Qing gazed at him and said in a deep voice. You've seen the beast tide before. At that time, I'm afraid that all the civilians in the streets will be reduced to rations for the ferocious beasts. Tang Lianying nodded, understood. Yi Qing ordered. Notify all the demon suppressor army in the headquarters to head to every street and every rooftop as fast as possible. Yes. Tang Lianying straightened his body, then instructed the adjutant beside him to immediately go and organize the defense line. Just at this moment, an officer hurriedly ran in with a report in his hands. Chief, the results of the analysis over at the Academy of Science have come out. Quickly bring it. Tang Lianying immediately stretched out his hand and handed the report over. Yi Qing looked at the report in his hand, his face gradually grimacing. The 100 Eyes vulture is bad. Notify everyone to prepare for a protracted battle. Also, notify the demon suppressor army of the nearby cities to come over as fast as possible to support them. In addition, notify those who possess the hearing color hegemony to head to the middle of the city to look for the mutated 100 Eyes vulture. Yes. The words fell. Boom. Yi Qing's body was covered in arcs of electricity, transforming into a flash of lightning that shot straight into the sky. The officer on the side curiously asked, Chief, where is Lieutenant General Yi going? Where else can I go? To guard the sky. Lieutenant General Yi serves as our first line of defense. Tang Lianying returned. Is Lieutenant General Yi okay on his own? The officer said with a worried expression. Tang Lianying let out a light laugh. Lieutenant General Yi Qing, a rattling thunder fruit ability. In only 3 years, he became a 6th order powerhouse, the fastest in the history of our Dragon Kingdom to reach the 6th order powerhouse. It's the fastest person in the history of our Dragon Country to reach the 6th ranked powerhouse, and the fastest person to reach the rank of Lieutenant General. It's completely impossible for a universal 3rd ranked ferocious beast like the 100 Eyes vulture to injure Lieutenant General Yi. The officer was silent for a moment, and looked at Tang Lianying suspiciously. Chief, why do you want the seeing color ability to go searching for the mutated 100-eyed vulture within the city? Tang Lianying gazed at the young officer in front of him. Slowly, he spoke. Although the strength of the 100-eyed vulture is average, its numbers are the most numerous of all the beast tides, and it is also the most intrepid. The last time it appeared was 8 years ago, and it was a bloody battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless brothers died. The officer stared at Tang Lianying with wide eyes, incredulously. How is this possible? The ferocious beast tide usually only lasts for 3 hours, right, and as much as half a day. Tang Lianying sighed and returned. The 100 Eyes vulture is different from other ferocious beasts. There is a mutated 100 Eyes vulture among them that can control and influence the actions of its kind. As long as that mutant 100-eyed vulture doesn't die, the tide of ferocious beasts will be endless. The officer asked doubtfully, so, that mutant 100-eyed vulture can only be spotted by those with seeing color abilities? Tang Lianying looked grave. The mutant 100-eyed vulture is different from the other 100-eyed vultures. Its strength is very weak, only the strength of a first-order fierce beast, but it possesses the ability to be stealthy, and it also possesses a certain amount of intelligence. This time, it appeared over the city, and once he is allowed to hide in the city, it will be troublesome. There are less than 20 people stationed on our side who have the ability to see the color. Of these, most of them only have a perception range of 10 to 20 meters. Trying to find its trail in the middle of this huge city is like finding a needle in a haystack. As long as the mutant 100-eyed vulture doesn't die, after we hold off the beast tide this time, it will fly back inside the rift again, building up its strength and waiting for the next opportunity. This mutant 100-eyed vulture this time, I'm afraid that it's the same one from 8 years ago, and after accumulating strength for 8 years, I'm afraid that the number of this beast tide will reach an extremely terrifying level. After Tang Lianying finished speaking, he gazed at the young officer. Go on, prepare for battle. Yes. The officer gave a military salute before quickly turning to leave. They had to block the first wave of the most ferocious attack at all costs, wait for support from the nearby city's demon suppression army, and then find a chance to slowly evacuate the civilians. It would be best to identify the mutated 100 Eyes vulture. With a population of millions, evacuating them all at once was bound to be incredibly chaotic. On the other side, Old Town, Red Star District. Jang Chen followed the memories in his mind to a dense low-cost housing neighborhood. This was his home. The land utilization efficiency was almost at its limit, and the spacing between residential buildings was designed without the slightest consideration for sunlight. Dozens of buildings were crammed together, with a resident population of tens of thousands, mixed with fish and dragons, and the composition of the people was extremely complex. Jang Chen walked into his building. The dimly lit corridor, half of the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling had gone out, and the few that remained flickered with an unstable light. The elevator basically only ran 3 or 4 days a week, and the rest of the time it was under maintenance. He twisted his head into the stairwell. Luckily, the floor where he lived wasn't very high, just 7. Snapped. Jang Chen unscrewed the door to his home. The entire rented room was only almost 20 square feet. There was no bedroom. The good news was that there was at least a bathroom, a hall, and a bathroom. Just then, buzz! An ear-piercing air defense alarm resounded throughout the city. Jang Chen jerked his head to look out the window. Is this the beast tide alert? Buzz! The cell phone in Jang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. The military headquarters of the Demon Army in Sanyuan City Town sent 3 consecutive identical text messages to all citizens. Notice, a beast tide is about to strike. Please all citizens in Sanyuan City, return home immediately within 10 minutes, and if you can't return home, find a place nearby to take shelter, or seek help from the Jin Demon Army. At the same time, the class group also started to blow up. Wang Ming, the beast tide is coming. Is there anyone who will go out and try their luck together to see if they can get a mutated beast killed? Mutated beasts have attribute points. Zhang Zhengyu, we don't know what kind of beast tide is coming. Not all mutated beasts can be hunted. Lin Xiaohua, that's right, you don't want to be inflated after awakening in a ranked talent. Mutant beasts aren't something we can touch now at Wang Ming. Tang Chuyao at Jiang Chen, you're at home now, right? Jiang Chen, 1. Class teacher Su Feng at everyone stay home, no one is allowed to come out. Wang Ming, roger that. Zhang Zhengyu, roger that. Jiang Chen, roger that. Jiang Chen put down his cell phone and walked over to the window. The 7th floor was only about 20 meters from the ground. The perception range of Jiang Chen's seeing color hegemony was a full 100 meters. At this moment in his mind, on the streets, countless citizens ran into the building in panic to take refuge. An armored car, a tank, drove onto the street, followed by a person wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army. Some of them were holding knives, some were holding swords, and some were holding rifles, and every single one of them looked full of solemnity. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lament. I didn't expect this world to be dangerous to this extent. Gotta hurry up and raise my strength, or else I might die in the mouth of a ferocious beast at any time. Must find a way to get attribute points. Other than the secret realm within the military school, it's the mutant ferocious beasts. Mutant ferocious beasts. Also don't know if they will appear in this neighborhood later. Chapter 8, Slaying the Mutated Fierce Beast. In the sky above Sanyuan City. Rumble. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and earth. Yi Qing's body was covered in lightning flashes, standing above the clouds like a thunder god descending. On the other side of the sky, a shockingly huge crack quietly ripped open. It was like a portal to the abyss, emitting a dark and treacherous light that split the sky in two. Roar! A terrifying roar emanated from the depths of the crack, and a suffocatingly ferocious aura filled the air. The crack was still unfolding. In less than a minute, a full 5,000 meters wide and tens of thousands of meters long subdimensional rift enveloped the sky above Sanyuan City. In the crack, a pair of blood-red eyes loomed, greedily gazing at everything outside the crack. Roar! Accompanied by a roar. 100-eyed vultures that covered the sky drilled out from within the cracks, blackening the sky and obscuring the sun. The entire Sanyuan City was instantly shrouded in darkness. Seeking death. Yi Qing snorted coldly and gently raised his hand. Rumble. Thunder immediately roared in the sky, a thick lightning converged from all directions, interweaving into a dense and impenetrable net of lightning. At least 80% of the first wave of 100-eyes vultures that rushed out of the crack were annihilated under the attack of this terrifying thunder net. At the same time, at the back of Sanyuan City, countless cannons fired in unison. As the flames shot into the sky and the cannons rumbled, countless 100-eyed vultures were crushed by the merciless cannons just as they rushed through the thunder net. However, the number of 100-eyed vultures was simply too many. Even if only 1/10 of the number had rushed down, it was still a huge number. Jang Chen was currently standing by the window. Within his senses, there were several 100-eyed vultures rushing down the street right now. They had 100 red glowing compound eyes on their heads, and each of them was 5 meters wide when they opened their wings. One tank shell bombarded the 100-eyed vulture, exploding a cloud of fire and fragments of flesh and blood. Boom! A hundred-eyed vulture opened its sharp claws and grabbed the tank turret, and with a slight force, the entire barrel was directly pulled up. Seeing this, the Forsian demon army soldiers simultaneously unleashed their fruit abilities. Their muscles rapidly rose, and the uniforms on their bodies were directly broken, transforming into 3-meter-tall beasts that simultaneously pounced on the hundred-eyed vulture. It wasn't just the demon suppressor army, the vast majority of fruit ability users on a global scale were of the animal lineage. Rumble. The entire Sanyuan city was filled with the roar of artillery fire. Jang Chen paid attention to the situation in the surrounding streets while listening to the messages within the class group. Wang Ming, I Chao. Who is that above the sky? This is too fierce. Zhang Zhengyu, it seems to be Lieutenant General Yi Qing, the youngest Lieutenant General, ringing thunder fruit ability, at Tang Chuyao. Do you know about this beast tide? Tang Chuyao, I just received news. The ferocious beast this time is called the Hundred Eyes Vulture. Its strength is almost around the 3rd rank. Everyone must not go out. Lin Xiaohua, Hundred-Eyed Vulture? I know. I heard that it's controlled by one of them, a mutant hundred-eyed vulture. Zhang Zhengyu, isn't it said that the probability of a mutated beast is almost 1 in 10,000? A single mutant hundred-eyed vulture can control so many ferocious beasts? Lin Xiaohua, the hundred-eyed vulture is rather special. It is one of the most unsuitable mutated beasts to hunt. The mutation rate is almost 1 in a million, and its strength is also weak, so the attribute points it can give are not much. Wang Ming, how weak is it? Lin Xiaohua, only close to the strength of the 2nd order, but it will be stealthy and has a certain degree of spiritual intelligence, perhaps now hiding near your downstairs. Wang Ming, hiss. Don't scare me. Zhang Chen tapped his fingers gently on the edge of the window, thinking. In his seeing color perception range. At this moment, between the building he was in and the building next door, in the narrow alleyway, there was a slightly smaller hundred-eyed vulture perched. It had been perched there since 20 minutes ago. It was just strange that it wasn't like the other hundred-eyed vultures that frantically attacked humans as soon as they came down, but instead, it stayed there, not moving at all. It was at this moment. Zhang Chen sensed a small group of Jin demon army soldiers running past the alleyway. They can't see this hundred-eyes vulture? Zhang Chen suddenly realized that this couldn't be that invisible mutated hundred-eyes vulture, could it? It was only because he had the seeing color hegemony that he was able to spot it. After realizing this matter, Zhang Chen was stupidly eager to move. There were attribute points for killing mutated ferocious beasts. Zhang Chen had seen the ferocity of the beast tide with his own eyes, and at this moment, his desire for attribute points was incomparably powerful. The mutated hundred-eyed vulture was only close to the 2nd stage of strength, not at the 2nd stage. He himself had the heavyweight fruit, which could attach 1.6 tons of gravity to the ferocious beast. Coupled with his blind sword art, he could slash with a sword with a chopping power of 1,200 calories, exceeding the destructive power of a first-ranked ability. There was also one's own seeing color, which was far better at anticipating attacks than an ordinary ability person. Moreover, one's staff and sword was a C-rank alloy, an alloy weapon sufficient to decapitate 3rd-rank ferocious beasts. Maybe it was even possible to try? However, one needed to avoid ordinary hundred-eyes vultures. After all, a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast would not be able to fight for his current self, no matter what. Zhang Chen only thought about it slightly for 3 seconds. Then he decisively picked up the sword in his staff and walked out of the room. It was really a bit too much to not go and fight for the attribute points that were fed to his mouth. He slowly walked down the hallway. His seeing color bay was always deployed, not only locking onto the mutated hundred-eyes vulture, but also keeping an eye on the other ordinary hundred-eyes vultures. Day. The blind staff in Zhang Chen's hand gently tapped on the pavement as he slowly approached towards the mutated ferocious beast. The range of his own gravity field was currently just 10 meters, so he had to get a little closer. That hundred-eyed vulture was still standing there, not moving at all, as if it didn't believe that anyone could spot it at all. In Zhang Chen's perception perspective, a misty and void aura emanated from the head of this hundred-eyed vulture. Controlling the beast tide? Well, if he slaughtered this ferocious beast himself, the beast tide would probably have retreated. In the middle of thinking, Zhang Chen had already stepped into a range of 10 meters. Suddenly, the hundred-eyes vulture jerked its head around, seemingly sensing an aura of danger. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows. This beast was so vigilant? Just 10 meters wasn't enough, it was best to get closer to prevent it from escaping. 8 meters. 5 meters? Almost there. Jang Chen stopped, picked up the sword in the battle in his hand, and gripped the hilt backwards with his right hand. Clank! The sword blade was pulled out by an inch. At the same time, buzz! 1.6 tons of gravity rumbled over that 100-eyes vulture. The 100-eyes vulture was directly crushed to the ground. However, in the next moment, it stood up with difficulty, spread its wings, and turned to run. Under the 1.6 tons of gravity, the 100-eyes vulture's speed was abnormally slow, and it ran with great difficulty. Jang Chen was inwardly shocked. It was just a less than second stage ferocious beast that could carry 1.6 tons of gravity hard. No wonder it was hard for human thermal weapons to deal with high-ranked ferocious beasts. Boom! The 100-eyes vulture unfolded its enormous wings and swung violently. The body slowly rose up into the air, kicking up a huge wind that directly lifted the surrounding debris. Jang Chen snorted coldly, "Where are you running to?" Gravity domain gravity. Change the direction of gravity. The 100-eyes vulture only felt a heavenly rotation. Originally, the gravitational force only absorbed it to the ground, and it was still able to glide along the ground and escape from here. However, now, the gravity had actually changed, sucking it in the direction of that human. Roar! The 100-eyed vulture roared in despair and turned around, glaring angrily at Jang Chen. Its sharp claws were aimed at Jang Chen. It decided not to run, it wanted to finish off this human. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch Jang Chen. Changing the direction of gravity. Left. Boom! The 100-eyes vulture was heavily smashed into the left wall, bricks shattering all over the place. Jang Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The heavy fruit was pretty fun. Right. Boom! The 100-eyed vulture shook its head, and before it could slow down, the 1.6 tons of gravity suddenly threw it hard into the wall on the other side. Left. Right. Left. The 100-eyes vulture struggled to get up on the ground, staggered 2 steps, and collapsed again. Who am I? Where am I? It tried trying to get up. Buzz! Gravity fell again, like a boulder, pressing the 100-eyes vulture to the ground in death. Jang Chen drew out the blade of his sword, bright silver in color, reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. It should be about time. Jang Chen's eyes slowly opened, revealing the flash of gray. He held the sword blade in reverse, aiming it at the dense compound eyes of the 100-eyed vulture. A flash of stern sword intent enveloped the sword. But the sword blade went straight in. After struggling for a while, the 100-eyed vulture completely lost its movement and collapsed in a pool of blood. A ball of light floated above its corpse. Jang Chen reached out and gently touched it, and the ball of light instantly burrowed into him. Gained 100 attribute points. Gained 10 skill points. Assignable attribute points, 100. Assignable skill points, 10. Chapter 9, Huge Enhancement. The ferocious beast struggled for a while and gradually stopped moving. The original transparent body was also gradually revealed. This heavy fruit is quite convenient. You don't even have to move your feet to kill monsters, you can just gather them and kill them. Jang Chen stepped on the beast's corpse, pulled out the sword blade, and took it back into the blind staff. A beast of less than the second rank had actually rewarded him with 100 attribute points. This was really something that was not expected. According to the information on the internet, a mutated ferocious beast of the first rank was at most 20 attribute points. However, it was also possible that it was because this beast was rather special. Jang Chen didn't stay any longer and turned around to return home. A few moments later, he sat down at the table and pulled up the system panel. Strength, 24+. Spirit, 32+. Physique, 22+. Agility, 22+. Assignable attribute points, 100. Manipulable gravity, 1.6 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Skills. Seeing color hegemony LV.1, 020+, current range, 100 meters, next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Seeing color hegemony LV.1, 020+, current range, 100 meters, next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 020+, current sword intent comprehended, next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV.1, 010+, current field range is 10 meters, next level, range spreads to 50 meters. Assignable skill points, 10. Let's add the attribute points first. Manipulable gravity was only linked to attribute points, and one's ability was obvious. The higher the tonnage of gravity one could manipulate, the more anticlimactic it was. Without the slightest hesitation, Jang Chen directly moved his divine sense and furiously tapped the plus sign behind his spiritual attributes. The system flashed with bursts of golden light. Until the spiritual attribute reached 44 points, it was unable to continue adding more points. Jang Chen looked at the prompt that popped up from the system in shock. Tip: the highest of the four-dimensional attributes must not exceed the lowest by more than double. Holy! It seemed that the system didn't allow the appearance of a biased war god. Forget it, the other attributes weren't waste anyway, and it wouldn't be a loss to keep the other attributes at half of the spiritual attribute. The strength attribute represented the destructive power one's fists could punch out, physique was the resistance to blows and endurance, and agility, as the name implied, was the speed of stance and reaction speed. Jang Chen pointed at the 4 plus signs in the attribute panel and gave a wild nod. The final attribute points. Strength, 40 plus. Spirit, 80 plus. Physique, 40 plus. Agility, 40 plus. Assignable attribute points, 0. Assignable attribute points, 0. Manipulable gravity, 4 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Jang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Manipulate 4 tons of gravity. Under the same rank, it could be called invincible, right? The next step was skill point allocation. There were currently only 10 skill points. Seeing color and blind sword art both required 20 points. So there were only 2 options now, either save them up or upgrade the gravity domain. After the battle with the 100 Eyes vulture just now, the 10-meter gravity domain range was still too small and too restrictive. And one didn't have the habit of hoarding mice. It was better to increase the range of the gravity field first. Thinking of this, Jang Chen decisively allocated all of his skill points to the gravity domain. Ding ding ding. 10 golden lights flashed by. Gravity domain LV.2, 020 plus, current domain range 50 meters, next level, range spread to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave manipulation proficient. Detected that the host's total skill level has reached level 5, unlocking the new skill Navy 6 styles. Destructive power has been automatically converted to the world's measurement method. The destructive power has been automatically converted to the world's measurement method. Naval 6 styles LV.1, 010 plus. Shave, moves with great speed, speed depends on agility attribute, can briefly instantly move 5 meters, next level, 10 meters. Iron block, unable to move when used, can resist physical attribute X30 card shock, currently can resist 1200 card shock, next rank, can resist physical attribute X40 card shock. Paper painting, unload the strength of the whole body, and sense the direction of the attack in advance through the change of airflow generated by the opponent's movement, next level, perception power increased by 50%. Moonstep, use strong foot power to step on the air, generating strong stagnant force, currently can float at a height of 10 meters, next level, 20 meters. Airshire kick, rolls up a vacuum chop through a super high-speed kicking technique, currently can explode strength attribute X30 card destructive power, currently can cause 1200 card destructive power, next level, can explode strength attribute X40 card destructive power. Finger gun, gather the power of the whole body on the finger, currently can burst power attribute X30 card destructive power, currently can cause 1200 card destructive power, next level, can burst power attribute X40 card destructive power. Jang Chen looked at the system that kept surfacing, dense with introductory information, and the person went numb. This wave, the boost was too big. The gravity domain had been raised to a range of 50 meters, which was much more comfortable. And the next level was actually manipulating gravity waves. Meaning, one more level up and one would be able to release purple gravity waves and finally manipulate gravity just like Fujitsugu from the anime. Attaching gravity only to the sword should be fine. I just don't know if, with the progression of proficiency, I'll be able to focus the repulsive force directly in front of me and bounce the attack away. This time, a new Navy 6 style skill was also unlocked. Jang Chen read through them. I'm afraid that in here, the most useful ones were shave and iron block, one could perform instantaneous movement, and one could directly increase defense. As for the other 4 abilities, paper painting, one had seen color to perceive attacks. I wonder if it could stack with paper painting? Have to find a chance to try it. Moreover, I always feel that this skill, paper painting, is a bit similar to the Dragon Ball's self-realization extreme intelligence kung fu, so maybe if I level up to full level, it can really be the same as the self-realization extreme intelligence kung fu. Moonstep, oneself can directly use heavy fruit to float in the air, simply do not need this move. Speaking of which, have not tried to use heavy fruit to fly, later on we'll go to try. Erasure kick and finger gun, both attack skills, can't be considered useless. In the absence of a sword, it can still be used. After all, the power wasn't that low. One strength attribute was now at 40 points, and according to the calculations made earlier in the sword trial room, a single chopping attack that erupted with sword intent could cause almost 2,000 cards of destruction. The Erasure kick and finger lance, under the current circumstances, could also cause 1,200 cards of destructive power, which wasn't bad at all. And the upgrades afterward could keep raising the multiplier as well. The requirements for a second-ranked ability user were 1,000 total attribute points and 5,000 cards of destructive power. He hadn't even enrolled in school yet, and his total attribute points were only 200, and he had already reached a destructive power of 2,000 cards. The future was boundless. Jang Chen shifted his gaze to the system's newly appeared hint. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armed Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 610. Next skill, Armed Color Hegemony. Right now, if one encountered any nature system ability person picking a fight, there really wasn't much one could do. Although there were very few nature-based ability users, there had to be a way to deal with them. It just made up for it. At this time within the class group. Wang Ming, I Chow. The beast tide has receded? What's the situation? Zhang Zhangyu, the demon suppression army is awesome. It actually managed to find that mutant 100-eyed vulture. Lin Xiaohua, it seems like there are only 20 people with seeing color in our city's garrison, right? And most of them only have a seeing color range of 10 or 20 meters. Lin Xiaohua, Tang Chuyao, isn't your father a major general in our city? Ask what the specifics are like. I'm a bit curious about how it's done. Tang Chuyao, I'll ask my dad when he comes back. Chapter 10: Who killed the mutant 100-eyed vulture? Boom! A 100-eyed vulture was punched into a bloody mist by Tang Lianying. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the sky. Tang Lianying looked up and was first stunned, then a look of excitement gradually appeared on his face. Countless 100-eyed vultures, waving their massive wings, flew towards the dimensional rift in panic. The original highly organized wave of beasts was now like a defeated army, fleeing in all directions. Chief! The beast tide has receded. The adjutant hurriedly ran over. Tang Lianying nodded and asked in a deep voice. I saw it, who killed the mutant 100-eyed vulture? Still asking. The adjutant returned. Tang Lianying took a step in the direction of the command building. Let's go back first. Yes. Sanyuan City, Demon Suppression Army Command Building, Major General's office. Yi Qing pushed open the office and walked in. Seeing this, Tang Lianying hurriedly stood up. Lieutenant General Yi. Yi Qing let out a light laugh and lightly patted his shoulder. Well done, it only took less than an hour to find that mutated ferocious beast. Tang Lianying scratched his head. Haha, it's all better luck. Just then, the adjutant hurriedly ran into the office. Chief. Tang Lianying's brows furrowed slightly. What is it? Panicking. The adjutant gasped. Chief, I've just asked everyone within the military who possesses the seeing color, and I've also asked all the brothers in our ministry, that mutant 100-eyed vulture wasn't killed by one of our people. What? It wasn't our people who killed it? Tang Lianying's eyes rounded. Can you see who killed it in the surveillance? The adjutant shook his head. I can't. The mutant 100-eyed vulture died in the Red Star district. That side is a low-cost housing district. 90% of the surveillance is scrapped. And the resident population over there is tens of thousands of people. It's extremely mobile. There's no way to know who did it. Yi Qing listened on the sidelines and said in a deep voice, drag the body back first. Yes. 2 hours later, Tang Lianying brought his adjutant and arrived with Yi Qing in the anatomy room of the ferocious beast in the command building. He pushed open the door of the autopsy room. A smell of blood and rotting stench mixed with the smell of disinfectant water hit his face. A ferocious beast with a huge body was tied to a cold dissection bed, its torso cut to pieces. 6 anatomists wearing white coats and masks on their faces were at work. Tang Lianying only gently covered his nose. They were all veterans and had no discomfort with these scenes. How's it going? Tang Lianying asked. An anatomist in a white coat put down his tools and nodded gently. Chief, Lieutenant General Yi. Through the anatomical analysis, the mutant hundred-eyed vulture suffered multiple impacts during its lifetime, but the most fatal, in its compound eye, was killed by a single sword. The anatomist wore medical gloves and peeled back the wounds of the ferocious beast, and according to the test results, there is still a trace of sword intent remaining at the wound in the compound eye. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. So, it was killed by an ability possessing the talent of the sword Dao? The anatomist nodded. Theoretically, yes. Lieutenant General Yi. Tang Lianying turned his head to look at Yi Qing with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. You can handle it next, I'll go back first. Yi Qing said. After all, it was just killing a ferocious beast of less than the second rank, nothing special. It would have to die if it stood in front of any soldier with a seeing color within the demon suppression army. So, the odds were that it was just a sword Dao gifted ability possessing the seeing color that happened to come across it and killed it. After saying that, he added one more sentence. You can ask the sword Dao associations to ask. The probability is that the one who can achieve this level is already a registered ability user of the sword Dao association. Yes. Tang Lianying returned. Sanyuan City, inside a high-grade residential area. Dressed in shorts, Tang Chuyao sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the television intently. Snapping. The main door opened, and Tang Lianying walked in. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao's eyes glanced up. Dad. Tang Lianying took off his jacket as soon as he entered, looking towards the kitchen. Can we eat yet? I'm starving, I haven't eaten for a day. Old Tang, you take a break first, there are some snacks on the table, you pad your stomach first. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the kitchen. Tang Lianying sat on the sofa, picking up a piece of pastry and throwing it into his mouth. Tang Chuyao put down the remote control and came over to his side. Dad. Why did the beast tide suddenly recede today? Tang Lianying chewed on a pastry in his mouth and said intermittently, the mutant hundred-eyed vulture was killed by someone unknown. Tang Chuyao looked puzzled. Ah? Wasn't it one of your people who killed it? No. Tang Lianying shook his head, then stuffed another pastry into his mouth. Tang Chuyao blinked her curious eyes. Then where did it die? Red Star Cell. Red Star Cell? Tang Juyao's eyes lifted up. Tang Lianying glanced at her and asked. What's wrong? Tang Chuyao shook her head. No, one of my classmates lives there, it's the Jang Chen I told you about. If he hadn't given up the burning fruit, I definitely wouldn't have gotten it. Tang Lianying's eyes lit up at his words. What kind of talent does he have? Heavy fruit, and... He can't see out of his eyes. Tang Chuyao's tone carried a hint of sympathy. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment. Not a sword Dao gifted ability user, and just awakened, and still a blind man. Although it was true that he lived in the Red Star neighborhood. But no matter how one thought about it, it couldn't have been this kid who killed him. Tang Chuyao then asked, then have you found who killed him? Tang Lianying shook his head. No, the ferocious beast was killed by an ability possessing sword intent. We asked all the sword Dao gifted ability possessors within Sanyuan City, also including the newly awakened ones, and no one admitted it. Later we expanded to all registered ability users in Sanyuan City, still no one admitted it. Huh? Why didn't they recognize it? Who knows? Tang Lianying shrugged helplessly. Right, Dad, I've decided to take Jang Chen through the first secret realm of the military school when the time comes. Tang Chuyao suddenly said. Tang Lianying's brows wrinkled slightly as he wiped his hands and gazed at Tang Chuyao. The first secret realm, it's very important, our Dragon Kingdom's cultivation system is all about starting fast and taking quick steps. Tang Chuyao said seriously. I know, but I think that the fact that I can get the burning fruit is more or less related to him. Even though his fruit doesn't look too bad, he can't see it. I'm worried that he'll die in the secret realm. Tang Lianying was silent. Although he didn't quite agree, his own daughter knew best. Her character was just stubborn, and when she determined something, 8 oxen couldn't pull it back. He helplessly said. Alright then, just think about it yourself, but the entrance test is also very important. The first place has 200 attribute points, this one can't be teamed up, you have to take it seriously. Tang Chuyao raised her hand, bravely fight for first place, strive for the top 3. Tang Lianying smiled. After entering the military academy, all new students needed to pass an entrance test first. The entrance test measured the guts of the new students, and at that time, many fierce beasts that hadn't entered the rank would be arranged for the new students to test their swords. At that time, what they will be fighting for is their own ability to kill and guts. The higher the killing power, the more ferocious beasts you can kill. His own daughter now possessed the ferocious burning fruit, and apart from that high-rank sword Dao talent Luli who might not be able to fight it off, the others were not much of a threat at all. Unfortunately, the number of ferocious beasts at that time was far from the density of the beast tide. Otherwise, his own daughter would be able to kill quite a few of them directly with a single fire fist. Unless one could gather the ferocious beasts together. Tang Lianying's words changed and asked, "How is your 6 styles of the demon-suppressing army practiced?" Tang Chuyao scratched his head and said slowly. Moonsteps can almost levitate 2 meters, and finger gun can only hit 500 cards of destructive power. I think it's not as good as Fire Fist. Tang Lianying sighed and said in a serious tone. You can't rely too much on fruit abilities. There's more than just the fierce beast crisis in our dragon country. In the global secret realm in the future, resources are tight. At that time, you will face ability users from various countries. Ability users have a variety of abilities. If you know one more ability, you can have one more path in actual combat. Got it, Dad. Tang Chuyao had a look of you say your words, I'll listen to mine, mainlining a left ear in and right ear out, perfunctorily. Chapter 11, Someone Wants Trouble? Early in the morning, the city gradually awoke in a haze. On the eastern horizon, a faint orange-yellow color quietly probed, and a bit of golden light pierced through the clouds and sprinkled between the buildings. 2 weeks had passed since the beast tide. At this time in the city, there were scaffoldings everywhere to repair the buildings, and the workers were busy. In this world, due to the fact that all the people were soldiers and all the people had awakened their talents, there existed many retired veterans whose physique was much higher than normal people, and their efficiency was exceptionally high when they did construction work. Jang Chen hovered 50 meters above the roof of the building. After 2 weeks of practicing, one could already control the height and direction of flight with a little proficiency. Only, it was very tiring. In the process of flying, one needed to always control the adjustment of the gravitational and repulsive forces, as well as controlling the size and direction. And due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, there was no way to support a flight for a long time. But it was sort of fulfilling his dream of wanting to fly in the sky in his previous life. Buzz buzz. The cell phone in Jang Chen's pocket vibrated. Tang Chuyao, Jang Chen, school starts in the next 2 days. My dad is picking me up from school tomorrow. Do I need to pick you up and go with me? Jang Chen was silent for a while and slowly typed, no need. The reason for rejecting Tang Chuyao. Mainly, one is really not familiar with her, the second is the social fear, in a stranger's car is a little embarrassing, or their own travel is more free. Dragon Country, there are a total of 12 secret entrances, divided into 4 war zones. Each war zone has 4 military schools, each military school is built around a secret entrance. According to the principle of geographical proximity, all those who had awakened their fruit abilities, sword talent and physical art talent were uniformly assigned to enter the nearest military school. The one was about to go to was the South River Star Ocean Military School. It was already possible to start reporting today, and the reporting time for new students totaled 3 days. Jang Chen thought to himself that there wasn't much to do anyway. The South River Star Ocean Military School was not too far away from Jang Chen's city of San Yuan. The high-speed train was almost an hour away. Jang Chen got off the high-speed train and took a taxi. Under the driver's surprised gaze, he arrived at the South River Star Ocean Military School. In front of the imposing school entrance, Jang Chen held his blind cane and unfolded his seeing color hegemony. With a range of 100 meters, it was surprising that he hadn't been able to see the school entrance. This is really big. The Blue Star in his previous life didn't have such a wide school gate, right? It would be more than enough for an aircraft carrier to pass through. Jang Chen couldn't help but feel some emotion, and then walked towards the school. At the reporting office, several students were sitting there playing with their cell phones. It was only the first day, and there weren't too many new students coming to report. When a schoolmate saw Jang Chen walking towards her, she put down her cell phone and stood up, revealing a sweet smile. Hello student, show me your acceptance letter. Jang Chen handed her the acceptance letter. Almost 10 minutes later. After the senior sister entered Jang Chen's information into the computer, she stretched out her hand, Junior brother Jang Chen, let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory for a rest. There weren't many new students now anyway. This schoolmate, from the information, had an eye disease. Although he didn't know why a blind man would want to come here, but since he was here, as a schoolmate himself, he deserved to take care of it. Jang Chen smiled politely and followed the schoolmate in the direction of the dormitory. At first, the older sister thought about helping Jang Chen. After a while, she suddenly realized that something wasn't right. Jang Chen didn't seem to be completely blind like the other blind people. The students of this school, all of whom were ability users, naturally knew that there was such a thing as a three-colored hegemony. The schoolmate couldn't help but ask, "Jang Chen, do you have the seeing color?" Jang Chen nodded his head. Seeing this, the school sister understood. Tricolor hegemony, a special skill outside of the awakening talent, began to be comprehended by people one after another ever since the dimensional rift descended. But those who possessed the three-colored hegemonic aura were extremely few, almost among all the ability users, occupying only 1/10 of them. The hearing color hegemony was even more rare, probably less than 500 out of 10,000 ability users could possess it. Perhaps it was because Jang Chen couldn't see, causing the rest of his perceptions to be different from the norm, thus comprehending the hearing color, which was also quite normal. "Ah, no wonder, I really envy you guys." The schoolteacher sighed, and suddenly felt that it wasn't quite appropriate, envying a blind man? "Ah no, I don't mean that." Jang Chen didn't care, "It's okay." Seeing this, the schoolmate hurriedly pulled away from the topic. "Let me introduce it to you, the one we just passed by is our school's library. Inside there are all sorts of Big Brother's fruit development tips, physical arts and kendo and such tips, as well as the history of our school's founding. On the right is the cafeteria." The schoolmate pointed to an imposing building and said, "Over there is the Ableist Association of our Star Ocean Military School. By the way, fighting is not allowed in the school. If you want to fight, you must go to the ring inside the Ableist Association and voluntarily register before you can do so, remember." Ableist Association? Senior sister, what's the purpose of joining the Abilitators Association? Jang Chen asked doubtfully. The role can be huge. The Ableist Association is an organization for the major military schools to dock their missions with the Demon Suppressor Army, and it's also a source channel for attribute points. Those missions, to be honest, are quite difficult, so basically, the cadres of the association take the lead, with the official members playing the supporting role. Our school's Ableist Association is autonomous. That is to say, the teachers will not interfere in the affairs of the Ableist Association, and it is entirely managed by the students themselves. The school says it's to train the students that they can't just fight, but also know how to manage and command. After all, the high-ranking students inside the Abilities Association are all at least above the rank of school rank everywhere after graduation. The senior sister spoke at length. Among the Ability Person Association, it's divided into president, vice president, officers, full members. I'm the official member, so you can also come and ask me if you don't understand anything at that time, the schoolmate said proudly. Jang Chen nodded his head while thinking to himself. There were attribute points for doing quests, so it seemed like he had to find a chance to join the Ability Association. As long as there are attribute points, we must get our hands on them. Stay in this one, you came the earliest. This one is north and south. It's considered to be the best one in this dormitory building's location. The senior sister enthusiastically helped Jang Chen move things into the dormitory. Jang Chen surveyed the decor and supporting facilities in the dormitory. A single room with a large flat floor, a whole 200 square feet. Gym, game room, study room, and several empty rooms. Compared to the less than 20 square foot nest that he had lived in before, it was simply one heaven and one earth. It had to be said that this world's treatment of ability users really had no comment. If you want people to put their lives on the line, then the welfare benefits have to keep up. Your next arrangement is probably, when the new students have all finished checking in, gather for the entrance test 3 days later. That's fine, take a break for yourself, the school can be strolled around as well, and if you have any questions, you can call and ask me. The senior sister helped put all the luggage in place and said with a pat on the back. Understood, thank you school sister. Jang Chen politely thanked her. After the school sister left, Jang Chen sat his butt down on the big soft sofa and pondered on what he was going to do next. Manipulable gravity, 4 tons. 4 tons of gravity was pretty much, when fighting someone else, they had to carry 2 cars on their back. This is an advantage that can be considered too great. Suddenly, his ears wiggled slightly, within the range of his seeing color perception. At this moment, under the dormitory building, 2 people were whispering, counting the floors as they spoke. One of them had a somewhat familiar scent, and there was gauze attached to his nose. It seems like the werewolf classmate who had been beaten up by himself when he had just awakened. Jang Chen frowned slightly. They were looking for trouble? Chapter 12, I heard that you guys are looking for me? Not far from Jang Chen's dormitory building, 2 people stood on the side of the road. One had gauze on his nose, the very same werewolf classmate who had just awakened his talent and was beaten up by Jang Chen for having a cheap mouth. The one standing beside him was also a freshman of this class and the boss of the werewolf classmate, Zhao Wu, who was said to know the people inside the South River Star Ocean Military Academy Abilities Association. Brother Tiger, I just took a good look. Jang Chen lives on the 6th floor. Got it. Zhao Hu responded indifferently. Brother Tiger, that Jang Chen's ability is weird. I couldn't even get close to him last time. There was almost 1 ton of gravity pressing down on my body. 1 ton of gravity is just nothing. Zhao Hu said disdainfully. He was a middle-ranked physical arts gifted ability user, and after his awakening, his physique was inherently a lot stronger than ability users of the same rank. Just a ton of gravity wasn't enough to restrict him. What's more, other than this bit of gravity, what other means of attack did that Jang Chen have? None. His own fists were much harder than ordinary ability users, and an ordinary newly awakened ability user would be crippled without dying as long as they received a punch from him. Zhao Hu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the 6th floor and slowly spoke. However, random fights are not allowed in the school, or else the lighter ones will get a demerit, and the heavier ones will be directly expelled, stripped of their secret realm qualifications, and directly sent to the Jin Demon Army. Brother Tiger, what then? The werewolf student was a bit anxious. If he couldn't fight at will, then how could he take revenge? He couldn't swallow this breath. In front of so many people, he was pressed to the ground and his nose was knocked askew. Jang Chen, how about going to the association ring? Zhao Hu, indeed it's a method, but the association ring must be agreed upon by both parties. How should I get him to agree? To who? The two turned their heads at the same time. Jang Chen was holding a blind cane, just standing quietly behind them. Holy crap! Wolfman's classmate exclaimed, Brother Tiger, he's Jang Chen. Jang Chen looked at them with a smile. I heard you guys were looking for me? Zhao Hu was a bit surprised and couldn't help but beat his drums inside. How did he manage to appear behind his back unnoticed? Shaving in the 6 styles? Impossible. Even if he practiced it since he was a child, at his current age, it was impossible for him to manage to instantly move directly behind him from a 6-story building. Or was it the ability of the heavy fruit? How? I'm here in person. How about going to the association ring? Jang Chen still maintained his smile, his tone calm. His own primary goal right now was definitely to take attribute points and slowly and meticulously develop. After all, he was only a first-ranked ability user right now. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if others were counting on them behind their backs, then it was impossible to sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, he might suddenly give himself a blow somewhere in the future, so it would be better to give him a one-time beating now. Zhao Hu came back to his senses, and with a height of 1 meter 9, he stared down at Jang Chen. Alright, Jang Chen, right? Since you want to find death so badly, then let's have the ring, but let's say it first, fists and feet have no eyes Then let's go. Day. Jang Chen leaned on his blind cane and turned his head towards the direction of the association. Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association, Hall. A young man wearing a black bodysuit with a big back comb walked into the association. Splat. Throwing a bloody, bulbous white cloth bag in his hand onto the countertop. Nah. The head of a third-order alabaster wolf king. The school sister behind the counter raised her eyes. The youth in front of her was none other than one of the 12 cadres of the association, Zhang Qingyu. The school sister opened the cloth bag and a pile of rotten meat instantly scattered out. Her brows furrowed slightly as she stuffed back the chunks of meat that fell out and closed the cloth bag again. You can't do it with your head shattered like this. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu instantly became anxious. What makes it not work? Just stick it on. Saying this, he kept gathering the pile of broken meat in his hands. No way. Yang Xiaotong. The schoolmate's eyelids lifted up slightly, her face expressionless. Huh? Zhang Qingyu clasped his hands together. Please, I'm just this 300 attribute points away from reaching the 4th rank. No way. The senior sister still refused. Just then, Jang Chen led Zhao Hu and his lapdogs and slowly walked in. Yang Xiaotong smiled and asked, Hello, several students, is there something wrong? Jang Chen smiled, Senior sister, we want to spar. Cut and spar? You guys are freshmen? Yes. Yang Xiaotong froze for a moment, although there were usually quite a few people who cut and duel, but now the new students had just started to report for duty. Were the freshmen of this session so fierce? Zhang Qingyu, who was on the side, sniffed and sized up a few people. Ooh, is this class of freshmen so fiery? It's just the beginning of the reporting period and they're already fighting? Yang Xiaotong glared at him, then took out a few forms and said to Jiang Chen's few people. Show your student cards, then sign here. Also, let me remind you that both sides of the cut must be voluntary. If anyone is coerced, they can tell the association that the consequences are serious. Thank you, senior sister, we are all volunteering. Jiang Chen took the form and signed his big name sparingly. Seeing Zhao Hu on the side still froze, Jiang Chen reminded, aren't you going to sign? Zhao Hu reacted, sign. On this journey. The more Zhao Hu thought about it, the more wrong it became. It was obvious that Jiang Chen was definitely not simply blind. He definitely possessed the seeing color hegemony. However, it was impossible to back out on his own when it came down to it. Otherwise, how would he be able to lead his little brother in the future? Moreover, 1 ton of gravity wasn't a big deal. His current strength, at full power, was enough to shake a small car. After the duo had signed, Yang Xiaotong stepped out from behind the counter. I'll take you guys. Jiang Chen and Zhao Hu, the two of them, followed Yang Xiaotong and walked in the direction of the martial arts stage. Yang Xiaotong. I haven't taken care of my business yet. Zhang Qingyu shouted and also followed. 10 minutes later, inside the martial arts stage. Yang Xiaotong was sitting beside the referee's stand. In a battle between ability users, it was normal to get injured, but it was not okay to take a life. She had to be more than a referee, she also had to play the role of a safety officer. When one side begged for mercy and admitted defeat, she had to stop the fight at any time. Zhang Qingyu came over to Yang Xiaotong's side and licked his face, just do the right thing. No means no. Yang Xiaotong remained expressionless, showing no mercy at all. Cut. Zhang Qingyu skimmed his mouth and picked up the 2 forms on the table. What are the abilities of these 2 people? Let me take a look. Zhao Hu, middle order physical art talent, Jiang Chen. Blind, heavy fruit? Unseen fruit. Zhang Qingyu swept his eyes at the tall Zhao Hu on the stage. Isn't that big dumb guy a bully? What kind of person looks for a blind man to fight in the ring? Yang Xiaotong said with a look of contempt, you can't see that Jiang Chen has seeing color? Who said I couldn't see it? What's wrong with having seeing color? Just awaken seeing color, 10-meter range tops it, what's the use? Zhang Qingyu's mouth was stiff, just now his head had been thinking about the fierce beast quest, he hadn't paid any attention to Jiang Chen's movements. Yang Xiaotong, shut up you, what are you still doing here? I've already told you, it doesn't meet the requirements for mission completion. Zhang Qingyu rested his hands behind his head, can't I just watch a joy? An association cadre, watching unranked freshmen fight? Yang Xiaotong raised an eyebrow. It's up to you. Chapter 13, what an unexpected weakness. On the martial arts stage. Zhao Hu looked at Jiang Chen who had a calm face, and was already starting to get a little unsettled. Just manipulating a bit of gravity, what made him so confident? He also dared to take the initiative to come and find himself in the ring. From the time he read the book, his own height of 1 meter 9, he was the only one who bullied people, and no one dared to take the initiative to mess with him like this. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu's eyes were fierce, a hint of viciousness appeared on his face. Jiang Chen, I know that you can control gravity. Do you think that with your 1-ton gravity, you can suppress an ability user who has awakened his physical talent? Too arrogant. Jiang Chen said with interest as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Oh? 1 ton isn't enough? Zhao Wu snorted, as if he had heard some funny comment. From the tone of Jiang Chen's voice, it seemed like he really thought that 1 ton of gravity could suppress him. You can try, don't think that being a devil fruit ability person is so great, I advise you to open your eyes and look at the world. Oh, I forgot, you can't see Zhao Hu's eyes were full of teasing. Under the stage, Yang Xiaotong said in a calm tone, ready can start. The words fell. Zhao Hu's eyes stared and he violently stepped out with force. Bang! The huge body caused the ring to shake. Suddenly, a vast gravity came down from above and enveloped his surroundings. Boom! Zhao Hu's eyes glared round, and the moment gravity descended on him, he was instantly crushed to the ground, throwing his 5 bodies to the ground. This is 1 ton? Zhao Hu's face was dead against the ring floor as he stared unbelievably at the dog leg under the stage. Under this tremendous gravity, he only felt that even breathing had become incredibly difficult, and his internal organs were being squeezed by a huge force, almost about to burst open. His own strength that he was proud of as a physical arts gifted ability holder paled into insignificance in front of this gravity. Jang Chen, his hand still leaning on his blind cane, smiled and said, 4 tons, is that enough? 4 tons? Zhao Hu moved his head with difficulty, looking at Jang Chen in shock. By the looks of it, it's enough, you can't do this either. Jang Chen lightly raised his arm. Zhao Hu only felt a sense of weightlessness hit him instantly, as if heaven and earth were reversed. The entire person was sucked towards the ceiling. Boom! A loud bang came. The wall on the ceiling was directly smashed, and white broken bricks scattered down. Immediately afterward, the heavens and earth once again turned upside down. Before Zhao Hu could slow down and his head was still in a state of confusion, he was directly sucked back into the ring. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Zhao Hu's huge body slammed heavily into the ring. Jang Chen didn't give Zhao Hu time to rest. He flicked his arm. Zhao Hu's entire body was directly thrown out by 4 tons of gravity and smashed heavily on the stands. Bang! The powerful impact directly smashed the seats of the stands to pieces. With such a light triple smash, Zhao Hu collapsed onto the bleachers, a mouthful of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. From start to finish, it was less than 3 seconds. Seconds? Killed? Zhang Qingyu, who was under the stage, stared at Jang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. Even Yang Xiaotong, who had always been expressionless, had a hint of surprise in her eyes at this moment. One had to know that these two, both of them, were only freshmen who had just awakened their talents. Even if an S-rank fruit ability person was here, Zhao Hu, who was gifted in middle-rank physical arts, wouldn't be directly instantly seconded. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Jang Chen's heavy fruit was a potential top-tier S-class fruit. Moreover, it was still a fruit that had just appeared, and had directly achieved S-rank potential. To what extent it could be developed in the future, one wouldn't even dare to think about it. Either Jang Chen's attribute points far exceeded that of his opponent, Zhao Hu. Or, both. Jang Chen slowly walked to the edge of the ring and jumped down in one step. Is that all you've got? It's really unexpectedly weak. Jang Chen let out a light laugh and turned his head towards the association's ring gate, completely ignoring Zhao Hu, who was lying on the bleachers, dying. There was absolutely nothing to be excited about by seconding a freshman who hadn't entered the rank. After all, the current self was already a first-ranked ability, only that he hadn't participated in the rank evaluation yet. As for the reason why he didn't directly lay his hands on him, it was also very simple. Although this place was called a military school, it was still a school anyways, and if one slipped up and killed someone in a school ring, one didn't know if it would bring any repercussions. If this delayed one's acquisition of attribute points, it would be more than worth it. Tiger, are you all right? Seeing that Jang Chen hadn't come towards them, the dog-legged man hurriedly ran to Zhao Hu's side. Puff! Zhao Hu's mouth spat out blood bubbles, and his eyes widened as he kept staring at Jang Chen slowly departing back. The eyes he looked at Jang Chen with were filled with scorn, no longer the teasing he had at the beginning. Similarly, both freshmen who had just awakened their talents, his own middle-ranked physical arts talent was considered very strong in the early stages. Plus their initial attribute points are also considered higher, a full 70 points. But why? Can't even get close. Completely is instantaneous seconds. This blind man, what exactly is the origin? The heavy fruit, is it really that terrifying? Just awakened and he can manipulate 4 tons of gravity? Tiger, don't you know someone in the association? Find someone in the association to help. Before the dog-legged man could finish speaking, Zhao Hu gave him a death glare. Shut up. If it wasn't for this dog-legger lying to him about something like only 1 ton of gravity, he wouldn't have messed with this blind man to death. Now it's good. Originally he still wanted to fish for a top 10 place in the entrance test, but with this injury, I'm afraid he can only count down to the top 10. As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Hu's face grimaced. Jang Chen, you wait for me. Zhang Qingyu stared at Jang Chen's information in his hand, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Jang Chen, this freshman, even if his strength is so dominant, he's still so wild. TSK, I like it. With Jang Chen's performance, it's estimated that he's already a first-order ability person. Yang Xiaodong said softly. Those who could manage to reach a first-order ability person just after enrolling in school were extremely rare ever. After all, the hard requirement of 200 attribute points stuck. Attribute orbs, which belong to strategic resources in the Dragon Kingdom, were strictly forbidden to be traded privately, and if caught, they would be directly executed. Can only be obtained by their own skills, secret realm, or complete the tasks issued by the military department. This is also to prevent the attribute ball from flowing into the hands of some second generation who are afraid of death and have bad character. It was completely fair and just. After years of strict guarding, no one dared to just give the attribute orb to anyone else anymore, not even their own son. And the destructive power requirement of 1000 cards, as far as Jang Chen's current heavy fruit performance is concerned, there is also a high probability that it has already reached the standard. Hiss. Just enrolled in school as a first-order ability user, it seems like our chairman couldn't do it in the first place, right? Zhang Qingyu lamented. Yang Xiaotong put away Jang Chen's information and stood up. Zhang Qingyu asked. Where are you going? Yang Xiaotong didn't turn her head back, going back to report on freshman Jang Chen to the vice president. That what? My task. Line well. No. Cut. Zhang Qingyu secretly gave a middle finger and resentfully got up to leave. Chapter 14 Freshman Gathering, Entrance Test. Star Ocean Military Academy, Ableist Association. A gloomy activity room. A young man wearing a black undershirt with full muscles was standing in front of a steel plate. He exhaled deeply and put his fingers together. The next second. Bang! The finger gun violently poked towards the steel plate in front of him, and the 10 centimeters thick steel plate was instantly pierced through. Right at this moment, Zhao Hu, who was covered in bandages, walked in. June. The youth glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. Did you get beaten up with this appearance? Zhao Hu nodded and said. Yes, it's a freshman named Jang Chen, brother June, help me take revenge. The youth moved his wrists and sat on a black sofa, his hands resting casually on the armrests as he cocked his head and stared at Zhao Hu, a disdainful expression on his face. What's his ability? Zhao Hu said. June, he's a heavy fruit ability, manipulating gravity, and he's also a blind man. Brother June, with your strength as a second-ranked ability user, he is completely no match for you. The youth sniffed and frowned. You mean, you were beaten to this state by a blind man? In his words, the youth also purposely aggravated the sound of the word blind, as if he couldn't believe it at all that a blind man could beat his little brother into this state. Zhao Hu nodded, yes. Yes. Roll. The sudden roll from the youth's mouth made Zhao Hu not react. Ha! Zhao Hu came back to his senses and knelt down in front of the youth, crying and wailing, June, help me take revenge. The next moment. Splat. The youth slapped a slap directly almost to Zhao Hu's face and cursed. Told you to get lost, you didn't hear? What the hell is a heavy fruit, beaten to this state by a blind man, and you still dare to come to me to help you out? I'm ashamed to say it, I'm warning you, don't say you know me when you go out in the future, do you hear me? Zhao Hu was directly slapped and turned 360 degrees in the air, collapsing on the ground with a bewildered face as he touched his obviously swollen cheek. The youth stared at him viciously. In this world, the development of fruits was extremely difficult, and only 2 weeks had passed between awakening the talent and now. A fruit that hadn't appeared at all, how far could it be developed in 2 weeks? And it's still a blind one. What his own little brother had awakened was a middle-ranked physical arts talent. The physical arts talent, the sword talent and the animal fruit, belonged to the stronger talent in the early stage. With this, it was actually possible to be beaten into this state. The more the youth thought about it, the more angry he became. He raised 3 fingers and said word for word, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear in front of me. 3 days passed in an instant. Until yesterday, all the new students had already finished checking in. And the school had also given notice that today was also the day to gather for the entrance test. Jang Chen leaned on his blind cane and slowly walked to the playground. There were still 5 minutes to go before the required 8 o'clock assembly time. Jang Chen, this way. Jang Chen sensed the direction of Wang Ming's voice and slowly walked over there. In the past few days, Jang Chen had already informed Wang Ming and the other students about the matter of his comprehension of the scene color. There was no need to hide this matter. Otherwise, the other students would have to specially assist him in the future. It wasn't like before when he couldn't see, but when he could see, it felt a bit strange to be assisted. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao and the others, when they learned about this matter, they were also a little surprised. However, they didn't say much. After all, as a blind man, other perceptions were already a bit sensitive, and being able to comprehend seeing colors was nothing strange. Jang Chen walked to Wang Ming's side. "You guys are so early?" Wang Ming pointed to the watch on his wrist. "It's already 7:55. There's still 5 minutes to go before 8 o'clock. I heard that our vice principal can be fierce." "Hi, Jiang Chen." Tang Chuyao greeted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen politely nodded in response. He sensed the students in the neighborhood. Basically all of them were high school classmates. There were almost 20 people from his high school who had entered the Star Ocean Military Academy and were assigned to the same class along with 20 people from another high school next door. Only those who had awakened their talents would be accepted into the military school, and those who had only awakened a single attribute point enhancement were placed directly into the Demon Town Army. For each new class, there were roughly 2,000 students, and there were a total of 16 military schools in the country. In other words, on average, every year, they were able to send roughly 3W plus senior officers to the Demon Suppressor Army. At this moment, inside the playground, the 2,000 new students had basically all arrived. Only now, everyone hadn't yet transformed from being students, and everyone was standing casually, looking uneven. Without realizing it, the time came to 8 o'clock sharp. On the podium, a middle-aged man with a country face looked down at the freshmen below the stage, his eyes slightly narrowed. "All be quiet." The middle-aged man let out a bellowing voice. The next second, a strong pressure swept across the entire playground. The originally noisy playground instantly quieted down. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to move around, as if they would be pulverized if they moved. Jiang Chen's brows wrinkled slightly. "So strong. Is this the Overlord color?" This middle-aged man on the stage had obviously still collected his strength. Otherwise, it was estimated that all of them, the freshmen, would have to be stunned. "Stand still." The man's words fell. The new students adjusted their standing postures one after another, and although they were still a bit crooked, they at least looked a bit neater. The middle-aged man on the podium swept a glance at the freshmen below the stage, finally somewhat satisfied. "Introduce yourself. I'm your director of instruction. Wang Senator, the principal and vice principal have had something to do recently, so I'll be presiding over this new student assembly and entrance test." In front of him, there was no microphone, and purely by his own power, he was able to spread his voice throughout the entire playground. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Both the principal and vice principal had something to do? It seemed that the principal level, too, needed to go on a mission. Before this, Jiang Chen had already roughly understood the strength of the teachers in the school. Within the school, the teachers were generally 4th to 5th ranked Abelites, while the principal and vice principal were both 6th ranked Abelites. As for 7th ranked ability users, within the Demon Jin Army, they were also at the level of top lieutenant generals. As for the 8th rank, they were all generals and very few lieutenant generals, and there were very few of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. 9th order, the entire Dragon Country, there is only one person, that is the Jin Demon Army Marshal, also known as the strongest man in the Dragon Country, Jin Fruit ability. When Jiang Chen first learned about this, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect the title to be exactly the same as in the anime, and his looks were also extremely wild. Although not as exaggerated as the white beard in the anime, he was still 2 meters tall. On the podium, Wang Sen's voice was loud and low. The Star Ocean Military School was not built for a long time, only 20 years, but, during these 20 years, countless strong people have also come out. Over the past 20 years, a total of 2 great generals and over 100 lieutenant generals have been trained for the Dragon Kingdom. Military schools, unlike ordinary universities, the living conditions and welfare benefits, as you all already know, are quite a bit stronger than ordinary universities. However, all of this comes at a price. You will all be part of our Dragon Kingdom's Demon Suppressor Army in the future, guardians of our Dragon Kingdom, so you deserve to enjoy these benefits. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The welfare benefits were indeed good. Just for the freshmen alone who had just enrolled, each of them received a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan, and there were also all sorts of social benefits. After having been babbling for 10 minutes, Wang Sen only said, "I won't say more. Next, you should all be clear about it, and that is the first thing every new student does after enrolling, the entrance test." Chapter 15 Sharp Review Heavy Fruit? Fierce beasts, you should all know that after coming to our world 30 years ago, they took away the lives of countless compatriots and destroyed countless of our homes. It was only after 30 years of fighting, and the deaths and injuries of countless compatriots, that a short-lived equilibrium was achieved between us humans and the fierce beasts. Now that you have entered the military academy, you must take up the responsibility of guarding your homes and our dragon kingdom. Standing on the podium, Wang Sen's eyes were red and his voice was impassioned. Jang Chen was also somewhat touched inwardly. In his memories, he hadn't even met his father in person before he died on the battlefield. And his mother also thought long and hard, even if he was sick in the eyes, but still painstakingly raised himself to adulthood, and ultimately collapsed in front of the disease. Since childhood, has been listening to neighbors, classmates, discussing their relatives and friends, who sacrificed again. Jang Chen clenched his fists. Must keep improving his strength. It wasn't that he wanted to guard the Dragon Kingdom, but he simply wanted to save his life. After all, he was a traveler, and although he had the memories of this body, until now, there was still little sense of belonging. Wang Xin continued. Before this, perhaps most of you have only seen ferocious beasts on television, and have never actually faced one. That's why this new student entrance test of the military school aims to test your guts, and in the secret realms and wild ferocious beast battles after this, you will encounter even more dangerous and huge and terrifying ferocious beasts. The words fell. The playground resounded with soft murmurs. As Wang Xin had said, most of the freshmen had not seen the ferocious beasts with their own eyes. Among this group of freshmen, some were excited, some were looking forward, and some were fearful. Wang Xin continued. The ones you are facing in this entrance test are all just the lowest ranked ferocious beasts that have not entered the rank. If you can't even kill this, then when you get to the battlefield and go to the secret realm, you'll only have one way to die. Of course, the rewards of the entrance test are also very rich for you guys. First place, 200 attribute points awarded, second place, 150 attribute points, third place, 100 attribute points, and fourth 10th place, 50 attribute points. This is also our Dragon Kingdom's cultivation strategy. As long as you're good, then you'll be able to increase your strength like a rocket. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed to be right with Wang Ming. First place was rewarded with 200 attribute points. And the opponents were all just ferocious beasts that hadn't entered the rank. He had already killed a first-ranked mutant 100 vulture, so this first place was a must. Hearing color aura LV.1, 020 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range spread to 500 meters. Gravity domain LV.2, 020 plus, current range 50 meters, next level, range up to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave manipulation proficient. As long as he got these 200 attribute points, or 20 skill points, he could either upgrade his seeing color perception range, or upgrade his gravity domain range to fine-tune his gravity wave manipulation. Whichever one you upgrade, it's a big boost. Wang Xin babbled for a while longer and said, It's almost time now. The location of your entrance test is about 10 kilometers from here. Now everyone get on the bus. The words fell. Teachers and staff began to enter, guiding the new students to the dozens of armored personnel carriers parked by the side of the playground. Wang Ming elbowed Jang Chen. So nervous, Jang Chen, are you nervous? Not bad. Jang Chen's tone was calm. Wang Ming unconsciously increased his voice. What do you mean it's not bad? That's a ferocious beast. Did you forget about the beast tied 2 weeks ago? It was so overwhelming that I shiver just thinking about it. Jang Chen was silent. It was true that he hadn't forgotten it, and it had also brought him 100 attribute points. Tang Zhuyao also turned her head and admonished. Jang Chen, be careful. This entrance test, since it's individually scored, I also have to get attribute points, so there's no way I can guard you. Wait for the first official secret realm, we'll team up then. Jang Chen smiled. It's fine, don't worry about me. A few people chatted and bolted away. Following the team slowly, they boarded the armored personnel carriers under the teacher's guidance. Dozens of troop carriers headed towards their destination, driving away in great numbers. And following the troop carriers, there were nearly 10 Nidia vehicles. That's right. This time's entrance test would likewise be broadcast nationally. At the same time, inside a certain room in the capital city of Nanjiang Province, Linjiang City, Lei Tianlin, an ordinary little anchor, tuned up his live broadcasting equipment and turned on the live broadcast. Former captain of the Jin Demon Army, taking you to watch the Star Ocean Military Academy entrance test, sharply evaluating the brand new Devil Fruit Heavy Fruit. The small assistant on the side worried. Brother Lei, this time's selection, is it really appropriate? I see that everyone else is focusing on Tang Chuyao and Luli. The first place winner this time should be one of those two. Lei Tianlin snapped and lit a cigarette, glancing at the little assistant. Are you stupid? People that are big anchors, if I follow these two, I can only drown in the sea of people. I might as well take a gamble. The little assistant suddenly realized, Brother Lei is wise. In less than a moment, the live broadcast room began to pour in one audience after another. Pop up, before I saw this live broadcast room, I'd almost forgotten that there's a blind big smart in this class of freshmen. Pop up, this time, the first place winner is either Tang Chuyao or Luli. I said it. Pop up, why do you need to say that? An S-ranked developed and matured fruit, a pre-fierce batch of high-ranked kendo talent, cutie. All know it's one of those two. Pop up, what does the anchor think? Lei Tianlin snorted, what do think? What else can one think? Let's not discuss first place this time, there's nothing to discuss about this time let's see, the actual application effect of the heavy fruit. Splat. Lei Tianlin lit another cigarette and exhaled a heavy mouthful of smoke. He slowly analyzed. The heavy fruit, as the name suggests, manipulates gravity, and as a bold guess, Jang Chen should be able to manipulate about 1 ton of gravity. The ferocious beasts in the entrance test are all unclassified, and suppressing them is no problem at all. But theoretically speaking, manipulating gravity was more than just gravity towards the ground, it should also be able to change the direction of gravity, which meant pulling the ferocious beasts over. It's still unclear if Jang Chen he can do that, I think it's hanging, developing the fruit isn't that simple. Pop up, so Anchor thinks Jang Chen can get the number 1 spot? Lei Tianlin's mouth quirked in disdain. How many places? No matter what, Jang Chen is still blind, and he's still taking the first place. Are you guys out of your minds? Pop up, stinky mouth Anchor, what if Jang Chen has seeing color? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly, so what if there's a seeing color? How big can the range be? 10 meters? 20 meters? We're mainly looking at the practical application of the heavy fruit this time. As the words fell, he slammed the table heavily with a snap. I'll put my words here, if Jang Chen makes it into the top 100, I'll. Lei Tianlin glanced left and right, I'll eat the keyboard. Chapter 16 seconds. Inside the school playground. After the freshmen left in the troop carriers, a huge display screen was erected inside the large playground, broadcasting the freshmen's entrance tests in real time. Of course, it was impossible to broadcast every single freshman, that would be too much. Generally speaking, only the first 500 freshmen were broadcasted in real time. On the bleachers of the playground, Star Ocean Military Academy, the student executives of the Ableist Association, came with 4 of them, among them were the vice president, Xu Liang, the secretary, Yang Xiaodong, and 2 cadres, Zhang Qingyu and Xiao Yang. Zhang Qingyu rested his hands behind his head, his tone languid. It's time for the annual session of watching the monkey show again, guess how many freshmen were scared to tears this term? Yang Xiaotong on the side glared at him, shut up you. Afterwards. She pointed at one of the screens, Jang Chen, who was leaning against the troop carrier with his eyes closed, and said towards a youth beside her. This is Jang Chen, in less than 3 seconds, he secured a middle-ranked physical arts talent ability. Vice President Xu Liang nodded his head and asked, well, in this class of freshmen, besides Jang Chen, are there any other good seedlings? Yang Xiaotong handed over another stack of information. There's also the S-ranked burning fruit ability, Tang Chuyao, and the high-ranked sword Dao talent ability, Luli. Apart from these 2, there are also 8 A-ranked rated freshmen, and the information is all here. Xu Liang flipped through the information of the various freshmen and nodded, this time, focus on Tang Chuyao, Luli, and Jang Chen. Right at this moment, a bald young man sitting on the other side of the room, with his feet resting on the backrest of the front seat, said disdainfully, Che, this dead blind man, what's there to be concerned about? Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows, no, Xiao Yang, when you first enrolled in school, you were able to take out a middle-ranked physical arts talent ability in 3 seconds? Xiao Yang's face was full of disdain and he said without a care in the world. Che, to put it bluntly that's all a child's fight, a blind man is a blind man, so what if he is seeing color? So what if you have the color of sight? With that range of the color of sight, when you meet a real high-level beast, not being able to see is the biggest weakness. Before Zhang Qingyu could retaliate, Vice President Xu Liang glared at Xiao Yang and droned in a low voice. Shut up. For this person, Xiao Yang, both Xu Liang and Zhang Qingyu were rather disgusted, born to be a barbarian, no matter the facts, no matter right or wrong, just have to be a bit of a barbarian to be comfortable. Jang Chen sat inside the bumpy troop carrier, clutching the exterior wood-colored staff and sword in his hand as he perceived the scene outside the vehicle. This time, their destination was 10 kilometers away from the Star Ocean Military Academy, within an abandoned city. The entire abandoned city was firmly surrounded by a long barbed wire fence, reaching a height of 20 meters. The periphery of the barbed wire fence was surrounded by the demon suppression army, and every 10 meters, there was at least one soldier with a firearm guarding it. Dozens of armored personnel carriers, divided into different directions, slowly drove into this abandoned city. At the same time, the media vehicles that followed the troop carriers, on the other hand, did not continue to follow them deeper, but stopped outside the barbed wire fence and unfolded their carriages. Buzzing. Densely packed drones rose up from the back of the media car, following the troop carrier as it flew into the abandoned city. In order to ensure as much fairness as possible, in this entrance test, the 2,000 new students would be dispersed within this abandoned city, with every student separated by at least a few hundred meters. The unclassified ferocious beasts, on the other hand, were controlled by the demon suppression army, which had released them when the troop carriers drove into the abandoned city. These beasts, called twin-tailed beasts, were all flying beasts, belonging to one of the weakest beasts. However, their character was extremely ferocious, and as long as they saw a living human, they would attack them, defying death. At this moment, inside the troop carrier that Jang Chen was in, Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao, among others, had already gotten out of the car. Within Jang Chen's seeing color perception, he could clearly sense that there were constantly two-tailed ferocious beasts whistling through the sky. These ferocious beasts, which didn't attack troop carriers, would only attack humans. A moment later. Jang Chen, get off. A voice came out. Jang Chen heard it, stood up, and slowly stepped off the troop carrier. After Jang Chen got off, the troop carrier continued to drive forward. First place, Tang Chuyao, points, 56. Second place, Luli, points, 54. Third place, Lian Xiaoxiao, points, 30. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 29. Jang Chen wore headphones and turned on the electronic broadcast, which allowed him to broadcast the points ranking situation in real time. On each student's chest, they wore intelligent identifiers that could accurately recognize whether or not they had killed a ferocious beast. Killing a ferocious beast accumulated 1 point. And for every student, there were only 2 hours, and within the time limit, the higher the points, the higher the ranking. It seemed like the burnt fruit and the high-ranked sword Dao talent were indeed a bit of something. Tang Chuyao and Luli, the two of them are completely leading off a cliff. However, it was time for his turn next. Jang Chen moved his body. Right at this moment, within his range of perception, a twin-tailed beast appeared directly in front of him, twice as small as the 100-eyed vulture. The twin-tailed beast obviously noticed Jang Chen standing on the ground, and it swung its wings as it swooped down towards him. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly. It wasn't until after the twin-tailed beast entered the range of his gravity domain. Clank! The sword blade was sheathed 3 inches. At the same time, 4 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the sky above the twin-tailed beast. The next second. Boom! The twin-tailed beast was directly dragged to the ground by the 4 tons of gravity and smashed heavily on the ground. Roar! The twin-tailed beast wailed as it fought to wave its wings, but found that it couldn't move no matter what. Jang Chen's eyes opened a slit, revealing a flash of whites. The two-tailed beast was horrified to find that the direction of gravity had suddenly been altered, sucking it towards the direction of the humans. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Clank! The sword blade came out of its sheath. A sword sealed his throat. The head of the twin-tailed beast rolled to the ground, while its body fell behind Jang Chen with inertia. Jang Chen put away the sword in his staff and raised his eyebrows. This twin-tailed beast, it was a bit weak. When the mutant 100-eyes vulture was first stabbed down, it could at least feel some resistance. And now, under its own chopping attack with sword intent attached, it was like slicing tofu without any resistance. But one couldn't blame it. After all, a strike with sword intent attached to itself now had reached a destructive power of 2,000 cards. It far exceeded the 1,000 card requirement for a first-ranked ability, and it was normal for it to be like slicing tofu against this unranked ferocious beast. Gain 1 point. First place, Tang Chuyao. Points, 66. Second place, Luli, points, 65. 566th place, Jang Chen, 1 point. Right at this moment, 3 more twin-tailed beasts entered Jang Chen's perception range. As soon as these 3 twin-tailed beasts saw Jang Chen on the ground, they swooped down towards him at the same time. After they had entered within Jang Chen's gravity field. Boom! Gravity fell. The three twin-tailed beasts slammed into the ground at the same time, and immediately afterward, their bodies were completely unable to move, being dragged by the terrifying gravitational force in Jang Chen's direction. Swish! Jang Chen's sword blade flashed. Gained 3 points. 424th place, Jang Chen, 4 points. At this moment, Jang Chen also entered the live broadcast screen for the first time as he had rushed into the top 500. Chapter 17, 6 Styles Shave, 12 Consecutive Flashes. Linjiang City, inside a small dark room. Lei Tianlin was holding a cigarette in one hand while gushing to the live broadcast screen. In the middle of the screen, what was playing was Tang Juyao's image. Tang Chuyao was seen standing on the street as a twin-tailed beast swooped down. Boom! A dazzling fire fist roared out, directly blasting the twin-tailed beast away, falling heavily to the ground. As we all know, gravity, also called gravity, is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, possessing infinite potential. Let me give you a few examples, such as if it is developed to the extreme, can it be controlled to the molecular level, solidifying the molecules around itself to form an impenetrable shield? Or distort photons to create illusions? Twisting atoms to create everything? Or even, create black holes with your bare hands? Lei Tianlin smoked a cigarette while gushing and sharply commenting on the heavy fruits. Pop up, hiss. Listening to the anchor analyze it like this, could Jang Chen really be able to achieve such a level? Pop up, exaggerated, the anchor is too exaggerated. Pop up, keep blowing. Pop up, I think it's unlikely, Jang Chen is blind, it's not certain how long he can survive within the cruel secret realm and battlefield. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-up and explained. First of all, this is just an idea of the ability of this fruit, don't you guys believe it, the #1 person in the beautiful country across the ocean. He is also the one who possesses the ability to manipulate one of the 4 basic forces of the magnetic magnet fruit. He is a terrifying existence that can directly shake the magnetic field and set off floods and earthquakes. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke and continued. Whether Jang Chen can do it or not, there's no need to discuss this question at all, the answer is obvious, it's completely impossible. Let's not mention the issue of Jang Chen being blind, even if Jang Chen was a normal person, it would be impossible for him to develop it to such an extent after just him alone. The difficulty of developing devil fruits is well known, that magnet fruit ability holder across the ocean also went through 4 whole generations of development before reaching this level. As Lei Tianlin analyzed, the number of people in the live broadcast room grew. Pop-ups floated by like snowflakes. Pop-up, according to Anchor's analysis, I think there's a high probability that Jang Chen will be able to get the top 10. Pop-up, I also think that it wouldn't be better to just pull the ferocious beast over and slaughter it. Pop-up, if you want to pull the beast over, unless you can control the direction of gravity, right, Jang Chen can do it now? How come I don't quite believe it? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly. Pull the ferocious beast over? According to past experience, it's simply impossible to develop the ability to this extent in just over 2 weeks. With Jang Chen's current abilities, I boldly predict that he can only be a supporting toolman, playing support for his teammates and putting some pressure on the fierce beast. Plus, Jang Chen doesn't have any means of attack other than putting on some gravity, and is still blind. It's the same old story, if Jang Chen makes it into the top 100, I'll eat my keyboard. Just as Lei Tianlin was analyzing at length. A line of pop-ups floated by, don't blow it off Anchor, quickly cut out and take a look, Jang Chen has already entered the top 500. Lei Tianlin's eyes widened violently as he quickly exited Tang Chuyao's live screen. After searching for a moment, he was able to find Jang Chen's live broadcast. At this moment, Jang Chen was slowly walking down the street. Behind him, 4 twin-tailed beasts were lying on the ground in pieces. 388th, Jang Chen, 8 points. The best way to kill them now was to utilize the ability of the heavy fruit to fly into the sky and continuously suck the twin-tailed beasts over in the air to kill them. But in that case, there was a problem. Manipulating gravity to fly was an extremely complicated matter that required constant control over the size of gravity and the direction of gravity. With one's current ability to manipulate gravity, it was simply impossible to fly while constantly sucking the ferocious beasts over to kill them. Furthermore, flying was also an extremely energy-consuming matter, and with one's current mental power, one was simply unable to do so for a long period of time. Therefore, the best method at the moment, that was to fly at a low altitude. As long as there was a twin-tailed beast entering one's perception range, one would directly land on the ground and suck it over to kill it. There was still more than an hour left. As long as the luck wasn't backed into the sky, it was completely enough to take a first place. Thinking of this, Jang Chen immediately moved and ran towards the front. At the same time, an animal department bull fruit bison form ability freshman was currently transforming into a bison, staring dead on at the twin-tailed beast in the air that was swooping towards him. Suddenly, the freshman froze. The twin-tailed beast was originally getting closer and closer to him, and was basically already at the point of arrival. Suddenly, it seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force and flew in the opposite direction. It wasn't just the freshman. This twin-tailed beast also froze, and it realized that this force was incredibly large. It was completely unable to move itself. In less than a second. Swish! A flash of cold light flashed. The twin-tailed beast's head rolled down to the ground. No, man, how can you still rob monsters like that? This is cheating, cheating! The freshman's eyes widened as he shouted towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen ignored him and continued to run towards the front. Right at this moment. Ai chow! The new student glanced at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In the sky, there were a dozen or so twin-tailed beasts, darting down towards Jang Chen's direction from all directions. Humph, I told you to steal the monsters, I'll see how you die. The new student hurriedly hid behind the wall, gloating as he looked at Jang Chen. Although the twin-tailed beasts were weak on their own, but with so many of them attacking at the same time, none of them, the group of freshmen, would be able to stop them. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, who were hiding on the other side, were also poised to attack. Once a student's life was in danger, then their group would be the first to step in and rescue the new student. However, this also meant that the new student was directly eliminated. Jang Chen also sensed this. He didn't panic in the slightest, stopping and waiting quietly for the group of two-tailed beasts. Roar! The entire 12 twin-tailed beasts roared at the same time and lunged towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen gently drew his sword blade. Bang! 4 tons of gravity directly smashed a twin-tailed beast into the ground. Immediately after that, bang bang bang! One after another, the entire 12 twin-tailed beasts were all crushed into the ground. Jang Chen didn't choose to directly suck the 12 twin-tailed beasts over to kill them. The reason was simple, because he realized that there were too many of them, and with his current gravity manipulation ability, pressing them all to the ground was already nearing the limit of his manipulation. Moreover, there was another reason. Jang Chen wanted to try out the Navy 6 style. So far, he hadn't used Navy 6 style, his own skill, and regardless of whether it was useful or not, he always had to try it when he had the chance. After all 12 twin-tailed beasts were dead weighted to the ground. The next second, Jang Chen moved. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and immediately after, it appeared 5 meters away, then disappeared again. Swish swish swish. 12 consecutive flashes passed. 12 twin-tailed beasts, their heads were simultaneously thrown high into the air, scarlet blood spraying into the air. It was clean and sharp. The freshman hiding at the side, incredulously looking at this scene, blurted out, "I. Grass?" At the same time, all the people in the outside world who were watching Jang Chen's live broadcast were also sensationalized. Chapter 18 Jang Chen can chop out sword intent? On the playground bleachers, Zhang Qingyu stood up with a mischievous sound, pointing at one of the 500 live broadcast images, the one of Jang Chen, and exclaimed, "Old Chu, that's the 6th style of shaving, right?" Chu Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. "It's shave all right, 12 consecutive instantaneous shifts of 5 meters each. Those who can practice the 6th style to this extent are at least 2nd-ranked ability users already." Zhang Qingyu gently shook his head and sighed, "Tsk, this Jiang Chen seems to be a ing genius." After saying that, he continued. "And from what I can see of his seeing color, it seems like it's far more than 20 meters, I guess it has to be more than 50 meters. Chu Liang nodded his head and looked at the scoreboard on the side. First place, Tang Chuyao, points, 98. Second place, Luli, points, 96. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 82. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 82. 98th place, Zhang Chen, 42 points. At this rate, Zhang Chen won't really be able to get first place, right?" Zhang Xingyu sighed, "When the secret realm is over, I think we can just absorb Zhang Chen as a full member and skip the step of temporary member." Chu Liang shook his head. "Zhang Chen does have very high potential, but we still have to see how the first secret realm performs." Just then, Chao Yang said with a face full of disdain, He's not a physical arts natural ability person. Even if he practiced the 6 styles to the sky and couldn't comprehend the armed color hegemony, what's the use? Jang Chen turned his head to look at him and immediately retorted, who told you that if you're not a physically gifted ability user, you can't comprehend armed color hegemony? Chao Yan remained full of unconcern and said, a matter of probability, right? Physical arts gifted ability person, 1 out of 10 can comprehend armed color hegemony. Non-physical arts gifted ability person, 1 out of 100? And heavy fruit, I can't see any offensive. Playing auxiliary is really good. Chao Yang would like to call Jang Chen as the strongest auxiliary toolman. Zheng Qingyu sniffed and couldn't hold his tongue. He rolled up his sleeves. Grass. Old Chu, I can't help it. I'm going to beat this barbarian to death. Chu Liang pulled Zheng Qingyu back and swept a glance at the duo. Stop it. Chao Yang, you say less. Chao Yang was full of defiance. What's wrong with me? What I said is the truth. Shut up. Chu Liang glared at him. Chao Yang skimmed his mouth and twisted his head to the side. Inside the small dark room in Linjiang City, Lei Tianlin's eyes were wide open, staring incredulously at the live broadcast screen, and he didn't even notice when his cigarette fell on his pants. A moment later, a burning smell came from underneath. Lei Tianlin violently lowered his head. My chow. My pants. At this moment, pop-ups were flying all over the live broadcast room. Pop-up screen, what the hell was that instantaneous movement just now? Pop-up screen, grass. Zhang Chen actually knows 6 styles? And at that level, it's at least a second-ranked ability to perform it. Pop-up, is Zhang Chen really a genius? Pop-up, it's a pity that heaven envies geniuses. What's the use of being blind? Pop-up, it's obvious that Zhang Chen knows seeing color, and the range isn't small. Pop-up, what does the anchor think? Pop-up screen, has anyone noticed that Zhang Chen has already killed his way into the top 100? Pop-up, sit back and wait for the anchor to eat the keyboard. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-up screen inside. Cough cough cough, I didn't realize that Zhang Chen has actually mastered shaving to this extent. I see that some people on the pop-up screen are asking about the 6 styles, let me explain it to you guys. He relit a cigarette again, and had to say, was indeed an old smoker. The 6 styles, also known as the 6 styles of the Jin Demon Army, was created by a physically gifted general 20 years ago, and was later extended to the entire Jin Demon Army, including the military academy, where it is a mandatory course. Normally speaking, you need to complete your talent awakening before you can learn it, and learning it before you have your talent awakened will result in extremely slow progress. Zhang Chen only awakened his talent for more than 2 weeks, and was able to train Shave to instantly move 5 meters and instantly move 12 times in a row, so it can truly be said that he's a genius. After Lei Tianlin finished speaking, he glanced at the pop-up screen and realized that there were still many people asking what level this was. He thought for a moment and explained. Let me put it to you this way, generally speaking, a normal person needs to study for at least 3 months after awakening their talent before they can reach the level of instantly moving 5 meters, and at most, they can only instantly move 3 times in a row. Inside the live broadcast room. Pop-up, although Zhang Chen is a genius, I still can't understand why he gave up the burning fruit and chose the heavy fruit. Pop-up, is there a possibility that Zhang Chen is also a genius when it comes to fruit development? It's obvious to see that Zhang Chen can already manage to control the direction of gravity. Pop-up, anchor evaluate Zhang Chen's seeing color level. Pop-up, just a reminder anchor, Zhang Chen has already entered the top 100, please fulfill your promise. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-up screen and slowly spoke. Zhang Chen seeing color level, I roughly estimate that it's at least 50 meters. But well, it's normal when you think about it, a blind man's perception in other areas will be a bit more sensitive, and there have been precedents before. Soldiers of the Jin Demon Army who were wounded and blinded on the battlefield are more likely to awaken their hearth color hegemony. Moreover, there was once a blind soldier who reached the level of 80 meters in just 2 months after awakening the hearing color hegemony. Only, in a real battlefield, the range of vision of 80 meters was still too narrow, and he ended up sacrificing himself on the battlefield. That's why I'm still pessimistic about Zhang Chen's future. Right now these ferocious beasts are just unclassified ferocious beasts. I roughly observed that the weapon in Zhang Chen's hand is at least a C-grade alloy weapon. Killing an uninitiated ranked ferocious beast is just like chopping tofu. But once you encountered a first or higher ranked beast in the secret realm, or even a second ranked beast, it wouldn't be so easy. Zhang Chen isn't a sword-down natural ability person, so even if he uses a C-grade alloy longsword, the odds are that he won't be able to break through the defense when faced with a ferocious beast of the first rank or above. Lei Tianlin blew hard on the cigarette ashes scattered on the table, pointed at the live broadcast screen, and exclaimed. It's the same old story. If Jang Chen makes it into the top 10, I'll eat my keyboard. At this moment, Lei Tianlin, looking at the rising number of people in the live broadcast room, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, this time, the sharp review Jang Chen's selection was the right one. Inside the live broadcast room. Pop up? Pop up, no, the old saying just now was clearly to get into the top 100, so flexible? Pop-up screen, anchor, I advise you to be honest, I'm recording the screen here. Pop-up screen, it's okay, on Jang Chen's performance, I think the top 10 has no problem at all, sit and wait for the anchor to eat the keyboard. Inside the abandoned city. At this time, Luli happened to also see Jang Chen's 12 consecutive flashes this scene, her mouth slightly opened wide. When Jang Chen left, she ghostly curiously walked over to those broken up ferocious beasts' corpses and bent down, surveying the flat wounds. Suddenly, her eyes widened. At the wounds, there was actually a faint aura of sword intent emanating from them. In this world, sword Dao talent ability users who possess sword intent were extremely sensitive to the perception of sword intent. Luli twisted her head to look in the direction Jang Chen had left. Some information images kept surfacing in her mind. The sword intent that remained in the sword test room, Jang Chen had left just in time. The tide of ferocious beasts had receded, the mutated hundred-eyed vulture had been killed in the Red Star neighborhood where Jang Chen lived, and the demon suppression army had questioned all the sword Dao gifted abilities, including her. Coupled with the sword intent that was now emanating from the wounds of these two-tailed beasts, it was obvious that the first-order mutant hundred-eyed vulture was killed by Jang Chen. To be able to kill a first-order ferocious beast just after awakening, Jang Chen was definitely stronger than any of the new students. This time, the first place seems to be going to Jang Chen. Thinking of this, Luli gazed at Jang Chen's departing direction. Although I don't know how Jang Chen managed to cut out sword intent despite being a non-sword Dao natural ability person, but that's not important. What's important is that for the next Secret Realm duo, we must find Jang Chen to team up with. Chapter 19 Jang Chen is number 1? Street. The 10 twin-tailed beasts were firmly locked to the ground by an invisible gravity. The next moment, a ghostly figure flashed by, and the 10 twin-tailed beasts almost at the same time drank their hate to the northwest, their heads and bodies separated. Jang Chen shook off the blood from the blade of his sword and continued to run towards the front. Gained 10 points. 68th place, Jang Chen, 52 points. Jang Chen dashed along while listening to the information coming from his headphones. It was already 68th place, and the gap was narrowing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was almost the last to get off the troop carriers, he would probably have been firmly in first place from the start. It wasn't much of a problem though. Those who disembarked the troop carriers first would start the clock first, and there wouldn't be any unfairness. Moreover, at this current rate of points increase, it wouldn't take long at all for him to surpass the first place Tang Chuyao. He just didn't know what Tang Chuyao's expression would be when she saw that she had snatched her first place later. With the slow passage of time, besides the top 5 names that basically remained unchanged, the other freshman points all bit the dust. First place, Tang Chuyao, points 136. Second place, Luli, points 130. Third place, Lian Xiao, points 102. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points 98. 10th place, Li Liang, points 90. Most of the people's names kept bouncing up and down. Among them, there was one name that was an exception, and was climbing at a rocket speed. 58th place, Jang Chen, 60 points. 52nd place, Jang Chen, 68 points. 30th place, Jang Chen, 74 points. 14th place, Jang Chen, 88 points. Finally, on the school podium, a teacher spotted the name Jang Chen and exclaimed, "Director Wang, look at Jang Chen in 14th place, this rise is too fast." "No, it's already 10th place now." Wang Sen, who was joking with the other teachers, glanced at the leaderboard suspiciously. "Jang Chen? It's only 10th place, what's all the fuss about?" That teacher said meaningfully, "Director, you'll know when you see how Jang Chen kills the ferocious beasts later." Wang Sen stared curiously at Jang Chen's live feed. From the beginning, he hadn't paid any attention at all to the freshman outside of the 10th place, so at this point, he didn't know what was going on with Jang Chen. On the screen, Jang Chen was running through the streets with a wooden blind cane in one hand and a long sword with a cold, flashing light in the other. A moment later, 8 twin-tailed beasts appeared in the air, and immediately afterward, an invisible force directly pulled them to the ground and firmly suppressed them. The next second, Jang Chen's figure disappeared in place, transforming into a residual shadow that flashed in front of the 8 twin-tailed beasts in turn. Swish, swish, swish. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Clean and sharp. Without any delay. Wang Xin stood up with a sound of miso and stared incredulously at the live feed. This is a 6-style shave? How could a freshman possibly achieve this level of skill? The teacher said with a smug look on his face, "I told you, director, I'll tell you one more thing, he's blind." Blind? He has seeing color? Wang Sen's eyes widened another point. The teacher nodded, "That's right, I've been paying attention to him for a long time, and his seeing color range, based on my observation, is at least 50 meters. Wang Xin was silent for a moment and said towards the assistant at the side, "Bring Jang Chen's information for me to take a look." The assistant rummaged around for a while and handed Wang Xin a form. Wang Xin surveyed the form and muttered. So he's the heavyweight fruit ability, no wonder the name feels a bit familiar. So those twin-tailed beasts just now, they were suppressed by gravity and couldn't move on the ground? The teacher added from the side. Director, after my observation, just now I realized that he has managed to change the direction of gravity. According to our past experience in developing fruits, this move is definitely not simple. So I'm guessing that this Jang Chen is not only a genius in physical arts and a genius in seeing colors, his fruit development ability is also considered a genius. Wang Xin froze for a while, then a regretful expression appeared on his face, shaking his head slightly. Hey, it's a pity that the eyes are blind. Seeing color, even if it reaches 100 meters, in the real secret battlefield, the eyes can't see, it's still a huge disadvantage. As the words fell, the surroundings fell into a silence. Everyone knew that the sight distance of the human eye could reach more than 20 kilometers in clear weather. In case a wave of beasts or some other danger appeared 100 meters away and the eyes couldn't see it, by the time they entered the 100-meter range of the seeing color, it would most likely already be too late. Who is Jang Chen's homeroom teacher? Wang Xin asked. A moment later, a young man around 30 years old walked up to Wang Xin. "Director, I'm Jang Chen's homeroom teacher, Lin Weidong." Wang Xin patted the young man's shoulder and barked. Jang Chen has a lot of potential, but his eyes are a big problem. You take care of him more next, including the grouping aspect of the secret realm. He was able to develop his seeing color to this extent in just over 2 weeks of awakening. In the future, he might be able to reach a 1,000-meter range of seeing colors, or even tens of kilometers. Jang Chen's potential is unlimited. Lin Weidong froze, 1,000-meter range of seeing color. Right now the strongest seeing color in the world is only 100 meters, right? That's now, Jang Chen he is different. Wang Sen's eyes glanced at Jang Chen's live screen. Joking aside, a freshman who had just awakened more than 2 weeks ago had developed the 6 styles of shaving, fruit ability, and seeing color ability to this extent. If it were anyone else, Wang Xin wouldn't believe it, but with the potential Jang Chen was showing now, Wang Xin was somewhat convinced. All of this needed to be lived, and once it died halfway, it was useless to say anything. Suddenly, that teacher who was the first to discover Jang Chen exclaimed. "First place, Jang Chen is first." The words fell. All the surrounding teachers looked at the live broadcast screen where Jang Chen was in shock. First place in the middle of a conversation? Wang Xin stared at Jang Chen in the live broadcast screen, the corners of his mouth gradually rising, his eyes full of appreciation. At this time on the other side of the abandoned city, Tang Chuyao flew through the streets. Suddenly, 3 twin-tailed beasts were in the air, swooping down towards her. Tang Chuyao stopped in her tracks, her gaze dead set on the ferocious beasts in the air. She gently clenched her fist, and a blazing flame instantly wrapped around her right hand. The next second, she violently swung her fist out in the direction of the twin-tailed beast. Flames roared out from the fist's blade, transforming into a fiery fist that smashed into the 3 twin-tailed beasts in the air. Boom! With just one blow, the 3 twin-tailed beasts were smashed out. Points gained, 3. Tang Chuyao exhaled softly. Luckily, during these 2 weeks or so, she had been learning from her predecessor's burnt fruit development experience online. Finally, after enrolling in school, he developed a fire fist that could be externally released. Thanks to the second time, since getting off the troop carrier, he himself had also maintained the #1 spot on the leaderboards. Other than that high-ranked kendo gifted ability person, Luli, who had been biting hard at himself, the others weren't a threat at all. But Luli was only biting tighter, and hadn't surpassed her yet. The score should have widened a bit more by now. The corners of Tang Juyao's mouth rose slightly as she called up the holographic scoreboard. First place, Jang Chen, points, 180. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 170. Third place, Luli, points, 166. Fourth place, Lian Xiaoxiao, points, 120. Question mark. Tang Chuyao repeated her confirmation a few times, finally determining that she had indeed not misread it. First place, Jang Chen? Chapter 20, The End of the Test. Inside the live broadcast room, pop-ups spread across the entire screen as Jang Chen's name jumped to first place. Pop-up, my god, Jang Chen is in first place? Pop-up screen, kneeling, how is a blind man so strong? Pop-up, I think it's because the ferocious beasts are too weak. Jang Chen's fruit ability can pull the ferocious beasts over, this is too much of an advantage compared to others. Pop-up, too much of an advantage? Eyes blind, you are not mentioning a sentence and just awakened more than 2 weeks to shave practice to this point, you also ignored not see, recognize other people excellent is so difficult? Pop-up, what's the point? If you can take first place in the secret realm, then that's what's called great, killing some beasts that haven't entered the rank, what's so great about it? Pop-up, everyone, it seems like the anchor has to eat the keyboard. At this moment, Lei Tianlin was also staring at Jang Chen in the live broadcast screen with a face full of incredulity. Before starting the live broadcast, he also thought that the first place was either Tang Chuyao or Luli, and sharp commented on Jang Chen, completely wanting to make a differentiation and rubbing waves of traffic. Unexpectedly, by mistake, Jang Chen took the first place? And his live room, also because of Jang Chen's first place, became the most crowded live room at this time. Lei Tianlin glanced at the densely packed pop-ups, his mind frantically pondering how to take over this heaven-splashing traffic. Right now, he definitely couldn't turn his head to brag about Jang Chen, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Besides, he himself felt in his heart that Jang Chen was only taking advantage of his fruit ability. Even if he was a genius in other aspects, the disadvantage of being blind was still too great. Even if seeing color was no longer a genius, developing it to 200 meters would be the end of the line, right? Want to use this as a substitute for eyes? How could that be possible? Soon, he made a good decision, since he wanted to sharply evaluate, then he would sharply evaluate to the end. Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette and snorted coldly. What's wrong with first place? I see that someone just said in the pop-up screen as well, it's just killing some fierce beasts that haven't entered the rank. I am also the same point of view, blind is blind, see the color is no longer powerful cannot replace, again powerful cannot be on the distance of thousands of meters? Maybe some people still do not know, I give you a reminder, now the world's strongest smell color, the range is only 100 meters, know how naive your views, right? Thousands of meters of hearing color, what are you dreaming of? I'll put it here, if Jang Chen can develop his seeing color to thousands of meters, I'll rip my head off. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens were frantically discussing. Pop-up, I'm optimistic that Jang Chen will be able to reach 1,000 meters of seeing colors in the future. Pop-up, still later? I don't think Jang Chen will live to see 2 secret realms. Pop-up, reaching 10 times the current strongest? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The tricolor hegemony, whether it's comprehending it or cultivating it, is much more difficult than you guys think. Pop-up, anchor, you should eat the keyboards of the top 100 and top 10 before discussing the head screwing down. Pop-up, agreed, anchor perform eating the keyboards first, just the one under your hand. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-ups, selectively ignoring the ones that told him to eat the keyboard. Some people say that Jang Chen's fruit development ability is also genius, I can only say that you guys are still too underestimating fruit development. I'm a former retired soldier of the Jin Demon Army, and I'm also a fruit ability user, so I myself know very well how difficult fruit development is. Let me give you an example, you guys know about the burning fruit, right? The development of the burning fruit was the result of the efforts of 3 generations. The first generation could only attach flames to their fists. The second generation developed the flame outward, which is now the signature move of the burnt fruit, the fire fist. In the third generation, the burnt fruit was further developed to condense the flames into an oversized fireball like the sun, also known as Great Inferno Ring Inferno Emperor. Lei Tianlin's voice, the more he spoke, the more excited he became, the louder he spoke. I can responsibly say that Jang Chen, even if he is indeed more powerful than others in terms of his fruit development abilities, in his generation, at best, he can only manage to change the direction of gravity. Right. If you don't believe me, we'll see. Lei Tianlin looked at the live broadcast room where the number of people was rising, and forced himself to hold back his inner excitement. Time flew by, and an hour later, inside the abandoned city. In this entrance test, the new students had combined to kill thousands of ferocious beasts. It was a good thing that the twin-tailed beasts had an extremely strong reproduction ability, but their strength was extremely weak, and under the control of the demon suppressor army, they were completely reduced to being the testing stone for every new student. At this moment, the streets were filled with the heavy odor of blood. Jang Chen gently wiped the bloodstains on the blade of his sword clean before slowly withdrawing it into his blind staff. Behind him, there were several twin-tailed beast carcasses scattered in bits and pieces. Points gained, 3. 5 minutes until the end of the test. First place, Jang Chen, points, 398. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 287. Third place, Luli, points, 276. Fourth place, Lian Xiaoxiao, points, 224. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the electronic broadcast of the leaderboards coming out of his headphones. With a lead of more than 100 points, the first place seemed to be secure. Phew! There was one thing to say: after running for almost 2 hours, the genius was a little tired. Jang Chen found a rock and sat on it. Do not kill. Only 5 minutes left. If this can be overtaken, then he also recognized. It was almost time to think about how to distribute the 200 attribute points and 20 skill points for first place. Hearing color hegemony LV.1, 020 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range spread to 500 meters. Blind sword art LV.2, 020 plus, current sword intent comprehended, next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV.2, 020 plus, current field range is 50 meters, next level, range spreads to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave manipulation proficient. Naval 6 styles LV.1, 010 plus. The first thing that was ruled out was upgrading Naval 6th style. After all, if one upgraded the 6th style, it would mean 10 skill points left and no place to use them. Being obsessive compulsive myself, it was hard to look at having skill points and not being able to use them. Blind sword technique wasn't very urgent either, and the next level would just raise the power. The key is still to choose between hearing color or gravity field. The next level of hearing color aura could directly increase the range to 500 meters. One could now clearly feel the limitations of one's field of vision, which was a great enhancement. The gravity domain, on the other hand, could further enhance the manipulation of gravity waves. The next level should be able to attach gravity to the sword instead of caging a range. Just imagine, when there were more attribute points, it could even directly attach hundreds of tons to the sword, and then attach the sword intent. How many times must this be an increase in power? Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but get excited inside. No, wait. If you raise the gravity domain, the range will also be raised to 200 meters, but the range of your own seeing color perception is 100 meters, so isn't that a loss? Jang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. It was better to raise the seeing color. The current 100-meter range of vision was still too narrow. Let's expand the perception range 5 times to 500 meters first. In the middle of Jang Chen's contemplation, the news of the end of the entrance test also came from within the headphones. This year's new student entrance test officially ends. Please wait in place for each new student. At the same time, countless armored personnel carriers drove into the city, picking up the new students out of the abandoned city based on the positioning information on them. Chapter 21, Doubling Attribute Points. Inside the abandoned city, all the twin-tailed beasts had been retrieved, and the city returned to calmness, leaving only the thick smell of blood that had not dissipated for a long time. A fully loaded armored personnel carrier slowly headed towards the exit. The vehicle. From time to time, the other freshmen glanced at Jang Chen sitting in the corner, whispering to each other. Who is Jang Chen? The one in the corner. Ah, you didn't brush Douyin? The one who dominated the hot searches before. Oh. Remembered, hiss. Didn't expect it to be so fierce. I just watched the live broadcast on the internet. It is estimated to take advantage of the fruit ability. Taking advantage of it, people can take first place as the ability, 200 attribute points. I'm envious. Before today, everyone thought that the first place would be either Tang Chuyao or Luli, but I didn't expect the truth to be beyond everyone's expectations. Jang Chen sat quietly in the corner, holding his wooden sword in battle with both hands and resting his eyes. In less than half an hour's time, the troop carrier arrived at the gathering point. Jang Chen slowly stepped off the vehicle. From afar, Wang Ming and a group of his classmates who came out first were gathered together, watching Jang Chen's live replay on their cell phones. Wang Ming was the first to notice Jang Chen, who was walking slowly, and he waved his hand at Jang Chen as he jogged over. "Awesome, Brother Chen. You know, you broke the Star Ocean Military Academy entrance test record." Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This changed into Brother Chen? This broke the record? What was it before? Jang Chen asked. Before it seemed to be a little over 300, it was that youngest lieutenant general, the rattling thunder fruit ability Yi Qing. So little? Hearing Jang Chen's words, Wang Ming was inwardly speechless. Lass? Was this speaking in human terms? Tang Chuyao only had 287 points. What's your first place? Jang Chen casually asked. Wang Ming scratched his head and sighed. Hey, only mixed up a 20th place, only the top 10 have rewards, I'm out of luck. Cheer up in the future. Jang Chen, who was a social terrorist, really didn't know how to comfort Wang Ming. Wang Ming then asked. Brother Chen, honestly, just how big is your seeing color range? We were just watching the replay of your livestream, it's at least 50 meters, right? As soon as they heard this, everyone around glanced Jang Chen's way, fluttering their curious eyes. Jang Chen was silent for a moment and returned. It's not that big, just 100 meters. This thing, there really was no need to hide it, it was as much as it was. As the words fell, the air was silent. The surrounding people had their mouths slightly open, looking at Jang Chen incredulously. Wang Ming stared at Jang Chen in shock. Not much? How could that be said? Right now, the strongest person with the greatest seeing color range in the world was only 100 meters alright. However, what Wang Ming didn't know was Jang Chen's seeing color range was about to expand to 500 meters. Jang Chen, congratulations. Tang Chuyao was smiling on her face, but in her heart, she was a little embarrassed. When the entrance test started, she was still telling people that she had no way of guarding them, but as a result, now, someone else has taken first place. It turns out that the clown was actually myself. But this was a good thing, one had already made up one's mind that the first secret realm would be to protect Jang Chen. Now, from the video just now, Jang Chen's fruit ability has an extremely strong auxiliary ability, can hard control ferocious beasts, and the range of the smell color is also up to 100 meters, which can be called ace auxiliary. Even if Jang Chen was a little weaker in terms of attack power, it didn't matter. He himself has a strong semi-AoE skill Fire Fist. When the time comes in the secret realm, Jang Chen gathered monsters and killed the monsters himself, the efficiency is definitely higher. Jang Chen politely nodded in response. Ever since he had come out, he had noticed that almost 80% or more of the freshmen around him were all gazing at him intentionally or unintentionally, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Just then, Director of Instruction Wang Xin and homeroom teacher Lin Weidong also walked over. Jang Chen, well done. Wang Xin glanced at the teacher on the side. I didn't expect Yi Qing's record to be broken after only 3 years. And it's also opened up a gap of almost 100 points. The man on the side laughed. Wang Xin gently tapped Jang Chen's shoulder. Jang Chen, when did your seeing color reach the 100-meter range? Jang Chen froze for a moment. He himself had long noticed Wang Xin and the two of them coming this way. And when he was telling Wang Ming and the others about the seeing color, Wang Xin was still at least 20 meters away from him. Wang Xin also had seeing color? This head teacher wasn't simple possessing both overwhelming colors and seeing colors at the same time, he just didn't know what kind of talent he had. About a week or so ago. Jang Chen casually responded. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Xin's eyes, and he quickly recovered as he nodded with a smile. Good. He then introduced Jang Chen. This is the homeroom teacher of your class. If you need any help in the future, you can reflect to him. My name is Lin Weidong. A man with a gentlemanly face beside him extended his right hand towards Jang Chen. According to the rules of the military school, it was usually the first class after the entrance test that the homeroom teacher and his classmates would formally meet. Wang Xin said with a smile. Alright then, everyone is almost out, let's go back to the school first, we'll distribute the rewards when we get back to the school. As the words fell, the surrounding students once again cast envious gazes towards Jang Chen. That was 200 attribute points. One must know that there were very few freshmen nowadays who could reach a total of 200 attribute points when looking at the whole country, and this would instantly double their total attribute points. After waiting for the freshmen to all head towards the troop carriers, Lin Weidong looked at his cell phone, his brows furrowed, and he attached his ear towards Wang Xin. Director, I just got the news that this time the first secret realm has been refreshed. It's an S-class secret realm. When Wang Xin heard this, his eyes widened. S-class secret realm. Lin Weidong nodded gruffly. Wang Xin was silent for a moment and sighed. Hey, the new students, most of them haven't even reached the first rank. After returning to the school, Wang Xin pulled the top 10 to the podium and personally gave out attribute point rewards to the top 10. After this, Wang Xin babbled on for a while, pumped back the chicken blood, and then had the crowd of freshmen dismissed. Jang Chen returned inside the dormitory and lay on the sofa. Having hacked hundreds of ferocious beasts, all he wanted to do at this point was lie down. Strength, 40 plus. Spirit, 80 plus. Physique, 40 plus. Agility, 40 plus. Assignable attribute points, 200. Manipulable gravity, 4 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Jang Chen surveyed the 200 attribute points that had arrived. Cool. Let's distribute the attribute points first. Ding ding ding. The panel kept flashing with bursts of golden light. A moment later. Strength, 80 plus. Spirit, 160 plus. Physique, 80 plus. Agility, 80 plus. Assignable attribute points, 0. Manipulable gravity, 8 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Jang Chen clenched his fist and felt the power surging within his body. All the attributes had directly doubled. His own previous strike with sword intent attached to it could probably cut out a destructive force of 2,000 cards. Now that the attributes had doubled, it meant that he was now able to chop out at least 4,000 cards of destructive power with a full strike. The destructive power requirement for second-ranked ability users was 5,000 cards. Now that he had only just enrolled in school, and most people hadn't even reached first-order ability person, he was already close to being a second-order ability person. Not only that. The manipulable gravity came to 8 tons. Equivalent to the weight of 4 cars. You want to fight me? You'll have to carry 4 cars on your back first. With 8 tons of gravity, no one should be able to stop a first-order ability or a beast, and even a second-order ability would have a hard time stopping it. At least one would have to be in the middle of the second order to barely be able to act against 8 tons of gravity. Next, it's the official start of school tomorrow. I heard that it seems like the secret realm will be explained? With this strength, the first secret realm was reasonably fine. After all, the others weren't even at the first rank yet. Jang Chen shifted his gaze to the skill panel, and had to order his skills next. Chapter 22, Secret World? Familiar monsters. Assignable skill points, 20. Hearing color hegemony LV.1, 020 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range spread to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 020 plus, currently has sword intent, next level, sword intent mastery. Gravity field LV.2, 020 plus, current field range is 50 meters, next level, range spreads to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave manipulation proficient. Naval 6 styles LV.1, 010 plus. Without the slightest hesitation, Jang Chen directly allocated all of his skill points to seeing color hegemony. 100 meters of perception range was still too narrow. Plus if he boosted the gravity domain, that gravity range spread out while the perception range remained at 100 meters, so it was too much of a loss. Ding 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 ding. A burst of golden light flashed. Hearing color hegemony LV.2, 060 plus, current range 500 meters, next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, armed color hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 710. The next moment. Jang Chen's perception range violently spread by a large margin. Now that it was no longer just a blurry mass of emptiness, even the colors could be perceived, and even the contents of the screen could be seen by Jang Chen. He could clearly perceive what almost all of the students in the entire dormitory building were doing at this very moment. There were those who were playing games, those who were working out, and those who were practicing the 6 styles diligently beforehand in the dormitory. It wasn't just this dormitory building he was in, Jang Chen could also perceive other dormitory buildings 300 meters away. Air. That side seems to be a girls' dormitory? Hurry up and take it back. The next day. Jang Chen woke up early and picked up his cell phone. Nowadays, he didn't need to rely on the headset's electronic broadcast to swipe his phone, and he could see the content on it by relying on the seeing color. Today's hot searches. 1. Jang Chen first place. 2. Jang Chen of the Star Ocean Military Academy. 3. Jang Chen broke the record. 4. Jang Chen saw the color hashtag. 5. Jingwu Military School lose iPhone hashtag. 6. Lei Tianlin's sharp evaluation of heavy fruit hashtag. 7. Jang Chen flight. 8. Jang Chen. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth twitched. Come on, of the first 10 hot searches, another 8 were related to himself. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be so high profile, after all, I don't have much of a background. But who was this Lei Tianlin? Jang Chen clicked on this hot search. A live cut was released. Jang Chen is indeed considered a genius, but the problem with the eyes, it's unavoidable. I've concluded that Jang Chen won't survive more than 3 secret realms. Jang Chen just watched it for a while and turned it off. He didn't care what the internet thought of him, just don't affect his ability to get attribute points anyway, say what you like. After lying down for a while, Jang Chen got up and washed himself. After simply washing up, Jang Chen set off for the school building. Today was also the first day of school. Jang Chen came to the classroom and casually found a seat. The empty classroom, with only 40 or so seats, was divided into 6 rows. In front of the first row of seats, there was a not-so-small empty space, and continuing forward was a huge screen. Time passed slowly, until at 8 o'clock, all the new students were already in their seats, and not a single person was late on the first day. Lin Weidong held his laptop and walked in. Hello everyone, introduce yourself, I'm your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years Lin Weidong, 4th ranked animal system fruit ability. The words fell. A soft murmur rang out in the classroom. A 4th order ability person. Put in the demon suppression army, it was at least a school-level officer. In some smaller cities, there might not even be a 4th ranked ability user, and within the military school, a class teacher was actually a 4th ranked ability user. Quiet. Lin Weidong waited for his classmates to quiet down before smiling. Do you guys think that 4th ranked ability users are strong? Perhaps in some small battlefields, 4th ranked ability users can be said to be the main force. But within a frontal battlefield with ferocious beasts, 4th ranked ability users, too, can be said to be cannon fodder. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. When he came to this world, he had only experienced that one beast tide of the 100 Eyes vulture, and during that tide, the prevalence was only 3rd ranked ferocious beasts. Listening to his teacher, that time could only be considered a small battlefield? How tragic should that frontline battlefield be, with the 4th ranked ability users being nothing more than cannon fodder? Jang Chen wasn't the only one, the rest of the students all revealed expressions of surprise. The Dragon Kingdom of this world didn't publicize the situation of the fierce beast's frontal battlefield to the public, so the general public only knew about it. However, it was normal to think about it. If the situation was not optimistic, publicizing it would easily trigger panic and unrest. The current situation with the ferocious beasts is still not very optimistic. In the future you will gradually become clearer. I hope that you can work hard and work harder to become a strong party as soon as possible and subdue the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Weidong clenched his fist with one hand, his expression resolute. Obviously, he wasn't very good at pouring chicken soup. The students only felt a little speechless after these remarks. Seeing that the crowd did not have much of a reaction, Lin Weidong immediately cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Cough cough cough, in short, not only for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, but also for yourselves, only when you are strong can you survive on the battlefield. The words fell. Lin Weidong quickly changed the topic. Come on, everyone introduce yourselves first, starting from the far right. A tall and thin youth stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Zhangyu, I'm a Inuyasha fruit-bearded wolf form ability. Immediately after that, one student after another stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xiaohua, I'm a low-rank physical arts talent ability holder. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Cheng, and I'm a cow fruit giraffe form ability person. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ming, and I'm a shining fruit ability person. Jang Chen observed his fellow classmates. Indeed, devil fruit was the least, almost 70% were sword Dao talent or physical arts talent. And amongst the devil fruit ability users, other than their 3 natural and superhuman lineages, the others were all repeatable animal lineages. Lin Weidong waited for everyone to finish their introductions, then nodded with a smile and said, Alright, since everyone has already gotten to know each other, I'll cut the crap and talk about the secret realm that everyone is so concerned about. After these words were said, The students in the classroom finally paid attention and sat up straight. Lin Weidong connected his laptop to the large screen behind him. The secret realm is the main way for you to become stronger, as he can produce the richest attribute points. Lin Weidong said as he debugged the large screen. Our Dragon Kingdom stipulates that the first 3 secret realms for new students are mandatory, and from the 4th secret realm, it's all voluntary. Speaking at this point, a student raised a question. Teacher Lin, why? I've heard that secret realms also have a mortality rate. Can't we wait until we're stronger to participate? Lin Weidong glanced at the student and shook his head. No, the secret realm has an opening time and a closing time. Every year on September 1st, the first secret realm will open and last for a month before closing. If you guys don't enter this month, you'll be even more unable to participate in the secret realm number 2 that opens in October. Do you mean to wait for a year later? How are you going to get the attribute points in this year? With your current strength, you guys can't even do the quests released by the Demon Suppression Army. Moreover, the death rate of the first 3 secret realms isn't high. If you can't even overcome that, then how are you going to face the ferocious beasts in the future? According to the Dragon Kingdom's regulations, we will arrange for you to enter on the last day. Right now, there are still 2 weeks until the opening time of the secret realm, which means that you still have 1 month and 2 weeks. Jang Chen's eyebrows wrinkled slightly after hearing these words. I didn't expect the military schools in this world to be so ferocious, having a mortality rate and making it mandatory for people to participate. But it was normal to think about it. After all, in this world, the war with the ferocious beasts was imminent, and it was assumed that there was a severe shortage of manpower, so they needed them, the new students, to grow up quickly, and there was no way to give them too much time to grow. Just at this moment, with the screen everything, a monster with a flat, long and rounded head appeared in the eyes of the crowd, with a smooth black shell, long and powerful limbs, and the sharp tail blade. The ugly appearance shocked all the students present. Jang Chen was the only one with an odd face. Isn't this ing? A childhood nightmare, an alien? It seems that this world he traveled through not only has elements of the Pirate King anime, but also things inside other fantasy works? Exactly who moved these things to this world? It really is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 23 Secret Realm Monster, Childhood Shadow? Regarding the origin of the secret realm, no one can know it yet, only that it suddenly appeared decades ago. Every month, a secret realm will be refreshed. In September, secret realm number 1 is refreshed, while restricting the entry time for 1 month. In October, secret realm number 2 is refreshed, and the rest are the same. Everyone must start from secret realm number 1 and go down step by step. There is no way to directly enter secret realm number 2. Each military region possesses 4 secret realm entrances that lead to the same secret realm. The Dragon Kingdom has 4 military districts, which means that every year, a different 4 number 1 secret realms will be refreshed. The same level of secret realm, there is also a difference in difficulty. The hardest is S-rated, the easiest is C-rated. The higher the difficulty, the more rewards. This rating, the military department rates the secret realm through its specifics. Speaking of this, Lin Weidong sighed. We didn't have much luck this year, refreshing the S-rated secret realm. However, due to the fact that each secret realm has a limit on the number of people, and you guys can't travel to the secret realms of other military regions, basically, the number of people in each military region's secret realm is close to the upper limit every year. So, let's get straight to the point. Everyone look at the big screen. Lin Weidong held a laser pointer and pointed at the monster in the screen. The students under the stage sat up straight and gazed intently at the big screen. This is the ferocious beast that you guys are about to encounter in the secret realm this time. It's called the Alien, of course. This name is something that is found inside the secret realm. After you all enter the secret realm, each of you will be able to see the scoreboard, which will have some personal information on it. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, Jang Chen sensed that there were some timid girls whose bodies had begun to tremble slightly. This was normal though. When he thought of himself in his previous life when he was about 7 or 8 years old, when he wasn't blind yet, the first time he saw the alien in the movie at the space station, he was also scared enough. Within the secret area, it is impossible to use any electronic devices, and these 3D pictures are also synthesized by the military department's side based on the descriptions of the people who entered. Next, everyone pay attention to the way these aliens attack. As Lin Weidong spoke, he gently pressed the laser pointer in his hand. A realistic synthesized video played. Only in the video, an ugly alien hiding in the shadows suddenly sprang out and flashed behind a human, its sharp tail blade piercing it directly from behind. Ah! A timid girl could not help but cover her eyes and exclaimed in shock. Lin Weidong's eyebrows furrowed. Lin Xiaohua, remember this, in the secret realm and battlefield, if you cannot overcome your fear, you will not survive. He spoke in a serious tone, his gaze sweeping over every student. Fear is the enemy, it will weaken your judgment and slow down your reactions. In the secret realm, you must learn to control your emotions and remain calm, do you all know? Got it. All the students said in unison. Lin Weidong sighed, then twisted his head to look at the big screen. Let's continue. Immediately afterward, several more videos were played. Alien, agile, good at hiding in the environment, and their blood possesses extremely strong corrosive properties. However, you don't have to worry about this, you will be given protective suits that can resist the corrosion of the alien blood. All things considered, their strength is roughly equivalent to a first-order ferocious beast. Hearing this, Jang Chen was relieved. It turned out that it was only a first-order beast, his destructive power was almost up to the standard of a second-order ability person, and with the aid of gravity, there was absolutely no pressure at all. At that moment, a student trembled and raised a question. Teacher, I'm still far from the first order, how can I possibly beat a first-order ferocious beast? And most of my classmates shouldn't have a first order, right? Lin Weidong smiled and nodded, this question was indeed well asked. First-order ferocious beasts, firearms can also be useful. To enter the secret realm, each person can carry 20 kilograms of supplies, and you will be issued firearms at that time. In the next month's time, you will be required to work hard to learn how to use the firearms. Plus, after you have awakened your talents, your physical qualities are quite a bit stronger than those who have not been able to awaken their talents, so you are not invincible. Moreover, the area of the secret realm is larger than you can imagine, and generally speaking, you won't be able to face multiple aliens at the same time. After these words, Jang Chen clearly felt that most of his classmates let out a soft sigh of relief. Next, let's look at the next type of ferocious beast. Lin Weidong gently pressed the laser pointer, and the large screen switched to another image. A bizarre egg-shaped object appeared on the left side of the screen, while on the right side was an ugly monster with has 4 pairs of feet and a whip tail. The left side is called an egg-shaped bug, and the right side is called a face-hugger. Egg-shaped worms, scattered throughout the secret realm, have a root system spreading below them that holds them firmly to the ground. Once encountered, do not touch the root system on the ground, or the face-hugging bugs will awaken from their eggshells and seek out living parasites. As he spoke, the screen switched to a 3D demonstration video of a human being held by a facehugger in the head, struggling continuously. As shown in the video, once the head is held by the face-hugging bug, it immediately extends a catheter, which is inserted straight into the socket, and injects an anesthetic. This is followed by a slow input of genetic material to complete the parasitization, and next, a brand new alien will break out of your chest. Most of the students present couldn't help but shiver. No one wanted to be parasitized by this ugly creature. The next moment, with Lin Weidong's movements, the large screen was switched once again. A creature with sharp teeth, dirty braids, and full body armor appeared in front of the crowd. Next, is the next type of humanoid creatures. The secret realm calls them Iron Blood Warriors. They are so powerful that they will hunt and kill any creature that looks threatening. And the most crucial thing is that they can be invisible. So, in this secret realm, you'd better not hold weapons at all times. As long as you don't have weapons in your hands, they won't attack you. Once you encounter them, it is recommended to throw away your weapons, and you may be able to save a life. Killing an alien, you can accumulate 1 point. Killing an Iron Blood Warrior, you can accumulate 10 points. Killing a face-hugger and egg-shaped worm, there are no points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 attribute point. Immediately after, the screen switched again. A pyramid appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Secret realms, there are hidden rewards, generally speaking, either more attribute point rewards or some abilities or items unique to the secret realm. Extra rewards also mean extremely high dangers, and the conditions for obtaining the hidden rewards in this secret realm have not been explored by anyone so far. However, the military department's side reasonably speculated that the hidden rewards were hidden within this pyramid. It was just that no one had been able to get this hidden reward in the few times the secret realm had appeared over the years. The reason was simple: on the outskirts of this pyramid, there were a staggering number of egg-shaped bugs scattered around, making it impossible to get close. And those who have entered any of the number 1 secret realms are unable to enter any of the number 1 secret realms again. Therefore, for you freshmen, trying to trip through this field of egg-shaped worms is something almost impossible to accomplish unless you can fly. As Lin Weidong said this, the students turned their gazes towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen had shown the ability to fly in the entrance test. Lin Weidong glanced at Jang Chen and said seriously. Jang Chen, I know you can fly, but I still don't recommend you to go in. According to the other secret realms, this pyramid is likely to harbor ferocious beasts that are close to or even already of the second rank. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. A pyramid? If one remembered correctly, the pyramid seemed to contain the alien queen. The battle power shown inside the movie didn't seem to be much stronger. Of course, this was for the current self. Got it. Jang Chen casually responded. Speaking of which, I don't know if the other secret realms would be the same monsters that I was familiar with, so I'll go to the library after class to look for information on the other secret realms. Chapter 24 Jang Chen, come fight towards this, don't hold back. This time in the secret realm, you will stay inside for 20 days, of course, the flow of time inside the secret realm isn't different from the flow of time outside. In contrast, it's almost 2 hours outside. Lin Weidong propped his hands on the podium with a grave expression. All in all, I hope that you guys will be careful, safety first, and as long as you manage to survive until the end, everyone will be rewarded with 200 attribute points. The words fell. The students under the stage let out a gasp of surprise. 200 attribute point reward. The first place in the entrance test was only 200 points. No wonder it was said that the secret realm was the big head of attribute point acquisition. Just surviving safely for 20 days would earn 200 attribute points. Not counting the points from hunting aliens. Be quiet. Lin Weidong waited for the students to quiet down before continuing. This time, the secret realm is a 2-player secret realm. As the name suggests, you have to team up to enter. No one knows why, it's the rules. But there are benefits to teaming up. After all, you have to stay inside for 20 days, and you can have a teammate to take turns keeping watch. Everyone is free to form a team after class. A week before the secret realm starts, I will collect your teaming information. Lin Weidong continued. I'll roughly explain your course schedule. In the morning you'll learn the 6 styles of the Jin Demon Army, in the afternoon you'll learn firearms, and in the evening you'll study in the dormitory. Those who have fruit abilities, try to develop them. The library has all sorts of materials for reference. Those who don't have fruit abilities will continue practicing the 6 styles in the dormitory. Remember, if you sweat a little more now, when you go to the secret realm and go to the battlefield, you will shed a drop less blood. Have you all heard me clearly? Hear me clearly. The students under the stage spoke in unison. Lin Weidong nodded in satisfaction and twisted his head to look at the clock hanging on the wall. Time is running out. We will start teaching you the 6 styles of the demon suppressing army now, and those who can't see clearly at the back can gather around. Lin Weidong finished. Clatter. Everyone stood up and walked to the front of the first row. Fortunately, this classroom was indeed big enough, especially the open space in front of the first row. Even if 40 people formed a semicircle, they could still stand. Lin Weidong walked down the podium and stood in the center of the crowd, slowly saying, the 6 styles of the demon-suppressing army are divided into shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon steps, erasure kick, and finger gun. It was comprehended by a former physically gifted general in a high-level secret territory. The practicality is very high, and even fruit ability users are advised to learn it well and not rely too much on fruit abilities. Especially the natural system ability person, don't rely on the late can elementalization, don't learn, armed color hegemony, can break the elementalization. Because of the global secret realm in the back, the reason for the scarcity of resources, the relationship between our dragon country and the other 4 countries has always been very tense, and there are often some minor conflicts. As he spoke, Lin Weidong looked at Tang Chuyao intentionally or unintentionally. Among natural system ability users, the 6 styles had always been their weakness, and most natural system ability users were prone to relying too much on their own elementalization abilities. Tang Chuyao raised her head and said, Teacher Lin, I've been studying carefully. I've learned both the finger gun and the moon steps pretty well now, and the finger gun can hit a destructive power of 500 cards now. A pleased smile appeared on Lin Weidong's face. That's not bad. I'll talk about shaving first. The principle of shaving is very simple. Within a split second, continuously stepping on the ground at high speed dozens of times, by generating an explosive reaction force to do high speed movement, it's almost like instantaneous movement. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he beckoned towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen, come and give a demonstration of shaving. Do I have to pretend to be a bully? But it was normal, who let himself use shaving too brightly during the entrance test. Jang Chen helplessly walked over to Lin Weidong. Afterwards, Lin Weidong instructed his classmates to spread out to the sides, giving Jang Chen a straight path. After the students had stood back up, Lin Weidong's eyes signaled Jang Chen, you may begin. Jang Chen nodded slightly. The next second. In almost an instant, Jang Chen's figure disappeared in place, instantly moving to the end of the classroom with a quadruple flash. Immediately afterward, there was another 4 consecutive flashes back to the original place. One after another, less than 2 seconds. Misty grass. Awesome voice breaking. Brother Tatsu is bullish. The students present had their eyes wide open. This was the first time they had seen such a quick shave up close. Tang Chuyao's mouth widened slightly. At home she had seen her dad, Tang Lianying, demonstrate shaving, and although it was farther than Jang Chen's instantaneous distance, that was normal. After all, her own dad was a few years old, and Jang Chen was only a few years old. At the same age, he hadn't even mastered shaving, but Jang Chen was already able to do a 5-meter continuous flash. And Luli, who was standing on the other side at this time, was equally surprised. Only, in Luli's eyes, a touch of regret flowed out. She was aware that Jang Chen was able to cut out sword intent, and his physical skills were so strong that he could be said to be a hexagonal super genius, such a genius, yet he had an eye disease. Thinking of this, Luli sighed softly. Lin Weidong smiled and patted Jang Chen's shoulder. Very good, Jang Chen, to be able to practice shaving to this extent at your age, I've never seen it anyway, and looking around the globe, there should be no one who can do it. As the words fell, he continued, Jang Chen, can you tell everyone about the experience of shaving? Jang Chen was silent. Insights? Adding points? How was this going to be told? After a moment, Jang Chen slowly spoke. It's actually very simple, it's just like what Teacher Lin said, within a split second, continuously stomp on the ground at high speed dozens of times. Special attention should be paid to the rhythm aspect, as well as the strength of each stomp, which also needs to be consistent. A student raised a question, these are all the same as what the textbook says. Brother Chen, are there any other insights? No, that's all. Jang Chen spread his hands. Inside the classroom, a silence fell. The sound of some fists clenching could be faintly heard. This was as good as not saying anything. Lin Weidong broke the silence, everyone has heard it, the rhythm and strength must be mastered. Next, the iron block in the 6 styles, the principle is very simple, it is to accelerate the blood flow and make the muscles move faster, so that the body has an iron hardness. The disadvantage is also obvious, it's the inability to move when using it. Lin Weidong looked towards a student in the crowd and waved at him. Shendali, I remember that you seem to have practiced iron block quite well? Come and give a demonstration. Xiandali, who was named, straightened up and walked over to Lin Weidong. His face was full of excitement. Teacher, my iron block is actually average, currently it can only block roughly 1,000 calories of impact. As the words fell, the students let out a gasp. 1,000 cards? Only? Versailles, to Versailles. Lin Weidong laughed, to be able to practice iron to this extent at this age is already very good, come and give us a demonstration. Shendali swept a glance at the crowd and scratched his head with a naive face. Teacher Lin, since we're going to demonstrate, there has to be someone to go along with it, right? Lin Weidong stroked his chin and looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, why don't you match it, just attack Shendali with force. Jang Chen was silent. He scanned the panel. In his mind. Strength, 80 plus. Finger gun, gather the power of the entire body in the fingers, currently can burst power attribute x 30 card destructive power. Currently can cause 2400 card destructive power, next level, can burst power attribute x 40 card destructive power. Xiandali just said how much he can block, 1000 cards, right? Will I give a poke through with this finger? Thinking about this. Jang Chen, Teacher Lin, are you sure? Lin Weidong laughed, it's fine, just give it a try, no need to use your full strength, lest you hurt yourself. Xiandali was full of confidence and patted his chest, Jang Chen, just hit it here, come on. As he spoke, Xiandali swept another glance at his classmates. Just now Jang Chen showed his hand, now it's my turn for old Qian to show his hand. How can I say that I'm also a middle-ranked physical arts talent ability? I must not be compared to a fruit ability 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 in the 6 forms. All right. Seeing this, Jang Chen could only nod his head and agree. Chapter 25 Hit. Hit fly? Inside the classroom. The students consciously took a step backward. Xiandali's face was full of confidence, and his body slightly crouched down. He then raised his chin towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen, I'm ready, come on. Jang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways, his ears facing Xiandali. Although he was now able to see, after all, he had been blind for so many years, and his habits wouldn't change for a while. He shook his head helplessly. If he really struck with all his might, this Qian Dali would probably have to burp. How to say is also his own classmate, pretend a pussy on the line, there is no need to beat people injured. Chen Dili was able to block the destructive power of 1,000 cards, then he himself would be able to collect his power and probably hit 1,200 cards, which would be about right. Then I'm on? Jang Chen asked with his fingers together and opened his mouth. The corner of Qian Dali's mouth hooked into a confident smile, come on. The words fell. Jang Chen fiercely and quickly stepped on the ground, his figure instantly disappearing in place. In the next second, it was already in front of Qian Dali. Jang Chen raised his arms, his fingers together, the power of his entire body converged to his fingertips, and his fingers became as hard as steel. The oppressive feeling that came over him made Qian Dali's hairs stand up. His eyes snapped wide open. This is... etc. He didn't wait for him to finish. Jang Chen's two fingers had already poked at his iron-like muscles. The destructive power of 1,200 cards, concentrated to a single point, instantly exploded. Ow! Qian Dali howled. The next moment, the entire person was directly poked and flew, heavily smashing into the redundant tables and chairs by the wall. Bang! The tables and chairs were instantly smashed to pieces, and wood shavings flew about. Silence, deafening silence. Among the crowd, some sounds of swallowing saliva were faintly heard. What is the situation? Hit fly? Wasn't it said that iron blocks can block the destructive power of 1,000 cards? Jang Chen just seemed to be pointing a gun, right? Misty grass. Jang Chen's finger gun can hit a destructive force of over 1,000 cards? Gradually, someone finally reacted. Class teacher Lin Weidong looked at Jang Chen in shock. This wasn't it? Jang Chen's shaving was already heaven-defying enough, and now even the finger gun was this strong? What about the other four styles? Moonstep shouldn't be able to go straight to the sky, right? Wouldn't the Erasure kick be this strong as well? The surrounding students looked at each other in disbelief. Tang Chuyao's eyes were round as she subconsciously looked at her fingers. Yeah. She could only hit a 500-card finger gun now, and Jang Chen could already hit a finger gun with more than 1,000 cards of destructive power? Luli in the corner was different, as she gazed at Jang Chen with a calm face. Among the people present, only Luli knew that Jang Chen could even chop out sword intent. It was not at all surprising that a genius who was not gifted in sword Dao and could comprehend sword intent could strike a finger gun of more than 1,000 cards. Ow! Chen Dali, who was lying on the broken table and chair, wailed. Seeing this, Lin Weidong hurriedly jogged forward and helped him up. Fellow student Dali, are you alright? Chen Dali sat on the ground with a bewildered face, peeling back his collar to glance at it. On his left chest, there was a direct bruise. He gazed at Jang Chen in shock, as if he still couldn't accept the fact that he had been sent flying by a non-physical arts gifted ability, using the 6 styles. Lin Weidong stood up, his face still maintaining a surprised expression. Jang Chen, I didn't expect that you would still be able to point a gun? Jang Chen nodded his head gently, a little bit. Not only Lin Weidong, everyone was speechless for a while. Everyone was a newbie who had just enrolled in school, and as a result, you directly hit the finger gun with a destructive power of over 1,000 calories with one strike, and you're telling me that you slightly understand it? The most crucial thing was that Jang Chen wasn't even a physical arts talented ability person. It had always been the case that only physical arts gifted ability users would be stronger than other ability users when it came to learning the 6 styles. Lin Weidong took a deep breath and calmed down. Jang Chen, do you know any other 6 styles? Jang Chen said calmly, I know all 6 styles slightly. Lin Weidong was once again speechless. Was this still a human being? At this moment, Qian Dali, who was sitting on the ground, spoke out. Blowing awesome. How is it possible to know it all? Even if one is a high-ranked physical arts gifted ability person, there are not many people who can manage to master all 6 styles in such a short period of time. Qian Dali himself was a physical arts talented ability person. He hadn't even managed to master all 6 styles, so how could Jang Chen, a non-somatic arts talented ability person, manage to master all 6 styles? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There was no way he could accept it. Wasn't it just a finger spear that poked out a destructive force of over 1,000 cards? One's own finger gun could also achieve a destructive power of around 1,000 cards. Chen Dali stood up and patted the dust on his body. Finger gun, I can do it too. Who wouldn't? Jang Chen, you said you know all 6 styles, so open the iron block and poke me once, dare you? Jang Chen fell silent, silently scanning the skill panel in his head. Iron block, unable to move when used, can resist physical attribute X 30 card impact, currently can resist 2400 card impact, next level, can resist physical attribute X 40 card impact. Judging from Chen Dali's performance just now, his own iron block should be able to block it, right? Lin Weidong blocked in front of Chen Dali and pacified him. Classmate Dali, it's better to forget about it, let's go down first. Lin Weidong wasn't worried that he would hurt Jang Chen. On the contrary. With the strength that Jang Chen was showing now, even if Jang Chen said that he knew armed color hegemony and overlord color hegemony, he believed it. He was afraid that Chen Dali would break his finger poke later. The eyes of the students present were all bright, and they persuaded. Yeah, forget it. Dali, come down, don't poke your finger and break it later. Brother Chen has said he understands it slightly, don't look for death. That's it. Who would have thought that at this time, Chen Dali had already suffered a great blow? He couldn't accept that his proud 6 styles iron block was crushed by Jang Chen. He broke away from Lin Weidong and his classmates and shouted. It's not fair. It's not fair. Why can Jang Chen poke me and I can't poke him? Since Jang Chen said that he also knows the iron block, it's only right that I should be allowed to poke him as well. Seeing this, Jang Chen opened his mouth. Teacher Lin, how about? I let him poke him? Lin Weidong shook his head, no way. Teacher Lin, don't worry, I really know how to iron block, I'll be fine. Jang Chen said slowly. The corner of Lin Weidong's mouth twitched. Was that me worrying about you, Jang Chen? I was worrying about Chen Dali's fingers. At this moment, Chen Dali was dead set on the wall pillar, refusing to go down. He gazed at Lin Weidong and said seriously. Teacher Lin, Jang Chen has also agreed, don't worry, I know the limits, I won't use my full strength. Lin Weidong looked at him and then at Jang Chen. It looked like he couldn't stop himself. Forget it, let Chen Dali try then, or else when he wasn't around, 80% of them would still be looking for Jang Chen to challenge him. At that time when he wasn't there, it wouldn't be good if anything really happened. Lin Weidong stared at Chen Dali and sighed, hey, then you. Collect your strength. I know, I have a measure. Chen Dali said with a nod. Lin Weidong gently shook his head. You have a hairy proportion, am I worried about Jang Chen? I'm worried about you. A few moments later. The surrounding students once again made way for an open space. Chen Dali stared at Jang Chen. Injustice? Pay attention to a hairy proportion. Jang Chen, you're very good at shaving. I, Chen Dali, recognize that, indeed, maybe you, Jang Chen, are a genius. Jang Chen, your finger gun is also powerful, then I, Chen Dali, also recognized, maybe you, Jang Chen, is unprecedented genius. Now you tell me, 6 styles you are powerful? Why don't you go to heaven? In front of you, Jang Chen, is the 6 styles so worthless? Like radio gymnastics, can you just learn it? Today, I, Chen Dali, vow to defend the dignity of the physically gifted ability user. Chapter 26, Truly Heavenly. Jang Chen faced Chen Dali and started to unleash his iron block skill. This was also the first time he had used the iron block skill in a real battle, and he had finally caught a chance to use it. As the blood in his body accelerated, his muscles became indestructible. Jang Chen let out a light breath and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I'm ready, you do it. The words fell. Chen Dali's eyes condensed as he raised his arms with his fingers together and darted towards Jang Chen. The next second. The moment the fingertips made contact with Jang Chen's chest. Jang Chen only felt as if he had been stung by a mosquito. Ow! Chen Dali wailed and bounced in place for a few moments, followed by bending over, his other hand tightly gripping his finger. Hiss. Who? Hiss. Lin Weidong and his classmates, who were watching the show, once again fell into silence. This. Brother Chen is too awesome. Brother Chen really isn't blowing awesome, he's really good at it. Chen Dali is using his full strength, right? Didn't he say to collect some force? TSK, if I were Chen Dali, I would probably find a hole to drill into. Lin Weidong had already run towards Chen Dali after he had finished his finger gun. Classmate Dali. Lin Weidong held Chen Dali, classmate Dolly, how is your hand? Xian Dolly sat paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly at his swollen double fingers, his gaze dull. The physical pain had been drowned out by the internal frustration. Why? The finger guns and iron blocks that he was so proud of, the only two he knew, actually couldn't even compare to a fruit ability person. Just then, Jang Chen smiled and said, "Teacher Lin, I also know erasure kick, why don't you let Mr. Dolly try again? This time, I'll tighten my force a bit more." When Xian Dolly heard these words, he cried out, "Teacher Lin." He didn't dare. Obviously, Jang Chen wasn't blowing off the power, he was really good at it. If this kick went down, I'm afraid that his right chest would have to be bruised as well. Lin Weidong cried and laughed a little, and hurriedly waved his hand, cough cough cough, "Jang Chen, forget it, you. Just try it towards the broken tables and chairs over there, and show it to your classmates." Jang Chen was indifferent, "That's fine." Immediately after, he let out a deep breath and violently leapt high into the air, turning 360 degrees in the air, and slammed his foot down in the direction of the worn-out table and chair. The super high-speed kick technique directly rolled up a greenish-blue vacuum chop. Boom! In an instant, the table and chairs were directly blown to smithereens, and even the concrete wall behind them was chopped with a crack. Lin Weidong looked at the wood shavings all over the ground in shock, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. With this kick, the destructive power of at least 1,000 calories was definitely there. What kind of demon is Jang Chen? Chen Dolly stared straight at the table and chairs that had been chopped to pieces and couldn't help but gulp. Fortunately, he did not continue to head iron down, otherwise this foot down, I am afraid that I have to be injured on the spot discharge. The students in the same class had all become numb at this point as well. To Jang Chen's talent, he could only use 2 words to describe it: awesome. The same people of the same age, even if they were high-level physical arts gifted ability users, those who could master the 6 styles to this extent at this point in time were almost unseen. After this, the students followed Jang Chen again and came outside. In the presence of Lin Weidong and all the students, Jang Chen stepped on the air with his powerful feet, like stepping on a staircase, and directly vacated to a height of 10 meters. Chen Dolly raised his head and looked at Jang Chen in the sky, dumbfounded. It's really up in the sky. Tang Chuyao was also stunned in place. Yeah. He himself could only vacate 2 meters, Jang Chen could step on the air and vacate 10 meters. After Jang Chen finished demonstrating all the 6 styles, Lin Weidong also officially started the lesson, meticulously teaching hand in hand. Time flew by. It was soon time for the class to end at noon. Lin Weidong walked from the crowd to the podium and said to his classmates, "Alright, that's all for the morning class, you guys can go take a lunch break, the afternoon is firearms class. Also, don't forget that you can start looking for your secret realm teammates now." After saying that, Lin Weidong walked out of the classroom with his laptop in his arms. Jang Chen also packed up his things and prepared to head to the library. Just then, Tang Chuyao walked over and sat on her but on the seat in front of Jang Chen, propping her chin up with one hand. "Jang Chen, let's team up for the first secret realm this time." The words fell. The students who hadn't left yet stopped their movements and curiously looked over in Jang Chen's direction. Tang Chuyao didn't directly say that she would protect Jang Chen this time. After seeing Jang Chen's 6 styles, her heart was complicated. In her previous thoughts, she was grateful that Jang Chen hadn't chosen the burning fruit, causing her to get the S-ranked burning fruit. In reason, she should also take care of Jang Chen to get through secret realm number 1, after all, Jang Chen was blind. But now, Jang Chen had shown a strong supporting ability in the entrance test, and today, he had displayed the terrifying 6 styles. It was completely impossible to talk about taking care of Jang Chen now, with Jang Chen's 100-meter seeing color range and her own strength. Surviving the first secret realm was no problem at all. So it's more about finding herself a powerful teammate. A powerful assisting ability, combined with her own powerful fire fist, would completely be able to walk sideways in the secret realm. Right at this moment, Luli also walked up to Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, can you team up with me in the first secret realm this time?" Tang Chuyao glanced incredulously at Luli beside her. "Stealing a teammate from my mother?" The students who hadn't left yet were also stunned. The 2 strongest and also the prettiest class flowers in the class actually wanted to team up with Jang Chen. And Wang Ming, who was sitting on the side, looked at Jang Chen in shock. He knew that Tang Chuyao wanted to team up with Jang Chen. After awakening her talent, Tang Chuyao had said that she wanted to protect Jang Chen. Luli actually came to team up with Jang Chen as well. He himself had told Jang Chen when he had just awakened his talent that it was impossible for him to team up with him, but as a result, now the two strongest class flowers were rushing to team up with Jang Chen? Is there any justice in heaven? Wang Ning's envious back teeth were about to be gnawed. Tang Chuyao didn't expect Luli to come and compete with her for a teammate, and her unyielding nature in her bones was instantly aroused. Jang Chen, my Fire Fist is now capable of blasting out 2,000 cards of destructive power. What you need now is a powerful output hand. Luli's face was expressionless as she calmly said. My sword, too, can chop out 2,000 cards of destructive power. My Fire Fist can kill at range. My shave can do a 3-meter instantaneous shift, and Jang Chen, when the time comes for you to be the captain in the secret realm, you can go wherever you say. You? Jang Chen, at that time in the secret realm, I'll go wherever you say. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Tang Chuyao, who had an agitated tone, and Luli, who had a calm face, in front of him, and pondered. The number 1 secret realm was a must team up, and it was going to stay for a whole 20 days, so if his teammates were too weak, the vigil wouldn't be reassuring. Plus, the pyramid of the first secret realm, one must definitely go and break into it. According to the speculation of the movie in his previous life. Inside the pyramid, there is a 99% probability that it is the alien queen. The community of aliens was a swarm-like community. Once the alien queen was attacked, one guessed that most of the aliens would probably come back to protect their queen. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire map's aliens would be attracted to themselves. Killing an alien was one attribute point. How many attribute points there were for exterminating the alien wave, one didn't dare to think about it, not at all. As for how to deal with the alien queen, there was absolutely no need to worry. With his 8 tons of gravity manipulation, coupled with the destructive power of his sword that could cut out 4,000 cards, Jang Chen really didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat the alien empress in the district. After all, the alien queen hadn't been that strong in the movie. And against the alien tide, it was obvious that Tang Chuyao's Fire Fist had a bit more of an advantage. Thinking about this, Jang Chen said, Tang Chuyao, I'll team up with you. The words fell. A trace of low spirits flashed in Luli's eyes. Tang Chuyao, on the other hand, glanced at Luli provocatively. This scene was also captured by Jang Chen seeing color, and he was somewhat speechless. This little girl, she was quite competitive. So what, I'll leave first. Jang Chen packed up his things and stood up. It was already almost 12 o'clock. If he went to the cafeteria late, he really wouldn't have anything to eat later. Moreover, Jang Chen wanted to hurry up and finish eating, and go to the library to check out the information on the other secret realms. The current him was curious. Would the other secret realms actually have monsters he was familiar with? Chapter 27 The secret realm is actually all the worlds you're familiar with? Star Ocean Military Academy, Library. In the library at noon, there were no shadows. Here was a collection of insights on the development of their own abilities by various ability users over the years, and there was even a lot of information about the secret realm. All of them were open to students for free. Jang Chen walked into the library and went straight to the secret realm information area on the 3rd floor. He had little interest in fruit development tips. After all, his own heavy fruit, which was appearing for the first time, had no tips at all. Jang Chen, what are you doing in the library? No one has used your fruit either. Tang Chuyao asked suspiciously as she followed behind Jang Chen. Jang Chen didn't even turn his head back. I came to look for secret realm information. Just now. Jang Chen had finished eating in the cafeteria and happened to meet Tang Chuyao, who had finished eating. Tang Chuyao then insisted on following herself to the library. Oh. Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. This teammate of hers, she was really high-strung. A few moments later. Jang Chen, over here. Tang Chuyao waved her hand towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen turned his head in Tang Chuyao's direction. He only saw several rows of bookshelves with the signboard of Secret Realm Information Area. His fingers gently scratched through the books displayed on the shelves. There was a wide array of books of all types. There were detailed introductions to single types of secret realms, generalized secret realm encyclopedias, and simple and vivid secret realm picture books. Jang Chen casually pulled out a secret realm encyclopedia. Right now, his main purpose was to see if the secret realms of this world were all monsters he was familiar with, just as he thought. Jang Chen flipped through the book, starting with Secret Realm number 1. As he flipped through the pages, his heart was shaken. There were at least 60% of the secret realm monsters that he recognized. For example, in Secret Realm number 1, there were zombies wearing Qing Dynasty official uniforms, Western zombies wearing tattered suits, and goblins. Many, all familiar monsters from the fantasy works of his past life. There were movies, anime, and games. This world, on the other hand, didn't have any of these works. Jang Chen continued to flip through Secret World number 2, and familiar worlds appeared one by one: Ghost Destroyer, Tokyo Eater, and One Man. Just who needed all these worlds together? It's really fantastic. There are hidden rewards in the Secret Realm. In addition to extra attribute points, the teacher had also said that the hidden rewards of some secret realms would also reward some unique items and abilities. Seeing Jang Chen's face look a little odd, Tang Chuyao asked suspiciously, "Jang Chen, what's wrong? Do you recognize these monsters?" No, just find it quite interesting." Jang Chen responded casually. Definitely couldn't say that he knew them. The identity of a traveler couldn't be exposed. Right now, his strength was still too weak and he didn't have much of a background, so these big secrets had to rot in his stomach. Tang Chuyao muttered, "It's quite interesting, and I don't know where the secret realms actually come from. These are mission-type secret realms you're looking at." Mission types? Jang Chen was puzzled. Tang Chuyao nodded and explained. "Yeah, secret realms are also divided into types, like the alien secret realm number 1 we're going to this time. It's a survival secret realm. The world of the downstream ghost that you just watched is the mission type, where you need to complete the missions released by the secret realm." Jang Chen pondered. According to what Tang Chuyao said, perhaps he had a natural advantage in some secret realms? Tang Chuyao continued. "Do you know why our Dragon Kingdom hasn't required mandatory participation since Secret Realm number 4? Why?" Jang Chen asked. Tang Chuyao sighed and explained. "Because, starting from Secret Realm number 4, the difficulty varies. It's possible that this year's Secret Realm number 4 will have a top powerhouse who destroys a city with one punch, and next year's Secret Realm number 4 will only have second or third order ferocious beasts. My dad is stuck in Secret Realm number 16 right now. The difficulty of Secret Realm number 16 in these years has always been very difficult. Last year my dad went in hard to try, and as a result, he encountered a person with a head of long hair, red armor, and a big fan, and almost didn't get killed." Jang Chen sniffed and was inwardly shocked. "A head of long hair, red armor, a large fan, Master Zab?" Tang Chuyao continued. "By the way, starting from Secret Realm 4, there's a possibility that there will be a global secret realm, and by then, there will be more than just the two types of survival and quests. There will also be an additional match-type secret realm." Speaking of this, a cold light suddenly flashed in Tang Chuyao's eyes as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "My grandfather died in a global secret realm at the hands of a man named Smith from the beautiful country. I must avenge my grandfather's death." Jang Chen nodded gently. No wonder in this world, the relationship between the major countries was tense. With this competitive factor within the secret realm, it would be a hell of a thing to be able to unite. After all, the rewards of the secret realm were just too rich. Tang Chuyao returned to her senses, stroking her chin and gazing at Jang Chen with a crooked head. "Jang Chen, do you have any ideas for the number 1 survival secret realm when the time comes?" Jang Chen said calmly. "Pyramid, I'm definitely going to break into it. If you don't dare to go, I suggest you find someone else to team up with." Tang Chuyao's eyes widened as she heard this. But there are several kilometers of egg-shaped worms outside. How are we going to break through there?" Jang Chen let out a light laugh. "Have you forgotten that I can fly? Just because others can't get through doesn't mean we can't." Jang Chen had already made a plan for the alien secret realm. The map of the secret realm was too big. If one just blindly wandered all over the map looking for aliens to kill, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to kill a few for 20 days. There was only one way to get the huge attribute point reward. That was to rush into the pyramid, violently beat up the alien queen, and lure all the aliens in the entire map over. Just because the others couldn't trip through the range of egg-shaped bugs outside the pyramid didn't mean they couldn't. After all, they could fly. Tang Chuyao was silent. If she wanted to avenge her grandfather, she had to acquire a large number of attribute points in the early stages. Since Jang Chen was so confident and could pass through the egg-shaped bug field, then this pyramid, it might be a good idea to try and break into it. After all, he himself was an S-ranked burning fruit ability. A moment later, Tang Chuyao raised her fists and swung a few punches in the air. "All right, then I'll accompany you to break into this pyramid." Jang Chen nodded with a light smile. With Tang Chuyao around, brushing up against the tide of aliens should be a lot easier. At this time on the other side, Linjiang City, Nanjiang Province, inside a small dark room. Lei Tianlin was debugging the live broadcast. Shocked, this time, the Nanjiang 1 secret realm is actually an S-rank alien secret realm. As the live stream opened, countless viewers flooded in. Pop-up, Cheat Eat Anchor is online. Pop-up, Anchor introduced the secret realm this time. Pop-up, will Jang Chen survive this time? Pop-up, I've heard that there are hidden rewards in the secret realm. Anchor, introduce what the hidden rewards are this time. I can't even find them on the internet. Pop. Lei Tianlin lit his cigarette and took a deep drag as he looked at the pop-ups filling the screen, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Since the last time he rubbed up against Jang Chen's heat, his own traffic had managed to get up, and he was more or less a small anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans. This time when the secret realm opened, how could he continue to rub the heat? He slowly opened his mouth and said, "The main reason why the alien secret realm is known as an S-class secret realm is because the ferocious beasts inside are either extremely good at hiding or are directly capable of stealth." Pop-up, wouldn't that be a huge advantage for Jang Chen? He has seeing color. What ferocious beasts can escape his perception? Pop-up, is Jang Chen going to take first place again? Pop-up, I'll go, this blind man's luck is too good. Lei Tianlin smiled contemptuously and said slowly. No, you guys are too naive. The luck component of this secret realm is huge because its map is incredibly large. If you're unlucky, you might not even come across 10 aliens in 20 days. I actually saw some pop-ups asking if Jang Chen could get the hidden rewards. I'd say you guys shouldn't be too outrageous. Jang Chen just happened to take first place in the entrance test by taking advantage of his fruit ability. Not to mention how difficult it is to get a hidden reward. No one knows what the hidden reward of the alien realm is, only guessing that it is inside the pyramid. If you want to go through the circle of egg-shaped bugs outside the pyramid, it's simply impossible. And the pyramid must be hiding more powerful beasts, Jang Chen to take the hidden rewards? How dare you guys say that? Time flew by, and soon came the day when they officially entered the secret realm. Chapter 28 Jang Chen's strength, comparable to the second rank. For more than a month, the students had trained with incomparable seriousness. After all, their own lives were at stake. In the morning, they practiced the 6 styles diligently, learning the knowledge within the secret territory. In the afternoon, with the aid of high-tech VR, they conducted comprehensive practical drills in firearms and close combat with virtual aliens. The evening also continued with additional training within the dormitory. The playground of the Star Ocean Military Academy. Thousands of freshmen gathered here, preparing to head to the entrance of the secret realm located at the back of the school. Each of them wore corrosion-resistant protective equipment, and most of them carried firearms on their backs like soldiers about to go into battle. Only a very small portion of very strong students did not carry firearms, such as the duo of Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. After all, firearms and ammunition weren't light. Each person could only carry 20 kilograms of supplies, and more ammunition meant less food. Guns were not as good as his own sword for Jang Chen. The homeroom teachers of each class stood in front of their respective classes, giving their final instructions. Lin Weidong stood in front of the students, his gaze slowly sweeping over each and every student in his class. Most of the new students displayed a confident look. Seeing this, Lin Weidong also revealed a pleased smile. Over the past month or so, your efforts, as teachers, have all been seen in your eyes, and today you will officially enter the secret realm. Still, if you have confidence in your strength, try to get as close to the outskirts of the pyramid as possible. There will be more aliens over there. Those who are not confident in their strength, stay away from the pyramid. As long as you can survive to the end, you will get 200 attribute points. Do you understand? Understood. The students said in unison. I won't say more. In short, come back safely. Lin Weidong's voice was loud and clear. Depart. One by one, the students boarded the bus. Since the Star Ocean Military Academy covered an excessively large area, even going to the back of the mountain was close to 10 kilometers. Inside the bus, the students consciously sat with their teammates. Jang Chen. I have good news for you, my fire fist is already capable of blasting out a destructive power of 2,500 calories. When the time comes, just hide by the side to assist me, and leave the monster fighting to me. Tang Chuyao waved her little pink fist with a smug expression. Awesome. Jang Chen gave a thumbs up. It was worthy of being a fruit with an extremely mature level of development, but Tang Chuyao's own fruit development ability was also quite strong. During this period of time, Jang Chen himself wasn't idle, practicing his blind sword art every day, and within the dormitory, everyone had a testing machine of their own. This was because he had discovered that apart from the system adding points, his own practicing also had a role to play. Originally, with his 80 points of strength attribute, without any increase, an ordinary strike was roughly 800 cards of power. And with the addition of sword intent, it was able to chop out 4,000 cards of power. That was a 5-fold increase in power. However, with his own daily practice, nowadays, he could already achieve a sword power of 5,000 cards. Almost a 6 times out of 6 power increase. The destructive power requirement for a first-ranked ability user was 1,000 cards, and the requirement for a second-ranked ability user was 5,000 cards. This also means most of the freshmen hadn't even touched the threshold of a first-order ability user, and they had already reached the threshold of a second-order ability user themselves. However, it was obvious to feel that the bottleneck had now been reached, and if one wanted to advance further, one could only rely on adding points. Blind Sword Art LV.2, 020 plus, currently has comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent proficient. Perhaps by reaching LV.3 of Blind Sword Art, one would be able to cut a sword with a 10-fold increase. Not only the sword art, one's manipulation of gravity had also become more skillful after practicing for over a month. Now, he could already skillfully do the multi-threaded maneuver of manipulating his own gravity for flight while performing gravity manipulation on the target. Soon, dozens of buses stopped in front of the entrance to the secret realm. The students stepped off one after another. This was also the first time they came to the entrance of the secret realm. A huge spacecraft that was 10 meters high and 50 meters wide stood in front of them. The alien's appearance echoed in the ripples of the spatial crack. Above the spatial rift, there was a scoreboard that would display the 10 teams with the most points within the secret realm. Those outside were unable to see the images within the secret realm, and could only roughly judge the situation within the secret realm through the changes in the scoreboard. Every year, the secret realm will be refreshed, and the corresponding pattern will also appear on the crack ripples, so that people can use this to identify which secret realm is this year. And the way to team up to enter the secret realm is also very simple, as long as 2 people walk into the crack hand in hand. At this time, there are still 10 minutes before the school's stipulated time to enter the secret realm. Wang Xin had arrived at the entrance long ago, and was currently standing on a high platform, quietly observing the students. Director Lin Weidong walked up to Wang Xin. Wang Xin turned his head and glanced at him, asking with a smile, "Little Lin, who is Jang Chen he teamed up with this time?" "With Tang Chuyao." Lin Weidong responded softly. The corner of Wang Xin's mouth rose slightly. "That's not bad." Lin Weidong said. "Director, Jang Chen's top-notch seeing colors combined with Tang Chuyao's fire fist, with a bit of luck, we might really be able to take first place among the 4 schools in Nanjing this time." Wang Xin laughed out loud. Let's hope so. Since the founding of the school, our school has always been the second best in the South River Battle Zone 1 secret realm for 10,000 years. After the words fell, Wang Xin gritted his teeth and said, "In the morning, Linjiang Military School's old Li also gave me a stinky dejected, said what this number 1 secret realm top 3 they Linjiang Military School to be all-inclusive. I'm furious." Lin Weidong slightly raised his eyebrows. "They have such a big mouth? They're still going to cover the top 3? Dream on." Linjiang City was the capital city of the South River War Zone, and had the largest population base, and had always been the strongest in terms of overall strength of the Linjiang Military Academy. Wang Xin continued. "Isn't that right? This session they got lucky. There are 2 S-rated fruit ability users inside the freshmen, as well as 2 high-ranked sword down natural ability users and 1 high-ranked physical art natural ability user. This time, the secret realm has too much luck in it." Lin Weidong asked suspiciously, "Director, could it be that they want to break into the pyramid?" "Break into the pyramid?" Wang Xin shook his head. "It's impossible, they wouldn't be able to trip over the egg-shaped bugs, even the animal fruit ability users who have the ability to fly, at the freshman stage, they wouldn't be able to do it for such a long distance." Wang Xin gazed at the spatial crack and said slowly, "And we're not sure what exactly is inside the pyramid. This secret realm has only appeared 4 times so far, right?" At the Kyoto Military Academy, there was a first-order genius animal system ability user who flew into the pyramid, but he was nowhere to be seen until the end of the secret realm. "I'm afraid that there are second-order ferocious beasts inside the pyramid, and it's simply not something that a first-order ability user can tackle." After these words, Wang Xin suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Weidong. "By the way, Jang Chen then has the ability to fly, right? Have you instructed him never to fly to the pyramid?" Lin Weidong nodded his head and responded, "Yes, Director, I spoke to both Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, and they both agreed." That's fine then. Wang Xin breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed, AI, God is unfair. Jang Chen is such a good seedling, but his eyes are blind, I hope he can live longer. After Jang Chen displayed the 6 styles, Lin Weidong also reported it to Wang Xin at the first time. Wang Xin, who had learned of this news for the first time, was also truly shocked. Lin Weidong gazed at Jang Chen's figure on the stage, the corners of his mouth curving up. Jang Chen has always surprised us, maybe Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao can really take first place this time. Wang Xin laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, if we really take first place, I have to go over to Linjiang Military Academy to fool around. Chapter 29 Decisions of the School and the Association. Star Ocean Military Academy, Ableist Association Building. Inside a bright conference room, 12 high-level cadres were sitting around a conference table. Chao Yang had his hands resting on the seat, his body smoldering with a hangdog look. Vice President Chu Liang walked into the conference room, and as soon as he saw Chao Yang's appearance, he immediately frowned. Chao Yang, the meeting is over, take back your ability. Chao Yang skimmed his lips and the smoke dissipated. Chu Liang sat on the main seat and slowly spoke. The president is not here, this meeting is still chaired by me. Let's start with the first thing, about the recruiting work after the end of Secret Realm number 1, Chao Yang, you're in charge of this piece. Chu Liang glanced at the dangling Chao Yang. The president said that after the end of Secret Realm number 1, Jang Chen will be directly absorbed as an official member. Chao Yang sniffed and immediately questioned. On what grounds? We should at least wait until the end of Secret Realm number 1, after the new students have done their strength assessment before deciding. And according to the rules, a full member has to be at least a second order ability. Can he, Jang Chen, reach second order ability after the end of Secret Realm number 1? Or are you saying that you want to make things special for Jang Chen? On what grounds? Chu Liang's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice. Just based on the fact that he mastered all 6 styles just after enrollment, just based on the fact that he broke the school record in the enrollment test. Chao Yang then went on to retort. So what? When you become a full member, you have to follow the mission, and if you don't even have the second rank, you're just dragging fuel, so whoever you guys like to take with you at that time, I won't take with me anyway. After saying that, he turned his head aside. Chu Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Chao Yang. Chao Yang, this is the president's intention, it's not up to you. Che. Chao Yang's tone was full of disdain. He was very unconvinced. He himself had also mixed from temporary member to full member step by step in the first place. Why did Jang Chen directly skip the step of temporary member? One had to know that becoming a full member gave one the qualification to follow quests, and one more channel to obtain attribute points. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, spoke up. Maybe Jang Chen will be a second-ranked ability person after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Chao Yuan sniffed and said aloud. Bull, a second-order ability holder has to reach a destructive power of 5,000 cards, he's just able to manipulate a bit of gravity, does he have any means of attack? Or is it just with his finger gun and Arashikage? Unless Jang Chen can get the hidden rewards and pile up his attribute points, you all know about this S-ranked secret world, want to get the hidden rewards? Just based on this blind man, hilarious. The conference room fell into a silence. Everyone knew very well that it was almost impossible to get a large amount of attribute points from this S-rank secret realm. In previous years, most of the alien secret realms could only get 300 to 400 attribute points tops. Even if Jang Chen had taken 200 attribute point rewards from the entrance test, counting the rewards from this secret realm, even the 1,000 attribute points of a second-ordered ability person couldn't be reached, not to mention that the strength would have to reach 5,000 cards, which was almost impossible. Chu Liang let out a deep breath. For Chao Yang, this unproductive barbarian, he had never been too fond of him. But there was no way around it, the association had always been short of high-end combatants. Chao Yang was a 4th-ranked powerhouse anyways, a cadre who had the ability to lead a team alone to fulfill the military department's mission. This is not only the president's meaning, but also the school's meaning. Chao Yang, you understand, right? Chu Liang calmed down and said slowly. Seeing this, Chao Yang no longer retorted and casually said, okay, you guys have the final say. Anyway, after this secret realm is over, Chao Yang, you'll arrange for someone to find Jang Chen and absorb him in. Alright. Chao Yang replied back full of disinterest. Next. After half an hour of discussion, the meeting officially ended. After most of the people left, Zhang Qingyu sat beside Chu Liang and asked suspiciously. Old Chu, what's the meaning? Jang Chen's matter is the school's meaning? Shu Liang nodded. Jang Chen has a lot of potential, the school's intention is to focus on cultivating it, and the president has also agreed. Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows. But after the first secret realm, Jiang Chen will at most be a first-ranked ability user, right? The military department's mission is too dangerous for a first-ranked ability user. Shu Liang gazed at Zhang Qingyu and slowly said, "You'll be the one to lead it then, take care of it more, your fourth order?" Okay. Zhang Qingyu shrugged, yeah, just reached the fourth rank. Outside the conference room, a youth wearing a black undershirt immediately came up after seeing Chao Yang come out with a black face. "Brother, what's wrong? What was said in this meeting?" Chao Yang glanced at the youth. This person was his own brother, Chao Jun. "Nothing, the school site is going to absorb Jiang Chen as a full member ahead of time." "Jiang Chen?" Chao Jun's eyes flickered. Chao Yang asked suspiciously, "You recognize it?" Chao Jun shook his head slightly. "No, when school just started, he beat up one of my little brothers." "Then you didn't look for trouble with him?" "Come on, I don't bother looking for a blind man's trouble, I can't even beat a stinking blind man, I directly told him to get lost." Chao Jun had a disdainful expression on his face. When Chao Yang heard this, he also let out a light laugh. "That's also true, when the first secret realm is over, you'll go find him." As the words left his mouth, Chao Jun asked somewhat unconvincingly, "But brother, what makes him able to directly jump to a full member Ah?" After the end of Secret Realm number 1, it's still far away from being a second-order ability person, right? It took me almost a year to become a full member. After all, becoming a full member would allow you to follow the cadres on missions, and provide an additional channel to acquire attribute points. As long as one could survive, the growth rate would be far faster than others. Chao Jun was very unconvinced inwardly. 3 months ago he had only just reached the second order of ability, he could start to slowly follow the cadres on mixed missions, and now he was almost in the middle of the second order. Why was it that Jiang Chen was directly a full member as soon as he arrived? Chao Yang glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "How do I know what the basis is? You think you're the only one who's not convinced, who didn't mix with the cadres for a long time before they got to be a full member? If you're told to go, you go, this Jiang Chen had better die on the mission by then." At this time, the entrance to the Star Ocean Military Academy's secret realm. The 2,000 new students had all assembled, lined up in a neat line, and gazed up at the director of instruction, Wang Sen, who was on a high platform. Wang Sen looked at the freshmen who were very different from when they first entered the school, nodded his head in satisfaction, and began his final mobilization. "Students, after more than a month of study, you are no longer the clueless youths you were during the entrance test. The alien ferocious beasts you will encounter this time are also different from the two-tailed beasts that did not enter the rank during the entrance test. You are all the future hope of my dragon kingdom. In short, remember, in the face of the alien, do not panic, stay calm, as many people go in, as many people come back. Depart." As Wang Sen's words fell, the students began to walk towards the spatial rift in batches under the teacher's guidance. Jiang Chen also naturally held Tang Chuyao's hand and followed the group as they slowly walked into the spatial rift. Chapter 30 The Fortunate Tang Chuyao. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and his classmates within his perception range instantly disappeared. In its place, there was a dense jungle. "Is this the secret realm?" Jiang Chen murmured. Tang Chuyao looked around. Above the sky, dark clouds covered the sunlight, and everywhere was a dark and gloomy scene with a somewhat depressing atmosphere. "So amazing, Jiang Chen, do you think this place could be another world?" Tang Chuyao asked curiously. Jiang Chen shrugged, "Maybe." "Huh, someone already killed the alien?" Tang Chuyao suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Chen sniffed and looked at the panel message that suddenly appeared in his mind. First place, Romyang Luoqingji, points, 3. Second place, Tangquan Shan Yang Chuanzhong, points, 3. Third place, Wang Tong Zhengyan, points, 2. 6,888th place, Jiang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 0. This secret realm was truly amazing, and could actually automatically recognize the name of the person who entered it. Just which big brother created it? Jiang Chen inwardly sighed. Tang Chuyao was surprised. They only came in 10 minutes before us at most, right, and they've killed 3 aliens? Maybe they were more lucky, whatever, we're not aiming for this anyway. Jiang Chen said with no concern, "Which direction is the pyramid?" Tang Chuyao looked around. "I don't see it, I guess my luck is worse, the teleportation location is too far, I'll identify the direction first." Everyone would be randomly teleported to a location when they entered the secret realm. Good luck might directly teleport to the periphery of the pyramid, bad luck teleported to a location too far away from the pyramid, and there would be fewer aliens. Obviously, Jang Chen's luck wasn't that good for them. Tang Chuyao pulled out a wooden pole from her backpack and inserted it vertically into the land. In this secret realm, the compass didn't work, all the magnetic fields were messed up, and the electronic devices couldn't work either. Subsequently, Tang Chuyao placed a small stone on top of the shadow of the wooden pole. As the sun continued to move, the shadow gradually shifted. After 20 minutes, Tang Chuyao placed another small stone on top of the new shadow. This was also the method of recognizing direction that the teacher had taught within the school during this period of time. As long as one waited for 20 minutes and placed a stone at the top of the new shadow, connecting it to the previously placed stone to form a straight line, that line would be the east-west direction. The old shadow stone markers, pointing in the direction of west. And the direction where the pyramid was to the east. Tang Chuyao stood up and pointed in a direction, Jang Chen, over here. Jang Chen nodded his head, his seeing color perception was fully able to see Tang Chuyao's movements. He lightly raised his arm and began to manipulate gravity. The next moment, in Tang Chuyao's shocked expression, the two of them slowly rose into the air. Slow down, Jang Chen. Tang Chuyao revealed a nervous and excited expression. This was also her first time flying. Currently, with her fruit development ability, she was unable to do so. Go you! Ma! The two figures shot straight out towards the east. Unlike the two Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, most of the new students within the secret realm right now were in the process of searching for food. The rules of the secret realm only allowed each person to carry 20 kilograms of supplies, and most of the people used their load on guns and ammunition, and could only carry a small amount of food. Only the strongest of the freshmen like Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao were able to carry no guns or ammunition at all, only food. After flying for an entire hour, Jang Chen manipulated the gravity and the duo landed on the ground. After more than a month of practicing, Jang Chen was currently able to fly for an hour straight, and he had brought someone with him. Are you all right? Jang Chen asked. Tang Chuyao gulped, I'm fine. Jang Chen sensed Tang Chuyao's fried hair and pale face, and inwardly, he wanted to laugh a little. What a strong woman. Tang Chuyao looked around, this is too far away. After flying for so long, I haven't even seen a pyramid shadow yet. Are you sure the direction is right? Jang Chen asked. Absolutely right. Tang Chuyao said confidently. Jang Chen sat down in place, resting as he did so. But it's normal, I remember my teacher saying that at the farthest point, someone walked from entering the secret realm all the way towards the pyramid, and it took them a whole 17 days. Tang Chuyao worriedly said, we won't really have such bad luck, right? Teleported so far? With our flying speed, even if it's farther, we'll definitely be able to make it in 5 days. Jang Chen didn't care much about it, pulling out dry food from his backpack and starting to replenish his energy. Tang Chuyao also sat down beside him and began to replenish her stamina. Jang Chen, what kind of monster do you think is in the pyramid? Alien bosses, I guess. Jang Chen casually replied as he chewed on his dry food. Tang Chuyao blinked, how do you know? I guess, what else could it be? Of course Jang Chen couldn't tell Tang Chuyao that he had seen an alien movie. This place was all aliens, and that pyramid was the alien boss, such a guess was reasonable. Tang Chuyao was a little worried. The hidden rewards in the other first secret realm, if they're for killing ferocious beasts, they're basically all second-order ferocious beasts, can we really beat them? Jang Chen didn't even return his head, don't ask alright, the rich and powerful are in danger. He had seen the movie. As far as the movie was concerned, the alien queen wasn't strong at all. Even if it was a second-order ferocious beast, his own current destructive power of 5,000 cards was exactly the configuration of a second-order ability user, and with the assistance of 8 tons of gravity, how could he not be able to defeat it? Cut! Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. Just at this moment, Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. Come to life, little Tang. Tang Chuyao gazed blankly at Jang Chen. Within Jang Chen's range of perception, on a tree 10 meters away from them, there was an alien with a pitch-black body and a long, flat head perched. The alien was motionless, just staring straight at them, its sharp tail blade at its back resting on a tree branch. Jang Chen didn't hesitate. Bang! 8 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the alien, crushing it from the tree to the ground. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen changed the direction of gravity and directly dragged the alien over. Roar! The alien roared lowly, trying to break free of its bonds, but realized that it couldn't even move in the face of this force. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened as a ball of flame coalesced above his right fist. Boom! Flames roared out from her fist's blade, smashing into the ugly alien. In an instant, the alien was directly smashed to smithereens, green blood spraying on the ground, corroding the fallen leaves. Killed alien, gained points 1. Tang Chuyao gazed at Jang Chen, a wave of fear rising within her. Finding Jang Chen to team up was truly the best choice she had made. She hadn't expected that seeing color would work so well in this secret realm. Just now, she was completely unable to tell that there was such an ugly alien perched on the tree. If she didn't know about it and just walked under the tree, she was afraid that she wouldn't be directly stabbed through the back by the alien's tail blade. Chapter 31, They Want to Go to the Pyramids? It's a death wish. Tang Chuyao came back to her senses. Who? She pretended, blowing out the flames on her fist's blade. How about it, teaming up with me isn't a loss. A first-order alien, one punch and it's blown away. Yeah, awesome. Jang Chen casually made a perfunctory remark. This little girl's competitive spirit was really a bit strong, so when she met the alien queen, let's see if you can blow it up with one punch. I don't know what little Tang's expression would be when she was hacked up by her own sword. However, Tang Chuyao's performance, he really did not bring the wrong person. This fire fist was definitely efficient against the alien tide. Tang Chuyao came to the side of the aliens and surveyed them for a moment before squatting down to Jang Chen's side. But don't say that, this alien is really hard to come across, it's been more than an hour before I came across one. Jang Chen's tone was flat. Take a look at the leaderboard, for that matter, we're still ranked in the top 2000. First place, Rongyang Luoqingji, points, 13. Hashtag 1988, Tang Chuyao Jang Chen, points, 1. I also don't know how many points I can get from killing the alien boss. Is it enough for first place? According to other first secret realms, the hidden rewards are usually 300 points. First place is rewarded with an additional 500 points. If we can take first place, not counting the points of the normal aliens we killed, we'll have 800 points. 400 attribute points for one person. Tang Chuyao's eyes were glowing as she gazed at Jang Chen. In the past, the most points that the first place winner had ever gotten in this alien copy was 400 points. But even if you take the hidden rewards, according to the previous calculation, you still can't take the first place. You still have to kill more aliens. Tang Chuyao touched her chin and sighed. There's still 20 days left, so don't be in a hurry. Jang Chen responded. First place did depend on luck in addition to strength. But storming the alien queen, one's guess would be that it would attract a wave of aliens, but it was just a guess, and one was too lazy to tell Tang Chuyao about it. Let's go, hurry up. Jang Chen would pat the crumbs of food on his hands and stand up. 3 seconds later, the duo rose up in the air once again. The next day, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, not to mention the aliens, hadn't seen a single silhouette. It was not known whether to say that the two were too unlucky, or that the map of the secret realm was too big. At this moment, Jang Chen had just flown for an hour and was rushing through the jungle on foot with Tang Chuyao. Suddenly, Jang Chen raised his eyebrows. Within his range of perception, two figures appeared directly in front of him. One was lying on the ground, while the other was sitting against a tree. Tang Chuyao also noticed it. Jang Chen, there seems to be someone over there. Go over and take a look. Jang Chen finished speaking, and the two of them accelerated their steps towards the front. The young girl who was originally leaning against the tree noticed Jang Chen and the two of them and hurriedly stood up. Are you Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao from the Star Ocean Military Academy? Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao glanced at each other. Are the two of us so famous? You recognize us? I've seen your hot searches on the internet. The female classmate finished. Jang Chen also understood, it looked like he was really a celebrity. He glanced his gaze to the motionless male classmate on the ground. Only a face-hugging insect with 4 pairs of legs and feet was dead on the man's body, completely covering his entire face. Jang Chen's twin brows furrowed slightly. Your teammate touched the egg-shaped bug's root system? The female student nodded her head, with a hint of crying. Yes, he accidentally stepped on it, and then the face-hugging bug suddenly jumped out of the egg. There was no way to react. How long has it been? It's been half an hour. I tried to separate the face-hugging bugs, I simply couldn't do it. Jang Chen stared at the male student on the ground. As long as he was held by the face-hugging bug, in less than 2 hours, a baby alien would break out of his chest, and there was no way to rescue him. It's hopeless. Jang Chen frowned slightly. Can you guys take me with you? The female student moved a little closer in Jang Chen's direction. I'm not going to grab points from you guys. I just want to get out alive and well. Jang Chen gently shook his head. I'm sorry, the place we're going to isn't suitable to take you with us. Tang Chuyao on the side also had the sense not to say anything. She was also clear that where they were going, it wasn't suitable to bring a drag queen. Please take me with you, I really won't steal points from you guys, and I can even help you guys keep watch. As the female student spoke, tears came to her eyes. Jang Chen gazed at her. He wasn't cold and heartless, but bringing along the female student would only slow down their pace. And those with weaker strength would only drag their feet even if they followed into the pyramid. But if the female student was left here alone, it was likely that she wouldn't survive 20 days later. After all, with one less person to keep watch, she couldn't stay awake all the time, could she? Jang Chen. Seeing the female classmate like this, Tang Chuyao turned her gaze towards Jang Chen. Just at this moment, 2 more silhouettes flashed past at the limit of Jang Chen's perception range, just to his left. You wait here first. Jang Chen's words fell, and he directly rose into the air, flying towards the left side. A moment later, he led a man and a woman back. Tang Chuyao gazed at Jang Chen in shock. Remembering earlier, didn't Jang Chen say that his seeing color, 100-meter range? These 2 people, they were completely outside the 100-meter range, right? And himself these days, going to the toilet has always been very careful, purposely running to a distance of 100 meters away from Jang Chen. Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao's pretty face was slightly hot. So what, you guys make a companion, we won't be accompanying you. Jang Chen pointed at the man and woman behind him, and then pointed at the female classmate. A smile appeared on the female student's face as she bowed continuously towards Jang Chen. Thank you, thank you. The man and woman standing behind Jang Chen were also students of the Star Ocean Military Academy. The youth behind them asked in confusion, Jang Chen, where are you going? Jang Chen spoke calmly. We're going to the pyramid. The youth let out a light laugh and said with a big grin, same way then, we're also going to the outskirts of the pyramid, there are more aliens over there, why don't we go together? The aliens we encounter on the road are each on their own. Jang Chen shook his head and said indifferently. We are going into the pyramid. After saying that, he waved at Tang Chuyao. Let's go, little Tang. Immediately afterward, the duo rose into the air and continued to fly in the direction of the pyramid. The youth raised his head to gaze at the departing Jang Chen duo, and then looked at his teammates beside him. What did they just say? Did I hear it right, going into the pyramid? You didn't hear wrong. The teammate and the youth looked at each other and nodded. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Crazy. That dense circle of egg-shaped bugs outside is at least 10 kilometers. How are they going to get over there? The teammate pointed to the sky, obviously, fly over. The youth was momentarily speechless, then continued. The ferocious beasts in the pyramid are at least 2nd rank, right? Do they have such iron heads? Same freshmen, we're still killing first-order aliens, and they dare to go in second-order ferocious beasts? Who knows? His teammate shrugged, what's their current rank? The youth sniffed and then began to flip up the leaderboards. 5 minutes later. No more searching, it's been more than 1,000, still can't find their name, I guess it's ranked after the big few thousand. Then in that case, it seems that our results are not bad? At least we're still ranked ahead of Jang Chen, who was number 1 in the entrance test, and Tang Chuyao, the S-class fruit ability person. AI, I think they're just too inflated. They dare to mess with even a 2nd-ranked beast, they're killing themselves. Chapter 32 Iron Blood Warrior? Seconds. Within the secret territory, in the middle of a dense jungle, an alien was hacked to pieces and scattered on the ground. 2 youths from the Linjiang Military Academy were standing in front of the mangled body of this alien. First place, Tang Quanqing Yang Chuanzhong, points, 46. Second place, Rong Yang Luoqingji, points, 45. The youth with long hair grinned, ha ha ha, we're in first place. Luck was pretty good this time, TSK, the top 3 are all from our Linjiang Military Academy. The inch-haired youth on the side frowned slightly. Where are Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao from Star Ocean Military Academy? Tang Quanqing shrugged his shoulders and said in a casual tone, I don't know, I've just flipped back hundreds of names and didn't see them. I reckon staying in the thousands. Tang Quanqing finished these words. Yang Chuanzhong raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. They have such bad luck? Tang Quanqing shook his head and put his hand on Yang Chuanzhong's shoulder. Old Yang, don't mythologize them too much, everyone is a freshman, how strong can they be? It's been so long, they didn't even make it into the top 1,000, I reckon it's not just a matter of luck, in fact, they're not strong at all. After saying that, Tang Quanshang wrapped his arms around him again. Think about it, this is the third day, the first 1,000 have all killed at least 5 aliens, if they were really serious about finding aliens, they couldn't kill 5 in 3 days? Bull. Yang Chuanzhong's eyebrows remained furrowed after hearing these words, gently shaking his head. I don't think it's that simple, maybe they have other plans. Tang Quansheng stared wide-eyed, spreading his hands. Other plans? What plan? This is the middle of nowhere, isn't it just wandering around, looking for aliens and slaughtering them? What special plan can there be? It's not like there's anything special about the aliens, they're just ordinary first-order ferocious beasts. Maybe they've already gotten into the belly of the aliens by now. Could it still be breaking into the pyramid? Seeing that Yang Chuanzhong remained silent, Tang Quanqing said in a serious tone, Old Yang, that's how you are, always fueling others' might and destroying your own. It's just an S-rated burning fruit, you're an S-rated poisonous fruit, and I'm a high-ranked physical art talent, where is it worse than them? Yang Chuanzhong shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. It's not just Tang Chuyao, there's also Jang Chen, I've seen Jang Chen's live streaming video, the heavy fruit is definitely not that simple, and I've heard that he's mastered all 6 styles. Tang Quanshang raised his eyebrows, Jang Chen? That blind guy? Stop it, Old Yang, scores determine everything, right now they didn't even make it into the top 1,000, that's a fact. Let's go, let's continue leaning towards the pyramid, there are more aliens over there. We can already see the shadow of the pyramid, I guess we're almost there, luckily we weren't teleported too far this time. Yang Chuanzhong looked back, then followed behind Tang Quanqing and walked in the direction of the pyramid. On the other side, Jang Chen relied on his powerful seeing color to search for small wild animals nearby, and then manipulated the gravitational force to pull them to his side. After all, aliens also had to feed, and it was normal for some small animals to exist in the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, the teacher had also purposely held a few lessons on wilderness survival, teaching everyone how to recognize directions in food in the wild. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen made skewers of small animals and put them on a randomly built grill. In the past few days, he had gotten a little tired of gnawing on dry food all the time. It had to be said that being able to manipulate the gravitational force at will, and actually utilizing it, was simply as convenient as Nianli. Little Tang, make a fire. Jang Chen sat on a rock and said to Tang Chuyao, who was at the side. Tang Chuyao's eyes were glowing, she was also getting tired of eating the tedious dry food, and then a ball of flame blasted onto the pile of hay. Boom! The duo sat around the humble grill. Crackling. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of flames sizzling remaining. Tang Chuyao couldn't help but ask, Jang Chen, so what, just how big is your seeing colors range now? Jang Chen raised an eyebrow, 500 meters, I guess. This was nothing to hide, just say it directly. Tang Chuyao fell silent. In the past few days, she had thought that Jang Chen's seeing color was only 100 meters, and had purposely stayed away from it some more when she went to the toilet, so 200 meters should always be fine. As a result, now told her that Jang Chen's seeing color was 500 meters? Sensing the red-faced Tang Chuyao at the moment, Jang Chen immediately understood. He casually explained. Cough cough cough, don't think of me as so obscene, my seeing color is controllable, I'm not interested in you. I only want to take attribute points. Tang Chuyao sized Jang Chen up suspiciously, really? Aha! Jang Chen didn't say anything more, just responded indifferently. He also didn't want to explain anything, what was done, what wasn't done was not done, how other people guessed, that was other people's business, to be a human being was to be open and honest. Tang Chuyao was silent for a while, and the words turned. But why is your seeing color so strong? It's only been how long since it expanded from 100 meters to 500 meters? Jang Chen raised his head to look at the gray sky inside. Maybe, this is talent. The corner of Tang Chuyao's mouth twitched, and she only felt a little uncomfortable. The last time Jang Chen had shown a small hand of the 6 styles in class, he had also said that it was talent, and had no insight. Now the seeing color was already fully 5 times stronger than the strongest seeing color expert in the world. Talent again. Is the gap between people that big? Tang Zhuya thought again on second thought, her own fire fist was capable of blasting out 2,500 cards of destructive power. At least in terms of destructive power, Jang Chen couldn't compare to himself. Aha! She wasn't inferior to Jang Chen in everything. Thinking of this, Tang Zhuyao revealed another confident smile. Jang Chen sensed Tang Zhuyao's expression. This little Tang, why was she suddenly giggling? Just then, a humanoid creature appeared within Jang Chen's range of perception. Jang Chen raised both eyebrows. Not like a human, is it a Iron Blood Warrior? The next moment, an invisible spear cut through the air and shot towards Jang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Splat! Relying on his powerful ability to foresee danger with his seeing color, Jang Chen lightly raised his hand and grabbed this invisible spear. Tang Zhuya was also startled. She could neither see the stealthy Iron Blood Warrior nor the invisible spear. She only saw Jang Chen clenching his right hand into a fist, seemingly holding something. Jang Chen, what are you doing? Tang Zhuya asked curiously. The next second, a silver-colored spear slowly manifested on Jang Chen's right hand. Tang Zhuya stared incredulously. It's an Iron Blood Warrior. After saying that, she stood up violently and looked around. Roll over, Jang Chen said expressionlessly. Immediately afterward, the Iron Blood Warrior hidden in the tree only felt a terrifying gravitational force instantly wrapping around his entire body, pulling himself towards the direction of that human. The powerful gravitational force firmly locked its movements, and it was unable to make any reaction at all, and was just pulled over. Bang! The Iron Blood Warrior was suppressed by gravity in front of Jang Chen, lying on all fours on the ground, its figure gradually appearing. In the movie, the Iron Blood Warriors were equipped with a self-destruct device on their bodies, with a power almost equivalent to a small nuclear bomb. When encountering a powerful enemy, they would not hesitate to detonate and die with the enemy. Jang Chen of course couldn't let the Iron Blood Warrior in front of him make this move. With 8 tons of gravity pressing down on its body, not to mention detonating it, not even a single finger could move. Kill him. Jang Chen's words fell, and a flame fiercely ignited in Tang Zhuyao's hand. The next second, boom! A fist directly smashed the iron-blooded warrior's head to pieces. Killed the iron-blooded warrior, gained 10 points. 168th place, Jang Chen Tang Zhuyao, points, 11. Afterwards, Tang Zhuyao turned her head to gaze at Jang Chen. They didn't know whether to say they were lucky or unlucky. The weaker aliens had only encountered one so far. The rarer Iron Blood Warrior, on the contrary, had run into one. In terms of this body's perverted stealth ability, without Jang Chen, they would have died for sure. A few moments later, Jang Chen ate the roasted meat in front of him. Can we see the pyramid now? Tang Zhuya looked ahead with open eyes, her eyes narrowed slightly. I can see some shadows. According to our speed, we should be able to arrive today. Alright then, let's go little Tang. The duo stood up. The next second, the two silhouettes rose into the air and sped towards the pyramid that loomed in the distance. Chapter 33. Dare to rob the monster? In the sky, dark clouds churned, and the sky and earth were covered in a gray haze. A towering and magnificent pyramid stood amidst the gray haze. In the outer circle, there is a 10-kilometer-long egg-shaped bug area, densely covered with jungle, emitting an eerie aura that no one dares to step into. There were already quite a few freshmen who had arrived outside of this field of egg-shaped bugs, and there were clearly more aliens on this side. However, due to the area being too large, the distance between the freshmen was still very far from each other, and within the secret area, electronic devices were unable to work and communicate. And because of the points grabbing, even if they could communicate, they wouldn't gather together. After all, those who could come here were students who were more confident in their team's strength. Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong from the Linjiang Military Academy were also staying outside the egg-shaped insect domain at the moment, hunting the alien ferocious beasts. I found Jiang Chen and Tang Zhuyao. They have 168 names. Yang Chuanzhong suddenly exclaimed. Tang Quanqing turned his head, full of concern. 168th place? That's only about 10 points, right? I say, Buljiang, we're already almost 70 points, the gap is so big, I don't know what you're worried about? Tang Chuanqing's tone was tinged with a bit of impatience. He despised this attitude of Yang Chuanzhong. The gap was so large that it was impossible to be overtaken. Not to mention overtaking them, it was impossible to enter the top 10. Right now even the 10th place had 50 points. Could it be that they could suddenly have a stroke of luck and encounter a wave of aliens for them to kill? This secret realm has appeared several times before, and the aliens have always been hard to find, but an alien wave? I don't want to eat. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly and said seriously. There are still more than 10 days left, everything is not easy to say, it's best that we don't take it lightly. I watched Jang Chen's livestream during the entrance test, and he just suddenly caught up at the end. Tang Quanqing spread out his hands, his tone excited. That was the entrance test, this is the secret realm, can it be the same? Besides, we didn't take it lightly, haven't we been brushing the monsters? I think you're just bewitched. Tang Chuyao is a burnt fruit, it's awesome no doubt, what's there to brag about Jang Chen, a blind man? Over the past few days, his own teammates had followed the devil, and had been flipping through the leaderboards, focusing on Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names. Blowing Tang Chuyao was, even if it was fine, after all, burnt fruit, that great general in history, was indeed very strong, and the level of development was also very mature. But the focus of Yang Chuanzhong's blowing was on Jang Chen, which was unacceptable to him. A blind man, a fruit that hadn't appeared before, and Yang Chuanzhong himself was an S-rank rated poisonous poison fruit ability. He couldn't figure out why he was blowing Jang Chen so much. Suddenly, on a tree not far away, Tang Quanshang was keenly aware of the alien's figure. Don't talk about that, I found another alien. Tang Chuansheng's eyes glowed, followed by a powerful aura erupting from his body as he ran towards the alien at an extremely fast speed. Yang Chuanzhong didn't stand there and watch the show either, a dash of purple poisonous aura covered his entire body and followed closely behind his teammate. Die for me! Tang Quansheng roared, leaping high into the air and slamming his fist down. Boom! The trees were instantly blown down. Tang Quansheng stared suspiciously at the collapsed trees in front of him, the alien figure did not appear in his eyes. Strange, where did it go? Tang Quansheng looked around suspiciously. Just then, behind him, Yang Chuanzhong's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed in a certain direction. It's Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Question mark. Tang Chuansheng followed his gaze. He only saw an alien being blown to smithereens, its remnants scattered in front of a man and a woman. Dare to rob a monster? Tang Quansheng shouted. After saying that, he wanted to go forward to argue with Jang Chen and the others. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao also took a step forward, a ball of flame flaring up from her fist blade. Jang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways, both eyebrows furrowed. You guys have opinions? Jang Chen's tone was flat. If Tang Quansheng dared to rush up, he didn't mind letting Tang Quansheng fall face first into the ground. Before Tang Quansheng could rush up, Yang Chuanzhong pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. He then shouted towards Jang Chen, no comment, we're all on our own, you guys continue. Tang Chuansheng's eyes widened as he pointed at Jang Chen in the distance, they're robbing monsters. Can you bear this breath? To each his own, it's not necessary to clash with them over an alien, it's only 1 point. Yang Chuanzhong still pulled his arm and whispered. You! Tang Chuansheng's chest rose and fell violently. He wanted to go up and argue with Jang Chen, but in regards to his teammate's performance, he was truly afraid that his teammate was not concerned about anything. Jang Chen's blind man aside, Tang Chuyao was a genuine S-class fruit ability. Just by himself, he couldn't handle it. Damn, in the future, if I ever find you in a team again, I'll take your name. Tang Quansheng cursed. Right at this moment. When Jang Chen saw that the two of them didn't make a move to rush up, he manipulated gravity and rose up into the air, flying straight towards the pyramid. Tang Quansheng watched as they flew into the egg-shaped bug field, his face full of shock. Jang Chen can still fly? Where are they going? Yang Chuanzhong said slowly, the pyramid. Tang Quansheng froze for a moment and said incredulously, crazy. They're going to the pyramid? Grass. Two crazy people. Nuts. I'll just wait here and kill them after they turn into aliens. After saying that, he directly sat down in place and twisted his head to glance at his teammate, Old Yang. You don't think they can come out alive, do you? Yang Chuanzhong slowly said. It's possible. Tang Quansheng pointed at him, you're also insane. The other side. Outside the secret realm, all the teachers from the Star Ocean Military Academy stared nervously at the entrance to the secret realm. Densely packed names were reflected on the ripples on the surface of the spatial crack. Yet only the top 100 names were displayed. At this point in the top 10, only Luli's team from Star Ocean Military School was ranked 6th, while Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not on the list at all. Oldly, don't be too happy. It's still a long way from the end. Director of Instruction Wang Sun hung up the phone aggressively, his face grim. Lin Weidong asked cautiously. Director, what's wrong with you? Wang Sun snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Just now, Oli from Linjiang Military Academy called to fool around with me again, saying that the top 3 were all their students, pissing me off. This. Lin Weidong didn't know what to say. Wang Sun inquired, Shaolin, did Jang Chen and their names appear? Lin Weidong shook his head, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Not yet, nothing could have happened to them, right? Wang Sun pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. Impossible, with Jang Chen, a humanoid self-propelled radar, and Tang Chuyao's fire fist, it's impossible for anything to happen to them. Lin Weidong sniffed and nodded as well. With Jang Chen seeing color in place, no matter if it was the alien that was good at hiding or the Iron Blood warrior that could be stealthy, they couldn't pose much of a threat to them. A moment later. Lin Weidong sighed, AI, it seems like we really didn't have much luck. Wang San's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly said. It's not easy to say, so far, only 3 or 4 days have passed inside the secret realm, right? There are still more than 10 days to go. AI, I hope that all of them can come out safely just fine. Lin Weidong said with some concern. Chapter 34 One sword kills warrior alien in seconds? Jang Chen manipulated gravity and passed through the gray haze, landing in front of a majestic pyramid with Tang Chuyao. Damn, I didn't expect it to be really big up close. Tang Chuyao raised her head and sighed as she surveyed the pyramid in front of her. This pyramid, its appearance wasn't the golden yellow building that Jang Chen remembered from his previous life, but rather, it was gray in color all over. The tip of the pyramid, too, was not pointed, but had a platform of at least 1,000 square feet. The entire pyramid was made up of blocks of stone stacked on top of each other, and the gaps between the stones were so tight that not even a razor blade could be inserted into them. At the entrance directly in front of the pyramid was a square door made of huge stones. Let's go in and take a look. Jang Chen finished speaking and led Tang Chuyao along towards the square door of the pyramid. The duo followed the passageway at the entrance and made their way down. Boom! A blazing fire ignited in Tang Chuyao's hand, acting as lighting. Jang Chen glanced at it. For Jang Chen, he didn't need illumination, the seeing color wasn't affected by light, even in the midst of darkness, it was like day. Under the light of the fire, the murals on both sides of the passageway also revealed their outlines, and the reliefs of the alien and the Iron Blood warrior were engraved on the walls on both sides. Tang Chuyao curiously looked at these murals. These are all aliens and iron-blooded warriors. Don't look, let's go. Jang Chen said. He had long since looked at all the murals on both sides through his seeing color. The aliens carved in them weren't just those ordinary aliens within the secret territory, there were even some other aliens whose likenesses looked very different. However, these were similar to the types of aliens that Jang Chen had memorized in his previous life. For example, the warrior alien, unlike ordinary aliens, had a long, flat head that was no longer smooth, but had a raised spine, and their body size was also a bit larger than ordinary aliens. Forbidden alien, even more massive in size, standing up, almost close to 4 meters in height, is also the personal guard of the alien queen. Messenger alien, walking on all fours, the most agile, with slender limbs and a streamlined body that wasn't too big, it looked just like a bigger wolf dog. These strange and bizarre types of aliens also further confirmed Jang Chen's suspicions. There must be an alien queen in here. The high probability of the hidden reward was killing the alien queen. Jang Chen walked straight towards the inside of the pyramid, and when Tang Chuyao saw this, she also stopped surveying these murals and followed in a trot. About 10 minutes later, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, the two of them, finally walked out of the passageway. Immediately afterward, the original dark surroundings suddenly lit up. Where is this? Tang Chuyao extinguished the flame in her hand and observed the surroundings. The two were in a spacious hall, and at the end of the hall was an upward passage. Around the hall, there were some eerie humanoid skeletons scattered everywhere. A human has been here? Tang Chuyao squatted down and surveyed the eerie white bones. Jang Chen slowly spoke. It shouldn't be, human bones aren't this big, it's probably the bones of Iron Blood warriors. Tang Chuyao gave Jang Chen a blank look, then nodded. Makes sense. Just then, within Jang Chen's range of perception, there were nearly a dozen little guys on all fours, rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed from within the passageway at the end of the hall. Come alive, little Tang. ? Before Tang Chuyao could react, nearly 10 messenger aliens surged out from the passageway. the moment they stepped into the range of Jang Chen's gravity field. Boom! Gravity poured down. The 10 short messenger aliens were hit on their backs as if they had been hit by a giant hydraulic press. In an instant, they were crushed by the terrifying gravity. Their physique was far inferior to that of ordinary aliens, and they simply couldn't resist the 8 tons of gravity, and they directly burst into blood and died. Green blood, broken limbs were scattered all around. Killed 10 messenger aliens, gained 10 points. Tang Chuyao looked at these broken bodies in front of her in shock. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Teacher didn't say either. No one has gotten out of the pyramid alive, it's only natural that teacher doesn't know, right? Jang Chen said indifferently. Tang Chuyao stroked her chin. You're right, we're considered pioneers. Don't be right, come alive again. Question mark. Roar. Piercing cries came out from within the passageway. The next moment. Inside the passageway, several nearly 3-meter tall aliens burrowed out. Unlike the smooth, flat, long heads of other ordinary aliens, they were replaced by hideous ridges scattered across them. They opened their mouths slightly, a huge gap that split from the underside of their heads, filled with sharp, inwardly curving fangs, with sickening green slime flowing between their teeth, emitting a putrid odor. Behind them, a thin yet sharp tail blade, like a python, crept to the ground. Jang Chen, be careful. Tang Chuyao took a step forward, gazing at these aliens in front of her, frowning slightly. Immediately afterward. Boom! 2 flames ignited from her hands. 3 for 1. Jang Chen's words fell. The sword blade pulled out 3 inches. The next moment. The 6 aliens were instantly enveloped by the invisible gravity and split into 2 sets, with the right set of them being directly yanked towards Jang Chen's side by the gravitational force. Tang Chuyao didn't say anything, and directly swung out multiple rounds of fire fists in succession. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed those 3 aliens. On the other side, the other 3 aliens were yanked towards Jang Chen. Immediately after that. Clank! The sword blade was sheathed. Jang Chen quickly stepped towards the ground, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, flashing past the 3 aliens. Swish, swish, swish. The hideous heads of the 3 aliens were instantly thrown up high, green blood spraying into the air. All of this was in an instant. Killed 3 warrior aliens, gained 3 points. Kill 3 warrior aliens, earn 3 points. Tang Chuyao twisted her head around, gazing in shock at Jang Chen, who was slowly sheathing his sword. You? Jang Chen cocked his head, question mark. I didn't expect your sword skills to be quite strong. Not bad. Jang Chen responded indifferently. Tang Chuyao didn't see the process of Jang Chen killing these 3 aliens in seconds. However, it was easy to tell that they were all killed in seconds with a single sword. With Jang Chen seeing color perception ability and the speed of the 6-style shave, it was probably a single sword strike towards the alien's slightly weaker protected neck. It should still be inferior to one's own fire fist. Nope. What was he thinking? Jang Chen wasn't a sword-down natural ability person, so how could his sword technique be stronger than his own fire fist? Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao gently shook her head. Jang Chen held the wooden staff and sword and walked in front of her. Let's go, the hidden rewards are probably behind this passage. Aha! Tang Chuyao didn't think any more and hurriedly followed. On the top floor of the pyramid, inside a dark yet spacious secret room. Roar! Accompanied by an ear-piercing roar, the massive figure slowly stood up from the green slime, its hard black exoskeleton flickering with an eerie luster. Standing up, it was as tall as a 2-story building, nearly 3 times more massive than the ordinary aliens within the mysteries. Its head, like a twisted sarcoma, was covered with intricate lines and bumps. In its bloody mouth, sharp fangs were densely arranged, flowing with green slime that emitted a foul odor. In front of it, prostrate were 4 equally hideous and terrifying Forbidden Guard aliens that were even larger than the warrior aliens. Roar! A roar came out. The 4 Forbidden Guard aliens seemed to receive orders and quickly turned their heads to drill into the passageway. Chapter 35 First Encounter with the Alien Queen. After Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao finished off the 6 warrior aliens, they headed towards the passageway they came out of. This passageway was not as dark and lightless as the one that had just entered the pyramid, but had a faint light. Tang Chuyao still had a flame burning in her hand. Under the illumination of the flame, the passageway brightened up even more. There should be more than just the messenger alien and warrior alien in here, there's also a bigger kind of alien. Tang Chuyao surveyed the murals on both sides as she walked. After killing an alien, the secret realm system would prompt the title of the alien, and the last type of alien hadn't been killed yet, so Tang Chuyao didn't know its title. The remaining one, it should be the hidden reward, right? Tang Chuyao turned her head to look at Jang Chen. Jang Chen shook his head, it shouldn't be. Why? Tang Chuyao was like a curious baby. Because, they're coming. Jang Chen stopped his steps and stared at the dark end in front of him. Tang Chuyao was startled, staring straight ahead. For even larger aliens appeared in front of them, mucus slowly dripping onto the ground from their exposed sharp teeth. The long, flat heads were covered with hideous and horrifying lines, like bulging veins and ridges. Jang Chen's eyes, which were tightly closed, slowly opened, revealing a flash of whites inside. The next moment. Boom! The 8 tons of gravity directly locked these 4 aliens to the ground. Although they looked stronger than any of the previous aliens, they were still just lambs to the slaughter within Jang Chen's gravity field. Do it! Jang Chen's words fell. Tang Chuyao didn't say anything, raising her arm and swinging it directly towards the air. Above her fist blade, flames roared out. Boom! The flames smashed into these 4 forbidden alien guards, lifting up the smoke and dust around them. Tang Chuyao looked at this scene in shock. Surprisingly, they were already able to resist one of their own fire fists? Could it be that this really wasn't even a hidden reward? Without allowing her to think too much, another 3 rounds of fire fists roared out. Roar! The 4 aliens let out bursts of roars, and even though they were stronger than any of the previous aliens, cracks began to appear in their hard exoskeletons under the continuous bombardment of fire fists. Are you any good? Jang Chen joked. Tang Chuyao pursed her lips and swung out several more fire fist shots in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Under the powerful impact, the entire passageway was shaken, and the smoke and dust on the ceiling was shaken down. Finally, the hard exoskeletons of the 4 aliens were finally shattered under the violent bombardment. Immediately afterward, the torsos were directly blasted into pieces, green blood spilling out all over the sides of the passageway, corrosive blood touching the walls and emitting gusts of white smoke. Killed 4 forbidden alien, gained 4 points. Phew! Tang Chuyao let out a sigh of relief, finally killing these 4 aliens. Not bad, little Tang. Jang Chen patted Tang Chuyao's shoulder and nodded. Tang Chuyao froze for a while, twisting her head, pursing her lips tightly. Jang Chen, we haven't met the alien bosses you mentioned yet. My fire fist can't penetrate their defenses fast enough already. Hidden rewards? Can we really get them? Don't worry, I don't need your fire fist, I still have my sword. Jang Chen said, full of unconcern. You? Tang Chuyao froze in place, then gently shook her head and sighed. I don't know if it's right or wrong to come with you to break into this pyramid. You're scared? Jang Chen twisted his head and turned his ear towards Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment, a little. Jang Chen spoke directly, then you can just turn around and go back, but I won't be teaming up with you again in the future. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes firm. No, I've come here, how can I possibly go back? Perhaps you're right, wealth and riches. She had already come here, the hidden reward was right in front of her eyes. If she left because she was afraid, how could she avenge her grandfather's death in the future? The beautiful country powerhouse who killed her grandfather was a 7th-rank powerhouse. Missing out on the high attribute point rewards of the first secret realm would lead to falling behind step by step afterward. In this world, the stronger one was, the faster they grew. Jang Chen laughed lightly and said indifferently. Let's go then. Tang Chuyao nodded heavily. The duo walked along the passageway, continuing upwards. 10 minutes later. The two finally walked out of the passageway and arrived in a spacious hall. At the end of the hall, in a pool of green slime, the 2-story-tall alien queen stared straight at them. It had sharp bone spikes on its back, a 5-meter-long tail blade trailing behind it, and its eyes were crimson, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Between its sharp teeth, it was covered in foul-smelling mucus. The air was filled with a putrid odor that was sickening. Tang Chuyao almost didn't get smoked and spit out. She covered her mouth and nose and stared blankly at the huge alien queen in front of her. Is this the alien boss? Roar! The alien queen let out a deafening roar, and the sticky liquid between her teeth spewed out, splattering on the walls around the hall. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth slightly hooked into a smile. Sure enough, it looks just like it does in the movies. I'm not afraid of you then. As far as the alien queen's destructive power in the movie was concerned, the current version of himself really couldn't look down on it. Next, he would not only beat up this alien queen, but he would also utilize it to lure all of the aliens scattered throughout the secret realm over. This time, the secret territory would be a huge harvest of attribute points. At this moment, outside the secret realm, Wang Xin and Lin Weidong were staring nervously at the secret realm scoreboard. Suddenly a teacher ran over. "Director, the vice principal is here." Wang Xin sniffed and followed his gaze. An old man with white hair, wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppressor Army and carrying 2 stars on his shoulder, walked towards him with a heroic spirit. Wang Xin immediately jogged forward and respectfully said, "Vice Colonel." This person was none other than Star Ocean Military Academy's vice principal, Dragon Kingdom's 7th-ranked powerhouse, Du Hongsheng. Du Hongsheng nodded gently towards Wang Xin and inquired, "Wang Xin, what is the current ranking of the secret realm? How are the students of our school doing?" Wang Xin glanced at the scoreboard at the entrance of the secret realm. "Vice principal, currently, among the top 10, our school only has Luli's team." Du Hongsheng raised both eyebrows slightly. "Luli? Where are Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao?" Wang Xin shook his head. "In the top 100, we haven't seen them yet." "Didn't you say that Jang Chen possesses 100 meters of seeing color? How is it possible that he didn't even make it into the top 100? Du Hongsheng asked suspiciously. Wang Xin carefully returned, "Vice principal, perhaps their luck is just too bad?" Du Hongsheng was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. "I don't think so. I remember you also said that Jiang Chen can fly, right? Being able to fly, and having a powerful seeing color, the advantage in searching for aliens is quite a bit greater than the others, plus Tang Chuyao who possesses the burning fruit. No matter what, it's impossible that he won't be able to get into the top 100. Wang Xin sniffed, his eyes snapped wide. "Vice principal, what you mean is?" Du Hongsheng nodded. "Pyramid." The words fell. Lin Weidong, who was on the side, stared with wide eyes. Unbelievable. I clearly emphasized to them that they must not go in. They also promised. A worried expression also appeared on Wang Sen's face. "I'm afraid there are second-order ferocious beasts present in this place. Are they crazy?" Du Hongsheng's gaze fell on the scoreboard of the secret realm. His eyes narrowed slightly. "It's useless to talk about this now, just wait and see." Chapter 36, Explosively Slashing the Alien Queen. Roar. A roar that resembled a thunderous explosion. The alien queen leapt up like a black lightning bolt, wrapped in endless killing intent from the green slime pool that filled the air with a pungent odor. Her target was Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, who were directly in front of her. Its copper bell-like eyes were like burning green fire at the moment, and the jumping flames were filled with surging anger, as if it was hissing to tear the 2 humans that dared to intrude into its territory into a pile of broken meat in an instant. "Jiang Chen!" Tang Chuyao droned out and took a step forward. On top of her fist, a blazing flame roared up like a beast breaking free from its cage, the blazing heat causing the surrounding air to be flooded with layers of distorted heat waves. Jiang Chen's eyes were grave, his body didn't move, he just gently raised his right hand. Instantly, a powerful gravity field spread out in all directions with him at the center, squeezing the surrounding air to the point of making a popping sound. Boom! 8 tons of gravity poured down, and the alien queen's figure lurched as its speed plummeted, as if it had been firmly grasped by a giant invisible hand. Roar! The alien queen tilted up its head that was covered in hideous sharp teeth and roared violently, forcing itself against the 8 tons of gravity and continuing to pounce towards Jiang Chen and the 2 of them. The huge body stepped on the ground. With every step, its huge mountain-like body shook the ground beneath their feet, as if it was a small earthquake, and the walls of the entire hall rustled and shook. Jiang Chen was shaken inwardly. Good fellow, worthy of being a second-stage fierce beast, it could move against its own 8 tons of gravity. Tang Chuyao fiercely blasted out a fire fist, flames whistling out from the blade. Bang! The alien queen stumbled as she was smashed by the flames and shook her head, those eyes that resembled an endless abyss locking onto Tang Chuyao with a deadly grip. Tang Chuyao stared wide-eyed in shock, locking eyes with the alien queen's terrifying gaze, her heart filled with disbelief. Your own fire fist was actually useless? Boom boom boom. Tang Chuyao clenched her teeth, the fiery flames constantly converging on top of both fists, like a humanoid turret, continuously blasting out multiple rounds of fire fists. The alien queen's body was smashed to the left and right under this stormy attack. However, it was unable to leave even the slightest trace of its hard exoskeleton. Roar! The alien queen seemed to have been completely enraged, once again emitting a deafening roar. Tang Chuyao pursed her lips tightly, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she gazed unbelievably at the terrifying alien queen in front of her. Is this a second-order ferocious beast? Is it going to be accounted for here today? No way. Absolutely not. Tang Shuya shouted, blazing flames enveloping her entire body as she stared deathly at the alien queen that was constantly closing in on her. Right at this moment. Clank. Buzz. A flash of eye-catching cold light accompanied by a slight sword chirp instantly flashed by. Jang Chen's ghostly figure transformed into a residual shadow that was hard to catch with the naked eye, flashing past the alien queen at an unimaginable speed. The alien queen didn't even have time to react, and one of its legs, which was as thick as a pillar, was instantly chopped off flush from the root. In an instant. Green, viscous blood resembled a fountain as it surged out, splashing down on the surrounding ground and emitting a zzz corrosive sound. Tang Chuyao gazed at the fallen alien queen in shock, and then, she cast her gaze towards Jang Chen, who was standing behind the alien queen. Was that Jang Chen throwing out his sword just now? No. It couldn't be right? His own fire fist couldn't even break this ferocious beast's defense, how could Jang Chen? Him? Roar! The alien queen used her only 3 remaining legs to prop up her huge body, and angrily stared at Jang Chen behind her. This human, how dare he chop off his own legs? The alien queen didn't wait for her to react. Jang Chen once again silently disappeared in place. Swish! Another flash of cold light flashed again. Another leg of the alien queen was thrown up high, and the alien queen, who only had 2 legs left, could no longer support her huge body and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the alien queen's originally angry eyes began to emit a hint of fear as it stared at the sharp sword in Jang Chen's hand. Jang Chen commanded towards Tang Chuyao, "Xiao Tang, don't freeze, blast through the ceiling." What? Tang Chuyao looked at Jang Chen blankly. She was still immersed in the shocking image of Jang Chen chopping off the alien queen's legs with a single sword. Jang Chen calmly said, "Blast through the ceiling, I'm going to take this thing to the platform at the top of the pyramid." Oh. Tang Chuyao blinked, although she didn't know what Jang Chen was going to do, she just did as she was told. The current Jang Chen was like a godlike existence in her eyes. Originally, she had thought that she was better than Jang Chen, at least in terms of destructive power. Now it seemed she was dreaming. It wasn't even a star and a half stronger, it was beyond her reach. Tang Chuyao took a deep breath as a blazing flame ignited, followed by violently swinging several punches towards the ceiling. Boom, boom, boom. The ceiling shattered in response, stone chips flew about, and the upper part of the room opened up, a passageway leading to higher ground appearing. Seeing this, Jang Chen immediately manipulated gravity. The gravity that was so powerful that it was suffocating was like an invisible giant hand that violently clutched the alien queen, plucking it up from the ground stiffly and dragging it towards the broken hole in the ceiling. The alien queen was terrified, it desperately flailed its upper limbs, its sharp claws flailing in the air. However, at this moment, the alien queen was already seriously injured, and under Jang Chen's powerful gravity manipulation, all struggles were futile. At the top of the pyramid, a platform of nearly 1,000 square feet, the wind howled. Bang! The alien's huge body was thrown to the ground, it curled up in the corner, its fearful eyes staring at Jang Chen, green blood continuously gushing out from the cuts in its legs. Under Jang Chen's gravitational shroud, the severely injured alien queen was completely unable to move. It was completely unable to comprehend what this powerful human actually wanted. Tang Chuyao stood beside Jang Chen, her hair a little messy, and asked in confusion. "Jang Chen, what do you want?" The corners of Jang Chen's mouth gently rose. "Those aliens outside, I'm guessing that they're all its little brothers. Do you think that if the boss gets beaten up, will the little brothers come to support him?" "Ha?" Tang Chuyao looked at Jang Chen in a daze. She knew very well what it would mean if what Jang Chen said was true. Meaning, countless points, countless attribute points. Roar! The alien queen threw her head back and roared, a deafening roar that spread throughout the entire secret realm. At the same time, in the countless corners of the secret realm, the aliens hidden in the trees and shadows simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of the pyramid. The next moment, almost all the aliens acted, dashing towards the direction of the pyramid like crazy. Chapter 37, Rocket-like Rising Points. The outer ring of the pyramid, outside the egg-shaped bug field. Tang Quansheng stared at the direction of the pyramid with wide eyes. "This roar, what's the situation?" Yang Chuanzhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "It's probably a second-order ferocious beast inside the pyramid." Tang Quanqing couldn't help but shiver for a while. It sounds terrifying. How can this be something that our freshmen can touch? Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, these two lunatics, they're finished now. Tang Quanqing revealed a gloating expression. Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice, is there a possibility that it's the roar of that second-ranked ferocious beast being punched? Tang Quanqing placed the back of his hand on his teammate's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? That's a second-order ferocious beast, brother. We're all freshmen, how bad can it be? I wouldn't dare to mess with a second-order ferocious beast anyway. Yang Chuanzhong slapped off the back of his hand and said indifferently, let's go, it's time to find the alien, our first place has been surpassed. Tang Quansheng's gaze fell on the scoreboard in his head. First place, Rongyang Luoqingji, points, 78. Second place, Tang Quanqing Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. After realizing that his team had been overtaken, Tang Quanqing fiercely cursed, damn it. Hurry up, the first place must absolutely be maintained. Just then, he noticed that Yang Chuanzhong was staring blankly in the direction of the outskirts of the pyramid. Old Yang? Tang Quanqing shouted, then glanced in the direction his teammate was gazing. The next moment, his eyes rolled up in surprise, only to see several xenomorphs weaving through the jungle, approaching them at breakneck speed. Is that an alien? 1, 2, 3. How many of these Nima? Are we getting lucky here? Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice, there are too many, be careful, do it. The words fell. A touch of purple poisonous gas instantly spread from his hands. Tang Quanqing also clenched his fists, staring dead on at the aliens that kept rushing towards them. The distance kept drawing closer. Until the alien directly crossed over them and rushed towards the direction of the pyramid. Question mark. Question mark. Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong looked at each other blankly. The alien ignored them? What the hell? This couldn't be possible. According to common sense, as soon as an alien discovered a human, it was bound to launch an attack. It was simply impossible to just cross over them. Suddenly, the two seemed to realize something at the same time and said in unison, no? After saying that, the two's gazes were simultaneously cast towards the pyramid in the distance. And it wasn't just the duo of Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, the freshmen who were hunting aliens in the outer circle just like them were also experiencing the same thing at this moment. Countless freshmen were dumbfounded as they watched an alien cross over them and head straight for the pyramid. No one knew what was going on. The school teachers hadn't said anything about this happening either, had they? The top platform of the pyramid. Tang Chuyao looked openly into the distance as countless black dots continued to approach them. She looked at Jang Chen excitedly, and even couldn't help but burst out, it's really alien tide. Misty grass. Jang Chen looked grave and said seriously, later, I'll unfold the gravity field, as long as the ones that climb up, I'll control them, and I'll leave the task of clearing the monsters to you. Aha! Tang Chuyao nodded heavily. Around the pyramid, the wave of aliens converged into a huge black ocean, constantly converging towards where Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao were. They frantically climbed upwards towards the outer wall of the pyramid. Very quickly, the first wave of aliens climbed to the top of the pyramid. Jang Chen held his blind staff and tapped the ground. Buzz! The gravity field instantly spread to its maximum range. The moment the aliens stepped into the gravity field, they were crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen manipulated the anti-gravity and directly lifted Tang Chuyao into the sky. Tang Chuyao froze for a moment, then realized Jang Chen's intentions. In the sky, one could better launch an attack on the aliens on the ground. Tang Chuyao's eyes stared, clenching her fists, and two roaring flames instantly ignited at the fists' fronts. The next moment, she swung her fiery fists with all her might, and ball after ball of fierce fiery fists slammed towards the wave of suppressed aliens on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The aliens that were only of the first rank were unable to withstand Tang Chuyao's terrifying fire fists. The first wave of aliens that stepped into Jang Chen's gravity field were destroyed and instantly turned into ashes by the heat of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Kill one alien, earn 1 point. Kill one alien, earn 1 point. 1 point for killing an alien. 1 point for killing an alien. Kill one alien, get 1 point. In the points panel in their minds, a message surfaced. Tang Chuyao only felt refreshed. She couldn't help but speed up her movements, countless tongues of fire descending from the sky, recklessly smashing into the tide of aliens on the pyramid platform. At this moment, huddled to the side, the heavily injured alien queen stared blankly at the scene in front of it. In its wise eyes, it seemed to be contemplating, these two humans, what kind of demons are they? One's own alien army, in front of them, was like a mole cricket. Kill one alien, earn 1 point. Kill one alien, earn 1 point. Kill one alien, get 1 point. Kill one alien, get 1 point. Kill one alien, get 1 point. At the same time, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's points were also climbing extremely fast. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points 921. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points 921. Second place, Rong Yang Luoqingji, points 78. Third place, Tang Quan Shine Yang Chuanzhong, points 76. In the blink of an eye, their points had already thrown off the second place by 8 blocks, and they were about to step into the 1,000 points mark. One must know that in the first secret realm, up until now, no one had ever managed to exceed 1,000 points. And now, there were still more than 10 whole days until the end of the secret realm. As Tang Chuyao's attacks became more and more violent, the number of alien tides began to decrease drastically. Jang Chen's gravity field also remained at its maximum range at all times, ensuring that none of the aliens were able to escape control. Boom! Another fierce fire fist smashed down, directly smashing the last group of aliens into meat paste. Ah! Holy! Too good! Tang Chuyao landed beside Jang Chen, excitedly waving her little pink fist in place, her eyes glowing. Jang Chen, is there a next wave? The words fell. The duo simultaneously turned their heads to look at the alien queen curled up on the ground. With that greedy and crazy gaze, the alien queen only felt a tremor run through her body. Clank! Jang Chen drew out his sword blade and slowly walked towards the alien queen. Tang Chuyao, on the other hand, also pressed the joints of her fists together with a snapping sound, excitedly following Jang Chen. The alien queen looked at the duo in horror and tried to move her body backward. However, under Jang Chen's gravity cage, she was unable to move at all. At the same time, countless freshmen stood sporadically at the periphery of the egg-shaped bug's domain, staring blankly in the direction of the pyramid. Just now, they vaguely saw a blurry figure suspended in the air, a fire fist continuously smashing towards the alien tide. The light of fire was rushing into the sky. It was like a heavenly god descending. Immediately afterward, in the scoreboard in their minds, the points behind the names of Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao rose like rockets. Chapter 38, Jang Chen starting to rocket again? Due to the flow of time inside and outside the secret realm, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had spent a total of more than half an hour to reach the top inside the secret realm, and outside, only 3 minutes had passed. Outside the secret realm, 3 minutes ago. The quiet air was filled with an air of tension and gravity. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng, Director of Instruction Wang Xin, and class teacher Lin Weidong, at this moment, the three of them were staring at the leaderboards with a grave expression. Suddenly, Lin Weidong fiercely pointed at the leaderboard on the surface of the spatial crack with an excited expression. Look! Jang Chen and the others have entered the top 100. In the 87th place. Wang Xin and Du Hongsheng sniffed and immediately looked in the direction Lin Weidong pointed. When they saw Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names, the two of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. The next moment, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names violently jumped another 20 places upwards. This sudden turn of events caused all the teachers present to be shaken inwardly, as if the surface of a calm lake had been hit by a boulder, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Could it be that Jang Chen is going to start rocketing again just like the entrance test? Next, as they thought, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names, once again, moved up 20 places. Immediately after that, the names continuously scurried upwards. In less than 10 seconds. It was already firmly occupying the first place, and with a terrifying speed, it opened up a huge gap with the second place. Not only that, the points were still skyrocketing. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 146. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 288. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 522. For a time, outside the secret realm, everyone looked as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, staring in shock at the names of Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. All the teachers, with their eyes rounded and their mouths slightly open, seemed to have forgotten that they could still breathe. 3 minutes passed in an instant. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 921. Second place, Rong Yang Luochang Ji, points 78. Third place, Tang Quan Shine Yang Chuanzhong, points 76. Fourth place, Zhao Yang Wang Rong, points 75. Fifth place, Lin Xiaohua Luli, points 74. The points finally stopped moving, and the duo of Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao stopped at 921 points. There was silence for a while. Wang Xin turned his head to look at Du Hongshang, his mouth opening and closing several times. School. Vice Principal, what is this situation? Even if they killed the second-order ferocious beasts within the pyramid, the points aren't this exaggerated, right? Lin Weidong on the side also hurriedly added. Yeah. I remember a second-order ferocious beast, hidden reward points, is usually 200 points. What's the situation with this alien mystery realm? Historically, no one had ever been able to take so many points in the first secret realm. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were making history. Du Hongsheng swept his eyes at the duo, his brows furrowed into a chuan. You're asking me? Who am I asking? After saying that, he stared at the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao again and slowly spoke. Ask them when they come out. It couldn't be that the secret realm has a bug, could it? Lin Weidong cautiously looked at Wang Sen. Wang Sen glared at him and softly chided. Nonsense, when has there been a bug in the secret realm? Is there such a good thing? Lin Weidong nodded, his face puzzled, and muttered. So they stabbed the alien nest? Wang Sen sniffed and twisted his head to look at him. You don't say, it's really possible. That ferocious beast in the pyramid might be the key. Inside the secret territory. The alien queen was lying on the ground lifelessly, green blood bubbling out from the incision of her severed leg. After seeing the strength of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, the alien queen's heart was saddened. It knew very well that even if it continued to call in its own minions, it would only be sending them to their deaths. Jiang Chen carried his sword blade and walked up to it, looking down at it. Call all your pups over to me, you can have a good time when the killing is done. The alien queen seemed to understand Jiang Chen's words, and its already hideous and ghastly mouth slowly grinned to both sides, revealing the jaggedly sharp mouthparts. Jiang Chen didn't spoil it in the slightest, and directly kicked its long, flat head with an erasure kick. Bang! Try showing me your teeth again? Jiang Chen pointed at the alien queen's head as if he was training a dog, and said viciously. The alien queen shook her head a few times as she was kicked, then continued to stare at Jiang Chen in death, with a look that she would rather die than give in. Seeing this, Jiang Chen directly rolled up his sleeves. Xiang, I see that you're not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Bang bang bang! Roar! After a bout of punching and kicking, the alien queen curled up, shivering, and the clarity in those ghostly green eyes cleared. At this scene, Tang Chuyao was dumbfounded and stood frozen at the side. Jiang Chen drew his sword blade and pressed it against the alien queen's remaining legs. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't call your little brother over, I'll remove these last few legs of yours first, and then I'll slowly peel off your skin. The alien queen heard the words, and it was obvious that it understood. Its ghostly green eyes were filled with despair and fear. The next moment. Roar! A desperate roar shook the entire secret realm. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked towards Tang Chuyao. Little Tang, get ready, keep brushing the monsters. All right. Tang Chuyao excitedly rolled up her sleeves. Today, let's brush the sky and the earth. Anyway, with Jiang Chen around, even if she was completely powerless, she wouldn't panic in the slightest. Outside of the egg-shaped insect field, Tang Quanqing stared blankly in the direction of the pyramid for a long time before coming back to his senses and twisting his head to look at his teammate at the side. Old Yang, I didn't expect you to be right. These two, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, aren't crazy, they're ing devils. Yang Chuanzhong also trembled his voice at this moment. They are breaking records, right? Although in his heart, he had always felt that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao weren't that simple. But it wasn't that outrageous. Tang Quanqing said with wide eyes. More than breaking a record? This is making history. Not to mention our Dragon Kingdom, no one in the entire world has been able to swipe monsters in Secret Realm number 1 in such an exaggerated manner. Yang Chuanzhong couldn't help but gulp. You said, how on earth did they do it? How could a first-ranked ability user possibly beat a second-ranked ferocious beast? Tang Quanqing sniffed and frowned. There's only one possibility, there's one of them who's more than first rank. Jiang Chen? Yang Chuanzhong asked. Tang Quanqing shook his head. I think it's Tang Chuyao. Jang Chen can only manipulate a bit of gravity. To put it bluntly, he's just a supporting role. If Tang Chuyao is only of the first rank, what are they going to take to break the defense against the second-ranked ferocious beasts? Yang Chuanzhong smiled bitterly. I didn't realize that the hidden rewards in the alien mystery realm had such a use as gathering monsters from across the map. Tang Quanqing glanced at him. Old Yang, do you think there's a next wave? Right at this moment. Yang Chuanzhong jerked his head to look behind him. In the distance, countless black shadows were rapidly approaching towards them. The next wave is coming. Tang Quanqing also turned his head to look, and suddenly he realized something. That's not right, old Yang. There's still 10 days left. At this rate, all the aliens shouldn't have been slaughtered by them, right? What about our points? Yang Chuanzhong was a bit speechless. Cool. No. If we can stop one, it's one. Tang Quanqing rolled up his sleeves and charged towards a wildly running alien. Chapter 39. Where is the bug stuck? Outside the secret land. All the teachers were still immersed in the heaven-defying points of the Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao duo. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Quickly look! Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's points have started to skyrocket again. With this teacher's words, all the teachers cast their gazes onto the points list on the surface of the spatial rift. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 921. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 944. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 968. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 1001. Now, the teachers, who were already shocked, were completely nonplussed. If it was just over 900 points, then they could still accept it. The duo had only 400 plus attribute points for one person equally. Now the points have started to skyrocket again. There was still a long way to go before the end, so who knew how many points Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao would reach in the end? Wang Sun looked at Du Hongsheng with surprise on his face. Vice Principal, how did Jang Chen and their points start to skyrocket again? Could it be that there's more than one wave of the alien tide? Du Hongsheng didn't say a word as he quietly gazed at the points list, a flash of appreciation flowing from his eyes as the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. One had to know that such a large number of points meant that Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao would obtain attribute points that were unimaginable after exiting the number 1 secret realm. It also meant that they would be riding high on their growth path afterward. And these two people were both students of their Star Ocean Military Academy. Lin Weidong was both excited and puzzled. Director, they shouldn't be killing the entire secret realm, all the aliens, right? Wang Sun couldn't help but exclaim, ridiculous, too ridiculous. Director, this is too cool, right? I remember that there is an upper limit to the points reward, and so far only one person in the world has reached the upper limit. Lin Weidong had an envious look in his eyes. If only he had gotten this many points back then. Wang Sun slowly spoke. Secret Realm number 1, the upper limit of points is 2,000 points, plus the 500 points rewarded for the first place, and 300 points for the hidden reward. If they can really reach the ceiling points, that means that after the end of Secret Realm number 1, one of them will receive 1,400 attribute points. With such a large number of attribute points, they would be able to directly reach the second-ranked abilities. No one in the Dragon Kingdom has been able to reach a second-order ability holder after the end of Secret Realm number 1 so far. Lin Weidong sniffed and revealed a pleased smile. The two of them, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, were both students in his class. In the future, they could be considered to have awesome blows. Just at this moment, the cell phone on Wang Sen's body rang. He looked at the caller ID and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile after realizing that it was his old friend from Linjiang Military Academy. Hello? Old Lia, what's wrong? Aya, it's not just that I accidentally took first place, see how anxious you are. Our Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao are indeed a bit stronger than your students, and the points are indeed that much more than yours. Oldly, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. How come you're stuck with a bug? How is it a solo? I don't even know what you're talking about. Lin Weidong, who was on the side, looked at Wang Sun, who was smiling at his aunt at this moment, and couldn't help but follow suit. Humph, Linjiang Military Academy, let you guys go wild. Inside the secret territory, Tang Quanqing sat panting on the ground, his face filled with indignation. Damn, can't stop it at all. Exasperated me to death. Now these aliens, when they see us, they directly take a detour. They have to go to the pyramid to give Jang Chen and the others a head start. Hey, it's already the third wave, right? Teammate Yang Chuanzhong also sat down, and the two of them leaned together, staring at the direction of the pyramid in despair. The aliens, which were like legions of black ants, rushed up to send heads to Jang Chen and the others. The flames were rushing to the sky. Just now, they had been trying to stop a few of the aliens, and at first, they did kill some of them, and then when the aliens saw them from afar, they directly took a detour. The aliens' sensitive speed, trying to run, they simply couldn't catch up. Tang Quanqing glanced at the points list in his head, and let out a desperate sigh. I'm dropping my mom, all over 1,800 points. After saying that, he looked to the side of his teammates. If it wasn't for Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, I wouldn't have known that this secret realm could hide so many aliens. Yang Chuanzhong shook his head with a bitter smile. Hey, forget it, second place is fine. On the other side, the two of them, Luli and Lin Xiaohua, also sat helplessly on the ground. They were just the same, they simply couldn't stop these aliens who were bent on sending them to their deaths. Luli gazed at the top of the pyramid in a daze, the figure that was like a fire god, envious in her heart. The top floor of the pyramid. Boom boom boom. Tang Zhuyao hovered in the air, continuously blasting out fire fists towards the black legions under her feet, her face filled with excitement. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in their minds. Tip, points have reached the upper limit, killing aliens will no longer increase points except for hidden rewards. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao, points, 2,000. Jang Chen was shaken inwardly. Reached the upper limit? What the hell? The secret realm had a point limit? Tang Chuyao also revealed a surprised expression. The two of them exchanged glances. Jang Chen looked up at Tang Zhuyao and asked aloud, Little Tang, how come the secret realm has an upper limit? Our teacher didn't say that either? Tang Chuyao lapsed into silence, silently continuing to bombard the alien tide. A moment later, she spoke, Jang Chen, is there a possibility that teacher never even thought that someone could brush the upper limit? Jang Chen sniffed, and was inwardly speechless. What Xiao Tang said did make a bit of sense. It seemed like she really hadn't seen anyone from the Dragon Kingdom who could brush up to the upper limit of points in the secret realm. Forget it, the cap was the cap. This is already more than enough points. With 2,000 points, plus the hidden reward of 300 points, and 500 points for the first place, they could get 1,400 attribute points each. 1,400 attribute points meant that they could directly pull their spiritual attributes up to 720 points. After all, the highest attribute couldn't be more than double the lowest, but it didn't matter, the other attribute points were also useful. 720 points of mental attributes meant being able to manipulate 36 tons of gravity. The original was only 8 tons, and it had directly doubled more than 4 times. With 36 tons of gravity, it was estimated that it could directly crush a second-order ferocious beast to burst. Moreover, one could still get 140 skill points. Jang Chen couldn't help but look at the skill panel in his head. Hearing color hegemony LV.2, 060 plus, current range 500 meters, next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Blind sword technique LV.2, 020 plus, current sword intent comprehended, next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV.2, 020 plus, current field range is 50 meters, next level, range spreads to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave manipulation proficient. Naval 6 styles LV.1, 010 plus. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, armed color hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 710. 140 points. This shall not be pulled directly all over again. When the secret world is over, one will be able to manipulate gravity waves, and then I wonder how far one can manipulate it. Attaching gravity to the sword should be no problem. Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. He shouted out towards Tang Chuyao. Little Tang, let's clear out all the aliens in this wave first, then we can come and finish off this alien queen. At this moment, the alien queen curled up on the side seemed to be able to understand as it lifted its head with difficulty, an expression of relief filling its eyes. Chapter 40 The Alien Queen Who Left Peacefully. Outside the secret boundary. The crowd of the Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association were currently sitting on the bleachers, gazing at the scoreboard on the spatial rift. At this moment, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had already reached the upper limit of 2,000 points. Such an outrageous achievement directly silenced everyone dry. A moment later, Zhang Qingyu leisurely rested his hands on the back of his head, glancing a few times towards Chao Yang next to him while smacking his lips and saying, "Tisk, TSK, I can remember someone swearing that Jang Chen would never become a second-ranked ability master after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Oh yeah, someone also emphasized that what he said was the truth, and what others said was also the truth." After saying that, Zhang Qingyu even deliberately imitated Chao Yang's tone at that time, and that look was as beat up as it could be. Chao Yang's face instantly darkened, Niso stood up with a bang, and his eyes widened angrily. "Zhang Qingyu, do you want to die?" Zhang Qingyu, however, did not care at all. Instead, he smiled and stretched out a finger, pointing it at the stormy Chao Yang, and twisted his head to look at Vice President Chu Liang. "Ha ha ha, old Chu, look at him, he's in a hurry, he's in a hurry." Facing Zhang Qingyu's yin and yang, Chao Yang completely couldn't tense up, his veins rippled on his forehead. "You damn it, have the balls to go to the ring with me." Zhang Qingyu's face was full of disdain, his hands clasped on his chest as he dangled back. "Just go, am I still afraid of you?" Just as the swords were drawn, Yang Xiaotong stood up and blocked between the two of them, sighing. "You guys be quiet, one is a smoke fruit ability person who can elementalize, and one is an immortal bird fruit ability person, who can you beat? Battle until the end of time, right?" The words fell. The duo simultaneously turned their heads to the side. What Yang Xiaotong said was indeed correct, a smoke fruit ability person who could elementalize could not be beaten without an armed color hegemony. Zhang Qingyu, on the other hand, was even more outrageous and could not be hit at all. Both of them were also fourth-ranked ability users with comparable strengths, and when they came together, they were completely indistinguishable from each other. Chu Liang landed his gaze on Chao Yang and slowly opened his mouth. "Alright Chao Yang, I'll talk less. Since Jang Chen is already destined to be a second-order ability person, when the secret realm is over, you tell someone to go and absorb him into the association, and directly turn him into a full member." Chao Yang sniffed, snorted coldly, and twisted his head to leave. Seeing this, his own brother Chao Jun, who was sitting beside him, hurriedly followed him. Star Ocean Military Academy, on a quiet path within the school. Chao Jun followed closely behind Chao Yang and cursed, "Damn, this Zhang Qingyu is too cheap. Brother, find a chance to definitely clean him up." Chao Yang clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "There will be an opportunity." After saying that, he stopped and turned his head to look at his younger brother, Chao Jun, a flash of gloom in his eyes. "After the freshmen have done their ability evaluation steps, you'll go to the recruiting, and when the time comes to thwart Jang Chen, I'll let him make a name for himself." Chao Jun sniffed and revealed an equally sinister smile. "Don't worry brother, I know what's in my heart." "Humph, so what if it's a second-ranked ability user? My barrier, no one can break it under the same rank." According to the Star Ocean Military Academy Ability User Association's custom, at the time of every new student recruitment, the older students would purposely show off their two hands to give the new students a head start. After all, this was a martial arts school that had always honored force and the strongest. In the association, strength was everything, the absolute king's way. In every freshman class, there will always be a few ungrateful pricks, relying on the awakening of a slightly better talent. They will be in the school, arrogant and domineering, completely not to put the older sisters in the eyes. At this time, it is necessary for the older students to step in and teach these rash young people a good lesson, so that they recognize the reality and understand that in the military school, they are just a drop in the ocean. Within the secret territory, on the top floor of the pyramid, Tang Chuyao was still cleaning up the remaining wave of aliens. Jang Chen paced on hurriedly to the side of the alien queen, stroking its long, flat head as he mouthed the words. "Brother, oh no, you seem to be a female, old sister honestly, I really have to thank you for giving us such a generous gift of points, you can go in peace now." The alien queen, who was already dying at the moment, heard these words and a soft whimper rolled out of her throat with difficulty. Was this speaking human words? Not only did she kill herself, but she also killed her own men, and in the end, she actually came with a thank you? If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Jang Chen, the alien queen couldn't wait to pounce on him and bite him to death. Jang Chen looked calm, slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The cold blade of the sword was close to the alien queen's head inch by inch. The coldness seemed to instantly seep into its bone marrow. The alien queen closed her eyes peacefully, with a look of finally being relieved. The next moment, the sword blade went straight down. Plop! Green sticky blood gushed out along the sword, and the alien queen's huge body trembled violently, then completely died. Another moment passed. Tang Chuyao finally finished cleaning up the remaining alien tide, and as if she had been drained of all her strength, her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she was almost exhausted. There were nearly 2,000 aliens. She was the one responsible for clearing them all. But even so, Tang Chuyao didn't have the slightest complaint and was even excited. After all, without Jang Chen, she wouldn't have been able to beat up the alien queen. Jang Chen sheathed his sword, walked over to Tang Chuyao's side, sat down on his knees, raised his eyes to the distant sky that was permeated with deathly silence, and leisurely opened his mouth. I didn't realize that the secret realm even had a point ceiling. Tang Chuyao sat up with strong support, her hands propped up behind her. Jang Chen will be able to get a total of 2,800 points this time, that's 1,400 attribute points per person, which is already outrageous enough. This means that as long as we get out of the secret realm, when the time comes for the ability evaluation, we'll be able to directly evaluate to a second-order ability user. Our Dragon Kingdom has never seen a direct second-order ability person at the end of the first secret realm before. Jang Chen let out a light laugh. That's true. Tang Chuyao continued. And we've already reached a second-order ability person in the first secret realm, so in the next secret realm, we can almost always kill indiscriminately. After saying that, she carefully glanced at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, in the next secret realm, can I still team up with you? She had seen Jang Chen's terrifying strength with her own eyes. A freshman could kill a second-stage ferocious beast, such potential, for the sake of one's future, one had to hold onto this thigh. Jang Chen responded casually. All right. Jang Chen was still satisfied with Tang Chuyao's performance. This little girl, although her strength wasn't as good as his own, compared to others, she was also considered the strongest of the strong. Moreover, she worked very hard, so it didn't matter if she was in a group. Anyway, the group secret realm was a must, and it would be better to group others than to group Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao sniffed and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Right, Jang Chen? Tang Chuyao asked as if she suddenly remembered something, her eyes filled with curiosity. How many cards of destruction can you cut with one sword? Jang Chen said bluntly, oh, almost 5,000 cards. The words fell. Tang Chuyao stared at Jang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. 5,000 cards? 2,500 cards from one of her own fire fists was already exaggerated for a new student. Jang Chen with a sword of 5,000 cards? And with such a casual tone, as if it wasn't much of a big deal? What kind of demon is this? Tang Chuyao cried out silently inwardly. Jang Chen stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Already firmly in first place, the next step was to wait until the end of the secret realm and settle the attribute points. I'll go get some dry branches, let's spend the night here tonight. Jang Chen said, directly rising up in the air, leaving behind Tang Chuyao who was still immersed in shock. Chapter 41 Crazy Enhancement. Time flew by and soon came to the last day within the secret territory. Yang Chuanzhong sat on the ground, his back leaning tightly against a large tree, his expression slightly tired. Tang Quansheng, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth in front of him irritably, full of depression with no place to vent it, raising his foot from time to time and kicking hard at the gravel on the ground. Tang Quansheng. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind them. Tang Quansheng was filled with impatience, turning his head to follow the voice, realizing that it was their classmates from Linjiang Military Academy, and also Ron Yang and Luo Qingji, who were currently third on the scoreboard. Old Tang, you guys are quite leisurely? Ron Yang was the first to speak, with a few snickering smiles on his face, striding along with Luo Qingji. Seeing this, Tang Quansheng gave him a blank look without any good humor. What else? It's been 10 days and we've only caught 3 aliens, all of which were killed by Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Rong Yan laughed bitterly. You guys are not bad then, since Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao cleared the alien tide, we've only encountered one in the past 10 days. When Tang Quansheng heard this, he clenched his fists in anger. Goddamn Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, originally the first few days were pretty good, we could kill a dozen or 2 dozen aliens a day, but with them stirring things up, we'll have a hard time in Secret Realm number 2 by then. Rong Yang slowly crouched down and sighed heavily. Hey, in fact, it's not too bad, top more or less 200 attribute points, not too big a loss, only the second secret realm to see if we can make up for it. Immediately after. 4 people sat around a place, all hanging their heads. Tang Quansheng tilted his head and looked up at the sky, lamenting, you guys say how come Tang Chuyao is so strong? Can you even kill a second-order ferocious beast? Rong Yang glanced at him, otherwise the burning fruit would be known as the most developed S-rank fruit, but perhaps Tang Chuyao herself is highly talented. Tang Quansheng shrugged and spread his hands out, it's almost over, we're giving up anyway. Us too. After saying that, the 4 of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. In a jungle within the secret territory. Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had basically been in a state of doing nothing and wandering around for the past 10 days. At this moment, the duo was sitting around each other with a simple barbecue grill in front of them. Tang Chuyao's cheeks were bulging as she said vaguely, "We're going to participate in the rank evaluation after we go out, Jang Chen. If it weren't for the mandatory requirement of attribute points for rank evaluation, it feels like you'd have a chance to be evaluated directly to the third rank." Jang Chen was slightly stunned and asked in passing, "How much destructive power is required for the third rank?" 20,000 cards. Tang Chuyao swallowed the food in her mouth and spat out the word sharply. Jang Chen's heart jolted, and he blurted out, "The second order is only 5,000 cards, this jumps to 20,000 cards all of a sudden, the span is too big, isn't it?" Tang Chuyao explained as she chewed on the meat nonchalantly. "It's not too bad, the total attribute point requirement for the third rank is 3,000 points, and when converted to each attribute, it's probably about 750 points on average. Without any ability increase, you can probably hit a destructive power of 7,500 cards, and the ability increase requirement for the third rank is probably close to 3 times counting as passing. However, the higher the rank, the higher the required ability increase multiplier, which is also closely related to the fruit ability development, or the degree of development of the physical art sword way. Those 7th and 8th ranked powerhouses, their ability multiplier increase can reach tens of times." Jang Chen listened to Tang Chuyao's explanation and hung his head slightly, pondering. Come to think of it, even if the third order destructive power requirement was 20,000 cards, he might not be able to reach it himself. After this secret realm was over, the strength attribute would probably be able to point up to 360 points, which was a base destructive power of 3,600 cards. Upgrading the blind sword art again, with a proficient level of sword intent attached and gravity attached, it would easily increase tenfold, right? Thinking about this, Jang Chen then followed up with a question. What are the requirements for a 4th ranked ability user? Tang Chuyao tilted her head in slight contemplation, and after a moment, she responded, "It seems to be 8,000 total attribute points, and the destructive power requirement is 80,000, right?" Jang Chen fell silent. 80,000 cards. Estimating on his current condition, after the secret realm ended, the destructive power could at best reach more than 30,000 cards. Although compared to other second-order ability users, it could simply leave them behind by 8 blocks, enough to rival third-order ability users. But with the 4th rank, the gap was still obvious. Just as Jang Chen was thinking, a crisp beep sounded abruptly. 1 minute left until the end of this secret realm. Ah! It's finally ending. Tang Chuyao stretched excitedly, not having bathed for 20 whole days. She could barely stand it now. Soon. A minute passed. Jang Chen only felt a flash of white light, and immediately afterward, the surrounding dense jungle instantly disappeared. The two of them just shifted to a space out of nowhere, and the sky and earth were white with snow. This was also the place where the secret realm ended and the settlement of attribute points began. The secret realm has ended, and points are being settled. Jang Chen Tang Chuyao have been detected killing the alien queen, rewarding 300 hidden points. Jang Chen Tang Chuyao are detected to be ranked first in the standings, rewarded with 500 points. Jang Chen Tang Chuyao's total points of 2,800 have been detected, and are in the process of settling their attribute points. In less than a minute, all the attribute points were settled. Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had been allocated 1,400 attribute points each. In an instant, the two of them were surrounded by a layer of dreamy veil, and their light flickered with splendor. At the same time, in Jang Chen's mind, 2 crisp beeps sounded at the same time. Gained 1,400 attribute points. Gained 140 skill points. Seeing this, Jang Chen immediately opened his panel and started adding points without stopping. Ding ding ding. For a while, golden light flashed frequently above the panel. Strength, 80 plus, power, 360 plus. Spirit, 160 plus, spirit, 720 plus. Physique, 80 plus, physique, 360 plus. Agility, 80 plus, agility, 360 plus. Manageable gravity, 36 tons. The 4-dimensional attributes, the entirety of which had been raised by more than 4 times. In an instant, an incomparably majestic force surged up from deep within Jang Chen's body. This power, rushing and whistling along the meridians of the entire body, penetrated deep into every subtle cell, and merged into the boiling blood. Click 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 click. The bones emitted a slight clack sound. Jang Chen felt the great metamorphosis that was taking place within his body. Subconsciously, he gently clenched his fists, which at this moment seemed to contain the power of 1,000 pounds, and with a random punch, he was afraid that he could directly kill an elephant. Not only was it the attack power, the physique and agility had also gained a huge boost. 360 points of constitution meant that with the use of iron, one could harden the destructive power of 10,000 cards. With 720 points of mental strength, it was even possible to directly manipulate 36 tons of gravity. The equivalent of nearly 20 small cars. Equivalent to a medium-sized tank. Want to fight with yourself? First, directly smash a medium-sized tank onto the other party. Let the other party taste what is called despair. Now, even if the alien queen was in front of him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even need to draw his sword, just this 36 tons of gravity would be able to directly crush it into mush. Phew. There were still skill points. Jang Chen moved his gaze to the skill panel. Seeing color hegemony LV.2, 060 plus, next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Blind sword art LV.2, 020 plus, next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV.2, 020 plus, next rank, range spread to 200 meters, unlock gravity wave manipulation proficient. Naval 6 styles LV.1, 010 plus. Assignable skill points, 140. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armed Color Rain of Power. Current unlocking progress, 710. Chapter 42 Unlocking Armed Color Hegemony. Sword Proficiency. For the skill points, the focus was definitely on 3 skills, Seeing Color, Blind Sword Art and Gravity Field. As for the Navy's 6 styles, it wasn't a high priority for the time being. Without the slightest hesitation, Jang Chen directly leveled up all 3 major skills one by one. Hearing Color Hegemony LV.2, Hearing Color Hegemony LV.3. Hearing Color Hegemony LV.3, 0180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Blind Sword Art LV.2, Blind Sword Art LV.3. Blind Sword Art LV.3, 040 plus, currently comprehended sword intent proficient, next level, sword chi proficient. Gravity field LV.2, Gravity field LV.3. Gravity domain LV.3, 040 plus, current domain range 200 meters, gravity wave manipulation proficient, next level, range spread to 500 meters. Assignable skill points, 40. The moment he finished tapping the skill, Jang Chen clearly felt that his perception range had directly doubled. More than that, his perception perspective became much clearer. It was just like what the real eye saw, there was no longer any difference. The only difference was that Jang Chen's perspective was 360 degree all around with no dead angles, and ignored obstacles. Straight to the essence. Tang Chuyao on the side, within Jang Chen's perception perspective, was as transparent as it was knowing. More than that. Jang Chen gently pulled out the blade of his sword. In an instant, the air currents around the sword quietly churned up, transmitting to him the subtle to subtle movements between heaven and earth. Under the collocation of Seeing Color, he could clearly perceive the slight tremor of the air as it brushed against the sword. Everything seemed to have shed its usual gentle disguise, revealing its innermost structure in veins. The mountains and rivers and boulders were no longer static and majestic landscapes in his eyes, but rather, they were natural recipes that contained the direction of power. The texture folds were just like the best route for sword moves, guiding him on how to use the sword to break the game and use the chi to control the force. It was a very marvelous feeling. Jang Chen gripped the hilt of the sword, and it was as if a tacit understanding was born between his fingers and the hilt of the sword. The sword was no longer a cold metal instrument, but a part of his body that extended out. The sword was no longer a cold metal instrument, but a part of his body. Jang Chen decisively drew out his sword blade and swung a sword in the air. Buzz! Wherever the sword blade passed, it seemed to have a marvelous resonance with the surrounding air, causing the space to ripple in a circle that was visible to the naked eye. Tang Chuyao, who was on the side, witnessed this shocking scene, and stood frozen on the spot. Her mouth slightly opened into a small O shape, her eyes glaring round, full of shock and disbelief. This is... what the hell? Didn't see wrong, right? This sword, even directly made space fluctuate? Is this some new skill developed by the heavy fruit? Tang Chuyao just stared at Jang Chen incredulously, her heart full of shock making her forget to even open her mouth to ask. Jang Chen sheathed his sword, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. The gravity domain had also been raised to 200 meters, and he had also initially mastered gravity wave manipulation. The sword he had just swung out had also tried to attach gravity to it and succeeded. It wouldn't be like at the beginning when gravity enveloped him along with himself. Right at this moment, a crisp beep sounded in Jang Chen's mind once again. Detected that the total skill level has reached LV.1010. Unlocking new skill, Armed Color Hegemony. Armed Color Hegemony LV.1, can touch ability entity, next level, Armed Color Entanglement. Hint, when the total rank of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 1020. Jang Chen's eyes lit up. Armed Color Hegemony. With this skill, there was no need to worry about encountering an enemy that could elementalize, and there was nothing you could do about it. And Jang Chen's eyes fell on the latest tip. Total skill level reached LV.20, unlocking Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. This move was one of Fujitaka's signature skills in the anime. Attaching gravity to the blade and swinging it out, it simultaneously released a huge horizontal gravity into the orbit of the swing, crushing everything in front of it. It was an extremely terrifying long-range AoE attack skill. Right now, his total level was just 10 levels short. Jang Chen stroked his chin and began to think about which skill to allocate the remaining 40 skill points to. Seeing color upgrade required 180 points, so it was a direct pass. Blind Sword Art LV.3, 040 plus, currently have Comprehended Sword Intent Proficient, next level, Sword Chi Proficient. Gravity Field LV.3, 040 plus, current field range is 200 meters, Gravity Wave Manipulation Proficient, next level, range spreading to 500 meters. Naval 6 Styles LV.1, 010 plus. Armed Color Bay LV.1, 020 plus, can attack elementalized enemies, next level, Armed Color Wrap. Giving skill points to Naval 6 Styles and Armed Color Breath would result in some remaining skill points that couldn't be used. This is hard for an OCD person. So pass. The remaining Blind Sword Art and Gravity Field. Upgrading Blind Sword Technique gives you access to a skillful level of Sword Chi, which doesn't seem like much. After all, it's only a proficiency level, the attack power shouldn't be that strong. It's better to just pull the opponent in front of you and use proficiency level sword intent to kill them with a single sword. The gravity domain could directly increase its range to 500 meters, and one's current seeing color range was 1000 meters. This should be considered a huge increase. Thinking of this, Jang Chen then directly invested his skill points into the gravity domain. Ding! Gravity domain LV.3, gravity domain LV.4. Gravity domain LV.4, 080 plus, current range of the domain is 500 meters, gravity wave manipulation skill has been mastered, next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Assignable skill points, 0. Jang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The next level can't master gravity wave manipulation at the proficient level? Did he still need to go to the next level? I just tried it myself, it was only gravity wave manipulation at the proficient level, and I couldn't manage to pull gravity into the air to form a repulsive gravity circle that bounced off all attacks, just like the Vine Tiger in the anime. Forget it, that's it for now. Jang Chen took one last look at his current panel again. Strength, 360 plus. Spirit, 720 plus. Physique, 360 plus. Agility, 360 plus. Manageable gravity, 36 tons. Hearing color aura LV.3, 180 plus, current range, 1000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.3, 040 plus, currently has sword intent mastery. Gravity field LV.4, 080 plus, current range 500 meters, gravity wave manipulation mastered proficient. Armed color breath LV.1, 020 plus, can attack elementalized enemies, next level, armed color wrap. Naval 6 Styles LV.1, 010 plus. Jang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, he sensed the dazed Tang Chuya behind him. Jang Chen turned his head. What's wrong, Tang? Nothing. Tang Chuyao came back to her senses. Jang Chen, what was that sword just now? Did my eyes blink? Oh, nothing, just developed a new skill. Jang Chen said casually. Tang Chuyao was speechless for a while. This skill didn't look simple, but it turned out to be said so casually. Alright, let's go, it's time to go out. The homeroom teacher is probably waiting for us outside the secret boundary. After Jang Chen finished speaking, he took big steps towards the exit of the secret realm. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao also hurriedly got up to follow. Chapter 43 Second Order Fierce Beast surprisingly killed by Jang Chen? Outside the secret realm. Almost all of the teachers from the Star Ocean Military School had gathered here. Lin Weidong's face was overflowing with excitement. The reason was simple: this time, in the number 1 secret realm, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, who had made history, were his students. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng stood upright with his arms folded, his eyes brimming with a few moments of anticipation. Director of Instruction Wang Xin was also at the side, his gaze sweeping towards the spatial rift from time to time, similarly excited. And there was still a part of the teachers with a somewhat complicated look on their faces. Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had indeed created history, yes, but this had also led to the other students, whose points were unexpectedly low. It was equivalent to most of the points converging on Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Lin Weidong stood on his tiptoes, constantly looking around, mumbling, "Time should be up, right? How come it hasn't come out yet?" Wang Xin glanced at him. "Shaolin, what's the rush? It'll be out soon." Lin Weidong said excitedly. "I so want to know how Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao and the others did it. This time, our Dragon Kingdom is considered to have conquered another secret realm's hidden reward, and it's still my students." Wang Xin sniffed and followed with a light laugh, snickering, "Look at your unproductive appearance." While speaking, the spatial crack that was originally as quiet as a mirror suddenly rippled. "It's coming out, the students are coming out." A sharp-eyed teacher couldn't help but cry out in alarm. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused over in unison. Immediately afterward, the first batch of new students walked out from the crack. These new students, one by one, were dusty, covered in dust and stains, and their clothes were so ragged that they were no different from the downtrodden beggars on the street. A breeze brushed by. At once, the entire playground, the stench of the sky. But the teachers didn't have much of a reaction. Most of the secret realms were like this, and they were all used to it. The homeroom teachers of each class also began to come forward, each recognizing the students in their class. Lin Weidong weaved his way through the crowd, and it took a while before he finally gathered all the students in his class together. He counted the number of people and realized that Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not in the crowd. "Wang Ming, where are Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao?" Wang Ming raised his head, both eyes woofing, and said in an aggravated manner, "I don't know, teacher. I only got 20 points this time. The front was fine, I could encounter 4 or 5 aliens a day, but I couldn't encounter any at all in the back." Lin Weidong sniffed and was inwardly speechless. He was the one who had seen the leaderboard with his own eyes, and naturally, he could guess what was going on in there. It was nothing more than the two of them, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, killing all the monsters. Just then, the other students heard Wang Ming say this and made noises. "Yeah, Teacher Lin, us too. We were just hanging around the outer ring of the pyramid. Tang Chuyao was too strong. The aliens were almost all killed by her. We're even worse, we only got more than 10 points. We saw a lot of aliens, but they didn't even care about us, they just went around and gave Tang Chuyao a head start." For a while, the scene was plunged into a cacophony of noise, and the students all looked like they had found a vent for their emotions, venting their dissatisfaction to their heart's content. "Quiet, all be quiet." Lin Weidong pulled his voice, maintaining the order of the students. "Did you guys see how Tang Chuyao and the others were killed?" "Saw it, almost everyone close to the pyramid, saw it, too horrible. Too inhumane." Right, the aliens didn't know what to do, they rushed up to give away heads as if they were crazy, densely packed, just like an army of ants." Lin Weidong listened to the words of the students, his brows wrinkled slightly. "Didn't you guys see Jang Chen?" A student shook his head, a blank expression on his face. "No, I only saw Tang Chuyao, the aliens were all killed by Tang Chuyao." Lin Weidong sniffed and turned his head to glance at Wang Xin. He didn't know what was going on, so he could only wait for Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao to come out and then ask them. In the next few moments, wave after wave of freshmen came out of the spatial rift. Since Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had gained more attribute points, they naturally stayed within the clearing space for the longest time. Especially Jang Chen, pointing his skills took some time as well. It was only after the last wave of students came out, and a full 5 minutes had passed, that Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao's figures slowly walked out of the spatial crack. "Here it comes. Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, they've come out." With a shout from one of the students, everyone's gazes were directed towards the two of them. Without a doubt, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao were the center of attention for all the people in the number 1 secret realm this time. Lin Weidong took the lead and jogged over, looking the duo up and down in excitement as he did so, his eyes full of concern as he carefully checked to see if there were any injuries anywhere. "Teacher Lin, we're fine, really fine. Jang Chen stopped Lin Weidong with some tears and laughter. It's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. Lin Weidong patted the shoulders of the duo, his face filled with a proud expression. This time, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had not only broken a record, but had also conquered a secret realm's hidden reward. As long as it was reported truthfully, those of them who were teachers would also have great benefits. At this time, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng also came up. Wang Xin immediately introduced, "This is the Vice Principal of our school." Du Hongsheng smiled and nodded. "My name is Du Hongsheng, you guys have sort of made history this time. Not only did you win honor for our school, but you also conquered a secret realm for our Dragon Kingdom. I'm proud of you guys." Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao nodded their heads slightly and greeted each other politely. Du Hongsheng's gaze was gentle as he softly inquired, "Jang Chen, Tang Chuyao, can you tell us what exactly happened in the secret realm?" After saying that, he rested his gaze on Tang Chuyao's body. After all, amongst the people present, their thoughts were simple: the one who could kill a second-ranked ferocious beast could only be Tang Chuyao by any stretch of the imagination. Tang Chuyao's pretty face was slightly red, and her gaze looked around for a bit, as if she was a bit embarrassed. Principal Du. The next time, Tang Chuyao explained in detail everything that had happened within the secret territory, including that second-order alien queen, which was actually beheaded by Jang Chen. The people who heard these words revealed expressions of surprise. Unexpectedly, it was actually Jang Chen who killed it? How did he manage to do that? Du Hongsheng looked at Jang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that the second-order ferocious beast was actually killed by Jang Chen, and listening to Tang Chuyao's explanation, it was completely Jang Chen alone who killed it. If it was killed by Tang Chuyao, Du Hongsheng would not be so complicated inside. Jang Chen is a blind man. A blind man, even if he was talented to such an extent, how far could he go? Du Hongsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he was still curious as he inquired, "Jang Chen, how many cards of destruction could you chop out before you entered secret realm number 1? "Jang Chen, I haven't measured it, probably around 5,000 cards. 5,000 cards? Upon hearing this, all the teachers stared with wide eyes. No wonder Jang Chen was able to decapitate the alien queen. With a destructive power of 5,000 cards, it was indeed possible to decapitate a second-order ferocious beast. After a while, only then did Du Hongsheng come back to his senses and said with relief, "This time, one of you has taken 1,400 attribute points, so let's remeasure the destructive power when the time comes." Immediately afterward, he instructed the teachers. "Alright, the students are all very tired, let them go back and rest first, give them a day off tomorrow, and gather the day after tomorrow for a unified grade evaluation." The words fell. The crowd of teachers each organized the students in their classes and boarded the buses. After waiting for the crowd to leave, Wang Xin asked softly, "Principal Du, how much destructive power do you think Jang Chen he can actually hit right now?" Du Hongsheng gazed at Jang Chen's back with relief and guessed. According to the fact that he had 5,000 cards right before he entered the secret realm, now I'm guessing, around 20,000 cards? Talk to me after the test then. 20,000 cards? The threshold of a second-ranked ability user is just 5,000 cards. This Jang Chen is a bit outrageous. Wang Xin sighed. Chapter 44, Hot Search Again. Jang Chen chopped out 20,000 cards at most, right? Half an hour later, Jang Chen returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, he threw off his shoes and dove headfirst into the bathroom. Warm water poured down from the nozzle, washing away all the fatigue of these 20 days. After the bath, Jang Chen was refreshed, and he lay down on all fours on that big bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Although everything had gone well in the secret realm this time, however, it was still his own big bed that was comfortable. Before Jang Chen went to sleep, he habitually touched his cell phone. Sure enough, as expected of himself, it had dominated the hot search headlines again. Shocked, Tang Chuyao and Jang Chen attacked the alien mystery hidden rewards, reaching the point limit for the first time in history. Jang Chen just casually scanned and was attracted by the title of a self-media video. He flicked his finger and the video played, while idly scrolling through the comments that came like a tidal wave underneath, treating it as a pre-bedtime pastime. According to reliable sources, within the secret territory this time, Tang Chuyao decimated 2,000 aliens by herself. Worthy of being an S-ranked burning fruit ability. Not only that, the second-ranked ferocious beasts within the pyramid, odds are that Tang Chuyao killed them as well. I'm afraid Tang Chuyao's future accomplishments will far surpass any of the great generals. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Good lord, apart from the title mentioning his name, the video didn't mention a word about it. Those who didn't know thought that this was a single secret realm, and that the second-order ferocious beasts were clearly tenderizing themselves to death, right? However, on second thought, since the media like eyeballs, blind coaxing, always talk irresponsible. Jang Chen continued to look through the comments. It's true. My brother is a freshman at Linjiang Military Academy, and he personally told me that Tang Chuyao floats in the sky, like a god descending from the heavens. Picture, and the person looks so pretty. I declare her to be my new goddess. No rebuttals will be accepted. But why did Tang Chuyao find a blind man to team up with? The two of them shouldn't have any catfights, right? Is it possible that Jang Chen has some kind of heavenly background? Jang Chen is just an ordinary person who can't be any more ordinary. Not only is he blind, but he's also stupid enough to give up the burnt fruit. What do you guys know? If Jang Chen hadn't given up the burnt fruit, could Tang Chuyao have gotten it? Tang Chuyao is repaying the favor. My goddess Tang is not only beautiful, she's also strong and has a good heart. I've heard that Jang Chen's ability is good for assisting alright. If it wasn't for Jang Chen's help, Tang Chuyao wouldn't necessarily be able to kill the second-order ferocious beasts. Upstairs, is Jang Chen your father? No matter what, these people will be heroes guarding the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Just because Jang Chen is blind, you guys are insulting heroes like this? That's it. A bunch of keyboard warriors. Jang Chen was inwardly speechless. It was true that there were many right and wrongs when people were red. But he wasn't going to clarify anything either. After all, the humans in this world were not all on the same page. There was still the beautiful country on the other side of the ocean that was eyeing the Dragon Kingdom, and the little cherry blossom next door that made small moves from time to time. One cannot guarantee that there is no walking 500,000 on the side of the Dragon Country. Moreover, he didn't have any big background, and his current strength wasn't very strong. According to Tang Chuyao's words, it was probably only equivalent to a third-order ability person. And third-order ability users, to put it bluntly, were cannon fodder. If not necessary, it was best to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Of course, if you want to show your strength, you should show your strength, but there's no need to be so high profile. Anyway, these people will just spray a little, and it won't affect their ability to get the highest rewards along the way. When they pulled some meteorites down later, these people would be honest. Jang Chen tossed his cell phone aside. The next step was the strength rating. I don't know how many cards of destructive power I can chop out with a full-strength sword right now. Right now, his own base destructive power was 3,600 cards. With the addition of proficient level sword intent, and the additional 36 tons of gravity, there was reasonably nothing wrong with an increase of more than 10 times. Estimating, 40,000 to 50,000 cards at least? That's pretty much the middle of a third-ranked ability master, and most of the others weren't even second-ranked. Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. And after the evaluation rank, it seemed like it was time for the association to recruit. There was still a month to go before the next secret realm entry, and I wondered if I could pick up some quests to do during this time. Right now, there was always only one goal, and that was to get attribute points. Jang Chen gradually fell asleep while pondering. Meanwhile, this side of the girls' dormitory. Tang Chuyao had just finished washing up, wearing a cartoon pajamas, with a moist mask on her face, and clutching her cell phone in her hand. Dad, don't get excited first, this time the secret realm really doesn't have much to do with me. I'm not being modest. It's all because of Jang Chen. It's that blind classmate that I told you about before enrollment, the one who asked to give me the burnt fruit. I don't know how he did it. Anyway, he said that he was able to chop out 5,000 cards of destructive power before he entered the first secret realm. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lianying, who was a major general, fell silent. Immediately afterward, Tang Chuyao poured beans out of a bamboo tube, explaining to his father all the bits and pieces and corners of the secret realm this time, in every detail. After a while, Tang Lianying's voice slowly came from the other side of the receiver. AI, since the last surgical fruit ability person was sacrificed on the battlefield, no one has been able to awaken to the surgical fruit, or else I would have to invite a surgical fruit ability person to come and give this child a look at his eyes. Tang Chuyao raised her hand and gently patted the cucumber slices that were applied to her face, and said nonchalantly, Dad, Jang Chen's seeing color has already reached 500 meters. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lianying sighed slightly. 500 meters. Is still too little. A person's visual distance is at least 20 kilometers or more. This is too far off. But daughter, no matter what, Jang Chen is a potential stock, this thigh you hold tight early. Got it, Dad. Tang Chuyao responded obediently. Early the next morning. The golden sunlight sprinkled on the Star Ocean Military Academy's Abilities Association building, giving the entire building a golden veil. Inside the building, at this moment, the many members of the association were all busy with their feet, working in a tight schedule. Today, it was the evaluation day for this term of freshmen. And the place where they were evaluating the steps was exactly inside the association building. And the process of evaluating the steps was also hosted by the students of the association. On the 6th floor at this time, Yang Xiaotong was holding a folder of plastic plates, her almond eyes wide open, staring at a piece of memory metal with a cold luster in front of her. Not a moment later, her eyebrows instantly knitted into a ball, twisting her head and rushing to the side of the dangling Zhang Qingyu to yell at the top of her voice. Zhang Qingyu, see for yourself how many cards this is? Zhang Qingyu inserted his hands inside his coat pocket and slowly wandered over, full of unconcern. What's wrong? I say, big sister goat, this is a real 20,000 card test alloy, which is more than enough to test the freshman who just came out from the #1 secret realm, isn't it? Why are you so serious? Yang Xiaotong forced down her anger and said word by word, I said, bring the 40,000 card test alloy. Zhang Qingyu was a bit unconvinced and his neck stretched. 20,000 cards is already the threshold of a third-ordered ability user. You don't really think that Jang Chen can reach the strength of a third-order ability person just after passing through the #1 secret realm, do you? It's not your turn to say if it's enough. Yang Xiaotong glared at him and said heavily, now, immediately, right away, go and bring me the 40,000 card test alloy. Seeing that she was angry, Zhang Qingyu didn't dare to talk back, nimbly picking up the piece of memory metal, turning around and heading out. While walking, his mouth kept whispering. There's something wrong with it, I don't believe it, Zhang Chen still can't blow up this 20,000 card test alloy? Making a big deal out of it. What did you say? A crisp voice came from behind him. Zhang Qingyu twisted his head around and laughed. Nope, this is going to be changed. Chapter 45, Wang Ming, feeling out of place. Early in the morning, Jang Chen had just walked out of the dormitory when he bumped into Wang Ming, who lived in the next dormitory. Brother Chen. Get going, you're going to be late. Jang Chen closed the door and walked with Wang Ming in the direction of the association building. Last night, class teacher Lin Weidong had also sent out a special group message that at 8 o'clock this morning, everyone would gather at the association building to evaluate the steps. It just so happened that he himself was curious as to just how much destructive power he could chop out of a sword right now. On the campus path, the crowd was like a weave of people, bustling with mostly new students. After a night's rest, the new students had swept away last night's fatigue, and now they were all in high spirits, with hurried footsteps, running in the direction of the association building. Wang Ming followed the flow of people while stealing glances at Zhang Chen beside him from time to time. Finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity and asked, Brother Chen, did you really kill that second-order ferocious beast? Or else you killed it? Zhang Chen's expression was as calm as water, his tone flat. When Wang Ming heard this, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, no, how could I have that ability? Zhang Chen twisted his head and rolled his eyes. It was a true white eye, with eyes that were pure white, with not a bit of black missing. Seeing this, Wang Ming trembled and shrank his neck as he muttered, Brother Chen, you're like this, it's weirdly scary. Right at this moment, a voice as clear as a silver bell rang out from behind. Jiang Chen. Tang Chuya was holding bread and milk in her hands as she trotted all the way to Zhang Chen's side, her hair in front of her forehead slightly disheveled and her face flushed. Have you eaten yet? Saying that, Tang Chuya handed Zhang Chen a carton of milk and a packet of bread. Thanks. Zhang Chen nodded slightly and politely thanked him. Speaking of which, he really hadn't eaten breakfast himself. Since Tang Zhuya was sending food, then he wasn't polite. Wang Ming, who saw this scene, instantly had envious eyes and looked at Tang Zhuya with bated breath. However, Tang Zhuya directly ignored him. Zhang Chen, I feel like I've made another step forward in my fruit development, and with those 1,000 plus attribute points, I estimate that I can hit 15,000 card destruction power. Tang Zhuya looked excited, muttering her mouth, raising her small pink fist and waving it twice. It had to be said that it still looked quite cute. When Wang Ming, who was on the side, heard this, his eyes almost fell out of his head. 15,000 cards? Was this really a freshman from the same class as himself? It was already far beyond the threshold of a second-ranked ability user, right? The corner of Jang Chen's mouth hooked into a light smile as he nodded slightly. That's not bad, I should be able to have more than 40,000 cards. Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as his gaze darted back and forth between the two Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Were these two still speaking human words? 115,000 cards, 140,000 cards. And looking at Tang Chuyao's expression, it seemed like it was still normal? It always felt like I was a bit out of place next to these two people. In a short while, the three of them traveled to an open space in front of the association building. More than 2,000 new students gathered here. The homeroom teachers of each class shuttled in and out, maintaining order in their classes. Afterwards, the crowd walked into the association building in an orderly manner, class by class. Lin Weidong's gaze landed precisely on the duo of Tang Chuyao and Jang Chen, shouting loudly. Tang Chuyao, Jang Chen, you two come out for a moment. The duo sniffed and suspiciously walked over to Lin Weidong. Both of you have taken 1,400 attribute points, so you won't be measured with the other students, you'll follow me to the third floor. Lin Weidong explained. After saying that, Lin Weidong then led Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao down the stairs to the third floor. It wasn't that they didn't want to take the elevator. Rather, it was that the elevator was in a state of overflowing right now, packed with busy staff, so it wasn't as fast as taking the stairs. On the third floor of the association building, inside a spacious and bright room. The cylindrical memory medal was placed right in the center at the end of the room. On the other side, a long table was placed, with several computers neatly displayed on it. Yang Xiaotong was sitting in front of the computer screen with full concentration, her fingers fluttering on the keyboard, not knowing what she was busy with. On the side of Zhang Qingyu was still in that sleepy, listless look, his hands lazily resting behind his head, his body leaning back, leaning on the seat. Beside the two of them, there were also two students clustered around, similarly coming to help out with the work. Crunch! Lin Weidong led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, gently pushing open the door to the testing room. Yang Xiaotong and the other two students immediately stood up and politely greeted them. Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin. Zhang Qingyu, however, remained paralyzed in his seat, his expression scattered. Teacher Lin. Seeing this, Yang Xiaotong showed no mercy and kicked over. What are you doing? Zhang Qingyu was instantly sobered by this sudden kick and stood up in a mischievous manner. Lin Weidong rushed forward and acted as a peacemaker, snorting, "Ha, it's fine, little sheep, how's the preparation going? Can we start now?" Yang Xiaotong nodded. It's ready, Teacher Lin. After saying that, she looked at the two of them, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Which one of you will come first? Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Tang Chuyao then took a step forward and volunteered. I'll go first. Yang Xiaotong nodded slowly, pointing at the memory medal on the other side of the room and said, Tang Chuyao, just blast that piece of memory medal with all your might, don't worry about the damage to the memory medal. Tang Chuyao nodded and responded. Aha, okay. Right at this moment. Zhang Qingyu half reclined on the seat and lazily said, Definitely don't worry about it, this is a memory medal that I specifically moved here that can withstand a 40,000 card limit. If you two can really mess it up, I'll write my last name backwards. As the words fell, Yang Xiaotong turned her head and glared angrily at him. Zhang Qingyu, not talking will kill you, right? Slightly. Zhang Qingyu made a face, then twisted his head to the side. Yang Xiaotong didn't pay any more attention to him and turned her head towards Tang Chuyao. You can start straight away when you're ready. Tang Chuyao nodded and took a few more steps forward. Whew. She exhaled heavily, and immediately afterward, a blazing flame flared up above the blade of her right fist. The blazing heat caused the air around her right fist to be scorched and slightly distorted, raising layers of heat waves. Her gaze was like a torch as she stared at the piece of memory metal not far away. In the next moment, she violently raised her arm, and with all her strength, she blasted out with a blatant punch. Boom! Flames roared out from the blade of her fist, accompanied by a deafening roar, and ruthlessly slammed into that piece of memory metal. Under the bombardment of the flaming fist wind, the surface of the memory metal rippled with layers of ripples. However, instead of being bombarded with the slightest breakage, that memory metal quickly recovered its original state after the flames dissipated. At the same time, the computer screen also quickly displayed the value of Tang Juyao's destructive power. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Xiaotong's eyes. 15,992 cards, Tang Chuyao, come here and measure the total attribute points. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu slightly opened his eyes and glanced at the computer screen. Ouch, not bad. Yang Xiaotong once again twisted her head and glared at him. Zhang Qingyu wisely shut his mouth and got up to pour a glass of water. Tang Chuyao walked over to the computer and put her hand into a special instrument. A moment later, Yang Xiaotong said, total attribute points of 1606, destructive power up to standard, second ranked ability user. The words fell. Tang Zhuyao glanced at Jang Chen excitedly. Immediately afterward, Yang Xiaotong landed her gaze on Jang Chen. Jang Chen, it's your turn. Chapter 46 Capture. Capture less, 40,000 cards? Jang Chen, what is your attack? Yang Xiaotong looked at Jang Chen and inquired. After all, the heavy fruit had appeared for the first time, and no one knew what kind of attacks the heavy fruit could have yet. Jang Chen gently pulled out the 3-inch sword blade and smiled. Sword. Yang Xiaotong nodded, pointing at the memory metal that had been restored to its original state. Alright then, go ahead and try it out, chopping or stabbing will do. Right at this moment. Tang Chuyao said quietly, nah, senior sister, that memory metal is only a 40,000 card limit, it might not be enough. Yang Xiaotong looked at her with a blank expression. What was this little girl talking about? A memory metal with a 40,000 card limit wasn't even enough? At this moment, Zhang Qingyu held a cup of water in his hand as he leisurely walked back to his seat. Schoolmate, do you want to listen to what you're saying yourself? 40,000 cards aren't even enough? Tang Chuyao put her right hand against her chin and looked at Jang Chen, but it really isn't enough, right Jang Chen? Jang Chen also said seriously, it shouldn't be enough. When Yang Xiaotong heard this, she couldn't help but laugh lightly. It's fine, Jang Chen, you try it first, it's really not enough before you say it. Seeing this, Jang Chen could only nod in response. Afterwards, he moved his body while slowly walking towards the memory metal. Jang Chen placed his hand on top of the hilt of his sword, and immediately afterward, an aura that swallowed mountains and rivers quietly radiated out. Everyone's gazes couldn't help but stare at Jang Chen. Even Zhang Qingyu, who was drinking water, stopped moving, sat up straight, and quietly gazed at Jang Chen. The next moment, Jang Chen moved. He lightly tapped his right foot, and his figure swept out like a ghost. Clank! The sword blade instantly came out of its sheath, accompanied by a slight sword chirp, and a layer of shimmering light rose above the sword. That was the sword intent that had already materialized, attached to the sword blade, making it so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. The sword blade sliced through the air, wrapped in an unrelenting, all-breaking momentum, and chopped towards the memory metal at an extremely fast speed. The moment it was about to touch the memory metal, Jang Chen's divine sense moved, and 36 tons of gravity was instantly attached to the sword blade. The next second, clang! Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the memory metal, which was claimed to be able to withstand 40,000 cards of destructive power, snapped under Jang Chen's sword in response to the sound, and smashed heavily on the ground. But Zhang Qingyu sprayed out a mouthful of water directly, looking at Jang Chen in shock. The entire room was plunged into silence, a needle could be heard. Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. Tang Chuyao clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked around the crowd triumphantly. Oomph, I've said that 40,000 cards are not enough, I just don't believe it. Now see. After a while, Lin Weidong stammered. Broken. Cut off? Little sheep, you just said that this is a memory metal that can withstand the destructive power of 40,000 cards, right? Lin Weidong was still staring at Yang Xiaotong with wide eyes. Only then did Yang Xiaotong return to her senses and nodded dully. Jang Chen sheathed his sword and turned around to ask, "Hey, school sister, how does this count?" The words fell. Yang Xiaotong instantly shouted to Zhang Qingyu, go, move that 60,000 card limit memory metal over. When Zhang Qingyu heard this, he didn't talk back anymore, but immediately walked out of the room. He was now also curious as to just how much destructive power Jang Chen could chop up. A few moments later, Zhang Qingyu pushed in a much thicker piece of memory metal and placed it next to the original one. Immediately afterward, with the help of the 2 association students, the memory metal was successfully connected to the computer. Afterwards, Yang Xiaotong said to Jang Chen, well, this is the memory metal with a 60,000 card limit, try again. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu did not return to her seat, and at the same time, she also put away her lazy expression and stood quietly not far behind Zhang Chen, watching him. Zhang Chen stood in front of this thicker piece of memory metal. He once again rested his hand on top of the hilt. The next moment, clank! The sword blade was pulled out. A flash of cold light flashed by, and the sword blade, which had 36 tons of gravity and sword intent attached to it, chopped deeply into the memory metal, which was also chopped and dented inwards into a large piece. This time, the memory metal was considered to have withstood Jang Chen's chopping attack. After Jang Chen withdrew the sword blade, the memory metal slowly returned to its original state. At the same time, the destructive power value on the computer jumped up crazily. Zhang Qingyu also hurriedly came over to the computer and stared at the computer screen without looking away. Not long after, the numbers stopped. 40,966 cards. Capture. Capture less? Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he stared straight at the computer screen. Although Zhang Qingyu had been psychologically prepared when Jiang Chen chopped off the 40,000 card memory metal. However, when this number truly appeared in front of his eyes, and it was still a number chopped out by a newborn, it was still incomparably shocking. It was simply outrageous. 40,000 cards. This Nima, is this really the destructive power that a freshman can chop out? The two association students beside him couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. Lin Weidong's face revealed an excited look. This news must be told to the director in a hurry. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen politely inquired, "Sister, can I try a few more times?" Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses and responded. Yes, you can try a few times if you want. Jiang Chen turned back to face the memory metal. He wanted to try to see just how much of a destructive power the proficient level sword intent and the sword blade with gravity attached to it could increase for him. Next, Jiang Chen attached only his sword intent and chopped out a sword. 36,123 cards. Jiang Chen nodded lightly as he listened to the number Yang Xiaotong reported. His own base destructive power was 3,600 cards. In other words, attaching proficiency level sword intent was roughly a tenfold increase. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen once again chopped out two swords, one of which only had 36 tons of gravity attached to it, while the other had both sword intent and gravity attached to it. 8,494 cards. 40,887 cards. Yang Xiaotong also cooperated by reporting the numbers one by one. Jiang Chen pondered, making a quick calculation in his mind. In other words, the additional gravity was roughly an increase of around 1.36 times? For every additional ton of gravity, it would increase by 1%? And with both sword intent and gravity attached, it would be around 11.36 times. Right now, it seemed as if the increase from additional gravity wasn't much. But it was only because the mental power attribute points were lower now. Moreover, this move was just an ordinary sword. There was the even more ferocious gravity sword Mighty Tiger and Skyfall Meteorite behind it. Jiang Chen, are you done? Lin Weidong saw that Jiang Chen didn't try his sword again, so he then opened his mouth and asked. Jiang Chen nodded with a light smile. Teacher Lin, I'm done. Alright, go back then. Saying that, Lin Weidong then led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and left the room. After the trio left, Zhang Qingyu sneakily came over to Yang Xiaotong's side and said in a cheap manner, Yang Xiaotong, wait first, don't report Jiang Chen's results. ? Yang Xiaotong frowned with both eyebrows and decisively rebuffed, no way, this has to be reported, what do you want? Zhang Qingyu said, no, what I mean is, don't say it in our Cadre group yet. Yang Xiaotong sniffed and said back, oh, I'm not that idle, but what do you want to do? I want to make Xiao Yang and his two brothers suffer a loss, I've seen him get upset long ago. Zhang Qingyu rubbed his hands together and said thievishly. Chapter 47, Zhang Chen, a second-ranked ability user with third-rank strength. How do you want them to suffer? Yang Xiaotong stopped her movements and scrutinized Zhang Qingyu with a frown. Zhang Qingyu hemmed and hawed and said mysteriously. Don't all new students have a process of establishing authority when they join the club? This matter has always been Xiao Yang's responsibility. I know him, he's definitely too lazy to do it himself, and 80% of the time, he'll let his brother, Xiao Jun, do it. So? Yang Xiaotong raised her willow eyebrows, doubt in her eyes. Zhang Qingyu went on to analyze. This time, they have no choice but to have Jiang Chen as their object of authority. The internet all thinks that the second-order ferocious beast was killed by Tang Chuyao, and only the people in our school know the truth. When Yang Xiaotong heard this, she immediately understood Zhang Qingyu's intentions. This was to get her to conceal Jiang Chen's true strength from the two Xiao Yang brothers, using this to make them stand up and suffer. Her tone steepened, and her voice was harsh. Didn't I remember that the vice president asked you to take care of Jiang Chen? Is that how you took care of it? Jang Chen waved his hand. No, big sister goat, Jang Chen is a second-order ability person with mid-third order strength. His strength is right here, so he still needs me to take care of him? Chao Jun is also a second-order ability person. If he dares to take Jang Chen to set an example, won't he beat the out of him? Just now, Jang Chen also measured the total attribute points, and it was only 1,800 points, which was still quite a distance away from the 3,000-point threshold of a third-order ability person. Yang Xiaotong frowned and asked, what about Chao Yang's hands? He's a fourth order, it's impossible for Jang Chen to beat him. Zhang Qingyu had a disinterested look on his face and shrugged, then I'll do it. Anyway, if Xia Yang doesn't move, I won't move. I just want to see how the two of them look like they've been defeated. Yang Xiaotong sniffed and didn't bother. She had been too lazy to spread Jang Chen's accomplishments around anyway, as long as they were truthfully reported to the vice president. As for the two Chao Yang brothers, Yang Xiaotong herself hated them more. Usually, no matter what they said, they liked to talk about it, and they were very good at it. As long as Jang Chen doesn't get into trouble, she doesn't care about anything else. Whatever, I'm too lazy to send it to the Cadre group. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu also began to look forward to it. He then turned his words around. There's still a month left before the time to enter Secret Realm number 2. Originally, the vice president even asked me to take Jang Chen and take on some C-ranked quests to practice. Now I've decided to take on B-ranked quests directly. Yang Xiaotong twisted her head to gaze at him. Grade B? You take it easy. In the military academy, in the spare time between the secret realms, the school was encouraging students to take on more missions issued by the military department to the association. After all, apart from the secret realms, the most likely way to obtain attribute points was to do missions. And the missions issued by the military department to the military school association were divided into a total of 4 grades. Grade S, recommended for 5th order ability users to take. Grade A, recommended for 4th order ability users. Grade B, recommended for those with 3rd order abilities. Grade C, recommended for 2nd order ability users. After completing the mission, you will be able to obtain points from the military department, and in addition to redeeming attribute points, you will also be able to redeem some special weapons and equipment resources. Zhang Qingyu laughed out loud. What's wrong with T? S? I think it's completely fine. Jang Chen is 2nd order ability user with 3rd order strength. By then those people from the military department, they'll probably have to directly pee in fear. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaotong blankly glanced at him and ignored him, packing up her own things and preparing to leave. What Zhang Qingyu said was indeed correct. It was a big no-no to take on a mission at a higher rank. The higher the rank, the greater the gap. It was difficult for a first-ranked ability person to beat a second-ranked ability person or a second-ranked ferocious beast, but it was not impossible. If a second-ranked ability user wanted to beat a third-ranked ability user or a third-ranked ferocious beast, the chances of winning would be negligible. As for a third-ranked person crossing over and picking off a fourth-ranked person, it was simply a pipe dream. As for the military department's mission, generally speaking, it wasn't just about hunting a single ferocious beast. Most of the ferocious beasts were in groups. At this time, if one side had a low-ranked ability person in their team, it was an extremely dangerous thing. After all, no one had the time to take care of those low-ranked teammates all the time. I'll leave first. Yang Xiaotong clutched the information and strutted towards the door without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu also immediately followed. Soon, another day passed. In the morning. The moment Lin Weidong stepped into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down. All the students' gazes were focused on the class teacher. Lin Weidong held the folder and plastic board in his arms as he steadily walked up to the podium. Hello, classmates. Good day, teacher. The classmates said neatly. Lin Weidong smiled and waved his hand, gently placing the folder on the podium. Class, let me first briefly talk about this alien mystery realm. I'm very happy that in our class, not a single student has been sacrificed in this secret realm. The alien secret realm, in the past, had a mortality rate of around 5%. But this time, the mortality rate is not even 1%. The words fell. Almost all of the students in the class looked at the two of them, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, with odd expressions. Jang Chen was initially a bit puzzled, but he soon realized. Why was the death rate low this time? He and Tang Chuyao had killed all the monsters, so wouldn't that be low? It was just that correspondingly, everyone else's points were low as well. Points or lives, which was more important? It's a matter of opinion. Some of the bolder and stronger students were naturally a bit dissatisfied with Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. At the same time, those who were weaker were also very fortunate and grateful to Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Noticing that the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit strange, Lin Weidong deliberately coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. I hope you guys are clear that in the secret realm, it's the most important thing to come back alive. Lin Weidong also purposely increased the tone on the word alive. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and said, in yesterday's evaluation, the number of first-ranked ability users in our class dominated the entire year, with a total of 22. At the same time, there are also 2 people who have reached the second-ranked abilities. This is unprecedented in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. The words fell. A murmur rang out in the classroom. 2 second-order ableists? My chow, it's Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Besides them, who else is there? Yeah, you're too backward with your news, you just found out now? From time to time, the students glanced at Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Jang Chen had gotten used to it by now. Ever since he came to this world, he had either dominated the hot search headlines or was on his way to the hot search, and everywhere he went, he was the center of attention. And at this time, Lin Weidong's face was also full of spring light. After Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had been graded to second-ranked abilities, his cell phone had been bombarded with calls from acquaintances from other schools, which also made him happy. There's one more thing that some students may already know, but I still need to say it. After evaluating the rank, there is an extra subsidy for everyone to take. First-ranked ability person, you can receive 10,000 per month, second-ranked ability person 20,000, and third-ranked ability person 40,000. These are your bank cards and personal information data. After confirming that they are correct, hand them over to me at the end of class. Lin Weidong said as he handed out the documents to the students. When the documents were all distributed, Lin Weidong continued. Lastly, one more thing to notify, in the afternoon, all ability users above the first rank, go to the association building to gather for the initiation ceremony. Of course, first-order ability users are not qualified to participate in military missions, only second-order and above. The words fell. The students once again cast envious gazes towards Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. We were all in the same class, and while others could already go on missions to earn attribute points, they could still only practice the 6th style at school. People are more angry than people, ah. On the podium, Lin Weidong proceeded to explain some more things about the association before starting the formal class. Within the military school, time was very tight and every minute was scheduled to the fullest. Chapter 48. You'd better be telling the truth, or I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death by me. Time passed by and soon came to the afternoon. Association Building, Martial Arts Hall. Among the new students of this term, there were about 600 people who had reached first-order ability. At this moment, they were gathering in front of the ring inside the martial arts hall. On the grandstand, Chao Yang was sitting in a spectator chair, his hands resting casually on the backrests of the seats on both sides, a seemingly teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over the freshmen under the stage recklessly, as if he was scrutinizing a group of lambs at his mercy. Right at this moment, with his hands in his pockets, Zhang Qingyu walked slowly with unhurried steps, and when he arrived at Chao Yang's side, he didn't see any outsiders and sat down on his butt. Chao Yang's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. He and Zhang Qingyu have never been very dealing with each other. Today this person is what kind of wind? He came to sit next to himself? Chao Yang grimaced and moved his position to the right. Zhang Qingyu was full of indifference, his head slightly tilted, twisted his head and glanced at him. Letting your brother go and set up the new students this time? I remember that your brother is only a second-ranked ability user, right, so you're so relieved? Saying that, Zhang Qingyu cast his gaze on Xiao Jun who was crouching in the middle of the ring. Chao Yang snorted coldly. Hee, don't bother, Xiao Jun is a barrier fruit ability person. If you want to break his barrier, it's only possible unless you're a third-order ability person. Zhang Qingyu sniffed, adjusted his breathing, and asked with a hard-held smile. Who are you planning to find this time to set an example? Who else could it be? Aren't there only 2 of the most popular freshmen in this class? Chao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, his face showing a look at a little cutie like expression. Zhang Qingyu gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of yin and yang if anything. Tisk, TSK, Jang Chen has killed a second-order ferocious beast. So you're that confident in your brother? Chao Yang gazed at Zhang Qingyu with a face full of disdain. So what? Slaying a second-order ferocious beast is only 5,000 cards of destructive power. A third-order ability user, it's 20,000 cards. You wouldn't be unaware of the difference, would you? If you want to break Chao Jun's barrier, you can't even do it with 20,000 cards. You have to start with at least 30,000 cards. With that blind man, what can you take to break Chao Jun's barrier? With that walking stick in his hand? Chao Yang snorted and twisted his head, no longer paying attention to Zhang Qingyu. Although Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao had risen to second-ranked abilities in a record-breaking manner. However, Chao Yang still didn't put them in his heart. So what if they were second-order ability users? It was impossible for a second-order ability person to break his brother's barrier. How could he win if he couldn't even break his defense? Moreover, Chao Jun was now almost considered a mid to late second-order ability person, with a total of 2,500 attribute points. With extremely high physical attribute points, it wasn't much of a problem to carry Jang Chen's gravity hard. How much gravity could Jang Chen manipulate? At most, it was around a dozen tons, right? Plus, Chao Jun's 6 styles were also very strong, or at least far stronger than the current freshman. Anyway, Chao Yang couldn't figure out who in this group of freshmen could beat Chao Jun. However, at this moment, Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? So confident. As soon as Chao Yang heard Zhang Qingyu's conspiratorial accent, he was instantly enraged and cursed loudly. No, are you sick today? You don't think that there's a third-ranked ability person in the freshman who can hit 30,000 cards of destructive power, do you? Not only was Zhang Qingyu not angry, the corners of his mouth instead vaguely glowed with a hint of a smile. It's not impossible. Remember I told you last time, maybe Jiang Chen is a second-order ability person after he comes out of the first secret realm. Saying that, Zhang Qingyu also stretched out a finger and pointed to his mouth. This mouth of mine, it's been opened. The corner of Chao Yang's mouth twitched. What's wrong with this Qingyu today? Nervous. According to Zhang Qingyu, Jiang Chen was a third-ranked ability? Isn't this a rip-off? At the end of the first secret realm, reaching the second-ranked ability holder, this point was believed by himself. After all, it was written on the scoreboard. With so many attribute point rewards, it wasn't unusual to reach a second-order ableist. As for a third-order ability person? Rising to the third rank in just one day? Where did the attribute points come from? Chao Yang swept Zhang Qingyu's face, stood up and said loudly, "Don't you dare to pull the wool over my eyes here. Whether Jiang Chen has reached the third order or not, can I still not know? I'm not kidding, it's about to start, watch the show." Zhang Qingyu had a look on his face that owed him a beating. Chao Yang clenched his fists, his teeth clacking. At this time, Chao Jun, wearing a black undershirt and military pants, was squatting in the middle of the ring, surveying the group of freshmen in front of him with interest. The association rising process was a tradition that had been passed down. Looking into its roots, it wasn't complicated. In every freshman class, there were always those freshmen who had awakened a relatively rare talent, and when they first tasted the sweetness of power, they got carried away and acted recklessly and unselfconsciously on campus. As a result, almost all military schools across the country have this unwritten rule of authority. In order to give these ignorant and arrogant freshmen a good lesson, so that they clearly know what is called the real rules and what is the way of survival in military schools. It's almost time. Chao Jun stood up unhurriedly and slowly walked to the edge of the ring, his hands stuck inside his pants pockets as he looked down at the freshmen under the stage. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chao Jun, a second-ranked ability user and your senior. In Star Ocean Military Academy, force reigns supreme." After saying that, he paused slightly, and his eyes steeply became stern. "I don't care what you guys have done before, what talent you have, the current you guys, in my eyes, are just a bunch of trash rookies." He slightly raised his chin, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. "Here, it's the dragon that gives me a lie down, and it's the tiger that gives me a crouch. Here, the words of the senior are orders. Senior's words are holy orders." The words fell. Chao Jun's gaze was grim as he swept a glance at the freshmen on the stage. Under the stage, the freshmen looked at each other in disbelief, and for a while, murmurs rose and fell. At this moment, Jang Chen was quietly standing at the position at the back of the crowd, while Tang Chuyao and Wang Ming stood on either side of him. "Jiang Chen, what is this Chao army? It looks so annoying." Tang Chuyao frowned slightly and said softly to Jiang Chen. Wang Ming on the side couldn't help but follow suit and spat. "That's just it, isn't it just relying on the fact that they enrolled in school before us? What's so bullish about it?" In the ring, Chao Jun had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I know you guys are not convinced, I can give you a chance to challenge me. Speaking of which, your class is quite interesting. I heard that there is a very powerful blind man, right? After these words were said, the gazes of all the freshmen fell on Jang Chen in unison. Jang Chen's face was calm, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It looked like this was naming himself? Hey, it's really impossible to keep a low profile even if you want to. Jang Chen took unhurried steps and slowly walked towards the ring. Seeing this, the freshmen on both sides took the initiative to give him a channel. I'll play with you then. Jang Chen's tone was flat to the extreme. Chao Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed Jang Chen with interest. Play? You really have a big mouth. Jang Chen, I know that you killed a second-order fierce beast, but a second-order fierce beast isn't the same as a second-order ability person. Moreover, there's a world of difference in strength between second-order ability personnel. Jang Chen didn't wait for him to continue on and interrupted indifferently. In that case, it means that you're very strong? You better be telling the truth, otherwise I'm afraid you'll be killed by me. Jang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was permeated with an unquestionable dominance. Chapter 49. Jang Chen has a sword chi prototype? Chao Jun froze for a moment, then came back to his senses, his face instantly as gloomy as water. He gazed at Jang Chen and slowly spoke. To be honest, I've never seen a freshman as crazy as you. Jang Chen stopped in his tracks, raised his eyebrows, and said indifferently, HM? No, right, I'm just afraid of accidentally beating you to death. The words fell. The entire hall fell into a silence, a deafening silence. A freshman who dared to provoke the seniors so much. The key was that the expression on his face when he said this, it was as if he wasn't provoking, but was seriously asking Chao Jun if he was really that strong. Chao Jun was like an ant that could be crushed with his hands in Jang Chen's eyes. On the bleachers, Zhang Qingyu said quietly, ouch, the pressure is given to Chao Jun, this Jang Chen's sense of oppression is still quite strong. Chao Yang on the side snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile, humph, a newborn who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Right at this moment, Yang Xiaotong walked over holding the folder. Zhang Qingyu smiled and said, yo, little sheep, coming? When Yang Xiaotong heard this, her footsteps lurched and she glared at Zhang Qingyu, what did you call me? Say it again? Little. As soon as Zhang Qingyu opened his mouth, he felt Yang Xiaotong's murderous eyes and immediately changed his tone. Xiaotong, it's fine, watch the show. On the ring. Chao Jun was first stunned, then his face became even more ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, his joints emitting clacking sounds, his eyes like torches, staring at Jang Chen with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to eat him alive. You, very good. Chao Jun stuttered, his voice low, come on, you sign it, I want to see how you beat me to death. Immediately after that, an association student held a document and handed it to Jang Chen. Declaration of cutting and dicing. Jang Chen used seeing color and swept it. Any injuries or deaths that occur in the ring are the responsibility of the participant and have nothing to do with others. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, since this was the case, he could let go and have a good time. Jang Chen signed his name sparingly, and then pressed his handprint. Signed. Jang Chen said as he walked up to the ring. The two faced each other. Can we start? Jang Chen calmly asked. Chao Jun sneered, his ability was to create extremely hard barriers, and with his current strength, he could block destructive forces up to 30,000 cards. Even an ability user who had just risen to the 3rd rank would not be able to break his barrier. Unless it was a mid to late 3rd ranked ability user. Therefore, Chao Jun didn't put Jang Chen in his eyes at all. It can start any time. Before Chao Jun could finish speaking, Jang Chen fiercely drew out his sword blade. Buzz. A mountain of gravity instantly poured down from top to bottom. Before he could react, with a loud bang, Chao Jun's entire body slammed heavily onto the ground. Immediately after, a sharp pain came from his limbs. Ah! Chao Jun screamed in agony. The next second. Click. His limbs, under the pressure of this gravity, made an unbearable breaking sound. Chao Jun's eyes widened as his face instantly turned pale, and a massive, bone-deep fear instantly filled his heart. His rich combat experience caused Chao Jun to ignore the pain and used all his strength to interlock the middle and index fingers of his two hands with each other. This was also the way for barrier fruit ability users to unleash their abilities. The next moment, In front of Chao Jun, a huge square transparent barrier instantly unfolded and appeared out of thin air in front of Chao Jun. All of this happened in an instant. At the same time, Jang Chen's feet stepped towards the ground at high speed, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The distance between him and Chao Jun was 10 meters apart. After an extremely fast double flash, Jang Chen appeared in front of Chao Jun's barrier. He held the sword and his staff in his hand, and the sword's cold light shone brightly as he slashed down. Clang! The sword blade carried a vast and powerful sword intent as it chopped down on top of this transparent barrier. In an instant, there was a crunching sound of ka-ching, just like solid ice breaking apart. The seemingly unbreakable barrier instantly turned into countless fragments that scattered and splashed in all directions. The transparent barrier that could block a mid-third stage ability user was completely like paper maché in front of Jang Chen. Chao Jun completely froze, and all he could feel was that one word seemed to be reflected in his eyes: death. Just as Jang Chen's sword blade was about to cut into Chao Jun, a streak of gray smoke flashed by, swirling Chao Jun directly away. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen's sword, which had 36 tons of gravity and overpowering sword intent attached to it, chopped heavily into the ring's ground with inertia. Boom! The hard ring floor was directly chopped out with a deep gully. The entire ring was directly sliced off at one corner. Debris flew and smoke and dust rolled. The smoke and dust that was raised was wrapped in the gray smoke that had just flashed by, hiding Jang Chen within the ring. Under the stage, in the stands, everyone sucked in a breath. This ing is really a new student? Brother Chen is awesome. Wang Ming directly blurted out. Tang Chuyao also all looked stunned, although she had long known that Jang Chen could cut out a destructive force of 40,000 calories with one sword, but it still shook her when it actually appeared in a real battle. As the dust cleared, Jang Chen's figure gradually became clear. Clank! Jang Chen sheathed his sword and turned his head to look at Chao Yang, who was not far away. That gray smoke just now. Chao Yang was a smoke fruit ability? It looks like he has made an enemy. But the smoke fruit ability person, from the anime's performance, is not great. It just so happens that one has also unlocked the armed color hegemony. Only Chao Yang is a cadre of the association. Remember, it seems to be a fourth order ability person? The current self should not be able to fight, attribute point suppression, pure heart injury. Waiting to go down multiple more secret realms, see if you can mix a hidden reward again. Then again, I didn't expect Chao Jun to actually be a barrier fruit ability person, no wonder he was so confident. One could only say that Chao Jun was unlucky to have met himself. Jang Chen smiled lightly and shook his head. Not far away, Chao Yang was holding his brother's severely injured body, his eyes gazing at Jang Chen in death, gritting his teeth. Jang Chen! The words fell. Chao Yang placed Chao Jun on the ground, and his body instantly turned into a cloud of gray smoke, pouncing towards Jang Chen at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, on the stands, two figures also flew out at extreme speed. Before Chao Yang could even get close to Jang Chen, a pair of iron fists came face to face. Bang! Chao Yang was directly blasted out and smashed heavily against the wall. Yang Xiaotong shook off her fists and stared at Chao Yang. Zhang Xingyu was covered in blue flames as he landed smoothly beside Yang Xiaotong. The duo blocked Jang Chen behind them. Chao Yang slowly stood up from the scattered pile of bricks, his face grim. Yang Xiaotong stared at him coldly. Chao Yang, Jang Chen, and Chao Jun signed an agreement. You want to take action without authorization? That's right, old Chao, why can't you play? Can't afford to play, don't play ah. Zhang Xingyu squatted on the ground and agreed with a smile. Chao Yang just stood still, his face gloomy to the extreme. As a cadre of the association, he naturally knew the rules of the association. If one sought revenge in private, the consequences would be very serious. Not only was it as simple as being removed from the association and not being able to take on missions, it would also be sent directly to the military court. However, as a fourth-ranked ability user himself, there was no way he would let Jang Chen, a second-ranked ability user, into the ring. As long as Jang Chen wasn't stupid, he definitely wouldn't agree. Moreover, initiating a cut against someone weaker than himself would be looked down upon forever afterward. Jang Chen, I'll remember you, Chao Yang said through clenched teeth. He then left the hall with his brother, who was already heavily injured and unconscious. Jang Chen only felt a wave of speechlessness. Naming himself to set an example, being killed back by himself, and finally saying that he remembered me? Nuts. It's really like what Jang Chen said, don't play if you can't afford it. The next time, Yang Xiaotong took over the hosting of this new student initiation ceremony. All first-order Abelites were organized into temporary members of the association. Second-order ability users, on the other hand, became official members, with the qualification to follow the cadres to take up missions, and were temporarily not allowed to take up military department missions alone. Half an hour later, inside the hall, all the new students had left. Zhang Qingyu came over to Yang Xiaotong's side, gazing at the departing Jang Chen's back, and spoke, "Little Xiaotong, what Jang Chen chopped out just now seems to be a sword chi prototype, right? Chapter 50 Supreme Great Fast Sword?" Yang Xiaotong also gazed at Jang Chen's back and said in a deep voice. Indeed, otherwise it would be impossible to slice off a corner of the ring with a single sword. Zhang Qingyu sucked in a breath. Hiss. Sword chi fledgling, it can only be done by cultivating sword intent to its peak. Even a high-ranked sword Dao talent ability person would have to reach at least the 4th rank to comprehend it, right? Jiang Chenhe is not a sword Dao gifted ability person, how on earth did he do it? Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong glanced at each other. Yang Xiaotong shook her head, how would I know? Immediately after, Zhang Qingyu broke his fingers and muttered. Jiang Chen is now very strong in his seeing color, his physical skills are far beyond his freshman peers, and his fruit development ability is also very strong, all the way to the point where he can already manage to attach gravity to his sword. Now, his sword Dao is also very strong, and he has also cultivated, at least, the embryonic form of sword chi that can only be comprehended by 4th rank sword Dao gifted ability users. I'm going to go, foresighted? Is there anything else that he can't do? Speaking of this, Zhang Qingyu's eyes lifted in a circle. Oh right, do you think it's possible that he also understands armed color hegemony? Or even hegemonic color hegemony? Put together a hexagonal freshman? Yang Xiaotong sniffed and gave him a blank look. Don't be too outrageous. Zhang Qingyu said in a serious manner, be reasonable, it's not me who's outrageous, it's Jiang Chen who's outrageous alright. Alright, I'll leave first, I have to report that Jiang Chen still knows sword intent. Yang Xiaotong dropped a sentence before turning to leave. In these few days, the number of times one had looked for the vice president was really a bit much, and it was also related to Jiang Chen every time. On the campus path, Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly closed as he slowly walked towards the direction of the dormitory. Due to the location of the dormitory, it was in the same direction. At this time, Tang Chuyao and Wang Ming were also walking on both sides of Jiang Chen respectively. Jiang Chen, that was sword chi you just used, right? Tang Chuyao couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, her eyes filled with doubt. Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped his head, sword chi? That was just sword intent. Tang Chuyao was speechless for a while. Indeed, Jiang Chen was right, that was still just sword intent, far from being called sword chi. Only. Comprehending sword intent to this point was usually only possible for at least a 4th ranked ability user, and it had to be a high-ranked sword Dao talent ability user as well. How exactly did Jiang Chen do that? Suddenly, Tang Chuyao thought of something. So, the beast tied before the start of the school year, that mutated ferocious beast was killed by you? Yeah. Jiang Chen was indifferent and directly admitted it. Just then, Wang Ming, who was on the side, fiercely widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. My Chow. Brother Chen, did you really kill him? Yeah, I told you all about it. Jiang Chen shrugged. Wang Ming sniffed and was a bit speechless. Back at the beginning of the school year, Jiang Chen had directly admitted it, however, he only thought that Jiang Chen was bragging back then. Tang Chuyao said it this time. But then again, Jiang Chen, that sword of yours just now was so relieving. It helped us freshmen out. Tang Chuyao muttered and waved her fists, saying viciously. This Chao Jun is really arrogant. This time I guess I'll have to lie in the hospital for a while at least. Wang Ming had a gloating expression, but it's normal when you think about it, a military academy that honors force, there must be quite a few pricks, and the procedure of establishing authority is understandable. It's just a pity that it's the wrong person. A few moments later, Jiang Chen returned to his spacious dormitory. He lay on the large sofa and gazed at the sword and the staff in front of him. Previously, he had only chopped through the memory metal, and hadn't realized that the proficient level's sword intent was even capable of chopping out a little bit of sword chi. And it looked like the power was truly not small. Blind Sword Art LV.3, 040 plus, currently comprehended sword intent proficient, next level, sword chi proficient. For the next level, 40 skill points were needed, or 400 attribute points. According to this efficiency of acquiring attribute points by himself, he should be able to upgrade soon. And tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 1220. Jang Chen sat up straight, his feet crossed on the sofa, one hand on his chin. After the total skill level reaches 20, you can unlock Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. By then, I wonder if Sword Chi and Mighty Tiger can be combined together? If it could, that power, hiss, felt terrifying just thinking about it. There's still 8 levels left to unlock. Armed Color Hegemony LV.1 020 plus can attack elementalized enemies. Next level, Armed Color Wrap. Navy 6 Styles LV.1 010 plus. These two skills, with a level of only 1, required fewer skill points. Next time, it might be possible to point these two skills. After upgrading the Armed Color, it should also be possible to attach it to the weapon, increasing the destructive power again. Navy 6 Style. Perhaps the only ones that were currently useful to oneself were Shave and Moonstep? Moonstep was able to maneuver and turn quickly in the air. Shave, on the other hand, needless to say, was practical in real combat. Regardless, it's best to unlock the Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger as soon as possible. That would be the biggest boost for yourself. Attribute points, attribute points. There's still close to a month to go before the next secret realm. I can only rely on the military mission. Fortunately, I'm already at the 2nd rank. I don't have to be like the others. I can only nestle in the school and practice the 6 styles. Just at this moment. Buzz buzz. The cell phone on the desktop suddenly vibrated. Jang Chen didn't move, manipulating gravity and levitating the phone in front of him. Jang Chen's message popped up. Jang Chen, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, come to the association building and take you out on a mission. Jang Chen tapped into the Star Ocean Military Academy school app and automatically jumped to Jang Chen's chat box. He was only a 2nd-order ability person right now, and according to the association's regulations, 2nd-order ability persons couldn't go out on missions alone, and had to be led by a cadre or a 3rd-order ability person. In other words, a 2nd-order ability person was, in reality, just a handyman. Jang Chen, okay. Zhang Qingyu, the military department points exchange privilege in your app should be open, so you can go take a look. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Military department points redemption? He then tapped on another page and tapped on the entrance for military department points. The next moment, a wide array of items appeared in Jang Chen's perceptual field of vision. There were different numbers of attribute points, with a minimum of 10 points and a maximum of 500 points, and of course, the corresponding redemption points were different, and there was no such thing as a large quantity discount. Moreover, it was also limited. It looked like the wild attribute points were still scarce. The source on the military department's side, as far as one knew, seemed to be only hunting mutated ferocious beasts, right? I wonder if there were any other sources of attribute points. It wasn't just attribute points. There were also all sorts of weapons and equipment of different grades, S grade, A grade, B grade. Jang Chen dragged the page and scratched all the way to the end. It was at this moment his attention was drawn to a few words. Fast knife, great fast knife, good fast knife, and supreme great fast knife? This famous sword of the Pirate King had even appeared in this world? One hadn't noticed it before. But it was normal to think about it. With such a scarce number, the discussion on the internet was naturally low. Moreover, one didn't surf the internet much. Only a little strange is that the naming of this world, how come it's exactly the same as in the Pirate King? Forget it, it doesn't matter. The supreme great fast sword. Himself remembered that in the world of the King of Thieves, it was all weapons that only some strong people who stood at the top could possess. There were only 12 of them. Among them, it included the gambler's firebrand possessed by the heavy fruit ability, Admiral Fujitaka. I wonder if it's in here. Thinking of this, Jang Chen decisively clicked into the Supreme Great Fast Sword page. Chapter 51, Accepting the Quest, Hunting the 3rd Order Wind Spirit Falcon. When Jang Chen clicked into the page for Supreme Great Fast Sword, his eyebrows couldn't help but rise slightly as a hint of surprise flashed through his mind. Within the blank page, there was only a large sword that resembled the Guangong sword. 3 large words below the large sword caught the eye. Kongun Cut. In the anime, it was known as the weapon of the strongest man, Whitebeard. Only, this hilt of Tsong Yun-che was not redeemable. Because underneath it, there was a line of small letters written, Current Owner, Dragon Kingdom Marshal Zhao Yuanjia. If one remembered correctly, the current Dragon Kingdom Marshal was also a shock fruit ability person. Unexpectedly, in this world, Tsong Yun-che was also in the hands of a shock fruit ability person. Could it be that these supreme great fast blades also have such a thing as aptitude? That is, recognizing the master. Of course, this was just speculation. The problem now was that the only supreme great fast sword in this exchange store was the Tsong Yun-che. There was no other supreme great fast sword from the anime. What's going on here? Where's my gambler's firebrand? Thinking of this, Jang Chen began to call out to the system in his mind. Lao Tong. Tonzi. Isn't it the Fujitsu Tiger template? Where did my gambler's firebrand go? A few moments later, there was silence all around, except for the sound of Jang Chen's own breathing. Alright, this system doesn't look like it's inhumane. Damn it! If only it was like the systems in other novels in his previous life, with a customer service that answered questions at all times, how good would it be? Immediately afterward, Jang Chen began to look through the other famous swords. As he expected, the other famous swords weren't complete either. In the sequence of great fast knives, the Dragon Kingdom currently only possessed the Wado Ikimoku, Autumn Water. In the good fast sword, it possessed Snow Walk. These swords, all of which were also swords that Sauron had owned in the anime, similarly all had owners in this world and could not be redeemed. Jang Chen continued to tap on the fast knives, and there were a full dozen knives on display. Among these fast swords, Jang Chen barely recognized only the Time Rain and Ghost Cry. In the anime, they were the sabers of Dashji and Luo respectively. As for the others, Jang Chen only felt that they looked somewhat familiar. If it wasn't for the fact that these knives were marked with names underneath, Jang Chen probably wouldn't have been able to recognize any of them. With the wide array of famous swords, only 3 fast swords could be exchanged, while the rest were all exchanged away. But even if they could be exchanged, Jang Chen didn't intend to. It was just the fast knives, which required 10,000 points, and it would be better to exchange those points for attribute points, although they had to be robbed, but he didn't want to waste so many points to exchange for a mediocre knife. So, these knives, where did they all come from? Jang Chen pondered. He could only wait until tomorrow when he was on a mission and ask Zhang Qingyu. He should know something about these famous knives. Jang Chen continued to check out the weapons in the exchange store, and suddenly found an extremely special label. Elemental weapon? Jang Chen tapped to see the question mark next to it, and then displayed the corresponding explanation. Made from the elemental crystal cores within the bodies of rare elemental demons, each elemental weapon was divided into 3 orders, with the first order being the lowest and the third order being the highest. Elemental weapons, on the other hand, were categorized into 3 types in total: ice attribute, fire attribute, and thunder attribute. A first order elemental weapon only required 1,000 points, or 1,000 attribute points. The power is greater than an S-rank alloy weapon. Well, otherwise, it would be good to exchange it for an elemental weapon at that time. He was only holding a C-rank alloy weapon now, so it shouldn't be enough soon. Just at this moment, the cell phone vibrated. Jang Chen clicked on the chat software and realized that it was a message from Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao, Jang Chen, are you asleep? Just now, senior sister Yang Xiaotong from the association looked for me and said that she's going to take me out on a mission tomorrow. Jang Chen, such a coincidence, I'm also going out on a mission tomorrow. Zhang Qingyu looked for me. Tang Chuyao, ah. Then what mission are you guys going to take? Senior sister said to take me on a C-ranked mission first to practice. Jang Chen, I don't know, I'll ask. A few moments later, Jang Chen clicked back to Tang Chuyao's chat box. He's probably sleeping. Tang Chuyao, okay, then be safe tomorrow. I'll. Jang Chen, okay. Early in the morning the next day, Jang Chen had just arrived at the association building when he sensed that Zhang Qingyu was leaning against the front desk with a look of not having woken up. Coming? Zhang Qingyu drooped his eyelids breathlessly and greeted Jang Chen in a tone that carried a bit of lethargy. Senior brother, good morning. Jang Chen responded politely with a smile on his face. Zhang Qingyu walked ahead of Jang Chen with his hands casually stuck in his pockets, sleepwalking. Let's go see what quests there are to take. A short while later, The duo arrived at a quest hall within the association building, right on the first floor. The hall was incredibly empty, with a large screen hanging above the center, displaying a portion of the available tasks in real-time scrolling. At this time, due to the early hour, there were only 2 people in the hall, Jang Chen and Jang Chen, in addition to the association students on duty. Jang Chen led Jang Chen, familiarly walking straight towards the counter on one side. The 2 students behind the counter were originally lying on their chairs playing with their cell phones, and when they noticed someone approaching, they immediately put down their cell phones and stood up from their chairs. Jang Chen tilted his body and leaned against the side of the counter, his fingers unconsciously picking at his nose as he asked carelessly, "Are there any B-ranked missions right now? B-rank quests?" One of the students answered, inadvertently glancing at Jang Chen standing behind Jang Qingyu. "Huh, this is senior brother Jang Chen? What?" Jang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. That student opened his mouth and said, "This senior brother, I've heard that it seems like he's only a second-order ability user, right? It's not quite appropriate to do a B-rank mission. Right?" Jang Qingyu sidestepped and pointed at Jang Chen behind him, unconsciously raising his volume. "Then have you heard that senior brother Jang Chen killed Chao Jun's barrier in a second with a single sword?" The 2 students glanced at each other as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yesterday's incident with Jang Chen hadn't spread yet. The 2 students only knew that Jang Chen was the only one among the freshmen who was that second-ranked ability. One of the students asked incredulously, "Senior brother Zhang, are you talking about that barrier fruit ability person, Chao Jun?" "What else? There is a second barrier fruit ability person?" Jang Qingyu laughed lightly and asked in return. The student sniffed and blurted out, Chao. Senior brother Jang Chen is awesome." "Alright, don't be awesome, hurry up and show me what quests are available," Jang Qingyu said impatiently. Seeing this, the student turned the display over after operating the computer for a bit. "Senior, this is a B-ranked quest that was just released yesterday, and it's also the B-ranked quest that currently rewards the most points la," the student said while pointing his finger at the screen. "Hunting and killing 10 third-order wind spirit falcons. It just so happens that you can fly, senior brother, and I remember that senior brother Jiang Chen can fly as well, right?" Zhang Qingyu came up and scanned the screen before turning his head to Jiang Chen and said, 200 points, not bad. Jiang Chen, what do you think? B-level missions usually reward at 100 points, this mission at 200 points might be a bit dangerous for you." Jiang Chen stood in place, sensing what was displayed on the screen. Kill 10 adult third-order wind spirit falcons, inhabiting the Daxing region, group-dwelling ferocious beasts. You need to bring back the heads of the ferocious beasts to receive the quest rewards. And 1 point could be exchanged for 1 attribute point. In other words, this mission would get 200 attribute points, which would be divided equally between the 2, with 100 points for each. It's only 200 points, it's a bit low. Quite a lot. Ranked quests require killing 4th ranked ferocious beasts, you can't do it at this point in time, so let's do some B-ranked ones to practice first. Zhang Qingyu responded casually. Jiang Chen was silent. Tang Chuya was doing C-ranked quests, and when he thought about it like this, it instantly balanced out. "Forget it, just this one," Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Zhang Qingyu sniffed and gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Chen. "Alright. Promising. Just like your character that isn't afraid of death." Right at this moment, Jiang Chen sensed that in a corner of the screen, there were 3 elemental demon quests on display. "What is this elemental demon's quest?" Zhang Qingyu said without looking back. "Oh, this is the resident quest. As long as you hunt and kill an elemental demon, you can take an elemental crystal core and exchange it for points, at least 1,000 points to start." As the words fell, he said to the student on duty, "Then we'll take the mission, do the formalities." Okay. The student took the duo's student cards and began to operate. A few moments later, Zhang Qingyu led Jiang Chen out of the hall. On the way, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the thing that confused him last night and opened his mouth to ask, "Senior brother, do you know where all those Supreme Great Fast Blades came from in the Redemption Shop?" Chapter 52 Gambler Firebrand's Trail. Supreme Great Fast Blade? Zhang Qingyu paused and stroked his chin. You know about the subdimensional rift and the emergence of the Holy Land decades ago, right?" Jiang Chen nodded gently. Zhang Qingyu continued. "After that, I also forget how many years it was. Anyway, some domains suddenly appeared in some places." "Fields?" Jiang Chen revealed a puzzled expression. Zhang Qingyu nodded his head and explained, they are also called blade domains, and within each blade domain, there is a famous blade. As long as one goes inside the blade domain and fulfills certain conditions, one can take the knives inside, and each of these famous knives is very powerful. Jang Chen nodded his head and said, in other words, for every famous blade, there is a blade domain? Including the fast knife, good fast knife, and great fast knife? Zhang Qingyu nodded his head. Yes, among these, the Supreme Great Fast Knife Blade Domain is also the most dangerous. Now in the entire world, there have only been 2 Supreme Great Fast Knife Blade Domains. One of them is in our dragon country, which is the Tsong Yun-che. In order to conquer this knife, we seem to have died hundreds of people, but fortunately now it has been conquered by our current marshal. The other one is in the beautiful country. What is it called? Hatsuyo Geki-che? I heard that quite a few people died as well, and was subdued by one of their strongest. Jang Chen pondered. I didn't realize that it was so dangerous to take in a famous sword. No wonder the points needed were so high. The Hatsuyo Oni-che. Impression was that it was a demonic sword that would erode the owner's mind, and in the anime it was the saber of the bald guy in the 5 Elder Stars. Just in the middle of Jang Chen's thoughts, Zhang Qingyu suddenly clapped his hands and said, oh yeah, last year a new blade domain appeared over in the Shiva country, and it's also the one with the highest number of deaths so far. Shiva country? Jang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways. Was that Brother San? The names of the countries in this world were really a bit interesting. Zhang Qingyu nodded. Well, I still remember when this blade domain first appeared, those people in the Shiva country were so happy. You have to know that having a supreme great fast blade can raise the strength of one's country's powerhouses by another notch. Saying that, Zhang Qingyu revealed a gloating expression. As a result, well, I heard that until now, there are more than 1,000 people have died, and not even one of them can come out alive. So to this day, no one knows what's inside that blade domain. Zhang Qingyu spread his hands and shrugged. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. A new supreme great fast sword blade domain? In the anime, aside from the Tsong Yun-che and Hatsune Mikoto Supreme Great Fast Sword that had already been displayed, there was also Roger's Western Sword Ace, Hawkeye's Black Sword Knight, and Fujikyu's Gambler's Firebrand. Now this one new blade domain, which one was it? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen opened his mouth and asked. Senior brother, what does that blade domain look like? Zhang Qingyu gestured his hands. It's almost like a semi-circular dome, you can't see inside from the outside, and the exterior is purple. Zhang Chen sniffed and his eyes lit up. So, have confirmed that it was the Supreme Great Fast blade domain? Zhang Qingyu nodded. That should be correct. That blade domain, which is almost 10 kilometers in diameter, can only be that large if it reaches the level of the Supreme Great Fast blade. What color is the blade domain of the Tsong Yun-che and the Primordial Ghost-che? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Qingyu stroked his chin, and after thinking back for a moment, Tsong Yun-che is white, and Primordial Ghost-che seems to be black-purple? White, Tsong Yun-che, black and purple, Hatsune Mikoto Ghost-che. That's right. Now that blade domain in Shiva's country, the odds were that it was the Gambler's Firebrand. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Finally, he had found the trace of his own knife. Zhang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen and asked tentatively, Senior brother Jiang Chen, you don't want to go to that knife domain in the Shiva kingdom, do you? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Indeed, I'm a bit interested. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Stop, didn't you hear me say that thousands of people have died over there in the Shiva kingdom for this blade domain? And not a single one has walked out alive, not even knowing what it looks like inside yet. I know, but that's what makes it challenging. Jiang Chen casually responded. After all, he couldn't say that he had read The King of Thieves and knew that this was Fujikyu's Gambler's Firebrand. He himself was the one who had the Fujikyu template. Could he still not be able to take in his own sword? Zhang Qingyu was silent for a moment and said, Forget it, I'm not qualified to help you make a decision. Anyway, I've already told you that it's dangerous there. I know, I have my own plans. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhang Qingyu then added. Moreover, it's impossible for you to go over there right now. Even though I hate the Shiva kingdom as well, it's still a country. With your current strength, forcing your way into a country, I'm afraid that you'll be pressed to death before you've even walked far into their borderline. Jiang Chen slightly furrowed both eyebrows. Is there no other way? Zhang Qingyu was silent for a while and said softly, If you want to forcefully break into the border, you need to have at least the strength of the 5th rank, and it's also just a matter of breaking in. It's not certain how long you'll be able to survive. Got it. Jang Chen responded. One had to be at least 5th ranked in order to forcefully break into the borderline? At the rate he was going, maybe 4th rank would be enough? Still, it would have to wait until then, there had to be a chance. Otherwise, before even getting close to the Blade Domain, he would be killed by the Shiva Kingdom's powerhouses, and that would be a big loss. Alright, let's go. The Daxing region is more than 1,000 kilometers away from us, and it will take almost a day to go by the school's transport plane. After Zhang Qingyu finished speaking, he walked towards the direction of the airport at the back of the school. Seeing this, Jang Chen also took a step to follow. On the other side, in the Daxing region, the Jin Demon Army campground, the command building. Inside the chief's office, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of his desk, handling official business. This man was none other than the major general based in Daxing region, Li Fei. Just at this moment, the adjutant knocked on the office door and walked in. Chief, someone has reported that within the Daxing forest, traces of elemental demons have been found. Major General Li Fei sniffed and raised his head to ask. Elemental demons? What attribute? How many ranks? Thunder attribute, it's unclear how many orders for now. The adjutant replied. A hint of delight appeared in Li Fei's eyes as he immediately ordered, have Old Cheng organize a team of armed color squads and go see if they can be rounded up. Yes. The adjutant nodded and then left the office. The corner of Li Fei's mouth curved up. Elemental demons, extremely rare in number and possessing the ability to elementalize themselves, were very difficult to hunt. In the Daxing region, there hadn't been any trace of elemental devils for at least 3 years. Now it had finally appeared again. An elemental demon's crystal core, even the lowest grade, was worth 1,000 points. Equivalent to 1,000 attribute points. The value is very expensive. Chapter 53 Jiang Chen, did Zhang Qingyu fool you? Daxing region, Jin Demon Army Campground Airport. Buzzing and rumbling. In the blue sky, a transportation plane painted with the Star Ocean Military Academy's emblem slowly landed, the gusts of wind swept up by the propellers lifting up all the sand and rocks on the ground. The hatch slowly opened. Zhang Qingyu jumped down with an arrow step, followed by Zhang Chen. After taking a few steps, a man in a military uniform came up and sized up the two of them. Star Ocean Military Academy? I'll take a look at the documents. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu and Zhang Chen handed over their student documents. The soldier took the documents and skillfully brushed them on the precision instrument in his hand. The indicator light on the instrument flickered a few times, emitting a slight drip-drip sound. A moment later, the soldier nodded slightly and pointed behind him. All right, go over. Zhang Qingyu walked straight ahead without looking back. Zhang Chen nodded gently towards the soldier, then followed closely behind Zhang Qingyu. Walking out of the airport, Zhang Chen formally stepped into the Demon Suppression Army's campsite, flanked by rows and rows of neatly arranged camouflage-colored barracks. Not far away, there was also a 10-story tall command building, with a regular rectangular appearance, clean and smooth lines, without the slightest redundant decoration, showing the pragmatism style. In the camp, from time to time, soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army in military uniforms walked neatly by, with a strong posture and a firm and powerful pace. All around, a heavy armored vehicle was neatly arranged, with its gun ports pointing straight up to the sky, exuding a chilling intimidation. The entire camp was filled with a solemn atmosphere. On the transportation plane, Zhang Chen also briefly understood with Zhang Qingyu. According to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, if one wanted to enter the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, one had to be vetted by the corresponding division of the Demon Suppression Army, otherwise it was an offense. Ordinary people were strictly forbidden to enter. Only those who have completed the ability to assess the rank, and in the case of a mission, can be allowed to enter. Not a moment later, Zhang Chen then followed Zhang Qingyu to a barrier, flanked by towering and sturdy walls. Outside the barrier was an endless wilderness. Looking towards the distance, under the sky, the remains of a city that had fallen into ruins could still be seen faintly. Those were cities that had already been captured by the beast tide. Zhang Qingyu walked outside the small room next to the barrier and knocked on the glass of the window. Old Liang. Zhang Qingyu? Inside the room, a middle-aged man raised his head and noticed Zhang Chen standing behind Zhang Qingyu, his eyebrows slightly raised. This one looks a bit familiar. Zhang Qingyu pointed his thumb at Zhang Chen behind him. Zhang Chen, the freshman of our class. After saying that, he introduced himself to Zhang Chen. This is Ensign Liang. Zhang Chen sniffed and nodded gently towards Ensign Liang. Brother Liang. After the man heard Jang Chen's name, he first froze, then laughed out loud. Jang Chen. I know, ha ha ha, it's that freshman who broke the hidden rewards of the alien mystery realm with Tang Chuyao. The two of you are old hot. Zhang Qingyu said with a smug face. Right, our Star Ocean's newcomer king, alright. After saying that, he signaled Jang Chen to take out his student ID and handed over the duo's student IDs. After the man swiped lightly on the instrument, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. You guys took on a B-ranked mission? He twisted his head to gaze at Jang Chen and kindly reminded him. Jang Chen, it's necessary for me to remind you that you're going to hunt a third-order ferocious beast. You're only a second-order ability person. Did Zhang Qingyu fool you? When a second-order ability person meets a third-order fierce beast, the mortality rate is infinitely close to 100%. Zhang Chen was a bit speechless after hearing these words and waved his hand. No, Brother Liang, we're just going to kill third-order ferocious beasts. By the looks of it, the specific achievement when evaluating the rank was not recorded on the individual's basic information, and one could only see how many ranks it was. It was estimated that in this world, there were only a few that could manage to kill over the rank. However, speaking of which, this Ensign Liang was not bad, at least he kindly reminded himself. When Ensign Liang heard this, his eyes suspiciously wandered over Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu, seemingly still not quite convinced that Jiang Chen had volunteered. Zhang Qingyu leaned against the window and pointed at Jiang Chen. I say, old Liang, don't underestimate Jiang Chen, a third-ranked ability user can't even him up, do you believe it? The corner of Ensign Liang's mouth twitched. Just blow it off. He didn't believe a single word of Zhang Qingyu's words. Previously, he had dared to take on an A-ranked mission when he was at the third rank, and he was so confident when he went out, but as a result, he almost didn't die outside. A moment later, old Liang glanced at Jiang Chen and admonished, forget it, Jiang Chen, just think for yourself, pay attention to everything and be careful, saving your life is most important. After saying that, he admonished Zhang Qingyu again. You take care of your senior brother, do not die to provoke the Wind Spirit Falcon leader, just in the periphery stroll on the line, the Wind Spirit Falcon leader but the fourth level of beasts, really encountered. I'm afraid that you cannot take care of Jiang Chen, such a good seedling. If something happens, I'll be the first to beat you. Zhang Qingyu took the duo's student IDs and waved his hand. Don't worry, old Liang, I understand. It's not like I've taken on a fourth order Wind Spirit Falcon's mission. What am I doing messing with it? After the duo left, old Liang poked his head out the window and shouted. 2 people go, 2 people return. Another moment passed. 2 fully loaded armored vehicles slowly drove towards the barrier. A uniformed man stepped down from the passenger side and walked straight into the small room. After placing a document on the table, he immediately picked up a cigarette on the table and smoked it to himself. Old Liang glanced at the man and then at the 2 armored vehicles outside. Ooh, old Chang, the armed color squads in the camp have been brought out? Is this an elemental demon appearing? The man exhaled a mouthful of smoke and slowly said. That's right, it's been 3 years, 3 years. Traces of elemental demons have finally appeared on our Daxing side. Old Liang twisted his head to look out of the barrier, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Jiang Chen was such a good seedling. If he encountered an elemental demon and died in its hands, that would really be unfortunate for the Dragon Kingdom. This Zhang Qingyu, he had to take on some B-ranked mission. If anything really happened to Jiang Chen, when Zhang Qingyu came back, he would definitely beat the out of him. The man at the side looked at the frozen old Liang and asked suspiciously. Old Liang, what's wrong? Old Liang came back to his senses and shook his head. No, the 2 boys from the Star Ocean Military Academy, Zhang Qingyu and Jiang Chen, just happened to have taken on a B-ranked mission and entered the forest as well. The man's eyebrows rose slightly. Jiang Chen? That's the one that's been so hot lately? Jiang Chen's great name had long been rumored within the military. A first-ranked ability person decapitating a second-ranked ferocious beast, definitely a good seedling. Yeah. Old Liang nodded. Where did that elemental demon sighting appear? The man placed a mini display in front of old Liang. Old Liang scanned it and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, it's a distance away from the Wind Spirit Falcon that those 2 boys are trying to kill, so they shouldn't be able to touch it. The man said coldly. In case we run into it, Zhang Qingyu, this kid's fruit ability, it's not a big problem. Jiang Chen will be difficult. Don't be a ing crow. Old Liang glared at him. Maybe the elemental demon was encountered by the 2 of them, and then slaughtered by the 2 of them, and you guys made a trip for nothing. The man was happy to hear these words. Don't be too outrageous. How can you kill elemental demons if you don't know how to arm colors? That Zhang Qingyu kid doesn't know how. Jiang Chen, he doesn't know how either, right? Old Liang waved his hand and said impatiently. Alright, go now, go early, and come back early. The man put out his cigarette and turned around to walk onto the armored car. As the barrier rose, the two armored vehicles headed deeper into the Daxing forest. Chapter 54 Fourth Order Wind Spirit Falcon? Above the Great Xing Forest. Two figures sped past. Jang Chen glanced at Zheng Qingyu, who was covered in blue flames, while flying in the air. I didn't expect the senior brother to be an immortal bird fruit ability, which in the anime was Marco's ability to survive extremely well. No wonder he had a face that owed him a beating. This was emboldened. Other people can't beat him at all. ZZ. Zheng Qingyu's voice came from the headset Jang Chen had hung on his ear. Jang Chen, we've already entered the Wind Spirit Falcon's territory. Have you sensed the Wind Spirit Falcon yet? Not yet. Then go to the left, keep going deeper. I'm afraid I'll encounter a Fourth Order Wind Spirit Falcon leader. Tell me when you sense a Wind Spirit Falcon, use your gravity to control it. After Jang Chen gave an okay gesture, the two of them continued to gallop forward. 10 minutes later. Wind Spirit Falcon spotted. Jang Chen levitated in the air after faintly saying so. Seeing this, Zheng Qingyu also stopped his movements, and with dazzling blue flames sprouting from his two hands, he twisted his head to look at Jang Chen. Where is it? Follow me. Jang Chen said before turning around and flying in a direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Qingyu followed closely behind. The two of them, one in front of the other, flashed in the sky above the Great Xing Forest, and wherever they passed, the extremely fast speed set off strong air currents, and the branches and leaves of the trees below were wrapped up in this force and couldn't help but shake violently. Not long after, a huge wind spirit falcon appeared directly in front of the duo, spreading its wings. Its entire horizontal body was 10 meters long. A pair of sharp eagle eyes stared vigilantly at the duo of Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu, surrounded by gale force winds as it hovered in the air. Zhang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen, who was flying in front of him. This distance was at least 1,000 meters, right? Jiang Chen, seeing color, had already reached 1,000 meters? A hint of surprise flashed through Zhang Qingyu's eyes. Roar! The wind spirit falcon roared angrily, as if it was sending out a warning to the two humans who had intruded into its territory. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored it. In just an instant, the wind spirit falcon had entered Jiang Chen's gravity manipulation range. Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes, revealing the lurid whites of his eyes. The next moment, buzz! Gravity weighing 36 tons poured down above that wind spirit falcon. The wind spirit falcon completely did not expect the human in front of it to have this hand, and was directly dragged in the direction of the ground by this majestic gravity. Bang! The wind spirit falcon's huge body smashed heavily into the Daxing forest, toppling several trees along the way and smashing a deep pit into the ground. Jiang Chen also used his moon steps in the air at this instant, sharply reversing his direction and flashing towards the wind spirit falcon that crashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed. The wind spirit falcon of the third rank wasn't completely immobile in the face of 36 tons of gravity. It climbed up with difficulty and shook its body, glaring angrily at Jiang Chen, who was flying towards it at breakneck speed, and raised its sharp claws, ready to tear the human in front of it to shreds. Jiang Chen flew in the air, his divine sense moving slightly. The next moment, the wind spirit falcon was violently thrown into the air by a wave of anti-gravity, and countless question marks flashed across its round eyes. Immediately afterward, another wave of gravity poured down. The wind spirit falcon was like a toy, being teased by Jiang Chen's gravity. Boom! The wind spirit falcon's huge body slammed heavily into the ground once again, smoke and dust rolling out. Before it could react, a huge gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, pulling it in Jiang Chen's direction. At the same time, Jiang Chen's figure also flashed past. He drew his sword blade, and his stern sword intent was wrapped in a flash of cold light that reflected in the wind spirit falcon's eyes. Click! Jiang Chen froze for a moment, his eyebrows furrowing. Is this the sword stuck on the bones? Roar! The wind spirit falcon roared, raised its sharp claws, and slapped towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Just at this time, a blue flame whistled past, and a pair of fists burning with a blazing blue flame ruthlessly smashed onto the wind spirit falcon's head. Just one fist. Boom! The wind spirit falcon's head was instantly blasted out, the flesh and blood at the neck was hardened and torn apart by the powerful impact. Boom! The head of a third-ranked ferocious beast smashed heavily into the trees before rolling down to the ground. As for the wind spirit falcon's body, it also collapsed to the ground with a loud thud due to the absence of its head. Jang Chen frowned as he stepped on the Wind Spirit Falcon's remains and pulled his sword out. He looked at the blood-stained blade in his hand. A C-grade alloy weapon, is this not enough? But didn't that merchant say that with a C-grade alloy, it would be enough to kill a third-rank ferocious beast? Encountered a treacherous merchant? Zhang Xingyu took out a cloth bag, wrapped the head of the Wind Spirit Falcon and tied it around his waist, then walked over to Jang Chen. As if he could see Jang Chen's doubts, he spoke. The sword in your hand, it's a C-grade alloy weapon, right? It's enough to kill some third-ranked ferocious beasts, but when you encounter some with stronger defenses, it won't be enough. Like this thing. Zhang Qingyu pointed at the corpse of the Wind Spirit Falcon on the ground. Jang Chen habitually tilted his head sideways, sensing the black gloves on Zhang Qingyu's hand, which seemed to be faintly flickering with a touch of red flame on its exterior. The flame of the immortal bird fruit, wasn't it blue? This red flame, what was it? Senior brother, your weapon is an elemental weapon? Zhang Chen inquired tentatively. After all, among elemental weapons, there were also fire attributes. This red flame, the odds were that it was from an elemental weapon. Zhang Qingyu didn't hide it either, and raised his fist to display it. This is a fire-attributed first-order elemental weapon. Honestly, as your senior brother, I suggest that you don't change those trash alloy weapons. Take a direct step and change to an elemental weapon. Even if it's a first-rank elemental weapon, it's enough for you to use for a long time. An elemental weapon costs 1,000 military points for one customization. It's not really expensive when you say it's expensive, you're just stuck right now. In case the sword breaks later on in the battle, that would be disastrous. Zhang Chen nodded. What Zhang Qingyu said did make sense. 1,000 points didn't seem very expensive? After all, he had raked in more than 1,000 attribute points by casually descending into the secret realm once. It wasn't bad to do a few more quests and change one for fun first, at least before going to Shiva Kingdom to get the Gambler's Firebrand. One had to have a weapon that was a bit more handy to use. Otherwise, if one's sword intent is strong at that time, it's useless even if the sword breaks. Let's go, there's still 9 left, hurry up and finish killing them and go back to deliver. Zhang Qingyu patted Zhang Chen's shoulder, his hands lit up with a blazing blue flame, transforming into 2 blue flaming wings and rose into the air. Seeing this, Zhang Chen also followed closely behind him. Within the next hour, Zhang Chen sensed 6 more Wind Spirit Falcons one after another. This time, he didn't make a move, he just used to use gravity to assist in controlling them. All of them were handed over to Zhang Qingyu, punching a small ferocious beast. Over the Great Xing Forest, the duo sped past. 2 more to go, hurry up and call it a day before dark. Zhang Qingyu's voice came from his earpiece. Just then, roar! An earth-shattering roar came from behind the two. This roar contained a terrifying power, and the resulting sound wave was like a raging wave, which not only set off a strong air current in the air, but also blew the branches and leaves of the trees along the way, shaking them violently. Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingyu turned around at the same time. A sky-covering beast with its wings spread out to a length of 50 meters hovered in the air, its eyes staring at them in death. Nima, a 4th-order Wind Spirit Falcon? Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he blurted out. Chapter 55 Elemental Demon? Walking 1,000 points. Zhang Chen, find a place to hide. Leave this 4th-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon to me. Zhang Qingyu's expression was unprecedentedly grave, changing his usual hangdog demeanor and shouting at Zhang Chen. Boom! The blue flames were like surging waves, instantly blazing around him. At the same time, roar! The 4th-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon tilted its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, its blood-red eyes filled with a chillingly ferocious light, locking onto Zhang Qingyu with a deadly glare. Immediately afterward, the Wind Spirit Falcon roared like a black lightning bolt at an astonishing speed. The gusts of wind brought up by its wings were just like countless incomparably sharp blades, frantically cutting the surrounding air and emitting sharp, ear-piercing whistling sounds. Zhang Chen's eyebrows wrinkled slightly when he saw this. A 4th-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon, he wasn't qualified to fight with it right now. If he insisted on going on, he would only be dragging Zhang Qingyu back. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen made a snap decision and turned around, intending to hide in the jungle. However, right at this moment, at the end of Zhang Chen's perception viewpoint on his left side, a blue figure flashed past like lightning, with a circle of jumping electric arcs surrounding it. On the transporter, one had looked up some information on ferocious beasts on the intranet. That seemed to be an elemental demon with the lightning attribute? And looking at that figure, it seemed to be a weaker elemental demon as shown on the information, probably only of the third rank. Even so, a single one was at least 1,000 military department points to start with. 1,000 points. A first-rank elemental weapon. 1,000 attribute points. What's the point of hiding? Jang Chen decisively changed direction and sped towards the elemental demon. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu had just dodged a blow from the fourth-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon, and out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glimpsed Jang Chen's actions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid was still obedient and didn't come to cause trouble for himself. But soon, Zhang Qingyu noticed that something was wrong. No, what was this kid doing running so far away? Hello? Jiang Chen? Where are you going? Just find a place to hide down there, I'll settle the fight soon. Zhang Qingyu said into his earpiece suspiciously. The next second, Jiang Chen's voice came out, I found the elemental demon. When Zhang Qingyu heard this, his eyes widened, elemental demon? No, you come back. You can't handle the elemental demon. Jiang Chen ignored Zhang Qingyu's words, manipulating the gravity around himself with all his might as he chased towards the elemental demon at an extremely fast speed. In just less than 3 seconds, Zhang Chen had already closed in on the elemental demon. Only to see that this elemental demon, with its blue skin and electric light constantly traveling underneath it, had the appearance of a giant bear. At this moment, it had also discovered Jiang Chen, who was approaching him at breakneck speed. The elemental demon turned around violently. Immediately afterward, a ball of electric light blasted out from its bear's palm, smashing straight at Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned on iron block. Boom! The electric light bombarded Jiang Chen's body, and the powerful electric current instantly destroyed all the cell phones and earphones he was carrying. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu, who was flying in the air and circling the Wind Spirit Falcon, had a piercing squeak sound coming from his earphone. His face suddenly changed, and he violently ripped the earphone off. Obviously, Jiang Chen had suffered an attack from the lightning attribute elemental demon, causing the earphone to be destroyed by the powerful electric current. Grass! Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but let out a loud curse, his heart raced, and he bent down and rushed towards Jiang Chen's direction on the spot. However, the next moment, the huge body of the fourth-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon was like an insurmountable black city wall, blocking in front of him. Damn you! Get out of the way! Zhang Qingyu cursed, jumping to his feet anxiously. The fourth-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon turned a deaf ear to Zhang Qingyu's shouts and curses, flapping its huge wings. It once again pounced towards him aggressively. Jungle! The giant bear-like elemental demon didn't have the slightest intention of fighting with Jiang Chen, and after blasting out a shot of electricity, it turned its head and ran away. Jiang Chen, due to opening the iron block, had no major injuries of his own except for the fact that all the electronic equipment on his body had been destroyed. Want to run? Jiang Chen chortled in a low voice and decisively maneuvered his anti-gravity with all his might, catapulting in the direction that the elemental demon had left. In less than 3 seconds, the giant bear then entered the range of Jiang Chen's gravity field once again. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. 36 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the giant bear's circumference. Moo! The giant bear's huge body was directly smashed into the ground, letting out a wail. Right at this moment, a blue light suddenly appeared all over the giant bear's body, turning into a ball of electric light in the blink of an eye as it sped away in the air. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed. Elementalization? Right now, his own manipulation of gravity was unable to affect an enemy capable of elementalization. But it wasn't a big problem. Without gravity manipulation, he also had the powerful blind sword art and armed color hegemony. I'd like to see where you can run. Jiang Chen, seeing color, firmly locked onto the elemental demon's location, and immediately afterward, he chased after it at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately for this elemental demon, it was the lowest level elemental demon, and its speed was nowhere near as fast as electric light, so it was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen could catch up. Jiang Chen was flying low in the dense jungle at an extremely fast speed, and the fallen leaves were blown in all directions by his strong airflow. It seemed to be due to being chased for a long time. The elemental demon had absolutely no desire to fight, only wanting to hurry away from this damned human. However, its speed wasn't as good as Jiang Chen, who had exploded at full power. After chasing it for 5 minutes, Jiang Chen was already less than 10 meters away from it. Seeing this, the elemental demon decisively turned around and blasted out a round of lightning. The next second, Jang Chen just gently sidestepped and easily dodged the shot of lightning. The first time it hit Jang Chen, it was only due to Jang Chen's negligence. Now, Jang Chen, seeing color, was firmly locked onto it, and it was absolutely impossible to hit Jang Chen again. Boom, boom, boom. A few more rounds of lightning blasted in. Jang Chen maneuvered his body, and with just a slight twist, he dodged all the attacks. At this moment, in Jang Chen's perception, he could clearly feel that the elemental demon had begun to panic. This human, who was faster than himself, couldn't hit. How could this be fun? Moo! The giant bear let out a wail in panic, seemingly asking for help. However, just at this moment, Jang Chen had already caught up with this giant bear elemental demon. The armed color instantly covered the blade of his sword. Immediately afterward, the sword blade went straight down. The sword, attached with sword intent and 36 tons of gravity, directly penetrated the elemental demon's body, pinning it to the ground. Prick la! Electricity flashed around the elemental demon's body, and its elementalization instantly faded away, revealing its giant bear appearance, completely lifeless. Jang Chen pulled out his sword blade and gazed at the giant bear corpse at his feet. He rubbed his chin. It seemed like the elemental crystal core was in the brain. Thinking of this, Jang Chen bent down and began his dissection. A few moments later, a blue orb crystal core appeared in Jang Chen's hand. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad, 1,000 points in hand. Suddenly, within his range of perception, another elemental demon flashed by. Another one? Just now, this elemental demon seemed to be asking for help? Coming for support? It looked like it was an elemental demon of the same strength. Not bad, it's practically a walking 1,000 points. Jang Chen didn't hesitate for a second, and after putting the elemental crystal core into his pocket, he directly chased after it. Chapter 56, Damn, Lost. On the other side, Zhang Qingyu's hands were stained with blood, and strands of his flowing bangs fell messily in front of his forehead. In front of him, the fourth-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon had been pounded to pieces by him and collapsed motionlessly on the ground. Without stopping, Zhang Qingyu ignited blue flames with both hands and shot straight up into the sky. He quickly looked around in the air, and after recognizing that direction of Jiang Chen's in his memory, he sped away like a blue meteor. Strange, where did it run off to? Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang. Brother Chen. Come out. Don't scare me. Zhang Qingyu swept over the jungle at high speed while shouting Jiang Chen's name at the top of his voice. His voice echoed continuously in the silent jungle, but he never received a response. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had quietly sunk to the west, the night curtain slowly fell like a huge black curtain, and the light in the jungle became dimmer and dimmer. Zhang Qingyu lowered his flight altitude and traveled through the jungle. Eventually, he landed and sat helplessly on the ground. It was finished. Jiang Chen was lost by himself. The electronic devices on his body, they were all broken as well, and he couldn't even contact them if he wanted to. Elemental demons were existences that could be elementalized. Without an armed color, it simply can't even touch it. Where did Jiang Chen get the confidence to go and find an elemental demon to fight? After searching for so long, and not even finding a single figure, Jiang Chen reckons he's in deep. Old Liang also specially instructed himself to take care of Jiang Chen. If anything happened to Jiang Chen, he would beat the out of himself. When he thought of old Liang's face, Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but shiver. And it wasn't just old Liang. Yang Xiaotong was a violent temper. If she knew that she had taken Jiang Chen on a mission and lost him, then she would be finished. Zhang Qingyu subconsciously touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Wasn't it time to think about how to run away? Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses. It wasn't right. It was clearly Jiang Chen himself who made a fool of himself and had to go and find the elemental demon to fight, and he himself had also copied the elemental demon on the transporter, so could he blame himself for this? But if you say that, do they believe you? If you run away, where can you go? It seemed that there was no place for him to stay in this vast world. AI. It's better to look for it again. Zhang Qingyu helplessly climbed up, transformed into a blue flame, and disappeared into the night jungle once again. Meanwhile, in another part of the Daxing forest, Old Chang, dressed in a straight uniform, was sitting quietly inside the armored vehicle, listening intently to the constant reports coming from the intercom. Team Chang, no elemental demon was found. We didn't find it on our side either. Us too. As Lao Chang listened to the successive reports from his team members, his brows gradually furrowed into a Chuan character, his heart filled with doubts. Strange. Where did this elemental demon run off to? They had been searching for 2 hours straight, spreading out in all directions for dozens of kilometers from where they had originally found the trail. Along the way, apart from resolving some ferocious beasts in passing, not to mention the elemental demon, they hadn't even seen a single ghost. He shook his head helplessly, sighed heavily, and gave orders into the intercom. Hey, all come back, close up the team. Just then. ZZZ. A slightly urgent voice suddenly came from the intercom. Team Chang, we found the corpse of an elemental demon. But the elemental crystal core is gone. When old Cheng heard this, his originally slightly drooping eyebrows instantly raised upwards. A corpse? Did a student from the military academy do this? Possibly. The voice on the other end of the intercom responded. After hearing this, Lao Chang thought briefly and immediately ordered. Everyone go over and look for more near that corpse, there should be 2 of them, I'll go over now as well. Yes. The soldier sitting on the side in charge of driving the armored car, upon hearing the order, quickly turned the steering wheel and slammed down on the gas pedal. The armored car was like an agile beast, completing a turnaround in place crisply and neatly, heading towards the target location. The soldier sighed as he drove. I didn't expect that it was actually found by a student from the military academy. This one is 1000 military department points, TSK. Lao Chang let out a light laugh, envious? The driver soldier glanced at the captain, his eyes full of envy. Then who could not be envious? I just don't know who killed it. I seem to remember that there are only 3 teams of students doing quests in the Daxing Forest today, right? Lao Chang nodded his head as he thought back. It seems like one team was a junior student from the Linjiang Military Academy side, one team was a junior student from the Jiangnan Military Academy, and one team was from the Star Ocean Military Academy. The soldier sniffed and continued to ask, Team Chang, in your opinion, which team most likely succeeded in hunting the elemental demon? Old Chang shrugged, how would I know? Anyway, it couldn't have been Star Ocean Military School. Zheng Qingyu, I do know, he doesn't have an armed color hegemony. That's true. At this moment, Jang Chen was traveling through the jungle at an extremely fast speed. In the direction of about 500 meters directly in front of him, the remaining giant bear elemental demon had been firmly locked down by his seeing color. No matter what, with these 1000 points, it was absolutely impossible to let it escape. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and once again manipulated the anti-gravity around him with all his might. His aura around him climbed steeply, and his speed increased another notch. Powerful air currents whistled past his surroundings, and the fallen leaves piled up on the ground were wrapped up by this powerful air current, rushing up into the sky and flying all over the place. Not long after, the distance between Jiang Chen and the elemental demon was shortened to less than 100 meters, and he was about to catch up. The elemental demon was clearly alarmed. Not too long ago, it had seen its own kind die horribly at the hands of this human behind it. In a panic, the elemental demon once again turned back and flung a few electric shocks. Boom, boom, boom. The electric shocks that were as fast as lightning in the eyes of others were completely slow motion in Jiang Chen's eyes. He only gently twisted his body a few times and dodged it, his movements flowing with ease. At the same time, Jiang Chen had also absorbed the experience of the last elemental demon. Elemental demons, if they wanted to release an electric shock, they had to materialize first. The moment this elemental demon released its electric shock, he manipulated the gravity, which weighed 36 tons, and smashed down. Bang! The elemental demon was directly smashed into the ground. In that instant, Jiang Chen's extremely fast flying speed and ghostly figure had arrived above this elemental demon. The elemental demon's azure eyes were filled with panic at the moment. It hurriedly elementalized again, trying to move away from Jiang Chen. However, it was already too late. The sword blade in Jiang Chen's hand carried a biting cold light as it stabbed straight downwards. The sharp blade instantly penetrated the body of this elemental demon. Moo! With a wail, the elemental demon was completely lifeless. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword blade and began his familiar dissection. A few moments later, another elemental crystal core worth 1000 military points was put into Jiang Chen's pocket. Now, he already had 2000 points on himself. Originally, he thought that he could only take 200 points from this mission, and that he would have to split it equally with Zhang Qingyu, with 100 points each. Unexpectedly, the take was even more than the first secret realm. This 2,000 points, that is impossible to share with Zhang Qingyu, are their own. Now that one's own weapon was no longer enough, one could first exchange it for an elemental weapon when the time came. The remaining 1,000 points would be exchanged for attribute points, and the sword chi skill would be ordered first. After seeing the embryonic form of sword chi from the proficient level sword intent, Jang Chen was curious to see at this point what kind of level of power sword chi could reach. In the midst of his thoughts, Jang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Immediately afterward, he rose up into the air and hovered above the great Xing forest. A new problem was suddenly in front of him. The electronic devices on his body were all broken, and now here, where was it? It seems like he is lost. Chapter 57. 36 tons of finger guns, have you ever tasted them? The next day, it was just dawn. Daxing Town Demon Army Campground, at the barrier. Double kill. Triple kill. Old Liang rubbed his hands on his cell phone screen, his feet resting on the table, an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. It was at this moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a handful of hairs skimming past the window. Who? Old Liang stood up violently. Zhang Qingyu was startled and twisted his head with stiff limbs. Old Liang, it's me, ha ha ha. Old Liang breathed a sigh of relief and said in a bad mood, you kid, what are you doing sneaking around? Am I not letting you into the camp or what? No. No, this is not to see you playing the game, afraid to affect your play. Zhang Qingyu scratched his head and pointed in a certain direction. Nah, Lao Liang, I still have something to do, go first, huh? He only wanted to leave here as soon as possible to find the officers within the camp to report the matter of Jiang Chen's disappearance. However, he didn't dare to let old Liang know about this, otherwise he might have to receive a severe beating first. Go go go. Old Liang waved his hand, his gaze falling back onto the cell phone screen. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. Stop. Zhang Qingyu instantly sweated and stiffly twisted his head. What? Is it again? Old Liang poked his head out and looked back and forth, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Where is Zhang Chen? Zhang Qingyu was suddenly speechless. Finished, this was really finished. Seeing Zhang Qingyu in this state, old Liang's face instantly grimaced. Speak. Where is Zhang Chen? Feeling old Liang's murderous gaze, Zhang Qingyu only felt a cold sweat running down his body. He forced out a smile. Old Liang, I've already told Jiang Chen before, stay away when you see an elemental demon. Get to the point. Old Liang's eyes glared round. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu could only tell everything. So, Jiang Chen is missing? And in a bad way? Old Liang said slowly after hearing Zhang Qingyu's words. Zhang Qingyu nodded stiffly. Old Liang's eyebrows rose slightly. Then how come you're fine? Zhang Qingyu spread his hands. I'm sure I'm fine. Where is the 4th rank Wind Spirit Falcon, my opponent? Not your opponent, then how come Jiang Chen disappeared? Jiang Chen went to find the elemental demon to fight on his own. I was held back by the Wind Spirit Falcon and couldn't get away. So what you're saying is that Jiang Chen's disappearance has nothing to do with you at all. Indeed, that's what I mean. I've searched for a whole all-nighter too. I just couldn't find it, and I wasn't about to go and report it to the battalion's officer when I was stopped by you. Old Liang was silent for 2 seconds and silently took the watch off his hand. I told you, if anything happens to Jiang Chen, I'll beat the out of you. No, Old Liang, let us be reasonable, okay? Grass. Zhang Qingyu hadn't even finished his words when he saw old Liang's movements, his hands directly igniting blue flames as he attempted to fly into the air. Old Liang leapt out of the window, his body violently rose in size, transforming into a ferocious vicious wolf, followed by a jumping step, grabbing Zhang Qingyu's feet and directly flinging him to the ground. Boom! Zhang Qingyu's entire body directly smashed a shallow pit out of the ground. Ow! Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but wail. Old Liang pressed him to the ground and made a move to beat him up. Of course, Old Liang would definitely not kill Zhang Qingyu, only because Zhang Qingyu's survival ability was well known. Old Liang just had a short temper. Jiang Chen was such a good seedling, but just because he had gone on a mission with Zhang Qingyu, he ended up in a bad way. Regardless of whether this had anything to do with Zhang Qingyu or not, he just couldn't help himself and wanted to beat Zhang Qingyu up. When Zhang Qingyu saw Old Liang raise his casserole-sized fist, he hurriedly shouted, Old Liang, the most important thing now is to find Jiang Chen. It's not too late to beat me up later. The words fell. Old Liang stopped moving, he naturally knew the priority of the matter. If anything really happens to Jang Chen, don't let me see you, I'll beat you up once I see you. Jang Chen gulped and hurriedly said, yes, it's better to report upwards now, hurry out and find someone. Old Liang stood up and snorted coldly, humph, you go to your room and stay there, no running around. I'm going to report now. Good. Jang Chen hurriedly got up, took 3 steps and ran inside the small room in a well-behaved manner. Not long after. On the top floor of the command building, Major General Li Fei stood in front of the window with a gloomy face, while his adjutant and Old Liang stood behind him. Throughout the camp, under Li Fei's orders, thousands of demon suppressor troops began to gather, with only one goal in mind, to find Jang Chen. Live to see a man, die to see a corpse. In the middle of the Daxing jungle. Unconsciously, it had already reached noon. Jang Chen relied on the shadows that shone down from the midday sun to barely recognize the direction of the camp. Fortunately, he had deliberately paid attention when he went out, it was roughly in the southeast direction. Due to the long distance and the fact that he hadn't slept for the whole night, Jang Chen was already a bit tired at the moment, flying for a while, walking for a while. Throughout the night plus one morning, Jang Chen had killed a dozen or so ferocious beasts that tried to attack him, and at this moment, his sword blade had already developed a crack. And at this moment, 5 third-order fierce beasts and 10 second-order fierce beasts were surrounding Jang Chen in the center. Jang Chen's divine sense moved, and with him as the center, all creatures within a range of 500 meters were instantly attached with 36 tons of gravity. The 10 weaker second-order beasts were instantly crushed by the terrifying gravity, their flesh and blood exploding all over the place. The remaining 5 third-ranked ferocious beasts were barely able to carry this gravity. Roar! The 5 third-order fierce beasts simultaneously let out earth-shattering roars as they pounced towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen, seeing color, firmly locked onto these 5 ferocious beasts in the surroundings, and in the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in place. A flash of cold light passed between the beasts. 4 ferocious beasts were instantly chopped into 2. When Jang Chen's sword blade chopped to the last ferocious beast with the most massive figure. Clang! A crunching sound came out as the C-grade alloy sword blade was finally overwhelmed and snapped in 2. Even so, that ferocious beast had also been seriously injured, and it twisted its head to look angrily at Jang Chen, roared angrily, and violently charged over. However, wanting to hit Jang Chen, who possessed the seeing color, it was simply impossible. Jang Chen just gently twisted his body and dodged over, dodging behind the beast. One person and one beast were facing each other. On the beast's body, a hideous scar was dripping blood. The sword just now had already caused it to be seriously injured. Jang Chen perceived the broken blade in his hand, and his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He simply took the broken blade back into the sword and staff scabbard and gently placed it on the ground, moving his knuckles. Without the sword, he still had his 36-ton finger gun, and since this third-ranked ferocious beast had also been seriously injured, it wasn't much of a problem. Roar! The ferocious beast roared, stepping on heavy footsteps as it lunged towards Jang Chen. Jang Chen used 6-style shave and dodged behind it with sensitivity. Afterwards, a powerful finger lance poked the beast's back. Ow! The beast wailed, twisting its head and raising its huge claws towards Jang Chen. Chapter 58. Did the elemental demon kill Jang Chen? The ferocious beast waved its giant claws and slapped Jang Chen again and again. However, Jang Chen's figure was as ghostly as a ghost, and whenever the giant claws were about to hit him, they were twisted away by him in an unimaginable stance. This was also the first time Jang Chen had combined the paper painting of the 6 styles with the powerful seeing color. By sensing the changes in airflow created by the ferocious beast's movements, he unloaded his entire body's strength, making his body as light and thin as paper, and then supplemented it with the powerful seeing color. Even if the beast was allowed to attack many times, it would not be able to hit Jang Chen at all. Finger gun. Arashikage. The severely injured third-ranked ferocious beast had 36 tons of gravity attached to it while it had to receive Jang Chen's storming attack. Gradually, its movements began to slow down, and the wounds on its body became more and more numerous, blood staining the ground. Finally, boom! A dull ringing sound rang out. The ferocious beast's exhausted and heavily injured body was no longer able to resist the gravity attached to it, and it heavily smashed to the ground. Jang Chen also immediately rolled over and mounted it. The finger gun with 36 tons of gravity attached to it pierced through the air, turning into a trail of shadows at an extremely fast speed, poking madly at the beast's head. Ow! Finally, the ferocious beast let out a desperate wail and completely died. Jang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! Without the sword, relying only on the current level 1 Navy 6 style was pretty tiring. No, when we go back and hand in the quest, we have to immediately change to an elemental weapon. Jang Chen picked up the sword in his staff. Although the blade inside was broken, it was better to hold it in his hand. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen rose up in the air and flew straight towards the southeast at breakneck speed. Not long after, 2 armored vehicles entered Jang Chen's perception range. It was the Demon Suppression Army? Finally, I've seen a living person, so it shouldn't be a problem to go over and hitch a ride, right? Thinking of this, Jang Chen directly turned his head and flew towards the 2 armored vehicles. Inside the armored car that was driving in front, the soldier sitting in the co-pilot's corner of his eye glimpsed a silhouette flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. He fixed his eyes on it. The person flying in the air had his eyes closed tightly and was holding a blind cane in his hand. Jang Chen, quickly stop the car. We've found Jang Chen. Inside the Daxingtown Demon Army campground, all the high-ranking officers stood at the barrier, staring at the wilderness outside the barrier with grave expressions. Zhang Qingyu, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, shivering. Old Liang stood just to the side, casting a fierce gaze at Zhang Qingyu from time to time, his eyes like knives. Zhang Qingyu was full of grievances, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, old Liang said to take action. He didn't dare to provoke easily. Not far away, 2 high-ranking military officers were gathered together, talking in low voices. The short officer stole a glance at Major General Li Fei, who was pacing back and forth not far away, and his voice was suppressed extremely low. You say, it's just a student. Why is our head so exuberant? The tall officer beside him sniffed and stared with wide eyes. Raise an army? Just a student? Do you know that even Lieutenant General Yi Qing is already paying attention to Jang Chen? The short officer's face was filled with doubt as he pursued, why is Lieutenant General Yi paying attention to Jang Chen, but he's just a blind man? The tall officer's complexion sank as he said seriously. Blind? Still blind up to now? Jang Chen's speed of seeing color comprehension is terrifying. Just enrolled in school with only 100 meters, and within the first secret territory, I heard that it reached 500 meters. How many meters is it now? That's just seeing color too. The short officer was still a little unimpressed. The taller officer shook his head and said slowly. It's more than just seeing colors. I heard that the Star Ocean Military Academy Association reported Jiang Chen's evaluation rank results. A second rank ability user chopped out a destructive power of 40,000 calories. Just ask the entire Dragon Kingdom who can do that? As soon as these words came out, the short officer instantly froze on the spot, his mind going blank. A second order ability person, chopping out 40,000 cards of destructive power. Historically, the destructive power of a second rank ability user barely reaches 20,000 cards, which is the threshold of a third rank ability user, and there are still a very few demons who can do it. 40,000 cards. Twice the difference. This is impossible no matter how you think about it, right? How is this possible? How do you know all this? The short officer's face was filled with disbelief. The taller officer cast a sidelong glance at him and let out a slightly amused light laugh. Have you forgotten? The adjutant beside Lieutenant General Yi Qing is my cousin. After saying that, he leaned down slightly and added mysteriously, and this isn't even the most outrageous. I've heard that Jang Chen has mastered sword intent, and it's already reached the peak level, and even has the embryonic form of sword chi. When the short officer heard this, his eyes stared like bronze bells, his mouth opened and closed, only squeezing out a few words after a long time. No. It can't be right? How could a non-sword Dao talent comprehend sword intent? Tall officer with a smug face said with his head held high, so you know why our chief is so excited, right? This. Hey, let's hope that nothing happens to Jang Chen. Just at this moment. Within the line of sight of the people present, 2 armored vehicles slowly appeared. They're back? The short officer looked excited. The taller officer picked up his binoculars and slowly said, it doesn't seem like it, it's that armed color squad of Lao Chang and his. A few moments later, 2 armored vehicles drove into the barrier one after the other. The armored car doors were opened. Old Chang stepped out of the armored cars with a bewildered face and looked around. What's going on here? It's so lively? At this time, Major General Li Fei, with his adjutant, walked up to him with a slightly anxious expression. Have you found the elemental demon? Found it, but only found the body, presumably killed by the students of the military school. Old Chang only felt a little embarrassed, his old face reddened. So many people surrounded the barrier here, could it be that they were all waiting for themselves to bring back the elemental crystal core? Although the elemental crystal core was indeed quite precious, it wasn't so grand. And the key is that one hasn't gotten it yet. Corpses? Li Fei's complexion flinched as he hurriedly asked, "Have you seen Jang Chen?" Lao Chang blinked, his face blank. Jang Chen? No, why do you ask? Li Fei shook his head inside. Jang Chen went after the elemental demon and is now missing. This. Chief, the elemental demon wouldn't have been killed by Jang Chen, right? Old Chang revealed a surprised expression. Even though his guess was that it was killed by other military school students. But now, Jang Chen had disappeared after going after the elemental demon, and the elemental crystal core was also missing. No matter what, it was highly likely that Jang Chen had killed the elemental demon. Li Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, his sharp gaze glancing at Zhang Qingyu in the corner. Zhang Qingyu, right? Are you sure Jiang Chen doesn't know armed color hegemony? I can't reach out. Zhang Qingyu felt the gazes of all the bigwigs present and shivered, his mouth unsteady. Just at this time, an officer hurriedly ran in. "Chief, just received news that the third squad has found Jiang Chen. It's on its way back." After these words, it could be clearly felt that everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fei sniffed and hurriedly asked, "What's Jiang Chen's current situation?" The officer saluted and reported, "According to the people from the third squad, Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be in any serious trouble, he's just a bit tired." It's good that there are no major injuries, Li Fei muttered. The grave atmosphere at the scene finally eased. Zhang Qingyu also finally breathed a long sigh of relief, he finally did not need to be beaten up. Lao Chang's tone carried a hint of shock. "So, Chief, the elemental demon was really killed by Jiang Chen? Wait for them to come back and ask Jiang Chen." Li Fei's gaze slowly turned to the vast wilderness outside the barrier, and he fell into deep thought. Jiang Chen, this kid, what kind of demon is he? Even if he knew Sword Dao, if the elemental demon was really killed by Jiang Chen, that meant that he had even mastered two types of hegemony at the same time. The rest of the hegemonic color hegemony, could Jiang Chen also master? Looking at the entire world, no one had ever been able to comprehend three types of hegemony at the same time. Chapter 59, Armed Color Entanglement? Is it hard? Time flew by. After confirming that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, Li Fei made an immediate decision and dismissed most of the officers who had gathered here to watch the action. At the barrier, only Li Fei, Old Liang, and Zhang Qingyu were left behind. Soon, an armored vehicle appeared in the range of vision of several people. Zhang Qingyu stretched his neck and looked around. Here it comes, it should be the third squad. A look of uncontrollable excitement surfaced on Old Liang's face as he hurriedly ran back to the small room and raised the barriers of the barrier. Not long after, an armored car steadily stopped in front of them. The backseat door was pushed open, and Jiang Chen yawned as he leapt down from the armored vehicle. Since he hadn't closed his eyes for the whole day, Jiang Chen took a small nap in the cramped vehicle. As soon as Zhang Qingyu saw Jiang Chen, he immediately scurried up and carefully looked him up and down. "Jiang Chen. I'm Chao. Are you really okay?" Jiang Chen stopped Zhang Qingyu's restless hand and said in a flat tone, "Senior brother, I'm fine." Immediately after that, Old Liang also walked over with a smile on his face and said, "Jiang Chen, learning about your disappearance has made us anxious. Come, let me introduce you, this is our chief." Old Liang said as he pointed his palm to Li Fei on the side. Li Fei laughed cheerfully. Jiang Chen, just call me Old Li." Jiang Chen politely nodded in response, "Chief Li." Without the slightest hint of politeness, Li Fei directly cut to the chase. "Jiang Chen, the elemental demon was killed by you?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded his head to confirm, then pulled out two blue crystal cores emitting a ghostly light from his coat pocket. "These are elemental crystal cores." As soon as Zhang Qingyu saw the two elemental crystal cores, his eyes instantly widened. "My Chao, even if you killed it, you even killed two of them?" Li Fei and Old Liang, on the other hand, had expressions of relief in their eyes. Good. Li Fei's words took a steep turn as he asked, "What level of armed color have you reached now?" Jiang Chen gently shook his head and said truthfully, "It can only attack the entities of elemental demons, it hasn't reached the level of armed color entanglement yet." After hearing this, Li Fei let out a loud laugh. "Ha, that's not bad, How can armed color entanglement be that simple? Even for a high-ranked physical arts talent ability, the fastest one can comprehend it is the 4th rank. Jang Chen sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly. A high-ranked physical arts talented ability holder would also need to be at the 4th rank to comprehend armed color entanglement? Was it that difficult? Thinking of this, he silently scanned the skill panel in his mind. Armed color hegemony LV.1, 020 plus, can attack elementalized enemies, next rank, armed color entanglement. Calculating carefully, it's only a matter of 20 skill points and 200 attribute points. Later on, you can turn in the elemental crystal core and exchange it for a point, and you'll be able to comprehend it. Li Fei patted Jang Chen's shoulder with both hands and said, "That's fine, as long as there's nothing going on, you can exchange the elemental crystal cores for points directly on our side, and we can also exchange points for attribute points and weapons directly on our side." After saying that, he glanced at Old Liang beside him. "Old Liang, you lead Jang Chen and the others to the exchange office." "All right." Old Liang nodded with a smile and led Jang Chen and Zhang Qingyu away. After waiting for a few people to leave, Li Fei took out his cell phone and after a moment of silence, he called his superior, Lieutenant General Yi Qing. "Hey, it's me, Li Fei. Zhang Chen, he's fine, he's already back. The elemental demon was even killed by him." Yes, he comprehended the armed color. Daxing camp, not far from the command building. Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingyu followed Old Liang and arrived in front of a short 3-story building that covered an area of 2,000 square meters. This building, with the same style of appearance as the command building, presented an extremely simple pure white exterior wall design, without the slightest bit of luxurious decoration. Next to the doorway into the building, there was a signboard hanging Military Department Exchange Office of the Demon Suppressor Army in the Daxing region. The three of them walked into the hall on the first floor. Old Liang surveyed the surroundings. It was cold and quiet, there weren't many people. He turned his head towards Zhang Chen and said, "Luckily there aren't many people right now, Zhang Chen, just go to the window and find a staff member to exchange it directly." Zhang Chen nodded, then walked straight to the exchange window. Before he came, Zhang Chen had already thought about it. His own sword had already broken, and exchanging it for a better sword was just what was needed. As for which elemental weapon to choose, from the point of view of attack power, all three elements were actually about the same. Basically, it was enough to choose based on one's own preferences. Zhang Chen decisively chose the thunder attribute. There was no other reason, it was more handsome. The remaining 1,000 points were all exchanged for attribute points, totaling 1,000 attribute points. After talking to the staff, Zhang Chen was told that it would take an hour to customize the elemental weapon, which wasn't long. If something was wrong, they could also wait for an express delivery. Zhang Chen didn't have much to do, so he simply sat in the hall and waited for them to finish making the weapon before taking it back to the school together. It was just as well that they could come and add some points first. Zhang Qingyu saw Zhang Chen sitting beside him and asked curiously, "Zhang Chen, what did you change?" Zhang Chen calmly spoke, "A lightning attribute elemental weapon, and 1,000 attribute points." Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "We all came out together to do a mission. Why did Zhang Chen take 2,000 points from the military department?" And then looking at himself, he took 200 military department points. Oh no, he still had to share 100 points with Zhang Chen. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingyu had a heart attack and couldn't help but pound his chest. "I'm too hard." After all, the elemental demon was completely killed by Zhang Chen alone. If he licked his face and went to propose an equal share with Zhang Chen, not to mention that he would not be able to save face, the old Liang next to him would probably have to beat the out of himself in the first place. Distributable attribute points, 1,000. Zhang Chen sat down on the hall and immediately began to distribute the attribute points. A few moments later, with a burst of golden light flashing by. Strength, 360 plus, power, 560 plus. Spirit, 720 plus, spirit, 1120 plus. Physique, 360 plus, physique, 560 plus. Agility, 360 plus, agility, 560 plus. The moment the attribute points were distributed, Zhang Chen only felt a warmth rise around him, and in the blink of an eye, this warmth quickly spread throughout his body. Every inch of his skin felt like it was infused with scalding hot energy, and it was as if his entire body was in the midst of a steaming heat wave. His muscles began to tense up, and a sense of strength surged through his body like a raging tide. Bones emitted a subtle but crisp sound as if they were undergoing a self-remodeling. A few moments later. Phew! Jang Chen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he subconsciously clenched his fists. 560 points of strength attribute meant that the base destructive power had reached 5,600 cards, plus his own increase of up to 11.36 times. At this moment, with a sword at full strength, he was already able to cut out more than 60,000 cards of destructive power. It was only 20,000 cards short of the 80,000 card destructive power requirement for a 4th ranked ability user. And one's total attribute points were even still only 2,800. Not even reaching the 3,000 attribute point threshold of a 3rd order ability person. More than that. Manipulable gravity, 56 tons. The manipulable gravity also came to 56 tons. Now, even if it was a 3rd order beast, I'm afraid that within its own gravity field, even if it didn't directly explode and die, it would still be difficult to move an inch. Next. Still need to add some skills. Chapter 60, Comprehending Sword Chi. Assignable skill points, 100. Hearing color hegemony LV.3, 180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.3, 40 plus, currently has sword intent proficient, next level, sword chi skilled. Gravity field LV.4, 80 plus, current field range 500 meters, has mastered gravity wave manipulation proficient, next level, range spreads to 1000 meters. Armed color bay LV.1, 20 plus, can attack elementalized enemies, next level, armed color wrap. Naval 6 styles LV.1, 10 plus. Jang Chen swept a glance at his current skill panel. The next level of gravity domain, which only increased the range, still required a full 80 skill points. Not cost effective. He only had 100 skill points, so he had to be smart about it. The next level of blind sword technique could directly unlock sword chi, without a doubt, it was a huge boost. And it only requires 40 points. With the remaining 60 points, one could point to armed color hegemony. If one remembered correctly, armed color hegemony wrap, it could also increase destructive power. As for the remaining skill points after armed color breath, there wasn't much left to add, and it wasn't bad to enhance the Navy 6 style. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew the 6th style, he might have died in the hands of that 3rd ranked beast. After making up his mind, Jang Chen decisively started adding points. Ding ding ding. A burst of golden light flashed by. Blind Sword Art LV.3, Blind Sword Art LV.4, 80 plus, currently comprehended Sword Chi proficient, next level, Sword Chi proficient. Armed Color Rain LV.1, Armed Color Rain LV.2, 60 plus, has already comprehended Armed Color Entanglement, next level, Armed Color Exterior. Naval 6 styles LV.1, Naval 6 styles LV.3, 40 plus. Shave, move at great speed, speed depends on agility attribute, can briefly instantly move 20 meters, next rank, 40 meters. Iron Block, unable to move when used, can resist physical attribute X 60 card impacts, currently can resist 21,600 card impacts, next rank, can resist physical attribute X 100 card impacts. Paper Painting, unload the strength of the whole body, and sense the direction of the attack in advance through the change of airflow generated by the opponent's movement, next level, perception increased by 200%. Moonstep, use strong foot power to step on the air, generating strong stagnant force, currently can float at a height of 40 meters, next rank, 80 meters. Erasure Kick, rolls up a vacuum chop through a super high speed kicking technique, currently can explode strength attribute X 60 card destructive power, currently can cause 21,600 card destructive power, next level, can explode strength attribute X 100 card destructive power. Finger Gun, gather the power of the whole body on the finger, currently can burst power attribute X 60 card destructive power, currently can cause 21,600 card destructive power, next level, can burst power attribute X 100 card destructive power. Tip, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 1620. There were still 4 levels left to unlock Fujitsu's signature skill, Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. Jang Chen stared at the skill panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The next moment, his gaze moved back to the remaining skill points. Assignable skill points, 10. Super. 10 points left, can't use them. It's hard to wow. Jang Chen sighed lightly, then he picked up the sword in the staff beside him. He slowly pulled out the broken blade. Immediately afterward, buzz. The broken sword emitted a slight buzzing sound. The originally imperceptible sword intent had become exceptionally clear at this moment, as if it had materialized, attaching itself to the broken sword and gently rippling. Zhang Qingyu, who was on the side, first casually glanced at Jang Chen, and then violently turned his head, staring straight at the broken sword in Zhang Chen's hand. Old Liang was also attracted by this action of Zhang Qingyu's and followed Zhang Qingyu's line of sight, then his mouth slightly opened. Zhang Qingyu half opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word for a long time. It was only after a long while that he seemed to have finally found his voice and stammered out. "Zhang Chen, what the hell is this?" Zhang Chen said in a casual tone, "Nothing, it's just gotten a little stronger again." Zhang Qingyu's eyes rounded, his gaze traveling back and forth between Zhang Chen and the broken sword. "Got a little stronger? Are you sure it's a little bit? That damn, it's clearly sword chia hello. Who can tell me how Zhang Chen managed to get one day at a time? A few days ago, it was just a fledgling sword chi, but now it's already out?" Just then, the staff member held a brand new staff sword and walked over to Zhang Chen. "Hello classmate, your thunder attribute elemental weapon has been made." Zhang Chen took the weapon and nodded with a smile, "Thank you. Let's go senior brother, back to school." Zhang Chen said to Zhang Qingyu, who was still in a daze. Zhang Qingyu's entire body was still in shock, and took a long time to come back to his senses. Go back. Wangling blong blong. At the Star Ocean Military Academy Airport, a transportation plane slowly landed. The cabin door opened slowly, and Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingyu leapt down from the cabin in turn. The powerful air current stirred up by the propellers pounded on their faces, and the two of them faced the strong wind and steadily walked towards the airport exit. When the noisy propeller sound gradually dissipated, Zhang Qingyu twisted her head, her eyes full of curiosity. "Zhang Chen, you're planning to go for a sword test now?" Zhang Chen nodded, "Yes." This time, he had unlocked sword chi and armed color entanglement, so no matter what, he had to go and try it out to see how much of an increase he could get. Zhang Qingyu didn't say anything, just quietly following behind Zhang Chen. After a few moments, Zhang Chen stopped in his tracks, and with a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "Senior brother, are you going too?" Zhang Qingyu turned his head from side to side, surveying the surroundings, his hands behind his back. I'm going to hand in my mission." Seeing this, Zhang Chen didn't say anything more and walked straight towards the association building. Zhang Qingyu followed behind Zhang Chen, took out his cell phone and quickly called up the chat box with Yang Xiaotong and Vice President Chu Liang, his fingers dancing rapidly on the screen. Zhang Chen had comprehended sword chi, and he was also preparing to go for a sword test. This was such a big event that they had to be rushed to tell them and come along for the ride. A second-ranked ability user who had comprehended sword chi, in this world, it was simply outrageous to open the door to outrageousness, outrageous to the point of being home. Half an hour later. On the fourth floor of the association building, an evaluation room specializing in evaluating fourth-order ability users was also the largest evaluation room that could be afforded within the military school association. The ones further up would have to travel to the military department. After all, when one reached the fifth-ordered ability person, they were afraid that a single blow could collapse a building, and the ordinary evaluation equipment could no longer satisfy them at all. Zhang Chen was currently standing in the center of the room, waiting for the equipment to be debugged. Behind one side of the glass, Zhang Qingyu was explaining their experience this time, including Zhang Chen's killing of the elemental demon and comprehending the sword chi, to Yang Xiaotong on the side, with his eyebrows flying. When Zhang Qingyu finished his narration, Yang Xiaotong fell into silence. After a moment passed, Zhang Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and couldn't help but speak. "Ms. Yang Xiaotong, can you pay some attention to me? I've said so much, my mouth is dry." Both of Yang Xiaotong's eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she gazed at Zhang Chen in the room through one side of the glass. "I was thinking, Zhang Chen's armed colors, will it be the same as the seeing colors, one day at a time? Already able to do armed color entanglement?" After hearing these words, Zhang Qingyu was just about to speak out in rebuttal, but he swallowed his words as they reached his mouth. If it was someone else, then it was definitely impossible. But if it was Zhang Chen, don't say, it seems like it's really possible. Armed color entanglement, appearance is easy to see, wait and see. Chapter 61. Zhang Chen really knows armed color entanglement? Crunch. Chu Liang pushed open the door to his room and arrived late. "It hasn't started yet, right?" Zhang Qingyu shrugged. "No, it's almost time, you've come at a really good time." Zhang Chen really comprehended sword chi? Chu Liang looked at Zhang Qingyu with a face full of incredulity. Zhang Qingyu sniffed and rolled his eyes at him. "I say old Chua, How can I say that I'm also a 4th ranked ability user? I can't see the sword chi. But it's only been a few days? Chu Liang muttered under his breath. Suddenly he glanced at Zhang Qingyu again. He also comprehended the armed color? Zhang Qingyu gazed at Chu Liang with the look of an idiot. Chu Liang was not a cutie. He just had no way to accept this fact. It had only been a few days since this tally. Jang Chen had successively comprehended sword chi and armed color hegemony, and anyone who came would have to confirm it over and over again. Just at this time, an association student gave an okay gesture towards Yang Xiaotong. Afterward, Yang Xiaotong leaned down towards the microphone in front of her and said, "Jiang Chen, it's ready." Inside the room, Jiang Chen slightly sidled his head and gently nodded. Immediately afterward, he then turned back, his gaze gazing at the piece of memory metal in front of him that emitted a silvery luster. This time, upon learning that Jiang Chen was coming to test his sword, Zhang Qingyu did not make any more jokes, but instead directly proposed to Yang Xiaotong to take out the association's highest grade memory metal. It was also the piece in front of Jiang Chen, and it had an upper limit of destructive power tolerance that reached 100,000 cards. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward, stopping roughly 5 steps away from the memory metal. The gazes of everyone in the room were all focused on Jiang Chen at the moment. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of that brand new staff and staff sword. The moment he gripped the hilt, buzz! Accompanied by a subtle but clear sword chirp, the sword and the staff began to tremble slightly. The next moment, the sword blade was sheathed. Stab la! A flash of dazzling blue lightning wrapped in white sword chi flashed by. The powerful lightning sword chi was like a galaxy pouring down, instantly slicing through the air in the room and pointing directly at the piece of memory metal. Clang boom! The sword chi penetrated through the memory metal and heavily bombarded the wall. In an instant, a clearly visible sword mark instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, the crowd behind the glass also landed their gazes on the computer screen. 78,392 cards. When the number on the computer screen appeared, the crowd simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. It was less than 2,000 cards away from the destructive power threshold of a 4th ranked ability user. As for Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong, who were present, they were only 4th order ability users at this time. A new student, who had just enrolled in school for less than 2 months, was already on the verge of catching up with them, the old farts. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that Jiang Chen wasn't even a 3rd order ability person yet. After the glass, the 3 of them simultaneously landed their gazes on Jiang Chen, shock written all over their eyes. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and pondered. His own base destructive power was 5,600 cards, which meant about a 14-fold increase. This was just the sword chi at the skillful level, plus the elemental weapons. One's current gravity manipulation was not yet able to reach the level of attaching it to one's sword chi, unless the gravity blade manticore that was unlocked afterward was able to do so. As for the armed color hegemony, it was also only at the level of entanglement, and one needed to wait until the next level of exodus before it could be melted into the sword chi. It was already strong to have a 14-fold increase from just the skillful level of sword chi and elemental weapons alone. A moment later, Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses and asked Jiang Chen in the room, "Jiang Chen, are you still continuing?" Jiang Chen nodded gently, his tone calm. "Continue." Next, he wanted to try the effect of armed color entanglement again. After about a minute, the memory metal returned to its original state. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and stood in front of the memory metal, adjusting his breathing. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Clank! The lightning sword blade was sheathed. A purple gravity wave quietly attached itself to the sword blade. At the same time, black armed color hegemony wrapped around his right hand and continuously spread towards the sword. In the blink of an eye, the originally silver-colored sword body looked like it was coated with a layer of black steel, and accompanied by a stern sword intent, it chopped towards the memory metal. Clang! The memory metal was chopped out with a shocking opening, less than 10 centimeters away from being completely severed. Behind the glass window, Zhang Qingyu took off, exclaiming, "Holy Nima! 87116 card?" The 3 of them looked at each other, unable to speak for a while. Just now, it was still just a little bit short of meeting the destructive power requirement of a 4th ranked ability user. Yet now, Het had already exceeded the requirements of a 4th order ability person. In other words, Jiang Chen, who was less than the 3rd rank, already had the strength of a 4th rank ability person. Just now, I seem to have seen armed color entanglement. Shu Liang had a disbelieving look on his face. You're not wrong, I saw it too. Zhang Qingyu twisted his head, glanced at Shu Liang, and slowly said. Inside the room, Jang Chen put his sword into the scabbard. 87,116 cards? That means an increase of almost 15-16 times. Compared to the 11.36 times increase last time, it was quite a substantial increase. Armed color entanglement was merely one of the most elementary methods of applying armed color. In the anime, armed color hegemony was also able to achieve external and internal destruction afterward, and even in the end, Carp's fist bone impact. A single punch destroys a town. And from the skill preview, the next level was armed color's externalization. Thinking about this, Jang Chen couldn't help but start thinking out loud. I also wondered, by tapping the armed color buster skill to the back, would it directly unlock Carp's fist and bone impact? Wouldn't seeing color finally unlock the redhead seeing kill, directly blocking the enemy's seeing color? After all, in this world, although the other people's seeing color is far less than their own, but how to say it will be. As for the overlord color, is the red hair and Roger's god avoidance? Red-haired Shanks, a blade of divine avoidance, overbearing aura condensed into substance, transformed into a griffin, directly killed the magnetic fruit ability kiddo, the entire pirate group. The power of that blade is as terrifying as it is. If I remember correctly, this world's magnetism fruit ability person seems to be a strong person in the old America, right? If that could really be the case, then one couldn't even imagine what an invincible existence one would be in the future. Jang Chen turned around and walked towards the back of the glass window, greeting the 3 who were still in a daze. Senior brother, senior sister, vice president, I'm ready, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Shu Liang came back to his senses and responded. Ah. Good, Jang Chen, you go back and rest first. Not a moment later. Inside the spacious room, only Chu Liang, Zhang Qingyu, and Yang Xiaotong remained. Shu Liang was the first to break the silence and murmured. He really knows armed color entanglement? Zhang Qingyu sniffed and compared his hand to a microphone, placing it in front of Yang Xiaotong. Ms. Yang Xiaotong, what is your opinion on this as a 4th-ranked high-ranked physical arts talent ability? Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him without any good humor. Opinions? Look at a Dara. I haven't even comprehended armed color entanglement yet, so what opinion can I have? It's time to report to the president again. Yang Xiaotong shook her head and pulled out her cell phone. Zhang Qingyu snickered. How many times have you approached the chairman during this period of time, you guys? Will the chairman think that we're swindling him? Chapter 62 100,000 cards, the limit of the association's equipment, not Jiang Chen's. In a jungle, the dense canopy of trees layered on top of each other, covering the sky tightly. The sunlight struggled to pass through the gaps between the leaves, and countless tiny dust particles rose and fell in the columns of light. A man with a bare upper body, covered in blood, stood in the middle of piles of ferocious beast corpses. He gazed down at the cell phone in his hand, his eyebrows knitted into a chuan. The man continuously flipped up and down the chat box within the cell phone screen. Chairman, among the freshmen of this class, there's one named Zhang Chen, and his seeing color has reached 100 meters. President, Zhang Chen's seeing color has reached 500 meters. Chairman, Zhang Chen, his fruit development ability is very strong. He can even manage to attach gravity to his weapon. This move is definitely not simple. Chairman, Zhang Chen, he has comprehended sword intent. Chairman, surprised, Zhang Chen has seen color reached 1,000 meters. Zhang Chen has comprehended armed color hegemony. Armed color hegemonic aura entwined. The man looked at these conversations and fell into deep thought. Why do I feel that these people, Yang Xiaotong and Shu Liang, are working together to swindle themselves? Is there really such a heaven-defying freshman? Soon, 3 weeks passed in a flash. On this day, Zhang Chen slowly woke up and stretched. He habitually swept the attribute panel in his head. Strength, 680 plus. Spirit, 1360 plus. Physique, 680 plus. Agility, 680 plus. Maneuverable gravity, 68 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Within these 3 weeks, one had done a total of 1 B-ranked mission and 1 A-ranked mission. With relatively bad luck, the B-ranked quest took a week to find the ferocious beast, and the A-ranked quest took a whole 2 weeks. In total, he had gained 600 attribute points. Students in the military academy, as long as they are on a mission, it is possible to not go to class, as long as they greet the class teacher. The school also encourages students to take more military missions to sharpen themselves. The gravity that he could manipulate now also came to 68 tons, almost equivalent to a medium-sized airliner. A medium-sized airliner directly on the opponent's face, who could stand it? Jang Chen swept his gaze downwards. Armed color hegemony LV.3, 0180 plus, has comprehended armed color exterior, next level, internal destruction. Assignable skill points, 10. With those 60 skill points, there really wasn't any skill left to add, so he simply raised his armed color hegemony another level. Right now, one was able to achieve the level of armed color outward breath, which was attached to the sword aura. At the same time, yesterday, he also went to retest his destructive power, and managed to chop the highest grade memory metal within the association into two. In other words, it reached the upper limit of the highest grade memory metal within the association to withstand 100,000 cards. Not only that, the lightning sword chi with the armed color attached to it had also chopped right through the wall. If it wasn't for the fact that the walls of the association were made of special materials, I'm afraid that the building would have been dry collapsed by itself. Moreover, his total attribute points had come to 3,400 points, and he had also successfully certified himself as a third-order ability user. It was said that he had just reached a third-order ability person, but in reality, unless one reached a mid-fourth-order ability person or above. Otherwise, none of them would necessarily be able to over themselves. Thinking of this, the corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Coming to this world was really wonderful. Subsequently, after he stretched, he started to get up and wash up. Today, he wasn't doing a quest to go to the classroom. The reason for this was because Lin Weidong said that he was going to explain about Secret Realm number 2 today. It was just that he didn't know if Secret Realm number 2 would still be the world he was familiar with. It would be good if it was, at least the hidden rewards would be a little clearer to oneself than others, otherwise just relying on doing quests to get attribute points was just too inefficient. After 3 weeks of hard work, only 600 attribute points were taken, far worse than the next secret copy. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 1720. Right now, after ordering a level of Armed Colors Sake, it was only 3 levels away from Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. As long as the hidden rewards of the secret realm can be obtained, it is estimated that Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger can be unlocked directly. 7:59 in the morning. Inside one of the classrooms in the teaching building, the students were laughing and joking around. As the time turned to 8 o'clock sharp, Jang Chen stepped into the classroom at the stepping point. The originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down, and all eyes fell on Jang Chen. After all, in the entire class, only 2 people, Tang Chuyao and Jang Chen, had reached the second-ranked ability, and were able to go on a mission without coming to class. Moreover, the fact that Jang Chen had chopped out 80,000 cards of destructive power in front of the association's cadres in the sword test room earlier had also spread quietly. Everyone's gazes were filled with admiration and awe. Jang Chen casually found an empty seat and sat down under the watchful eyes of his classmates, college up, and didn't have a fixed seat in a row. Seeing this, Wang Ming hurriedly got up and sat next to Jang Chen, lowering his voice and asking, "Jang Chen, I heard that your destructive power has reached over 80,000 cards now?" Jang Chen calmly responded, "No." Wang Ming sniffed and let out a long breath. "Phew, I told you so." After all, Jang Chen, who had just cleared Secret Realm number 1, only had a destructive power of 40,000 cards, and this had only gone out to sneak around for close to a month, and it had doubled? Rumor, definitely a rumor. However, the next moment, Jang Chen slowly said, "I just measured it yesterday, and it's already 100,000 cards." Wang Ming, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, instantly sat up straight as a breath surged back into his heart, almost not suffocating. Capture. Capture less? Wang Ming's eyes widened as he gazed at Jang Chen incredulously. Strictly speaking, it should be more than 100,000 cards, it's just that the upper limit for measuring destructive power in the association is just 100,000 cards. Wang Ming was completely dumbfounded after hearing these words. "Oh yeah, I'm now a third-ranked ability user." Jang Chen added another sentence. Wang Ming's entire body was petrified in place, unable to speak for a long time. He himself wasn't even a second-order ability person, and Jang Chen was third-order this time? It wasn't just Wang Ming. Even Tang Chuyao, who had just walked over, was frozen in place in shock. During this period of time, Tang Chuyao also didn't attend classes, and every day she either did missions or developed her fruit abilities. Nowadays, her highest destructive power had already reached 30,000 cards. Originally, she wanted to come and have a good show in front of Jang Chen, but as a result, she was now told that Jang Chen's strength had already reached 100,000 cards? And that was still the limit of the association's equipment, not Jang Chen's. Damn, even riding a rocket isn't this exaggerated. Just as Tang Chuyao froze, class teacher Lin Weidong also finally walked into the classroom. Class, I'll cut the crap, let's take a look at what characteristics the monsters of Secret Realm number 2 have. Lin Weidong stood on the podium and spoke while connecting the laptop in his hand to the large screen on the blackboard. He maneuvered the laptop. The next moment, a moving picture made of 3D animation appeared on the big screen. A somewhat morbidly cute square man with white hair and fair skin appeared in the eyes of the students. Jang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly, his face odd. Immediately afterward, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Good fellow. Sure enough, he was the one he recognized. Chapter 63, sure enough, another familiar monster. This time, Secret Realm number 2 is called the Ghost Destruction Blade's Secret Realm. The type of Secret Realm is a hunting type Secret Realm. As the name suggests, it is to hunt and kill the designated creatures within the Secret Realm. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he swept a glance at the crowd under the stage and continued. Do you all feel that the name of this secret realm is strange? To be honest, I also think it's strange. This name was given by the secret realm itself, and when you guys go in, there will likewise be a scoreboard, and on top of the scoreboard will be the name of this secret realm. The words fell. The students under the stage began to whisper. Jang Chen was silent, his face looking a little odd. This name was definitely strange, alright, it was a ING anime name. But they couldn't be blamed, after all, this world likewise didn't have the anime Ghost Destruction Blade. Lin Weidong tapped the podium, signaling the students to quiet down. This secret realm is a normal world, and there are living, breathing people like us in it, except that every time you enter, their world will be refreshed, and you can also see those people as NPCs. NPCs? Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Secret realm, was it equivalent to a piece of game program? Just what kind of god could produce these things? Furthermore, the hidden rewards of this secret realm have likewise gone undetected. As Lin Weidong's words fell, the class looked at Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao both intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this, Lin Weidong lightly coughed a few times and said, Cough cough cough, this time around, the secret realm is not that easy to find out the hidden rewards. Last time, in the alien secret realm, there was a very clear pyramid, and everyone was basically able to guess that the hidden rewards were inside, but this time around, there isn't even a single clue. So, you guys don't need to think about getting the hidden rewards, it's almost impossible to accomplish. Jang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The hidden reward of the secret realm was most likely to be the beheading of the Ghost King No Misery, and in the original, even the ghost killing squad of that world couldn't find any trace of it, not to mention them, the outsiders. However, he himself probably knew where No Misery was hiding, and the information about this secret realm had been roughly understood in the library. According to the timeline, No Misery was probably hiding in the Asakusa area of the capital, running a small trading company. As long as he relied on his seeing color perception ability, he should be able to uncover him very quickly. Alright, let's continue. Lin Weidong saw that the students had quieted down and then continued. In the world in the secret realm, there is a creature called Ghost that feeds on humans. And your hunting targets are the more advanced ghosts, also known as the 12 ghostly moons. There are a total of 12 ghost moon, divided into 6 more powerful upper string ghosts and 6 weaker lower string ghosts, and most of their weaknesses are in their necks, which means that they must be decapitated in order to be killed. After saying that, he pointed to the large screen behind him. Everyone look at the screen, this is a weaker lower string ghost, its name is Tired. The next moment, the girls in the class began to whisper. It's so cute. Is this really a man-eating ghost? How do you look at it? It's a little square boy. Yeah, and it looks so small, it should be very weak, right? Lin Weidong tapped the screen and said. You guys can take a look at its attack method. Again, this is synthesized by the Ministry of Science and Technology through the computer. Within this secret realm, the electronic equipment we brought in, like it can't take effect, this is also the rules of the secret realm. Immediately after that, the big screen began to play up the attacking moves of the downstring spider ghost Tired. It included binding a person's body with spider web silk and instantly slicing them into pieces. Emitting countless extremely hard silk threads, it wove a giant swirling cocoon and launched it out towards the enemy. After the video was played, the girls no longer had any more thoughts of its cute, and were only left with panic and unease. Only Jang Chen was calm. A small spider was just a small spider. He could now manipulate 68 tons of gravity, so he estimated that as long as he stepped into the range of his gravity field, he could instantly crush the small spider into mush. Just at this moment, one of the students raised his hand and stood up, inquiring, "Teacher Lin, what is the approximate strength of this understring ghost in terms of rank?" Lin Weidong replied back, "The strength of the lower string ghost is roughly equivalent to the second rank." As the words fell, the student froze for a moment and asked after him, "Ah? Teacher Lin, most of us are only at the first rank, wouldn't we not even be able to defeat the weaker lower string ghosts?" Lin Weidong let out a light laugh and slowly spoke, "Don't be in a hurry, I'll talk about this point last." Immediately after, he maneuvered the laptop and the screen was switched once again. Next, let's move on to the next one. This one is also one of the lower string ghosts, ringing Cadre. The crowd focused their eyes on the large screen, only to see a robustly built evil ghost with 6 drums of ghosts embedded on its body appear before the crowd's eyes. The 6 drums of ghosts were located at the joints of the body and limbs as well as the front chest and back. Next, the evil ghost within the large screen began to unleash its moves. It rapidly struck all the drums on its body at an extremely high frequency, and the space around it flipped. At the same time, the drums on its front chest emitted 5 claw-like waves, instantly tearing its enemies apart. After the video was played, the class showed expressions of panic. The monsters in Secret Realm number 2 were much more terrifying than the aliens in Secret Realm number 1. Immediately afterward, Lin Weidong said to the students under the stage after introducing the remaining 4 lower string ghosts one after the other, "These, above, are the weaker lower string ghosts, and next are the more powerful upper string ghosts, with a strength of roughly around the 3rd rank. Of course, I don't recommend students other than Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao to challenge them." After Lin Weidong said these words, the large screen switched once again. A malevolent ghost with peach-colored hair, covered in tattoos, and wearing a short fuchsia shirt appeared before the students' eyes. This is one of the upper string ghosts, the interlinked Vulcan, with very strong fighting abilities. It is considered to be relatively strong amongst the upper string ghosts. After saying that, Lin Weidong swept his gaze over Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao. "Jang Chen, Tang Chuyao, I know that you guys definitely can't look at the upper string ghost, but I still don't recommend going to challenge this upper string ghost. You guys can pick another one." Tang Chuyao nodded her head gently. After all, she couldn't even talk about the 3rd rank, so how could she possibly go and challenge the stronger evil ghosts in the 3rd rank? Jang Chen, on the other hand, was filled with indifference. He definitely wouldn't go looking for this upper string ghost himself. But not because of fear, but because one's goal was the Ghost King. What kind of interlocking nesting seat? It wasn't even on the priority list. 10 minutes later, Lin Weidong finally finished introducing all 12 ghost moons. He rested his hands on the podium, his gaze sweeping towards the students below the stage as he slowly opened his mouth. "Alright, the above are the targets that you will be hunting this time. I remember that a student just asked how a mere first-order ability user should hunt the second-order lower string ghost." After hearing these words, the students below the stage sat up straight and listened attentively. Chapter 64, the sought-after Thai Jang Chen. This time, the Secret Realm is likewise a Team Secret Realm, and it's a 4-person team. Mandatory stipulation: those who do not have enough 4 people cannot enter the Secret Realm. Lin Weidong stood on the podium with a serious expression and slowly said. The words fell. The freshman under the stage let out a sigh of relief. Jang Chen was still full of indifference. There wasn't the slightest difference between forming a group or not for himself. After all, right now, even if the entire class went together, they couldn't beat Jang Chen, and I'm afraid that they wouldn't even last a second before being destroyed by Jang Chen's group. On the podium, Lin Weidong narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed lightly. It's completely possible for 4 first-order ability users to kill a second-order hyperchord ghost, so you guys don't need to worry. Of course, going to hunt the lower string ghosts, there is likewise a certain amount of danger, so if you really have limited strength, you can also choose to quietly stay until the end of the Secret Realm. Speaking of this, Lin Weidong sighed softly. To be honest, I shouldn't be saying this as a teacher in a military school, but I still don't want my students to die in the Secret Realm. The words fell. The students under the stage looked at each other. The bold students were filled with excitement, while the timid ones were a little apprehensive. Suddenly, A student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Lin, how many points can I gain from killing ghosts?" Lin Weidong glanced at him, a student with fairly high talent, but of course, compared to Jang Chen, Tang Chuyao, and Luli in the class, it was a bit far. He raised 2 fingers and slowly spoke. "The guaranteed points for this secret realm is 200, which means that you can only gain 200 points by doing nothing. On top of that, for every lower string ghost you kill, you can earn 200 points, and for every upper string ghost you kill, you can earn 1000 points." At this moment, another student asked, "Teacher Lin, aren't there only 12 ghosts in the 12 ghost moon? With so many of us, how can we divide them up?" Lin Weidong smiled and patiently explained. "This secret realm is different from the alien secret realm. It will be divided into many parallel secret realms, with every 4 teams being the same secret realm. In other words, when you guys enter the secret realm, you might encounter teams of students from the other 3 military schools in the Nanjiang region." Saying this, he suddenly thought of something and added, "By the way, there also exists a ghost killing team from their world in this secret realm. If you guys meet them, you can also work with them and show you the pictures." Lin Weidong performed a series of operations on the computer, and then a synthesized image appeared on the large screen. The screen displayed a man who possessed long, dark hair and had a low ponytail tied at the back of his head. His eyes took on a deep navy blue color, and his facial expression was cold, giving the impression of a high-strung appearance. Immediately afterward, the pictures on the screen switched rapidly like a walking light. In turn, a woman with purple pupils and purple tresses, a man with long yellow and red hair, a man wrapped in a white turban and wearing various types of jewelry, and a woman with long cherry pink hair and well-developed pectoral muscles appeared. Why are all these people dressed so strangely? Is it the unique culture of that world? Do they all wear contacts? And it seems like they're all quite short. It seems like we used to have this kind of culture when the ferocious beasts hadn't descended yet. I know, what's it called? Non-mainstream? Jang Chen's mouth twitched as he listened to the murmurs of the class. But what they said did make a bit of sense. The people inside Ghost Destruction Blade did dress a bit ostentatiously. Alright, do you guys have any more questions? Lin Weidong asked after showing all the pictures. A student raised his hand and stood up. "Teacher, that world should have their language as well, right?" Lin Weidong thought for a moment and returned. "Whether they have their own language or not, this I really don't know. All I know is that all the secret worlds, there is no language barrier and they can communicate fluently." "Teacher Lin, then how are we going to find the lower string ghost? The secret realm is so big, we can't just wander around, right?" Another student asked. Lin Weidong smiled. "This secret realm has appeared quite a few times. Most of the ghosts' locations have already been mapped out. Later on I will send each of you a map of the ghosts' locations, including each ghost's weaknesses and characteristics. This secret realm is likewise randomly teleported, so when you enter the secret realm, you can go straight to the nearest ghost." After Lin Weidong finished his answer, he swept a glance at the students on the stage. "Any more questions?" A moment later. Seeing that the students in the class had no more questions, Lin Weidong spoke. "Then next, it's about forming a team." After saying that, Lin Weidong looked at Jang Chen and inquired, "Jang Chen, do you have a candidate for this time's team member?" As the words fell, throughout the class, the gazes of all the students focused on Jang Chen. Jang Chen's current strength was currently leading the class by a cliff, and whoever could enter Jang Chen's team would mean that the results would definitely not be bad. Tang Chuyao on the side pursed her lips and quietly pulled down Jang Chen's coat corner, eyeing him blearily. Jang Chen felt the tug on the corner of his coat and pointed in the direction of Tang Chuyao next to him, saying, "Tang Chuyao, right?" After all, last time in the first secret realm, Tang Chuyao's performance was quite hardworking. She was willing to work hard and still listen to the command, and her strength wasn't weak, so there wasn't any problem in choosing her. Moreover, last time, he had also promised Tang Chuyao that if there was a team secret realm in the future, he would then team her up. When Tang Chuyao heard Jang Chen's words, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and she breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, and her face then blossomed into a bright smile. Just at this moment, Luli, who was sitting in the front row, stood up with a swish and turned around, her eyes staring straight at Jang Chen as she eagerly said, "Jang Chen, can I be your teammate this time? I'm also a rare talent, and currently, my attribute points are also the highest in the entire class besides you and Tang Chuyao." Luli gushingly introduced her advantages, hating that she couldn't show all of her shining points without reservation. When she finished speaking, Lin Weidong also added, "Jang Chen, although I say that I should respect your personal wishes, I also think that Luli is the most suitable person in our class to enter your team besides Tang Chuyao." After all, if one could enter Jang Chen's team, their grades were bound to be no worse. Luli was considered to be the strongest of the group within her class besides Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, and she usually worked very hard. Such a student should be cultivated no matter what. At this moment, Lin Weidong couldn't care less about whether it was appropriate to say this in the classroom or not, and was so focused on his students' rapid growth that everything else was left behind. Jang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Alright, let's count Luli as one then." Lin Weidong and Luli sniffed and simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Lin Weidong continued, "There's still one last one left, Jang Chen. If you can't decide right now, later is fine. There are still 2 more days until we enter the number 2 secret realm." The words fell. The other students in the class couldn't sit still and stood up. "Brother Tatsu, pick me, pick me. Brother Tatsu, pick me la, I know a lot of things. Brother Chen, please, leave me a spot, I promise to hit wherever I point." In an instant, the classroom was abuzz with people's voices, and Jang Chen only felt his head buzzing. He hurriedly stood up, waved his hand, and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop, all be quiet." It had to be said that right now, Jang Chen's words just worked. With this shout from him, the class instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at him with bated breath. Jang Chen glanced at Wang Ming, who was also looking at him blearily, and casually said, "Last one, just Wang Ming." After all, Wang Ming was also the most familiar classmate in his memory, and he hadn't taken care of his blind self during high school. When Wang Ming heard this, he seemed to be unable to believe his ears, and froze for a while before jumping up excitedly. If it wasn't for Jang Chen's quick stop, Wang Ming made a gesture to kowtow a few to Jang Chen on the spot. Right at this moment, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng walked to the door and called Jang Chen out. Jang Chen suspiciously walked to Du Hongsheng. "Vice Principal, looking for me for something? Have you finalized the candidate for the Secret Realm team this time?" Du Hongsheng asked as he opened the door. "Jang Chen, just finalized it." Du Hongsheng was silent for a while before saying, "Come with me for a moment, an old friend of mine is looking for you to discuss something, but you don't need to be pressurized, it's all up to your personal wishes." Jang Chen gave Du Hongsheng a puzzled look, then followed Du Hongsheng forward. A few moments later, Du Hongsheng brought Jang Chen to his office. As soon as he pushed open the door, a middle-aged man in formal attire and well-dressed immediately stood up with a warm smile on his face and walked quickly to Jang Chen. "Hello, you are student Jang Chen, right? My name is Wang Gang, and this is my son Wang Tian." Jang Chen looked in the direction Wang Gang pointed, only to see that on the sofa, a teenager was crossing his legs, his eyes staring dead at the cell phone screen. When the teenager heard his father's introduction, he just casually glanced at Jang Chen before continuing to play with his cell phone, his face filled with an unbeatable look. "Hello, I wonder what you're looking for me for?" Jang Chen asked politely, although he was a bit puzzled. The middle-aged man Wang Gang's eyes signaled the bodyguard behind him, and the bodyguard understood, and immediately carried the 2 suitcases to the coffee table in front of the sofa, and when he opened them, they were full of cash. Wang Gang was full of smiles and said, "Jang Chen, here is $10 million. As long as you can get my son Wang Tian to join your team in this secret realm, this $10 million will be yours." Chapter 65, This Sword of Mine, at least 100,000 cards, want to try? "Haha, I say old Wang, why are you so monkeyish?" Du Hongsheng laughed loudly and walked to the sofa. Afterward, he looked at Wang Gang, and then Jang Chen, pointed at the sofa and said, "Come on, all sit down and talk. Jang Chen, you sit down too." Wang Gang was also full of smiles, and immediately sat down, looking at Du Hongsheng and laughed, "Haha, old Dua, it's not like you don't know me, I'm like this, I like to be straightforward." Seeing this, Jang Chen also found a place to sit down. The teenager on the side, Wang Tian, was still deaf to the outside world and only focused on playing the game. Du Hongsheng smiled as he made tea and introduced himself. "Jang Chen, let me introduce you, this is the chairman of Wang Feng Group, Wang Gang, also a retired former lieutenant colonel of the Demon Jin Army. Next to him is his son, Wang Gang, a student of the same class as you, from our school's freshman 8 class." Jang Chen gently nodded his head in greeting, "Mr. Wang." Mr. Wang smiled and went straight to the point. "Brother Jang Chen, I don't know if you finalized all the candidates for your team for the Secret Realm number 2 this time?" Jang Chen perceived a glance at Wang Tian, the rich young man sitting paralyzed on the sofa. Wang Tian just glanced at Jang Chen and continued to play with his cell phone there with his legs crossed, his eyes full of undisguised disdain. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and then looked at the $10 million in cash shining brightly on the table. From the looks of it, this was the old boss who was afraid of his own incompetent son dying on the battlefield in the future, and was thinking of getting more attribute points. After all, if he was really too good, when he graduated and went to the battlefield, he probably wouldn't live long enough to be discharged from the army. It was just that he had indeed already formed a team as well, plus this fool's doings really made Jang Chen a bit bored. Thinking of this, Jang Chen smiled and slowly spoke. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, my team is all set." However, Wang Gang still insisted after seeing Jang Chen's refusal. "I know that the more promising ones in your class, there's also Tang Chuyao and Luli, for you to form a team with them, whether it's from the school's perspective of cultivating promising students, or from your own perspective of ensuring the strength of your team, it's unquestionable." Wang Gang held up a finger and said with a smile. "I just need the remaining one position. My son is also considered to be a middle-ranked talent, so he won't be too much of a drag on you guys, brother Jang Chen. If you think the money isn't enough, we can still talk." Right after Wang Gang finished saying this, the rich brother Wang Tian on the side was full of disdain and snorted in a low voice, "Che, I don't know what I'm pretending, 10 million isn't enough?" Although Wang Tian's voice was small, it still could not escape Wang Gang's ears. Wang Gang instantly became furious, snatched his cell phone and angrily rebuked, "Shut up. Play, you only know how to play games all day long." Vice Principal Du Hongxing saw that Wang Gang was about to beat up his son. He hurriedly got up and stopped. "Old Wang, don't be impulsive. If you want to go back and beat him up, it's not appropriate to do it here." Wang Gang glanced at Du Hongxing with an odd expression on his face. Afterwards, he let out a long sigh and said, "Ai Gold Dua, I am afraid that he won't even survive graduation by then." After saying that, he sat back down and gazed at Jang Chen, a pleasing smile piling up on his face. "Brother Jang Chen, how much do you need? Name a number." Jang Chen gently shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, the members of my team are all confirmed. It's not a matter of money. Mr. Wang, you should also know that money is no longer of much use to us." For the current Jang Chen, money wasn't important at all. The several tens of thousands of subsidies from the school every month was already enough. The most important thing now was attribute points. It wasn't like money could buy attribute points. What's more, with this rich brother's dangling appearance, Jang Chen would rather randomly draw a lucky person in his class than take him. Wang Gang was silent, gazing at Jang Chen quietly. As a former veteran of the Jin Demon Army, he also understood that money was simply a floating cloud for a powerful ability user. However, before he came here, he thought that Jang Chen had only just entered the university, so perhaps throwing more money at him would be able to get him to move. As it turned out, he had overthought it. A heavenly pride with unlimited potential like Jang Chen already couldn't look at this kind of worldly money. Right at this moment, Wang Tian, who didn't have a cell phone to play with, skimmed his mouth and said, "Dad, it's just a dead blind man, you might as well give me the money, I'll go hire a few of the strongest first-order abilities in our class." As soon as those words left his mouth, Jang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "The last one who called me dead blind in front of me had a broken nose, where do you want it broken?" When Wang Tian heard this, not only did he not collect himself, he instead hid behind Wang Gang and yelled, "Dad, look at him, a dead blind man still dares to be so arrogant, still want me to break this and that." Wang Gang's face sank and he was about to open his mouth to reprimand Wang Tian. However, he saw that the aura around Jang Chen instantly turned a few degrees colder. The next moment, an invisible and powerful gravity field quickly spread out with Jang Chen at the center, precisely enveloping Wang Tian. Wang Tian only felt a Tarzan-like force violently attacking him, his body uncontrollably thumped heavily on the ground, his limbs were dead pressed on the floor, unable to move, his face distorted by pain and panic. Seeing this, Wang Gang was anxious and shouted, "Jang Chen, stop it. Have a word." Jang Chen ignored him, and with a movement of his divine sense, he maneuvered the gravity field with a steep force. Immediately afterward, Wang Tian's entire body was viciously thrown out. Bang! The wall was directly smashed out of a shallow pit, and pieces of the wall scattered all over the place, pouring onto Wang Tian. "Ah!" Wang Tian let out a mournful scream, clutching his right arm, his body trembling from the intense pain as he collapsed to the ground. His shoulder was a bloody mess, obviously his shoulder bone had been crushed and fractured. "Wang Tian!" Wang Gang shouted out and hurriedly ran to his blood-covered son's side. Even though he had a problem with this waste of a son of his, he was still his own son anyways. Wang Gang raised his head and looked angrily at Jang Chen, then at Du Hongxing, who hadn't moved, and said in a single word, "Old Du, are you just going to watch?" The words fell. The two bodyguards brought by Wang Gang also stood in front of him, staring at Jang Chen. Du Hongxing blocked the middle of the two parties and looked at Wang Gang, saying, Alright, all calm down, Mr. Wang, quickly send him to the infirmary, it's just a fractured shoulder bone, he'll be fine in a week at most. In reality, for Du Hongsheng, when he and Wang Gang were said to be old friends, they were only nodding acquaintances. In the current situation, it was obvious that Wang Tian had spoken out of turn first, and it was impossible for Du Hongsheng to punish such a heaven-defying potential as Jang Chen for a cynical rich male. When Wang Gang heard Du Hongsheng say this, he also instantly understood that this was clearly favoring Jang Chen. However, as Wang Tian's father, he still wanted to seek justice for his son, Jang Chen. My son just said one sentence and he beat him into this state? Can't teach your son, I'll do it for you. Jang Chen said slowly. Immediately afterward, his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, gently pulling out 3 inches of the sword's body as a ray of cold aura flashed out. Jang Chen's eyelids opened slightly, revealing a flash of white aura, his tone calm. Mr. Wang, this sword of mine is at least 100,000 cards, do you want to try? Chapter 66 Never matched to Jang Chen. As Jang Chen's words fell, a pin dropped in the entire office. Wang Gang's face muscles stiffened. In his news, Jang Chen had only chopped out 80,000 cards of strength, and now he was able to chop out at least 100,000 cards? He didn't know if what Jang Chen said was true or not, but judging from Jang Chen's past performance, Wang Gang didn't dare to bet. Jang Chen didn't intend to make a move either. After all, Wang Gang had always had a good attitude from the start. Even if he had seriously injured his son, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, so there was no need to move his sword. It was at this time when the swords were drawn. Du Hongsheng coldly opened his mouth. Enough! Immediately after, a majestic and domineering hegemony chi enveloped the entire office. Even Jang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this the hegemonic color? Du Hongsheng swept a glance at Wang Gang and said in a cold voice, Old Wang, you take your son and leave first, if you want to make a move, I'll come with you. The words fell. Wang Gang was silent for a moment and signaled the 2 bodyguards beside him to retreat. Du Hongsheng was a 7th-order powerhouse, even if 100 Wang Gangs were tied together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. After seeing Wang Gang's movements ease, Du Hongsheng also glanced at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, you also put your sword away. Jang Chen nodded his head and took his sword back into his blind staff. The vice principal had spoken, so there was no point in doing it himself. Anyway, he had already beaten up this rich brother and shattered his shoulder bone, so this wave wasn't a loss. A few moments later, Wang Gang brought the seriously injured and unconscious Wang Tian and left the office resentfully. Du Hongsheng also greeted Jang Chen and sat down on the sofa again, advising, Jang Chen, don't be too hard on your hands in the future, they're all your own classmates, it's not a crime. Jang Chen gently placed his blind cane on the table and said indifferently. People don't offend me, I don't offend. Du Hongsheng stopped the action of making tea and quietly watched Jang Chen. Before this, Du Hongsheng had heard about Jang Chen's deeds. Just after awakening, he broke the nose of an outspoken classmate, and on the first day after arriving at the school, he seriously injured a classmate in the association ring. After clearing Secret Realm number 1, he had seriously injured another official member of the association. Yet Jang Chen was usually very polite, which made Du Hongsheng wonder if these things were exaggerated or not. Now it seemed that it wasn't exaggerated, not at all. Polite was true politeness, and ruthless was true ruthlessness. Not a moment later, Du Hongsheng sighed softly, hey, forget it. After saying that, he then changed his words, this time, for the number 2 secret realm, do you plan to challenge the upper string ghost? Jang Chen sniffed, thought for a moment, and nodded. Yes. In fact, one's goal was definitely to go for the Ghost King Miseryless. Having the prophetic advantage of a traveler, one had to grasp it no matter what. Moreover, one remembered that in the plot, when Miseryless was surrounded by the ghost-killing squad, he backhandedly pulled them into the middle of Infinite City, and all the upstream ghosts returned to Infinite City as well. This would be convenient for one to kill them all in one pot, and perhaps even the lower string ghosts would be recalled back to Infinite City together. Come to think of it, it would be right to go and kill the upper string ghosts. Du Hongsheng placed a cup of tea in front of Jang Chen and slowly spoke, with your current strength, killing an upper string ghost won't be much of a problem. Immediately afterward, he admonished. But still be careful, don't be careless, face the enemy, don't give your opponent time to breathe. Jang Chen picked up the teacup, gently took a sip, and nodded. I know, thanks for your concern, Vice Principal. Next, Du Hongsheng casually chatted with Jang Chen for a while longer before letting Jang Chen go back. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when he officially entered the number 2 secret realm. Jang Chen woke up and swiped his cell phone as usual. The opening of the number 2 secret realm had also made the online discussion lively. Jang Chen casually clicked on a few videos, and the number of comments below each video basically broke 1,000. I heard that this time, in secret realm number 2, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao are teaming up again. Jang Chen is going to be taken flying by Tang Chuyao again? Upstairs, you're too backward with this information. Jang Chen is now a third-order ability. Who's flying with who? Grass, I just went to the National Ableist Association's list to check. Jang Chen is really third-ranked. How long has it been? Could it be that the alien queen in the secret realm of 1 was really killed by Jang Chen? I'll see who dares to say that my brother Chen is a blind one. Entering the number 2 secret realm as a third-ranked ability user is unprecedented. But this time, there shouldn't be any way to get a ton of points in secret realm number 2 like secret realm number 1, right? Definitely not. All the upper string ghosts in secret realm number 2 are spread out far and wide, and the time within the secret realm is only 3 days, so trying to kill all the upper string ghosts is simply impossible. I think that if it's brother Chen, anything is possible. I'm afraid that the freshmen of this term will be living under my brother Chen's shadow for the rest of their lives. Jang Chen probably scanned for a few minutes, and realized that his own popularity online was now starting to improve. At the very least, it wouldn't be as full of mockery as before. This was genuinely a bit unexpected. Jang Chen put down his cell phone, got up and started washing up. Immediately afterward, he went out and headed to the gathering place. Very quickly. At 9 o'clock sharp, all the students gathered at the entrance to the Star Ocean Military School's secret realm. And all the teachers, too, stood on the high platform, nervously watching the students who were lining up underneath the platform to enter the secret realm. This time, in the secret realm number 2, there was also a mortality rate of about 2%, which meant that at least 40 of these 2,000 or so students would die in the secret realm. On the high platform, Wang Xin gazed at the backs of Jang Chen's few people and opened his mouth to ask Lin Weidong, who was at the side, Shaolin, how many upper string ghosts do you think Jang Chen will be able to kill this time? Lin Weidong thought for a moment and returned. I think it should be 2, this time. The time of the secret realm is only 3 days. Even if Jang Chen kills 1 in a single shot, within 3 days, at most, he can kill 2. Wang Xin was silent for a while, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. 2 is enough. The highest record of this secret realm is only 2 upstring ghosts, and over the years, only 3 teams have accomplished it. Right, Jang Chen's strength is definitely the strongest freshman in history. It's a pity that the time given by the secret realm is too short. Hey. Lin Weidong sighed and gently shook his head. On the other hand, Linjiang Military Academy, in front of the entrance to the secret realm. The two of them, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, clasped their hands together and kept chanting under their breath. Never match to Jang Chen, never match to Jang Chen. This time, the two of them were teamed up with Rong Yang and Luo Qingji. Rong Yang glanced at the two of them with an odd expression on his face and couldn't help but say, do you guys have to be so exaggerated? Is this considered Jang Chen's aftermath? Tang Quansheng opened his eyes and glanced at him, saying, you know. The corner of Rong Yang's mouth twitched, speechless. With Jang Chen's strength, he's definitely going to kill the upper string ghosts. Our target is only the lower string ghosts. Even if we match, there's no conflict, right? Last time in the secret realm, it was also thanks to Jang Chen's blessing that led to these people of theirs only getting a pitiful little bit of points, which also led to the fact that right now, their strength was only enough to kill the lower string ghosts. Right after Rong Yang said these words, Luo Qingji on the side also followed suit by closing his eyes and folding his hands. Don't ever match to Jang Chen, don't ever match to Jang Chen. Rong Yang glanced at him at the sound of his voice, and then swept his 3 teammates who had closed their eyes and prayed, and felt a burst of speechlessness. Chapter 67, Still Really Matched to Jang Chen. Several people from Linjiang Military School, Tang Quansheng, walked towards the entrance of the secret realm, followed by an instant change in the surrounding scenery as a white light flashed by. Just after stepping into the secret realm, Tang Quansheng couldn't wait to cast his eyes towards the scoreboard. At this glance, he instantly froze. First place, Zhang Chen Tang Chuyao Luli Wang Ming, points, 0. Second place, Tang Quansheng Yang Chuanzhong Rong Yan Luo Qingji, points, 0. Third place, Zhou Man Man Peng Wenwei Long Long Yuan Hanchao, points, 0. Fourth place, Xia Guiqing Yushokuan Chen Li Jun Wu Lianxia, points, 0. Pill spicy. How to meet again Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, these two grizzly. Tang Quanqing cried out and looked at the others, dead, how did we really get matched with Jiang Chen? The corners of Rong Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at his three despair-faced teammates, shaking his head and murmuring, "Is it necessary to be that afraid?" Immediately afterward, he glanced at the map, discerned his bearings, and said to the few people, "Matching 2 is matching 2, their strength must have gone to find the upper string ghost, it has nothing to do with us, let's go, the closest one is the tired of Spider Mountain." On the other side, Jang Chen's few people appeared inside a house with a flash of white light. Underneath the feet of the four were tatami mats woven with reeds, and directly in front of them was a sliding door made up of a wooden doorframe with plywood sandwiched with rice paper. The room was extremely spacious, with an area of at least 100 square feet. Apparently, they had been randomly transported to a large household. However, the large room was actually empty, and the mattress on the floor was messy, as if someone had left in a hurry. Not only that, the items and furniture around them were also scattered haphazardly throughout the house. Wang Ming looked around and muttered, "Where is this?" Tang Chuyao similarly looked around, her face full of doubt. "We were actually teleported indoors, such a big room, where did all the people go?" Luli leaned down close to the mattress on the tatami mats, reaching out to probe, her brows slightly furrowed. "There's still some warmth, looks like they just went out not long ago." Tang Chuyao twisted her head and glanced at the messy house, looking towards Jang Chen. What did they encounter? So flustered. Just then, Wang Ming's nostrils flared slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. "Do you guys smell anything? It seems to be a bloody odor?" The words fell. The three of them glanced at each other, and it was obvious that Luli and Tang Chuyao had also smelled it. "Brother Chen, where are we going now?" Wang Ming asked in a low voice. Jang Chen opened his seeing color perception and easily discovered that the entire household, up and down dozens of people, were now all dead. The corpses were scattered just about everywhere within the house. Jang Chen locked his perception inside the courtyard and took a step in the direction of the courtyard. "Let's go out first." The other three saw this and got up to follow. Just as they pulled open the sliding door and arrived at the aisle, the sight in front of them directly caused the three of them to freeze. Only to see that within the aisle, there were several corpses lying horizontally and vertically, and basically all of them were mutilated bodies, with blood spraying on the walls on both sides of the aisle. "Ai chow." Wang Ming subconsciously blurted out, "What exactly happened to this family? This is too brutal. It should be ghosts." Tang Chuyao looked grave and said in a deep voice, "Go." Jang Chen ordered briefly before lifting his leg to step over those corpses and continued walking in the direction of the courtyard. The other three didn't have any opinions either and immediately followed. At the moment, Jang Chen, the Thai, was their leader, and wherever Jang Chen said to go, he would go. Not long after, the crowd followed Jang Chen to an empty courtyard. Throughout the courtyard, dozens of corpses were scattered everywhere, in a miserable state of death, with barely a single intact body. Blood gurgled and flowed, coloring every inch of the courtyard red, and the air was filled with a sickeningly strong bloody smell. Even the more daring Tang Chuyao and Luli couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses at this moment, their eyes filled with unspeakable fear and shock. "What's over there?" Wang Ming suddenly pointed to a corner in the distance. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see a humanoid-like creature ambling over a still corpse, its body undulating up and down, as if it was feeding. Immediately after, the creature looked like it had sensed their presence and violently turned its head. It couldn't even be called a human face, two bloodshot, huge eyes staring straight at the crowd, two horns growing abruptly on top of its head, and a long tongue hanging down to the ground in its mouth. "It's a ghost." Luli lowered her voice and at the same time, her hand quickly rested on the hilt of her sword, poised to strike. Jang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A long-tongued ghost? It was a bit familiar, as if it was just a mongrel ghost. The long-tongued ghost seemed a bit surprised. "I didn't expect there to be a living person?" Soon after, it revealed a hideous smile and slowly turned around. The next second, the long-tongued ghost landed on all four limbs and pounced towards the crowd like a stringed arrow. Jang Chen stood still, not moving a muscle, and an invisible gravity field instantly unfolded around him. In an instant, the long-tongued ghost's body lurched, the greed on its face instantly replaced by panic, and the gravity in all directions suddenly intensified like a mountain. Put! In just an instant, the long-tongued ghost was crushed by tens of tons of gravity and turned into a mist of blood. Wang Ming and Luli gazed at Jang Chen in shock. This was the first time they had seen Jang Chen strike at a ferocious beast in reality. Although Jang Chen was now a third-order ability person, facing these ordinary miscellaneous ghosts would inevitably result in a second death. But Without even moving, he directly crushed the enemy into a bloody mist. This scene still deeply shocked the two of them. Didn't this mean that when facing a low-ranked person or ferocious beast, as long as they stepped within the range of Jang Chen's gravity domain, Jang Chen wouldn't even need to move and would be able to crush the enemy into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye? Awesome, Brother Chen. Wang Ming blurted out. Let's go out and ask where it is now. Jang Chen's face was calm, as if the hit he had just made was completely worthless. Not a moment later. A few people arrived on the street. Under their feet was a road paved with stone slabs, and the street was lined with wooden structured houses in a staggered pattern, with thatched or tile paved roofs that were slightly mottled under the erosion of the years. The people on the streets are plainly dressed. The men mostly wore cotton short clothes and narrow-legged pants, with plain colors, and the women wore simple kimonos made of coarse cloth, with simple patterns, mostly decorated with flowers or stripes, and square scarves tied around their heads. As for what just happened, they did not choose to call the police. This was a secret realm, and everything that happened in here that had nothing to do with the 12 Ghost Moon had nothing to do with them. After all, everything would be reset when they left. Jang Chen's few people stood on the side of the street and waited for a while. Luli jogged all the way over from not far away. She looked at Jang Chen and slowly said, Jang Chen, I've already inquired, this is Tokyo Asakusa District. Tokyo Asakusa District? How did it dry up for us here? Wang Ming stared with wide eyes. Jang Chen sniffed, and the corners of his mouth rose up slightly. This secret realm really knew what it was doing. His purpose was Tokyo Asakusa District, and Miseryless was hiding here. Chapter 68. Kill if you want to. Tokyo, the Asakusa District, is a day's distance from the nearest upper string ghost. Tang Chuyao's double eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she surveyed the map in her hand and slowly said. Immediately afterward. She then looked at Jang Chen and inquired, Jang Chen, look at which upper string ghost we're going to find. After saying that, she handed the map to Jang Chen. Jang Chen waved his hand and said, it's quite late now, let's find a place to stay first and set off tomorrow. One's goal wasn't some upturned ghost. It was also impossible to tell them that they were going to find some ghost king. How else would one explain it to them? It was too troublesome, so why not just stay over here first, and then go out and wander around by himself, and see if he could rely on seeing color to pull out the Ghost King miserable. Wang Ming was a bit puzzled and asked in a low voice. Ha? Brother Chen, this time, the secret realm only has 3 days, so we're just going to waste 1 day? Jang Chen slowly spoke, if you want to follow me in a group, I only have one request, don't ask and obey. After saying that, Jang Chen walked straight ahead. Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Luli glanced at each other, no longer saying anything, silently following behind Jang Chen. Nightfall quietly descended, and the streets of Asakusa District were brilliantly illuminated, just like stars spilling down to earth. Pedestrians were weaving on the streets, and their laughter was intertwined in a lively manner. About half an hour later, the 4 of them arrived at a hotel that seemed to have a decent environment. Jang Chen had just stepped into the inn when a faint smoky fragrance hit his nose. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen pulled out the currency within this secret realm. This secret realm had appeared quite a few times, and the Dragon Kingdom had long since counterfeited the currency within this secret realm. To put it simply, these people, in the secret realm, were not lacking money to spend at all. After Jang Chen communicated with the staff, he joined the other 3 and slowly walked up the 3rd floor of the inn along the wooden stairs. They each picked a room, and Jang Chen chose a room by the window. The room was decorated in a simple yet cozy manner, and the wooden furniture emitted a faint wooden fragrance. As soon as he walked into the room, he gently put down the traveling bag on his body and paced to the window, quietly sensing the bustling and noisy night scene outside. A downstring ghost was 200 points, and an upstring ghost was 1,000 points. In other words, if one could really blend into Infinite City as one thought, and recall all 12 ghost moons without misery, killing all of them by himself, he would probably get 7,200 points, plus the guaranteed 200 points, totaling 7,400 points. Hidden rewards don't know how many. The hidden rewards of the second secret realm is definitely more than the first secret realm. It is estimated that together the total points can be more than 10,000 points. Split equally among the 4, no one was 2,500 3,000 total attribute points. That is to say, it is estimated that there are 300 skill points. Hearing color hegemony LV.3, 180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.4, 80 plus, current sword chi proficient, next level, sword chi proficient. Gravity field LV.4, 80 plus, Current field range is 500 meters, gravity wave manipulation proficient, next level, range spreads to 1000 meters. Armed color rain LV.3, 180 plus, has mastered armed color externalization, next level, internal destruction. Naval 6 styles LV.3, 040 plus. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 1720. With so many skill points, it was completely enough to unlock the new skill Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. As for Ghost King Miserable's strength, there was absolutely no need to worry. At most, it was a 4th order strength. After all, the Ghost Destruction Blade was a world of low martial arts. The upper limit of force was almost as high as dry collapsing a building. One's own destructive power was already able to battle with a 4th order ability. Plus, he had mastered one of the 4 basic forces of the universe, gravity, and with so many skills in his possession, there was no way he couldn't fight. Jang Chen just rested slightly for 10 minutes before getting up and walking out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into Tang Chuyao, who was walking towards him. Tang Chuyao's footsteps lurched as a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes and she opened her mouth to ask. Jang Chen, where are you going? Jang Chen gently brought the door shut, his expression bland. Me? Going out for a stroll. I see that the streets seem to be quite lively. Tang Chuyao was silent for a while. She really couldn't guess Jang Chen's mind, but she didn't dare to rashly ask. Otherwise, if Jang Chen didn't take her with him in the future, it would be a big loss. Although it wouldn't necessarily be a group secret realm again in the future, but Jang Chen was such a strong person, it was better to try to maintain a good image of herself in his mind. Then, I'll go with you? After hesitating for a while, Tang Chuyao tentatively inquired. Jang Chen didn't really care. Anyway, if he ran into no misery by chance, it would be easy to explain that everything was chance. Okay. With that, Jang Chen walked towards the stairs. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao hurriedly followed. 10 minutes later, Luli came to the door of Jang Chen's room in a mood of apprehension and summoned up the courage to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, there was not the slightest response in the room. Luli had a puzzled look on her face, then she raised her hand and knocked a few more times, still no response. No one? Out or asleep? It's so early in the morning, there's no reason to go to sleep here. Just at this time, Wang Ming in the room next to him was also attracted by the knocking sound and opened the door to his room and walked out. What? Luli responded, Jang Chen doesn't seem to be in the room. Another moment passed. The duo realized that not only Jang Chen, but Tang Chuyao wasn't in the room either. Where did they go? Wang Ming asked suspiciously. Luli pondered for a while and said, go ask the staff at the front desk if they've seen the two go out. On the other side, the two of them, Jang Chen and Tang Chuyao, were walking on a busy street. On both sides of the street, there were wooden buildings arranged in a staggered manner, with a wide array of lanterns hanging under the eaves, swaying in the wind and reflecting the crowds of people moving in and out. Tang Chuyao's heart was entangled for a long time, but finally she couldn't hold back and asked cautiously. Jang Chen, which Upton ghost are you aiming for this time? The corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I didn't realize that the things in this secret realm were quite real. Saying that, he smoothly bought 2 snacks from the little girl beside him who came over to sell them. Tang Chuyao took one of the snacks in Jang Chen's hand, looked around and sighed, yeah, maybe this is a real world. Right at this moment, a teenager wearing a green and black jacket suddenly appeared within Jang Chen's range of perception. The unique clothing, as well as the conspicuous earrings, instantly caught Jang Chen's attention. It was Charcoal Jiru, the male lead of the Ghost Destruction Blade? Go take a look over there. Jang Chen finished speaking and turned towards Charcoal Jiru's direction. Eh? Tang Chuyao looked at Jang Chen blankly, and without saying anything more, hurriedly followed. Not long after, Charcoal Jiru's figure appeared within Tang Chuyao's line of sight. At this moment, Charcoal Jiru, kneeling on the ground, cried out under his breath, Ghost Dance Suji Miserable, I will never let you go. No matter where you've gone, I'll chase you to the end of hell, and my sword will definitely sever your neck. Tang Chuyao glanced at Jang Chen, her face filled with a puzzled expression. What happened to that man? Who is Ghost Dance Suji Miserable? Did you kill his entire family? So excited. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Tang Chuyao was also right. It was true that he had killed Charcoal Jiru's entire family, but he had also left behind a sister who had turned into a half-human, half-ghost. The current timeline was probably when Charcoal Gyro had just passed the ghost killing team selection, completed his first mission, and accidentally encountered Miserilus, who was disguised as a normal human, on the street. Because there were too many normal people around, Charcoal Gyro suppressed his own anger and didn't make a move for fear of hurting the innocent. Of course, even if he did, he would only be instantly seconded by Miserilus. However, for himself, it would be nothing. He wasn't afraid of hurting any innocents, they were just NPCs. Jang Chen held his blind cane, walked over to Charcoal Gyro, and slowly opened his mouth. Little brother, if you want to kill now, why wait until later? Chapter 69, I'm just a man who came to take your life. Charcoal Gyro slowly raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes, and with a hint of confusion and caution, surveyed the equally young, blind teenager in front of him. Who are you? His voice trembled slightly, mixed with undried choking sobs. A gentle smile surfaced at the corner of Jang Chen's mouth, raising his hand to gently touch Charcoal Gyro's head, and did not reply, only slowly stepping towards the front with his feet. Tang Chuyao keenly captured a hint of abnormality and hurriedly followed with quick steps, eagerly asking, Jang Chen, what are you planning to do? Jang Chen looked calm, his gaze gazing into the distance as he slowly spoke. What that child said is not tragic, I can sense that it exudes an extremely powerful ghost aura, and it doesn't belong to the 12 ghost months. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao fell into deep thought, and a moment later, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. You mean this is a hidden reward? Jang Chen gently nodded his head. In an instant, Tang Juyao's eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement and thrill. Yeah. I didn't expect to follow Jang Chen with such good luck. Could it be that Secret Realm number 2 could also get hidden rewards? 2 secret realms in a row got hidden rewards. Oh my god. Jang Chen's figure, in her eyes, instantly grew much taller once again. But soon, Tang Chuyao suppressed her excitement and asked with a hint of worry in her tone. But Jang Chen, you said that its aura is powerful, so can we beat it? Jang Chen looked indifferent, his tone calm. It's just very powerful in comparison to other ghosts. As soon as the words fell, the ghost dance Sujiwoo worrisome in the distance looked like it had sensed a dangerous aura and jerked its head back. Ghost dance Sujiwoo Miserable's pair of blood-red eyes stared icily at Jang Chen. A blind teenager? Another one rushing towards himself? Was it a new member of the Ghost Killers? Miseryless was filled with doubt as it stared at Jang Chen closely. It glanced at the many people around it, certain in its heart that the ghost killing team wouldn't dare to make a move here. Moreover, it itself had no intention of engaging in a fight here. Otherwise, once it made a move, it would probably be completely exposed in this world, and would probably face a severe crackdown from the government on all fronts at that time. However, what it didn't expect was that the blind teenager in front of it seemed to be completely unconcerned about the civilians around it. Buzz! A terrifying gravity field instantly enveloped it. Bang! The miserable body was violently pressed towards the ground by gravity, its knee smashed heavily into the ground, smashing out a shallow crater as it stared at Jang Chen with wide, dead eyes. This is the ability of that blind teenager? When did the ghost killers have this kind of ability? Seeing this, the surrounding civilians screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Suddenly, Jang Chen's figure disappeared into the range of vision of Miseryless. In the next moment, a cold aura that pulsed with lightning streaked by like lightning. With its instincts, Miseryless narrowly avoided the fatal blow that cut into its neck. The sword blade chopped heavily on its right shoulder, directly cutting off its right arm. At this moment, Miseryless quickly came back to its senses, struggling to withstand dozens of tons of gravity and rolled to the side to dodge, then confronted Jang Chen. Which pillar of the ghost killing team are you? How come I haven't seen you before? Miseryless opened its mouth and asked. At the same time, at its right shoulder, a brand new right arm was growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways. He hadn't manipulated all of the gravity himself, just almost half of it. He was afraid that Miseryless would see that the difference in strength was too great and would directly avoid the battle with one mind, then it would be quite a lot of trouble to try to enter Infinite City in one fell swoop. No, Misery's ability was really just like in the anime, its regeneration ability was extremely terrifying. However, it was not a big problem, it was only because in its body, it possessed 7 hearts and 5 heads, which led to the extremely strong regeneration ability and the inability to kill. Moreover, the ghost killers weren't very strong. In the anime, the strongest Jigaku Rim one almost finished off Misery, only because in the end, Misery split into 1800 pieces. Jigaku Rim one's sword even faster only chopped off 1500 pieces, which allowed Misery to escape. As for himself, he was able to manipulate tens of tons of gravity. Even if it could split into 1800 pieces, as long as it was within its own gravity field, it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. The only way to escape was to have its henchman, Naruto, open the gates of Infinite City. At that time, he himself would be able to use this to enter the Infinite City. Jang Chen held the sword blade that was pulsating with electric arcs and slowly said, "I'm not a pillar of the ghost-killing team, I'm just someone who came to take your life." Just then. Beep beep beep. Dozens of police officers in black uniforms, armed with katanas and long sticks, blew whistles as they quickly ran towards this side. Jang Chen sensed the approach of the police not far away, and without turning his head, his aura around him abruptly changed. An invisible yet majestic force spread out quickly with him at the center. Buzz. The entire space seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, and the air began to tremble violently, emitting a palpitating sound. Immediately after, with Jang Chen as the center of the circle, a circular gravity ripple visible to the naked eye spread out extremely fast in all directions. Wherever the ripples went, everything was distorted by the powerful gravity. Stones and dust on the ground were instantly sucked up, spinning wildly in the air, forming a small black tornado. The surrounding wooden buildings groaned in agony as they crunched and groaned under the pull of this terrifying force. In just a few seconds, the gravity storm completely took shape. It was a powerful force that covered the sky, just like the end of the world. The storm was mixed with all sorts of debris, like an angry beast, wreaking havoc in all directions. The police officers were so stunned by the scene in front of them that they didn't even realize that the whistles in their hands had fallen to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Some subconsciously raised their arms to shield themselves, as if this would be able to withstand this horrifying force. Some people's legs weakened, and they couldn't help but back away. Others froze in place, muttering under their breath, "What the hell is this?" Rumble. In the crowd's horrified gazes, the wooden building instantly disintegrated like a fragile building block. The walls were torn into countless pieces by gravity, the wooden boards were swept by the gusts of wind and splattered in all directions, and a single beam flew horizontally in the air like a javelin. In the blink of an eye, these buildings turned into a piece of rubble and smashed heavily to the ground, raising a sky of smoke and dust, which happened to be in front of the police officers, completely blocking their way forward. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he said to Ghost Dance Suji Miserable, who was not far away, "No one will bother us now." Meanwhile, not far from this street, Luli and Wang Ming were also attracted by the loud noise. Countless civilians were running towards their side with panicked expressions. "Jang Chen and the others should be over there. Let's hurry over to help." Luli looked anxious and quickly said. Immediately afterward, she directly unleashed six-style shaving, her figure flashing like a ghost towards Jang Chen's direction. Wang Ming's eyes widened as he hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Wait for me." Chapter 70. This blind senior, just what kind of breathing method? Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless knelt down on one knee, his eyes full of fear and trepidation as he scrutinized the wretched and tragic situation around him. Broken walls were scattered everywhere, and the diffuse smoke and dust slowly settled. His eyes were locked on the blind boy, and waves of shock surged in his heart. This blind-eyed teenager in front of him was very different from the ghost-killing team and only wanted to take its life. At the same time, a fiery fire fist wrapped in rolling heat waves, wrapped in blazing heat, swiftly blasted towards Miseryless. Boom! The powerful impact caused Miserable's body to shake violently, and the entire person instantly became gray and wretched. The ground under his feet was even more unbearable, and was blasted out into a deep pit, with the surrounding earth and rocks splashing and scattering in all directions. "Xiao Tang, don't make a move." As soon as Jang Chen's words fell, an invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted like a powerful storm, sending Tang Chuyao violently bouncing out. The upper string ghosts all had the strength of the 3rd rank, and Miseryless had to be of the 4th rank anyways. Tang Chuyao was only 2nd ranked, so Jang Chen didn't have the time to take care of Tang Chuyao if he really let her participate in the battle. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless scarlet eyes looked straight at Jang Chen, its face instantly became hideous. The next moment, the breath around his body abruptly changed, the original slender hands instantly twisted and distorted, turning into 2 thick and spiky whip, waving recklessly in the air, emitting sharp whistling sounds. Jang Chen just quietly stood in place, although his eyes could not see, but he relied on the powerful color perception ability. He could clearly see the Ghost Dance Suji Misery every movement, every fluctuation of breath. It was almost impossible for Miseryless to rely on his stabbing whip to hit Jang Chen. Immediately after that, Ghost Dance Sujiwoo Miserable took the lead, and the two stabbing whips lashed towards Jang Chen's neck and chest like lightning, so fast that the air was torn out with ear-piercing sounds. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, just at the moment when the attacks were about to touch his body. His figure flickered slightly, as light as a ghost, avoiding all the attacks. This seemingly simple flash actually contained a precise grasp of timing and space, causing all of Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's all-out strikes to fall short. Boom! The stabbing whip struck the ground heavily, directly blowing out two deep grooves in the ground. Jang Chen gripped the sword blade in his hand. Buzz! A wisp, if any, of sword chi twisted like a nimble wandering silk, emitting a subtle buzzing sound. The next moment, Jang Chen swung his longsword violently, and a half-moon-shaped sword chi instantly whistled out from the blade. The speed of the sword chi was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Ghost Dance Sujiwoo Misery. Ghost Dance Sujiwoo Misery's pupils suddenly shrunk. It could clearly feel the powerful force contained in this sword chi. He hurriedly swung his stabbing whip in an attempt to resist. However, the moment the sword chi came into contact with the thorn whip, a powerful force instantly erupted. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable only felt a mountain of power come crashing down on him. His attack was as fragile as paper mache in front of this sword chi. The stabbing whip was instantly chopped off and turned into countless pieces scattered all over the ground. And the remaining power of the sword chi did not diminish, directly hitting Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's chest. Ah! Ghost Dance Sujiwoo Miserable screamed miserably as the sword chi rested against its chest, lifting it out. There was a loud boom. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable crashed heavily into an abandoned house. In an instant, the house collapsed, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Jang Chen smiled as he stood in place, gazing at the smoke and dust in front of him. He didn't intend to use his full strength. He had only one aim, to push Ghost Dance Suji Miserable to the brink of extinction, so that it would call on Naruto to open the infinite city gates. In the midst of the smoke, Anamai Suji Miserable slowly stood up. A huge wound appeared on his chest and blood continued to gush out, but his eyes were filled with madness. His body began to change, the original wound healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his body became even taller and stronger, and the thorny whips on his body grew back, and they were even thicker and sharper than before. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless roared. The next moment, 9 bloody slits violently split open on his back, and 9 pipe whips poked out from them, twisting and circling in the air, the tips of the pipe whips flickering with a cold aura. Prick la! The 9 pipe whips and the 2 thorn whips struck through the air at an extremely fast speed, emitting ear-piercing rattles as they attacked towards Jang Chen on all fronts. They intertwined and cooperated with each other, attempting to weave a web of death and trap Jang Chen within it. However, Jang Chen only gently twisted his body, precisely dodging the tricky punctures of the 9 pipe whips and 2 thorn whips. Boom boom boom! The countless long whips struck the ground with 1,000 holes, a crack spreading out like a spider web. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless moved against gravity while maneuvering the 9 pipe whips, spinning rapidly in the air in an attempt to entangle Jang Chen. At the same time, the stabbing whip was raised high, and slammed down towards Jang Chen's head with a titanic momentum. This time, Jang Chen didn't choose to dodge. The long sword in his hand danced, and the blade drew a brilliant arc in the air, accompanied by a buzzing sword sound. Countless fine sword chi burst out from the sword. These sword chi appeared to be scattered, but they accurately struck Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's stabbing whip and pipe whip. Swish swish swish! The precise sword chi directly severed Miserable's long whip as much as possible. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable stared at Jang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. Why was it that his own attack completely missed the other party? Could it be that this young man in front of him, like that Jigaku Rim one from before, possessed an extremely powerful penetrating world? Able to see through and dodge any attack? While he was pondering, an even more powerful sword chi chopped head-on. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's pupils suddenly shrunk, feeling an unprecedented threat of death. The next moment, its body suddenly exploded into countless fragments, which were wildly catapulted out in all directions. Jang Chen frowned slightly as he directly manipulated the gravity field, locking all of the fragments to the ground in a death grip. The fragments that had lost the support of their own body's power were simply unable to move freely in the slightest under this powerful gravity bind. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable saw the situation, the fear in its heart spread like a tidal wave, it could no longer hold back, and immediately utilized its own ability to start calling Naruto. The current self, even if it turned into pieces, it could not escape, and it was only a matter of time before it was decapitated. One must flee back to Infinite City. If this blind-eyed teenager in front of him dared to follow him in, then he himself was not afraid. Today's self has long been different from the past, is no longer as weak as when first encountered the following country edge 1. Now he has extremely powerful 12 Ghost Moon under his command. As long as the blind boy in front of him dares to step into the Infinite City, he immediately through the Naruto will 12 Ghost Moon all teleported back to the Infinite City. Together with the 12 demonic moons, he was absolutely certain that he would be able to kill this blind-eyed boy. After pondering over all this, the corner of Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's mouth hooked up a smirk of confidence with a bit of a grimace. At the same time, a square wooden door emitting a bizarre aura suddenly appeared on the ground. Creak. The wooden door opened, and a part of Miserable's broken pieces fell in obediently. When Jang Chen saw this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, he had hidden in Infinite City. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly made a 6-style shave and dodged into the wooden door. Jang Chen. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao shouted. Immediately afterward, she also made a long leap and leapt into the wooden door. Right at this moment, Luli and Wang Ming also arrived here. Tang Chuyao. Luli shouted, and then her gaze landed on top of the wooden door protruding from the ground. Soon, she realized that Jang Chen had most likely entered that wooden door as well. Without the slightest hesitation, Luli also directly dashed and leapt into the wooden door. No, wait. Wang Ming's eyes widened as he saw that several people had gone in. He gritted his teeth and followed suit, jumping into the wooden door. As Jang Chen and Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless and the others disappeared, the originally noisy and chaotic street gradually regained its calm. Charcoal Gyru stood frozen in place, gazing dully at the devastated ruins in front of him, muttering under his breath. Who exactly is this senior? The strength is actually so powerful. What exactly is this breathing method? Chapter 71, A Layoff Conference? Inside the Infinite City. All around was an intricate space, with countless long corridors, pavilions, and window bars intertwined with each other, with no sense of direction to speak of at all. The buildings within the entire space presented an ancient Japanese style. On top of a wooden structured platform, a large vase that protruded out was placed on the ground. Suddenly, the large vase jumped a little, followed by an extremely strange and peculiar-looking creature drilling out from within the vase. The mouth grew where the eyes were, the eyes grew where the forehead and mouth were, and several small arms grew abruptly on the head. The jade jug, the wu of the upstring ghost, the ghost of the jug. Oh ha ha ha, it's been 90 years, Lord Miseryless has finally called us back again. Jade Jug's eerie laughter echoed within this foreign space. Standing not far from Jade Jug was Interlude Vulcan, the third of the upper string ghosts, the ghost of the fighting, with short peach-colored hair and covered in dark blue tattoos. The interloper gazed at the ugly jade pot with an expressionless face. Just then, a hand rested on the shoulder of the interlining Vulcan. Child Mill, the second of the upper string ghosts, the ghost of ice. With white oak hair color and 7 colored eyes, Tong Ma spoke in a gentle tone and said to Interlude Vulcanza. It's been a long time, Your Excellency, Interlude Vulcanza. Child Mare looked around. Hi, Jade Jug. Immediately afterward, it then looked high above. Inside a small hollowed-out room, a swordsman with a high black ponytail and 6 eyes was sitting on his knees on the ground, silent. Black Death Mao, one of the uplink ghosts, ghost of the sword. Tong Ma waved his hand towards Black Death Mao. Good evening, Lord Black Death Mao. Why has Lord Misery suddenly gathered us together? Could it be that there's an upstring that's been killed? Toma muttered gently to itself, and immediately afterward, it surveyed its surroundings. Half a day dog, the rampage of the upstring ghost, the ghost of the split. At the moment, it was hiding behind the stairs, looking like it was afraid to see anyone. Brothel Futaro, land of the upper string ghosts, a young ghost with a naked upper body and short black and green medium hair, hunchbacked, with a bone-thin appearance and many black spots on his body. Fallenheim, the land of the upper cord ghosts, the younger sister of Hakufutaro, has a flower bun on her head and flower tattoos on the left side of her face and the right side of her forehead, and is the same as Hakufutaro as a twin ghost. The 2 siblings were also sitting on the ground at that moment, silent. Aya, that's not right, why are there so many people? Tong Ma touched his chin, then noticed that not far away, there were 6 other figures. Hee, the little friends of the lower string ghosts have also been summoned here? Is this a reunion? Tong Mao's eyes lit up, and then he cocked his head to think, or is today a layoff meeting? It can't be that today is the day of my death. With a crying look, Child Mill opened his arms and attempted to hug the tough guy interlude Vulcan. The interloper merely glanced at it and then skillfully sidestepped to the side. Tongmu instantly pounced on it. "Your Excellency, why are you so cold?" Right at this moment, along with a majestic pressure, a voice echoed within this foreign space. "All give me." Silence. The words fell. Even the chattering child Mill, all did not dare to speak again. This was the first time it had seen the miserable lord who had sent out such a great fire. The entire ghosts of the 12 Ghost Moon, concentrated in the middle of the wooden platform, sat on their knees on the ground in unison, not daring to raise their heads. In front of them, a wooden door suddenly appeared and slowly pulled open. The ghost dance Suji Miserable, who had transformed into an ugly meatball appearance, appeared in front of the ghosts. Beside it, Naru, who had not yet been promoted to the upper string ghost, was holding a lute and kneeling beside ghost dance Suji Miserable. The entire space of Infinite City was controlled by Narone. Naru was currently sharing the figures of Jang Chen's 4 people to ghost dance Suji Wu Misery. Miseryless gazed at Jang Chen within its sensory range, its scarlet eyes that grew above its ugly meatballs filled with rage. "Naruto, trap that blind-eyed teenager. The other upper string ghosts and lower string ghosts, wait for me to fully recover, and together, follow me to decapitate the blind-eyed teenager." Dismissed. The words fell. Tong Ma, who was sitting on his knees, revealed a surprised expression. A blind-eyed teenager? All along, Lord Miseryless had been an invincible existence in the hearts of them, the 12 Ghost Moons. Now, this miserable appearance, could it be caused by the blind-eyed teenager in its mouth? It even summoned the entire 12 Ghost Moon for the first time in history. When did the Ghost Kill Team have such a powerful and strong person? On the other side, Jang Chen was standing in the middle of a long corridor, surrounded by bizarre wooden doors and an intricate and confusing space. This was Infinite City, wasn't it? Remembering this piece of foreign space, it seemed like it was hidden under the ground by Narrow Girl. However, this is not important. The most important thing now is to find Nara's location. Jang Chen decisively unfolded his sense of smell color, and his senses spread out rapidly like ripples. Soon, the traces of Miseryless and the 12 ghostly moons, who were in the middle of a meeting, were captured by him. However, in just the blink of an eye, the group of evil ghosts instantly dispersed and disappeared into the dark corners of the foreign space. As for Narrow Girl, she was currently alone, located about 500 meters directly above Jang Chen. The Narrow Girl must be finished off first now, otherwise it would be very troublesome within its foreign space. As long as he finished it off, he could then kill Miseryless and the other 12 ghostly moons as fast as he could before the Infinite City collapsed. One could completely rely on the gravity field and escape the crumbling Infinite City. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking. Suddenly, the figures of Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Luli also appeared within Jiang Chen's range of perception. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why did they follow them in as well? So unafraid of death? Forget it, killing the ghosts first is the right thing to do. As for the 3 of them, Miserable probably doesn't even want to care about them, he is Miserable's target. With this in mind, Jiang Chen slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Clang! The sword blade that pulsed with lightning was pulled out. In an instant, a cold aura caught the eye and thunder light flashed. Jiang Chen fiercely exerted his strength and chopped out a powerful sword chi pulsating with thunder light towards directly above him. Rumble! With just one sword, it penetrated through the ceiling, and with the remaining momentum unabated, the sword chi blasted through 3 more layers of the ceiling in succession. A huge hole appeared on top of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen unfolded his gravity field, the repulsive force working perfectly with the 6-style moon steps, and catapulted towards the top at an extremely fast speed. Boom boom boom. Jiang Chen chopped out several sword chi while flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, the ceilings were like fragile paper, and they were blasted to pieces, leaving behind huge holes and scattering rubble and dust in all directions. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get close to the songstress, a lute sound that revealed strangeness echoed throughout Infinite City. Clang! In an instant, it was as if the space of the entire Infinite City was being tampered with by a pair of large, invisible hands. Jiang Chen only felt that the scene in front of him was blurred. In the next second, it was actually moved back to its original position. Oh, interesting. I'd like to see if it's your spatial change that's fast, or my speed that's fast. Jiang Chen relied on his ability to perceive with his seeing color, firmly locking onto Naruto's position. The next moment. Bang! Jang Chen once again catapulted up, and his speed was so fast that the ground was blasted out of a shallow crater due to the powerful impact. At the same time, clang! The songstress sat on her knees on the ground, her hands dancing on the lute like a phantom. The space was also constantly shifting. However, no matter how much the narrow girl shifted space, Jang Chen was still able to lock onto its position in an instant before killing towards it at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 72, No, Where's the Ghost? At this moment, the space within Infinite City fell into a frantic and disorderly change, with every second taking on a very different appearance. Wang Ming sat paralyzed in a state of disorientation, his eyes staring vacantly at the surrounding scenery that changed like a walking lantern. His voice involuntarily trembled. What the hell is this place? Why does it keep changing all the time? Help! Mommy, I want to go home. At the same time, Tang Chuyao and Luli also both sat paralyzed on the ground amidst the tremendous commotion that turned the world upside down. Jang Chen, where are you? Tang Chuyao shouted as she looked at the dazzling, ever-changing wooden door in front of her. On the other side, the 12 ghost moons were similarly confused by the constantly changing space, their faces filled with bewilderment. Tong Mo's gaze was dull as he muttered. What exactly is Lord Miseryless doing? Didn't he say that he only needed to trap that blind-eyed youngster, just to trap him? Why did he have to go through so much trouble? At this moment, Ghost Dance Suji Wu Misery was staring at Jang Chen through Naruto's perception perspective. Above the ugly ball of flesh, Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's hideous face had completed its initial recovery. It did not understand. Why could this blind-eyed teenager's speed be so ridiculously fast? It was almost like instantaneous transportation. And visually estimated that the distance of one instantaneous movement reached tens of meters. Can also continuous instantaneous transfer. With such speed, it was extremely difficult for Naruto to capture his position in such a short period of time. There were several times when he was so close to finding Naruto. Moreover, how was it that this blind-eyed teenager was able to accurately lock onto Naruto's position every time? Miseryless didn't understand, very much so. In its cognizance, even the strongest person it had ever encountered, Jigaku Rimwon, could never possess such terrifying speed. At this rate, before it could fully recover itself, the blind boy would have already killed in front of it. If he could find Naruto's location, he could definitely find his own. And in his current state, he has almost lost the ability to escape. If this continues, he will surely die. No, it must be stalled. The upper string ghosts can't be moved, and even if his own strength returns to its full strength, he probably won't be able to defeat that blind boy. One must join forces with all the upper string ghosts. As long as the lower chord ghosts could hold back the blind boy for a while and buy themselves recovery time, even if it was just to consume a little more of his stamina. Thinking of this, Ghost Dance Suji's miserable face muscles twisted extremely as it directly ordered to all the lower string ghosts through its mental ability. All lower chord ghosts listen to the order. Stop the blind boy at all costs. Those who dare to escape will be executed on the spot. Yes. Yes. Among the 12 ghost moons, the 6 lower chord ghosts stood up at the same time. The next moment. Clang! Another eerie lute sound echoed out from every corner of Infinite City. The 6 lower string ghosts were teleported away at the same time, and Jang Chen was once again teleported back to his original location. Jang Chen stood on the already tattered wooden floor without catapulting up again. The reason was simple. Within his range of perception, 6 downstream ghosts had quietly appeared around him. Oh no, it was 1,200 points that had been delivered to his door. Standing on the far right side, Nightmare Dream, one of the lower string ghosts, had medium-length black and red hair with several square tattoos on each cheek, and wore a long black jacket and white-lined pants. Nightmare Dream looked grave, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat as he stared at Jang Chen dead in the face. Was this the blind-eyed teenager that Lord Miseryless had spoken of? Surprisingly, he was able to force Lord Miseryless to such a point. This battle, it must be fought well. As long as he could stall this blind-eyed teenager, Lord Miseryless would definitely reward himself with a large amount of precious blood. On Nightmare's left side, there was Windless, the second of the lower string ghosts, with a bushy beard and golden eyes. Similarly gazing at Jang Chen with a grave expression. Continuing to the left, there was the third of the lower string ghosts, Sickle Leaf, with short black hair, 3 scars on his face, and 2 golden earrings on each ear. At this moment, Sickleaf was a bit flustered as he looked around. To be able to force Lord Miseryless to such a point, what the hell is he stopping? No, I must find a chance to escape. Next to Sickle Leaf, there was a white-haired woman, the lower strings of the ghosts of the ravages, 0UZ, with the small double horns on the forehead, the red whites of the eyes with the strange purple pupils, looks particularly eerie. Standing to the left of 0 Yuko was a white-haired, fair-skinned and somewhat morbidly cute young man, Shimazen Ghost of the Woods, tired. His white hair was slightly disheveled, and there was a hint of childishness and viciousness in his eyes. On the other hand, standing on the far left was Kettle Nu, the land of the lower string ghosts, with black hair backed by 4 short braids and blue eyes. Jang Chen, seeing color swept over these 6 lower string ghosts one by one. He gently shook his head, inwardly sighing. Sure enough, they all looked like non-mainstream. However, these lower string ghosts were attribute points anyways, so when he thought about it like this, they looked a lot cuter. Nightmare Dream's expression was condensed, and as the leader of the lower string ghosts, it exclaimed, "Let's go together." "Stop him." The words fell. Apart from Sick Leaf, who was bent on running away, the remaining 5 lower string ghosts simultaneously ran towards Jang Chen. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth gently rose. The next moment. The moment the 5 lower string ghosts had just stepped into the range of Jang Chen's gravity domain, a majestic gravity instantly enveloped their surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. In just a split second, the 5 understring ghosts with different forms turned into 5 balls of blood mist and dissipated into the air. The remaining fleeing Sickle Leaf of the downstring ghosts twisted his head around in shock, looking at the scene before him, his eyes so rounded that they were almost ready to burst out of their sockets. What a joke! Without even moving, he had killed all of his companions with similar strength in seconds. With this kind of strength, what could he stop himself with? Suddenly, in his field of vision, Jang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Sick Leaf felt bad and looked around in terror. Just then, a voice revealing an aura of death came from above its head. "Why did you run away again, huh?" Sick Leaf looked up violently, and the figure of the blind-eyed teenager was right above it. How? How is this possible? When did he come above me? Moreover, why did he use another? Before he could think carefully, a cold light flashed by. The Sick Leaf only felt a burst of heaven and earth, followed by a drilling pain at its neck, and then it lost all consciousness, and its neck was chopped off. Jang Chen looked at the headless Sick Leaf and shook his head. Sure enough, just like in the anime, the guts are small. Killed lower string ghost Nightmare Dream, Windless, Sick Leaf, 0UZ, Tired, and Cauldron Nu, earning 1,200 points. At the same time, the kill information was also transmitted to Tang Chuyao, Luli, and Wang Ming's minds. The 3 of them were simultaneously confused. What the hell? It couldn't have been Jang Chen who killed them, right? How did he do that? The other side. Inside Spider Mountain. The 4 of them, Tang Quansheng, Yang Chuanzhong, Rong Yang and Luo Chengji from the Linjiang Military Academy, were listlessly traveling between the jungles, their feet dragging and their faces full of fatigue. No, where are the ghosts? Tang Quansheng sat on his butt, his hands propped up on the ground behind him, his eyes full of confusion. Rong Yang frowned and murmured. It's really strange, where on earth did the lower string ghost tiredness run off to? How come we haven't found it after searching for so long? It doesn't make sense. Nah, you guys look at the scoreboard. Yang Chuanzhong, who had been paying attention to the scoreboard, said quietly. Chapter 73. Did all the downstring ghosts get slaughtered by Jang Chen? Scoreboard? Tang Quansheng's face was puzzled, and as he swept his eyes towards the points list in his mind, he immediately jumped up from the ground. My plants? Tang Quansheng's eyes glared round, and the words he uttered began to stutter. No. Not shouldn't Jang Chen and the others be going to kill the upper string ghosts? An upper string ghost has 1,000 points, why are their points 1,200? Rong Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he guessed, could it be that after they killed an upper string ghost, they killed a lower string ghost? Tang Quansheng said with a face full of doubt. It can't be, within such a short period of time, and since Jang Chen clearly has the strength to kill the upper cord ghosts, why did he specifically go looking for the lower cord ghosts to kill? Shouldn't he have killed all the upper string ghosts first? Just then, Yang Chuanzhong shook his head and slowly said, No, I've been paying attention to the scoreboard, and just now I saw that the points were jumping by 200 points, and almost instantly jumped to 1,200 points. As the words fell, the other 3 fell into silence. After a while, Tang Quansheng tentatively asked, Old Yang, do you mean that all the downstream ghosts were slaughtered by Jang Chen? Yang Chuanzhong sniffed and looked at him, nodding his head gently. Tang Quansheng leaned against the tree listlessly as if his soul had been drained. No wonder they couldn't find the downed string ghost tired after half a day of searching. Obviously, their goal, as per normal, didn't conflict with Jang Chen's goal at all. The secret realm only had 3 days, and even if Jang Chen was more powerful, the upper string ghosts were spread out all over the secret realm, all far away, and simply weren't enough for him to kill. However, the fact now was that Jang Chen and the others didn't go looking for the upper string ghosts, but instead killed all the lower string ghosts? Had he messed with this big brother in any way? Tang Xuanqing's brows were furrowed, he couldn't help but reflect on it, he couldn't figure it out, and he had a lifeless expression on his face. Why? Jang Chen and the others clearly have the strength to kill the upper string ghost, why did they come to grab the lower string ghost from us? The other three couldn't figure it out either, and a silence fell around them. A moment later, Rong Yang opened his mouth and asked. I don't care why Jang Chen wants to kill the lower string ghosts for now, but how did he manage to kill all of the lower string ghosts scattered all over the place at once? Tang Quanqing sniffed and jerked his head up. Could it be that Jang Chen has found another hidden reward? The same as Secret Realm number 1? After these words, the four of them looked at each other. If that was the case, could it be that this time, they could only get the guaranteed rewards again and again and again? After all, the upper string ghosts they can't beat the only lower string ghosts that can be ed with, have all been slaughtered. Yang Chuanzhong said quietly, if that's the case, wouldn't it be possible that the upper string ghosts are going to be killed by Jang Chen as well? No. It can't be right? Tang Quansheng was silent, all he wanted to do now was to look up to the sky and question, did they really have to live under Jang Chen's shadow for the rest of their lives? Or am I too young? It turns out that I really can't match Jang Chen. Rong Yang crouched on the ground, his head hanging down. Outside the secret land, countless teachers were nervously watching the scoreboard. Due to the large number of people, not everyone was displayed on the total scoreboard. Only the teams that had gotten the points would appear on the list. At this moment, Jang Chen's team was hanging at the top of the scoreboard, dominating the first place. And behind Jang Chen's team, there was only one lone team that had gotten 200 points. Jang Chen's 1200 points directly threw him off by a large margin. Lin Weidong excitedly pointed at the scoreboard and looked at the director of instruction, Wang Xin, who was at the side. Director, look. Jang Chen and the others got the points. At the same time, the scene also resounded with the murmurs of various teachers. It's Jang Chen and the others again. I'll go far ahead. Killed the wind-up ghost so quickly? But why is it 1,200 points? The teachers who were present looked at each other. Getting 200 points, getting 400 points, getting 1,000 points, getting 2,000 points, were all understandable, nothing more than killing 1 or 2 lower chord ghosts or 1 or 2 upper chord ghosts. What does 1,200 points mean? Killing upstring ghosts and downstring ghosts again? Wang Xin glanced at Lin Weidong suspiciously and slowly spoke. Why 1,200 points? Lin Weidong was also a bit baffled as he frowned and murmured, strange, does it mean that Jang Chen and the others killed the upper string ghosts first and then went on to kill the lower string ghosts? Wang Xin's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice. Why would they do that? It's a waste of time this way. Shaolin, did you tell them clearly? Lin Weidong sniffed and immediately explained, I did. The distribution maps of the 12 ghostly moons have all been sent to them as well. Right at this moment, Wang Xin and Lin Weidong simultaneously felt someone approaching behind them. They turned their heads to look and realized that it was Vice Principal Du Hongsheng. The two nodded their heads respectfully at the same time. Principal Du. Du Hongsheng stared at the scoreboard, his eyes narrowing slightly. 1,200 points. Seeing this, Lin Weidong hurriedly tried to explain. Principal Du. Jiang Chen he. Without waiting for Lin Weidong to finish, Du Hongsheng interrupted him and slowly said. Forget it, there's no harm in it, it's only just entered the secret realm now, there's still a long way to go before the secret realm closes. Jiang Chen has his own plans, we'll just watch him perform. Wang Xin turned his head back to continue staring at the scoreboard inside. This secret realm, the highest record over the years is 2,000 points, Jiang Chen just entered and got 1,200 points, shouldn't he be breaking the record again? Lin Weidong concurred. Director, I think it's very possible, with Jiang Chen's strength, the upper string ghost is completely no match for him. And it's only just now that he's gone in, Jiang Chen has gotten 1,200 points, for the rest of the time, as long as he doesn't take any breaks, it's completely fine to kill 2 more upper string ghosts. The words fell A smile appeared on Wang Sen's face as he pulled out his cell phone and called his old friend from Linjiang Military School. Hey old Lia, how come there's still no one from your military school on the list? What's going on here? At the same time, on the internet, on the Nanjiang Battle Area secret scoreboard live page, comments flashed by like snowflakes. My god, how long has Secret Realm number 2 been going on, and Jang Chen has 1,200 points here? I told you that Brother Chen is a god. This freshman class will surely live under Brother Chen's shadow. Jang Chen isn't going to break the record again, is he? Am I the only one who noticed that the points are a bit strange? Jang Chen killed an upstream ghost and then ran off to kill a downstream ghost? What's Jang Chen doing? Time is so tight, he must have killed the upper string ghost first. At this rate, he might be able to kill 3 or 4 upper string ghosts and break the record for Secret Realm number 2. Your imaginations are so barren. Is there a possibility that Jang Chen went in and killed all the lower string ghosts first, then went to kill all the upper string ghosts? The 12 ghost moons are distributed in various locations in the Secret Realm. Jang Chen is no longer a cow and it's impossible to kill them all in just 3 days' time. That's right, do you really think Jang Chen is a god? But it's just a fluke that he took the hidden rewards of the first Secret Realm. Can you afford to take the hidden rewards of the second Secret Realm as well? Chapter 74 Wind-Up Ghost, Reunion. At this moment, within Infinite City. Inside a small room, the ghost dance Suji, who was already in his first human form, was miserable and stagnant. Just now. Through Naruto's perspective, it had witnessed the scene where Jang Chen had crushed all of its lower string ghosts simply by raising his hand. Originally, he had thought that the lower string ghosts would be able to fight for themselves for 5 minutes, but he didn't expect to be annihilated after just a single fight. What exactly was the origin of this blind-eyed teenager? Was this really a realm that humans could reach? Just then, Jang Chen's figure once again disappeared into Narone's perception viewpoint. Narone, quickly find Jang Chen. Make sure to stop him. A look of panic appeared on Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's face as he hurriedly ordered. By the time Narone caught Jang Chen's figure again, it was already just tens of meters away from Narone. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless shouted. However, the words fell. A muffled bang came, and immediately after, Miseryless' perspective was instantly cut off. And the peepa sound it was expecting did not ring out. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless' forehead. What is the situation? Naruto is dead? No. It can't be right? Ghost Dance Suji Miserable stared in shock. In its perspective, Jang Chen hadn't even arrived in front of Naruto yet, and just locked Naruto's position in space and crushed it? However, very quickly, Ghost Dance Suji Miserable was certain. After all, this blind-eyed teenager, from just now, no matter which location he was teleported to, he was able to lock onto Naruto's position at the first opportunity. Moreover, the ability of the blind-eyed teenager, if one's guess was correct, should be able to manipulate a certain range of gravity. In that case, as long as he was close to Narone, there was no need to even see Narone's figure, and he could directly crush it through the air. As if to confirm Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's guess. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly came. The entire Infinite City began to shake violently, a shocking crack appeared on the wall, and stones continued to rustle and fall. Infinite City began to crumble. No, he must be stopped. As long as we stop him for 5 minutes, we will be able to move ourselves, and we will be able to escape from here in the first place. Hide him for a few more centuries, and wait until this horrible blind teenager is dead, then come out and move again. Thinking of this, Ghost Dance Suji Miserable immediately ordered all the upper string ghosts. All upper string ghosts listened to the order, stop the blind-eyed teenager at all costs. Yes. 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 The moment the 6 figures received the order, they didn't hesitate to dart towards the direction Jang Chen was in. Without Narone's teleportation ability at the moment, they could only rely on their own feet as they struggled to run wildly towards their goal in this infinite city that had already begun to crumble. Every step that fell was accompanied by the trembling and shattering of the masonry beneath their feet. On the other side, Jang Chen, at this moment, was in a small room. In front of him, all that remained on the ground was a shocking streak of blood and a piece of broken clothing. Narrow Girl, the controller of Infinite City, had been directly crushed into a bloody mist by him through the air. Jang Chen stood in place, and within his range of perception, 6 figures were dashing towards him at breakneck speed. Attribute points had been sent to his door again. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly. In a flash. Swish. Countless thin blades as sharp as razors, condensed from blood, chopped towards Jang Chen at an astonishing speed. These blood blades intertwined with each other, weaving into a huge blood net, sealing off all possible paths for Jang Chen to dodge. Jang Chen raised both eyebrows slightly. Blood ghost art flying blood scythe? In the anime, it was the ability possessed by the older brother of the pair of siblings, the upper string ghost number 6. From memory, one would need to decapitate the heads of the siblings at the same time in order to kill them, otherwise they could be reborn infinitely. Jang Chen merely rested his right hand lightly on top of the hilt of the sword. In the twinkling of an eye, the sword blade slammed out. A powerful sword chi wrapped in throbbing thunderbolts sliced through like lightning, directly chopping this blood net made up of blood blades to smithereens. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen manipulated gravity. Just stepping into the range of the gravity domain, the upper string ghost 6, the brother and sister simultaneously felt a terrifying gravity come crashing down on them. Almost at the same instant, the brother and sister were pulled together by this powerful gravitational force. In the next moment, the sword chi swept by like a swift wind, cutting through their necks at the same time. The eyes of the brother and sister were full of disbelief. Just one strike. Just one sword. It took them seconds. Killed Kamigami no Roku, Brothel Taro Fallenheim, gained 1000 points. At the same time, the third of the upper string ghosts, Interloper Vulcan, came in a surprise attack from Jang Chen's flank. With bare feet, it darted across the ground at an extremely fast speed, leaping high into the air, its hands instantly transforming into a pair of blue fist shadows, swinging rapidly like a storm. In an instant, countless blue shockwaves shot towards Jang Chen like stringed arrows. Jang Chen only slightly sidestepped his head. Immediately afterward, gravity descended steeply, tens of tons of gravity like a Tarzan pressing down, directly smashing the interloper into the ground. With Jang Chen's subtle stance with his hearing color hegemony and paper painting, his body only gently moved a few times, and he easily dodged the several rounds of blue shockwaves. Ah! What kind of ability is this? The interloper's eyes widened as he raised his head with difficulty. However, Jang Chen had already disappeared from his field of vision. The next second, a flash of cold light flashed by, and it only felt that heaven and earth had instantly flipped. I'm dead? The head of the interloper rolled down to the ground, its mouth opening and closing, full of disbelief. In order to delve into martial arts, he did not hesitate to turn into a ghost and gained an unlimited lifespan, and in the end, he was actually still killed by a human. A human teenager. A sword decapitated. One could not even touch a single hair of the other party. Killed the third of the ghosts of the upper chord, interlinked Vulcan, gained 1000 points. Seeing such a huge gap in strength, the other 4 upper string ghosts froze in place. Jang Chen cocked his head and slowly said, "If you guys aren't coming, then I'm coming." The words fell. Jang Chen's feet stomped on the ground at high speed, and a residual shadow swept past at great speed. Swish swish. Jang Chen flashed past the 4th of the upper string ghosts and the 5th of the upper string ghosts at an extremely fast speed. It was just a blink of an eye. The necks of the half-dog and the jade jug were severed by the powerful sword intent. Killed 4 of the ghosts of the upper chord, half-dog, gained 1000 points. Kill the 5th of the ghosts, jade kettle, gain 1000 points. Immediately after, a majestic gravity instantly enveloped the remaining Tong Mo and Black Death Mao. Under this terrifying gravity, the two of them couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Tong Ma clenched his teeth and waved the 2 golden iron fans in his hands with great difficulty. In an instant, countless lotus-shaped ice crystals poured towards Jang Chen. Rumble. The ice crystals directly smashed a deep pit into the ground where Jang Chen was. However, Jang Chen was long gone. You guys are really unexpectedly weak. Jang Chen's voice came lazily from behind the child mill. It turned its head violently, and a flash of cold light flashed by. Killed the 2nd of the upper string ghosts, Tong Mill, gained 1000 points. Seeing this, the Black Death Ma not far away clenched his teeth and forced his sword against the tens of tons of gravity. Moon's Breath, one of the type Dark Moon Knight's palace. Instantly, a crescent-shaped chopping attack came towards Jang Chen's direction. Jang Chen didn't dodge this time, but directly drew his sword and swung it. Buzzing stabbing. The sword chi wrapped in lightning light crushed the crescent-shaped chopping attack with unrivaled momentum, and then penetrated the Black Death Mao's neck at an extremely fast speed. The head with 6 eyes slowly slid down at the neck. Plopping sound. The head rolled down to the ground, and Black Deathmau's body tilted forward heavily. Killed one of the upper string ghosts, Black Deathmau gained 1,000 points. Jang Chen looked around, all the upper string ghosts had already been killed. Now, only Miserable, the Ghost King, was left. Jang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways, and his seeing color firmly locked onto Miserable's location. Chapter 75. No Misery, where do you want to go? The other side. The 4 people from Linjiang Military Academy were sitting around, each leaning against a tree, bored. Suddenly, Yang Chuanzhong said quietly, "So what? You guys look at the scoreboard." The other 3 sniffed and swept their eyes to the scoreboard in their minds. Rong Yang's eyes glazed over as he stammered, 7,200 points? Tang Quansheng gulped and sighed. Holy, 7,200 points. 1,000 points for one of the upper chord ghosts and 200 points for one of the lower chord ghosts. Is this wrapping up the 12 ghost months? Rong Yang forcibly calmed his mood, looked at the crowd and wondered. The first day isn't even over yet. How did Jang Chen do it? Could it be that he can still split? Luo Qingji, who had been silent, shook his head. We're still too young. The person's goal isn't the lower string ghosts at all, but all of the 12 ghostly moons. Yang Chuanzhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he guessed. I feel that it should be more than that. Jang Chen's probability is that he's found the hidden rewards, otherwise it's impossible to directly take out all the 12 ghost moons. Tang Quanqing raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Old Yang, do you mean that Jang Chen and the others can still get tens of thousands of points? Yang Chuanzhong gently shook his head and said, not necessarily. No one has taken the hidden rewards of this secret realm yet. No one knows what they are, and don't forget, some secret realms' hidden rewards are special items or abilities. The words fell. Rong Yang's eyes were filled with envy and said, those ghosts' abilities are the ghost-killing team's breathing method? You don't say. Those ghosts have all sorts of abilities. It's not bad to get them. Tang Quanqing couldn't help but sigh. AI, regardless of whether the hidden rewards are points or abilities, with Jiang Chen's growth rate, I'm afraid he'll be a great general in less than a year. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly. It's not like a great general is only based on strength, it's also based on merit. Tang Quanqing retorted. If you have enough strength, the merits are still at hand? That's true. Yang Chuanzhong nodded, then lamented. Hey, thanks to Jiang Chen's blessing, these first 2 secret realms, it's really easy, there's nothing for us at all. The words fell. The 4 of them glanced at each other, followed by simultaneously clasping their hands together and speaking in unison. The next secret realm must not be lined up for Jiang Chen. The next secret realm must not be lined up to Jiang Chen. X4. Outside the secret realm, the crowd was abuzz, and all of the teachers were staring daggers at the scoreboard. 7,200 points. Unprecedented. 2 secret realms in a row had broken the record, and it was still far from the last record. On the stands, the students of the Star Ocean Military Academy's Ableist Association gathered together. Yang Xiaotong stared intently at the scoreboard, her brows furrowed, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her walking towards her, and Yang Xiaotong turned to look and realized that it was the president of their association, Chen Zhang. Yang Xiaotong nodded politely, President. Chen Zhang walked towards Yang Xiaotong while staring at the scoreboard with a deadpan expression, his face odd. Am I reading this right? 7,200 points? Yang Xiaotong shrugged and slowly said. Yes, you should believe it this time. Before this, President Chen Zhang had been out on a mission and hadn't been able to see Jiang Chen with his own eyes, so he could only know a thing or two through Yang Xiaotong's report. He had been skeptical as to whether or not Yang Xiaotong and the others were working together to deceive him, but now it seemed that Jiang Chen was really that far off the mark. After all, the secret realm's scoreboard would not lie. Chen Zhang stood beside Yang Xiaotong, the corner of his mouth twitching, his face filled with incomprehension. How did he do it? Taking the hidden rewards again? Yang Xiaotong stroked her chin and nodded. I think 8 or 9 points. 7,200 points. This is the 12 ghostly moons all killed by him, right? Kind of heartbroken for the ones who matched Jiang Chen. Chen Zhang shook his head and couldn't help but lament. I didn't manage to get many points from the first secret realm, and I can only get a guaranteed point from the second secret realm. But as the words fell, Yang Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. She hadn't thought of this layer. Now that she thought about it, Tang Xuanqing's team seemed to be all rare talents, and were considered to be heavenly prides, but as a result, they gave Jiang Chen a whole lot of trouble, and didn't get many points from 2 consecutive secret realms. I guess that Tang Quanqing and his team only regretted why they were not born 2 years earlier. Shen Zhang looked around and inquired. Where's Chu Liang? Yang Xiaotong replied back, he went with Zhang Qingyu to do an S-ranked mission. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhang said. I'm thinking of promoting Jang Chen to an association cadre once this secret realm is over. Yang Xiaotong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, wouldn't that be a bit too fast? In the Star Ocean Military Academy Association, only by becoming an association cadre would one be able to follow a 5th-ranked president or vice president and take on S-rank missions. This was also a rule that had been passed down from the Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association. Chen Zhang shook his head, his eyes gazing at Zhang Chen's name on the scoreboard. No, in this world, strength is honored. Didn't you say that his current strength is already comparable to a 4th-ranked ability person? It's enough to qualify. Yang Xiaotong asked, there are only 12 seats for the association's cadres, should we add one more seat or replace one? Replace one, the one who is capable will take the seat. Chen Zhang slowly said, still according to the old rules, let Jiang Chen pick one, the one who wins the fight stays. Yang Xiaotong was silent for a moment and sighed, when Zhang Qingyu and the others come back, they are probably going to be shocked, it's only the 2nd month, and Jiang Chen is already going to challenge the association cadres. Chen Zhang laughed, this is also a good thing, we have such a genius in our military school, we can more or less follow the light. Inside Infinite City. Rumble. Due to Naruto's death in battle, Infinite City was on the verge of collapse. At this moment the intricate wooden corridors began to collapse a little bit, and the small wooden rooms around them were shaking violently. At this moment, the ghost dance Suji Miseryless had already taken on its first human form, and was basically nearing the completion of its recovery. The expression on its face was stagnant. Just now, it clearly perceived that all of the wind-up ghosts had lost contact with it. Obviously, all the wind-up ghosts have died. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless twisted his expression as a drop of cold sweat slowly flowed down from the corner of his forehead. How is this possible? One's most powerful army of upper string ghosts couldn't even stop it for 2 minutes? Impossible. Could it be that that blind-eyed teenager, earlier on the street, was simply teasing himself? Did he not use his full strength at all? Otherwise, with his performance on the street, his own Sign Ghost army would definitely have the power to fight. No, faster, faster. We must run. After running this time, we'll hide for at least 300 years before coming out again. Under the threat of death. Miseryless recovery speed rose dramatically. Finally. After a while, Miseryless managed to regain its mobility. Without the slightest hesitation, it directly catapulted up from the trembling ground, and had to escape from here as fast as possible. However, the next moment, a majestic gravitational force suddenly rose from the ground, directly pulling it down from the air and smashing it heavily on the ground. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless twisted his head to look, a blind teenager with a blind cane was slowly walking towards him with a smile on his face. Behind him was a huge gaping hole that had been cut out by the sword chi. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing the chilling whites of his eyes. Miserable, where do you want to go? Chapter 76, Secret Realm Number 2, The End. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless braced its hands on the ground and stood up with great difficulty. Its legs were trembling slightly, and the bones at its knees were emitting untenable click-click sounds. Every inch of its muscles were trying their best to resist the 68 tons of gravity exerted by Jiang Chen. Not far away from it, Jiang Chen, who was holding a sword in his staff, was walking slowly with a smile on his face. Behind Jiang Chen was a huge gaping hole that had been cut through by the sword's energy. As soon as Ghost Dance Suji Miserable saw Jiang Chen's figure, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he let out a roar. Who the hell are you? Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face as he said, Me? Didn't I tell you, a person who took your life ah? Ghost Dance Suji Miserable was obviously unable to accept this answer, his voice hysterical. A person? Impossible. Ordinary humans, how could they possess such great power? The words fell. It added. You possess such a strong power, don't you want to obtain eternal life? As long as we cooperate, I can help you. In Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's cognition, death was one of the most terrifying things, and it was afraid of death. The temptation of being able to obtain eternal life is definitely able to make any human give up everything, even dignity, even freedom, even becoming an ugly creature. As long as you are willing, I can help you. More than just obtaining eternal life, your power will also be stronger. Its voice was trembling, as if it was pleading and struggling. Before it could finish speaking, Rumble. The ground trembled violently once again, and Infinite City was already about to collapse. Jang Chen slightly sidestepped his head and said expressionlessly, "Well, it's about to collapse. I'm not interested in becoming a ghost, let's make it quick." The words fell. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless also deeply knows that again in front of this blind teenager's gravity field, there is no hope to escape, not to mention that his speed is also incredibly fast. "Then you're going to die for me." Ghost Dance Suji Miserable roared, his hands violently transformed into stabbing whips, frantically lashing out towards Jang Chen, the stabbing whips tearing through the air and emitting sharp whistles. The next moment. Clank! The sword blade came out of its sheath, a powerful sword she instantly chopped out, and the barbed whip covered in barbs was chopped into 2 pieces in an instant. Jang Chen's feet powered up and his figure disappeared in place, the ground instantly cracked underneath his feet, forming a spiderweb like crack. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ghost Dance Suji Miserable only felt a flash of cold light in front of him, and the sword blade in Jang Chen's hand had already arrived in front of him. Swish! Jang Chen chopped down with his sword. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's head was instantly thrown up high, and immediately afterward, countless threads of flesh and blood stretched out from the neck at an extremely fast speed, directly pulling the airborne head back. Ghost Dance Suji Wu Miserable laughed maniacally. "Ah, you can't kill me. Infinite City is about to collapse. If you're spending time with me here, then you'll die here together." The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly. The reason why the Ghost Dance Suji Miserable was so hard to kill was precisely because within its body, it possessed 5 heads and 7 hearts, and only by destroying all of the heads and hearts could it be completely killed. There was no way for others to know the location of the organs within its body, and coupled with the Ghost Dance Suji Wu Miserable's amazing recovery power, ordinary people simply couldn't kill it. But Jang Chen was different. In his seeing color perception, which was close to perspective, all of the organs within the Anime Suji Miserable's body were at a glance. "Is it? I really don't believe it. 3 seconds, take your life." Jang Chen's words fell. Gravity directly enveloped Ghost Dance Suji Wu Misery's body, and the gravity that struck it from all sides was like countless large invisible hands, firmly confining it in place. Immediately after that, Jang Chen swung his sword out, accurately hitting the heart hidden in its right arm. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable stared at Jang Chen with wide eyes, unbelievably. No. No way. How could he possibly know the location of my heart? Just when Anime Suji Miserable thought that Jang Chen was purely relying on Meng. Another flash of cold light, Ghost Dance Suji Miserable left rib of the brain was instantly chopped, red and white plasma burst. It stared at Jang Chen in shock, its eyes filled with fear and despair. "It can see the heart and brain inside me? You can see? No. I will never die here. I am immortal, I can never die." Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless stared with wide eyes and roared. Immediately afterward, 9 pipe whips instantly extended out from its back, stabbing at Jang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Jang Chen gently twisted his body, easily dodging that near-deathless attack with an unbelievable stance. The next moment, Jang Chen used all his strength, wielding a sword stance that completely transformed into a shadow. 12 sword intent chopped out at the same time, accurately hitting all the hearts and brains within the Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's body. Finally, a powerful sword chi swept across, carrying a powerful thunderous light that made a crackling sound. The sword chi against Anime Suji Wu Misery's body, chopping it out. Ghost Dance Suji Wu Misery's body drew a long arc in the air, and finally landed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. And its stumps were scattered in the air, as if they were fallen leaves in the wind, fluttering feebly. Ghost Dance Suji's miserable head rolled down to the ground as it looked sideways at Jang Chen, who still maintained his sword-swinging stance, its eyes glaring round. It had never been able to believe that after that strongest swordsman Jigaku Rimwon, there was still a human who could be so powerful. No. He was even stronger than Jigaku Rimwon. Detected that Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless and 12 Ghost Moon have both died, this secret world is about to end. After 10 seconds, the rewards will be settled uniformly. This hidden reward will only be issued to Jang Chen, the decapitator. Jang Chen sheathed his sword. Sure enough, the hidden reward was the beheading of Ghost Dance Suji Miserable. The benefits of being a traveler, there were so many. I didn't realize that the hidden rewards of this secret realm would only be given out to the person who had killed Ghost Dance Suji Wu worries. This wasn't bad, after all, the other 3 hadn't contributed at all to this secret realm. Jang Chen took the time to scan the scoreboard. First place, Jang Chen Tang Chuyao Luli Wang Ming, points, 7,200. Second place, Tang Quan Shang Yang Chuanzhong Rong Yan Luo Qingji, points, 0. Third place, Zhou Man Man Peng Wenwei Chi Long Long Yuan Hanchao, points, 0. Fourth place, Xia Guiqing Yushiokun Chen Li Jun Wu Lianxia, points, 0. Other than Jang Chen, the other 3 teams, not a single point. I have to say, it was still a bit miserable nah. And this Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, they sound like they're a bit familiar? Remember that they were both rare talents from Linjiang Military Academy to come. Forget it, what's it to you? The most important thing is to be strong yourself, and when you enter the secret realm, you'll be able to do it on your own. A total of 7,200 points, divided equally, is a person 1,800 attribute points. His current total attribute points were only 3,400, and this instantly increased by more than half. This rate of increase was similar to riding a rocket. Right in the middle of Jang Chen's thoughts. With a flash of white light, the surrounding scenery instantly changed, and the secret realm officially ended. Chapter 77 Brother Tatsu, from now on you are my father. White light flashed by. Jang Chen came back to a snow-white secret settlement space. Around him, Tang Chuyao and Luli stood in place with blank faces, and Wang Ming sat paralyzed on the ground, his face full of stupefaction. The settlement is over? Wang Ming's voice trembled with a few moments of uncertainty as he looked around blankly. All he knew was that he had followed the drilling into a constantly collapsing alien space, and he hadn't even seen a single silhouette of a person, only that his points were constantly rising. Jiang Chen. Are you all right? As soon as Tang Chuyao saw Jiang Chen, a trace of worry immediately flashed in her eyes, and she quickly ran over at the first opportunity, her tone filled with concern. I'm fine. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. Wang Ming stood up with a miso and stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. Brother Chen. Chen. Did you get the hidden reward again? Jiang Chen, what's going on? Tang Chuyao and Luli also looked at Jiang Chen with curious faces. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and said back. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable should be the king of the 12 ghost moons, and we ran into their territory by mistake, causing all 12 ghost moons to be recalled. Let's just leave it all to coincidence. It's quite reasonable to accidentally run into the king of ghosts while strolling around anyway. Wang Ming fluttered his big bright eyes and asked. My god, the luck is too good to be true, Brother Chen. How did you find out that Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless was a ghost? Jiang Chen calmly spoke. I can sense the special aura on it. Wang Ming sniffed and nodded, so that's how it is. Jiang Chen's current seeing color could be said to be the best in the world, and it was normal for him to be able to sense things that others couldn't. No one could say that Jiang Chen was lying, after all, no one had such a terrifying seeing color as Jiang Chen. Wang Ming waved his hands haphazardly in the air with an excited expression. 7,200 points ah. 1,800 attribute points for one person. After saying that, he twisted his head and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, decisively saying, Brother Chen, in the future you are my big brother, no, you are my father. Scram, I don't have a son like you. Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen, thank you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, you must say it. I'll definitely be the first one on. An excited look appeared on Tang Chuyao's face as she waved her small fists, looking at Jiang Chen with a gaze full of admiration. Luli also had a faint smile on her face. Jiang Chen, thanks. Saying that, Luli bowed towards Jiang Chen, a high ponytail tied behind her head fluttering. 1,800 attribute points. For those of them who were just freshmen, it was a thing that was completely unimaginable. Especially Tang Chuyao, who had dipped into Jiang Chen's light and gotten thousands of attribute points in 2 consecutive secret realms. Now that she was out of the secret realm, she was afraid that she would be able to directly reach the threshold of a third-order ability person. Other than Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao was the student who had reached the third-order ability person the fastest. Jiang Chen waved his hand. For himself, he was only bringing them because of the rules of the secret realm. Just at this moment, the crisp beep of the secret realm suddenly came from his mind. The Ghost Destruction Blade's secret realm reward is being settled. 1,800 attribute points have been issued. 1,800 attribute points gained, currently distributable attribute points, 1,800. 180 skill points gained, currently assignable skill points, 190. Jiang Chen has been detected killing the Ghost King Ghost Dance Suji Miserable. Hidden rewards will be issued soon. Please draw the hidden reward. In a flash, a huge roulette will appear in Jiang Chen's mind without warning. Clearly written on the roulette wheel were all the abilities in the Ghost Destruction Blade, including a variety of blood ghost techniques and breathing techniques. Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, the hidden rewards were actually rewarding special abilities? That's fine, too, more skill is better than less. Immediately afterward, Jang Chen decisively flicked the wheel. Thorn Whip, Black Blood Hovening Thorn, Breath of the Moon, Crystallized Mikado, Jutsu Unfolding, Flying Blood Scythe, Breath of Thunder. The roulette wheel pointer flew past one ability option after another. In the end, the pointer steadily stopped at a grid with the symbol of the sun. Acquired Breath of the Sun. Breath of the Sun is loading. Breath of the Sun method loaded successfully. In an instant, a scalding hot current surged madly into Jang Chen's body like a raging tide. The hot stream was so hot that it seemed as if it could melt all of his internal organs. He felt like every inch of his muscles were undergoing the scorching fire, like there were countless red-hot steel needles stabbing him, and his cells were trembling violently under the impact of the heat, as if they would shatter at any moment. Jang Chen's breathing couldn't help but be rapid and heavy, each exhalation carrying a scorching breath, as if what was being spewed out wasn't air, but flames. Immediately afterward, his skin began to glow with a faint layer of flame light. That glow was initially just a faint flicker, like a candle flame wavering in the darkness. But in the twinkling of an eye, the light swelled at an astonishing speed, growing brighter and brighter, gradually becoming as dazzling as the sun, piercing one's eyes almost impossible to see straight. Wang Ming turned his head violently, staring at Jang Chen with a deadly stare, his voice trembling a little. "Chen! Brother Chen, what happened to you?" Luli also hurriedly shouted. "Jang Chen, are you alright?" Tang Chuyao said softly as both of her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Didn't you guys see the hints? Jang Chen has obtained the Breath of the Sun technique and should be receiving his reward right now." "What the heck is the Breath of the Sun?" Wang Ming stared with wide eyes. The reward Jang Chen had obtained was visible to everyone within their secret territory. Only that no one knew what the Breath of the Sun method was, and in the textbooks, only the ordinary breathing methods of this world were recorded, such as the Breath of Thunder, the Breath of Water, and the Breath of Inferno. Tang Chuyao thought about it and said, "From the name, it might be related to the sun." Wang Ming felt incredulous and turned his head to look at Jang Chen, who was as dazzling as the sun. "I chow. The power of the sun?" Tang Chuyao couldn't help but ignite a tiny cluster of fire from her fist's blade, and deep envy flowed from her eyes when compared to Jang Chen, who was shining brightly at this moment. A moment later, Jang Chen slowly exhaled a breath, letting out a long bare sound. Immediately afterward, he swiftly drew out his sword blade. A dazzling flame immediately covered the body of the sword, and in an instant, the entire sword blade transformed into a fiery sword blade that shone with lightning. Jang Chen sensed the majestic power coming from the sword. This was the He sword from the anime? The energy of the sun was directly attached to the blade, forming a burning scarlet blade. The breath of the sun, the originator and root of all breathing techniques, and the breathing technique mastered by the strongest swordsman, Jigaku Rim-1, was able to explode with sun-like energy. I didn't expect to have such good luck and draw the strongest ability straight away. Suddenly, a beep came from the system. Detected the host obtaining a new ability, loading. Loading successful. Breath of the Sun LV.10100, current destructive power increased by 10 times, next level, destructive power increased by 15 times. Chapter 78 Unlocking New Skills. Jang Chen couldn't help but be shaken inwardly when he saw the system prompt. The system could actually absorb skills directly. It could also add points. Destructive power increased by 10 times. Remembering the destructive power that was just measured last time, even though the equipment within the association was directly up to the upper limit, but one could also feel that was almost at the limit as well. That is to say, the skilled level of sword chi, together with the increase of the armed color outward, probably can reach about 20 times the power increase. Now with the addition of the Breath of the Sun, it was able to cut out at least 30 times more destructive power. What kind of concept was that? Jang Chen thought of this and decisively started adding points. 1,800 attribute points were instantly added to each attribute point. With a burst of golden light flashing by. Strength, 1040 plus. Spirit, 2080 plus. Physique, 1040 plus. Agility, 1040 plus. Maneuverable gravity, 104 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. The moment the attribute points were distributed, Jang Chen only felt a warm current gushing out of his body, spreading throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Every cell was gently wrapped in this warm current, like a spring immersed in the warm spring sun, comfortable and cozy. His muscles began to tense up, a sense of strength surged through his body like a spring tide. Each muscle was like a small beast that had been awakened, full of vitality and vigor. The bones made a subtle but crisp sound, as if they were undergoing a metamorphosis. A moment later. Phew! Jang Chen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he subconsciously clenched his fists, the veins on his arms slightly bulging. Strength had reached 1040 points. In other words, the base destructive power had reached 10,400. A 30-fold increase in destructive power. It meant that his full power strike was now capable of hitting a destructive power that exceeded 300,000 cards. TSK. Just thinking about it was terrifying. It had completely reached the destructive power requirement of a late 4th ranked ability user. As for himself right now, his total attribute points were only 5,200, which was still 2,800 points short of the 8,000 attribute points required for a 4th order ability person. At best, he was considered to be in the middle of the 3rd order, ostensibly in the middle of the 3rd order, but in reality, his strength was comparable to the late 4th order. Not only that, the gravity that he was now able to manipulate had also come to 104 tons. In the secret realm this time, the 3rd ordered upper string ghost could still barely carry his gravity without bursting into flames. Next. I'm afraid that for 3rd order ability users or ferocious beasts, he only needed a single thought to make them directly turn into blood mist. Such a strong and practical gravity domain must increase its range even further. Thinking of this, Jang Chen looked to the skill panel in his mind. Assignable skill points, 190. Hearing color hegemony LV.3, 180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.4, 80 plus, currently has sword chi proficiency, next level, sword chi mastery. Gravity field LV.4, 80 plus, current field range is 500 meters, gravity wave manipulation proficient, next level, range spreads to 1000 meters. Armed color rain LV.3, 180 plus, has mastered armed color externalization, next level, internal destruction. Naval 6 styles LV.3, 40 plus. Breath of the Sun LV.1, 150, current destructive power increased by 10 times, next level, destructive power increased by 15 times. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 1820. There are only 190 skill points. Because of the new skills gained, there are now only 2 levels short of unlocking Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about, it's more than enough. 2 hegemony would definitely not be added, the required skill points were too much, prioritize raising the gravity domain again. After all, raising the gravity field, not only is the gravity range increase, there is more important, have to reach the mastery level gravity manipulation as soon as possible. The rest of the skill points, there is nothing to choose from, upgrade the blind sword art. Reaching proficiency level sword chi, it was estimated that one's destructive power was going to be straight up to 400,000 cards. I didn't expect that clearing the secret realm once would actually bring such a big boost, and my strength had fully doubled at least. Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Immediately afterward, he decisively allocated skill points over gravity domain and blind sword art. Ding ding ding. Blind Sword Art LV.4, Blind Sword Art LV.5, 160 plus, currently comprehended Sword Chi proficient, next level, Sword Dipper proficient. Gravity Field LV.4, Gravity Field LV.5, 160 plus, current field range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters, comprehension of gravity wave manipulation proficient. Assignable skill points, 30. Seeing the preview of the next rank, Jang Chen couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. The next rank of Blind Sword Art could reach Sword Dipper. That meant that the destructive power could be increased again. As for the gravity domain, the next rank was more than just an expansion of the range, it could directly comprehend gravity wave manipulation at the proficient level. This also means that the concentration of gravity into a single point, which could not be done before, may be able to be done at the next level. Including in the anime, Fujitaka's gravity rebound, perhaps it could be done as well. Just then, the system in his head once again sounded a beep. Total skill level of 20 detected. Unlocking Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. Unlocked successfully. Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger can build up gravity on the weapon and swing it out. Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger, LV.1010, currently can add 100% gravity, next level, can add 200% gravity. Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger, LV.1010, current can add 100% gravity, next level, can add 200% gravity. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 2140. Jang Chen couldn't help but feel another burst of joy when he saw this. It was finally unlocked. One of Fujitaka's signature moves. As for the other signature move, that was definitely Skyfall Meteorite. It wasn't expected to be that fast. The next one to be unlocked was Overlord Color Hegemony. In the anime, it doesn't seem like Fujikyu has shown the ability to use the Overlord Color Hegemony. Would he? Or was the system able to do something that Fujikyu hadn't even been able to do in the original? If that's the case, it's more than just the Overlord Color Hegemony. Maybe the Fruit Awakening is actually in play, targeting atomic level gravity manipulation. Now, there were 30 skill points left, so let's just directly upgrade Mighty Tiger. Jang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Another burst of golden light pulsed. Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger LV.1, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger, LV.3040, currently can attach 500% gravity, next level, can attach 1000% gravity. Assignable skill points, 0. Just 2 levels of points, and he was already able to attach 500% gravity. Worthy of being one of the signature skills of the Vine Tiger. Thinking of this, Jang Chen smiled lightly, his face filled with confidence, and an even more powerful aura radiated out involuntarily. Next to them, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming and Luli, who had long since finished adding their attribute points, gazed at Jang Chen in a daze. Brother Chen. Chen? How are you doing? Wang Ming asked. Jang Chen, are you alright? The duo of Tang Chuyao and Luli also asked worriedly. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Me? Good nah. Saying that, he took the sword blade back into his blind staff and slowly walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Next, it was to find a chance to try out the 2 new moves. Jang Chen scanned the skill panel once again as he walked. Hearing Color Hegemony LV.3. Armed Color Hegemony LV.3. Blind Sword Art LV.5. Gravity Field LV.5. Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger LV.3. Breath of the Sun LV.1. 6 Naval Styles LV.3. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 2340. Chapter 79 What the hell? Jang Chen killed all the ghosts? At this moment, inside the Secret Realm scoreboard livestream on the internet, countless netizens who were watching this secret realm froze, and pop-up comments floated by like snowflakes. No, there's a bug in the secret realm? 7,200 points for the first place? How is this possible? And how long has it only been? The secret realm probably hasn't even passed the first night yet, right? This realm is going to end early, right? Didn't you guys notice that in Jang Chen's division, the other 3 teams all have 0 points? I can reasonably surmise that the 12 ghost moons were all slaughtered by Jang Chen. One night, killing off the 12 ghost moons at the same time? How on earth did this happen? Brothers, is there anyone who knows a student from the Star Ocean Military Academy? Help inquire, how exactly did Jang Chen do it? I'm genuinely curious. I think the odds are that Jang Chen and the others have found hidden rewards again. 2 hidden rewards in a row. Jang Chen is estimated to be almost a 4th-ranked ability user now, right? Jang Chen. I would call this the god of the new generation. He will become a great general within a year. Who's in favor of what I'm saying, and who's against it? This growth rate. Who dares to mock my brother Chen for being blind? What's the point of growing faster? Hurry up and go to the battlefield to die? Brothers, give the old iron upstairs some reports. Outside the secret land, all the teachers stretched out their necks and gazed at the scoreboard in a daze. 7,200 points already. Won't all of them be killed? Is the secret realm going to end early? You ask me, who do I ask? I also, sister, have seen this situation. Quickly look. It's really over. A teacher pointed at the distorted entrance to the secret realm and said loudly. Buzzing. As the surface of the secret realm entrance rippled in circles, Jang Chen's 4 people stepped out from within. Coming out. Coming out. As soon as all the teachers saw Jang Chen's few people, they instantly surged up and surrounded them in 3 layers. After all, only Jang Chen and these few people came out right now, and the other students hadn't finished the secret realm yet. The teachers present were all curious as to how Jang Chen had managed to round up the 12 ghostly moons. Du Hongsheng came up and asked while sizing up the 4, Jang Chen, you guys aren't hurt, right? Principal, director, teacher Lin, we're fine. Jang Chen nodded his head in response. A few people were still in a bit of disbelief, and after sizing them up for a while longer, they realized that they were indeed fine before they finally let go of their hearts. Du Hongsheng gazed at Jang Chen, his gaze filled with shock. Jang Chen's strength was indeed very strong, and it was normal for him to kill an upper string ghost and a lower string ghost without being injured, but the other 3 were also unharmed? Could it be that this time the secret realm was entirely Jang Chen alone killing ghosts? Thinking of this, Du Hongsheng opened his mouth and asked, Jang Chen, how exactly did you guys do it? Did you obtain a hidden reward? The words fell. All the teachers around them perked up their ears and listened curiously. Jang Chen slowly said. Yes, everything was by chance. Jang Chen told the whole story of what happened in the secret realm this time, and of course, everything was attributed to chance. By chance, I discovered the Ghost King. Followed by breaking into the Ghost King's lair and killing all the ghosts. In passing. As Jang Chen slowly said everything out, the teachers around the perpendicular ears, the eyes that are wider and wider. Secret realm number 2, actually is such a thing. After Jang Chen finished saying all this, the air fell into a silence. Only after a while did Du Hongsheng slowly ask. Is Ghost Dance Suji miserable? Strong? Jang Chen thought for a moment and said. Probably just the pre-4th stage? Not very strong. The surrounding teachers who had gathered to watch heard this and cast contemptuous glances at Jang Chen. A student who walked out of the number 2 secret realm, saying that the pre-4th order wasn't very strong? Look at this as speaking human words. By the way, what is the hidden reward for this secret realm? Du Hongsheng asked curiously as his words changed. Jang Chen slowly said, Breath of the Sun. The words fell. Du Hongsheng's eyebrows furrowed slightly, Breath of Day? The Ghost Destruction Blade's secret realm still has this kind of breathing method? After saying that, he looked at the teachers around him. The teachers around him also looked at each other in dismay. This secret realm had appeared quite a few times, and in the past explorations, from the mouths of the ghost-killing teams inside, they had never heard of any Breath of Day. Seeing this, Jang Chen put his right hand on the hilt of his sword and exhaled a breath from his mouth. Bared. The next moment, he violently pulled out the blade of his sword, and immediately afterward, a dazzling flame instantly wrapped around the sword. The flames danced around the sword like a living creature, and a blazing aura instantly spread out, as if the air around him was set ablaze. Woo! The teachers let out a gasp and took a few steps back, their eyes filled with shock. This is the Breath of the Day? Du Hongsheng murmured, his gaze fixed on the sword in Jang Chen's hand. Jang Chen nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, the flames on the sword dissipated with it, as if it had never appeared. Jang Chen, do you think your current strength? Du Hongsheng hesitated for a moment, but finally asked, what level has it reached? Jang Chen smiled faintly, and instead of answering directly, he said. Principal, what do you think? Du Hongsheng froze for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the sword blade just now, Jang Chen's true strength with the increase in Breath of the Sun was feared to have reached the late 4th stage. Good, good, good. Du Hongsheng exclaimed in praise. Principal, we'll go back and rest first. Jang Chen said. Go go go. Du Hongsheng patted his shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. A few more hours passed, due to the fact that the flow of time within the secret territory was much faster than reality. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm fluctuated once again. The next moment, batch after batch of students walked out from inside. Suddenly, one of the students turned his head to look at the scoreboard and froze, then exclaimed. What the hell? I didn't blink, did I? 7,200 points? How is this possible? In the secret realm, they could only see the scoreboard of the division they were assigned to, not the overall scoreboard. Immediately afterward, more and more students looked at the scoreboard. Grass? It's Jang Chen. It's Jang Chen again. Holy, what did they do? How did this secret realm get a perfect score? We only managed to get a few hundred points, but they actually got 7,200 points? No, is this really not a bug in the realm? In their team, only Jang Chen was able to kill the upper string ghost in seconds, right? In just 3 days, how could he have managed to wipe out all 12 ghost moons? Just now, our homeroom teacher said that Jang Chen and the others only used one night to completely exterminate the 12 ghost moons. I'll go. One night? That can't be right. It's true. I heard that Jang Chen directly killed the Ghost King's lair and wiped out all the ghosts. What the hell? Ghosts still have lairs? I'm not well read, don't lie to me. TSK, the other 3 teams matched to Jang Chen, 3 big duck eggs, partake for them for a second. Chapter 80 Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. On the other hand, the Star Ocean Military Academy cafeteria. Jang Chen and his group had just finished their meal and pushed open the glass door to walk out. Wang Ming held a toothpick in his mouth and asked carelessly, "Brother Chen, going back to the dormitory?" "No." Jang Chen raised his head to look at the shadows of the rolling hills in the distance. "I'm going to the back of the mountain." "The back of the mountain?" Wang Ming spat out his toothpick. "That place is nothing but weeds and rocks, why go there?" Jang Chen said softly, "Some new epiphanies, going to try out a new stance." He had just obtained Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger, so he had to find a place to try it out first. It was a wide-range killing skill. Going inside the association was definitely not appropriate. With his current power, he was afraid that the entire association would be directly collapsed by his sword. Going to the military department was too far and lazy, so he just went to the back of the mountain to try it out first. When Wang Ming heard this, he brightened up. "A new stance? Then I'll go and take a look too." "I'll go too." Tang Chuyao also raised her hand and said. She was also curious as to what kind of moves Jang Chen could develop. Luli glanced at the two and said softly, "Then I'll go and take a look as well." Jang Chen was indifferent. It was at this moment he sensed Yang Xiaotong and a man quietly approaching behind him, and the man exuded a very powerful aura. Jang Chen turned around and slightly sidled his head. A tall man walked over, a faint smile on his face as he extended his hand towards Jang Chen. "Hello Jang Chen. And you are?" Jang Chen swept his gaze over Yang Xiaotong beside the man. Seeing this, Yang Xiaotong smiled and introduced, "This is the president of our association." Introducing myself, I'm the president of the Star Ocean Military Academy Ability User Association, a 5th order ability user, Chen Zhang. Chen Zhang introduced himself with a smile, his voice thick and powerful. Jang Chen heard this and then shook Chen Zhang's hand, politely greeting him, "Hello, President. Yang Xiaotong has been reporting to me about you." Chen Zhang laughed, "You've performed very well in these 2 secret realms." "Thank you," Jang Chen politely interrupted. "What did President want to see me about?" Jang Chen had already heard these words to the point where his ears were almost calloused. Chen Zhang laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, that's fine, I'll get straight to the point. Is there any interest in becoming a cadre of the association?" As the words fell, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and the others beside Jang Chen stared wide-eyed, sucking in a mouthful of cool air as they gazed at Jang Chen incredulously. Wang Ming's mouth opened and closed, wanting to speak but not daring to. Dry. Cadres? He was not even a full member. Jang Chen was a cadre? We all came out of the same high school, why was the gap so big? Jang Chen didn't immediately agree, his eyebrows rose slightly as he inquired, "Cadre? Are there any benefits?" "The recommended strength for an S-rank mission is a 5th ranked ability, you know that, right?" Chen Zhang began to explain to Jang Chen. The regulations of the Star Ocean Military Academy Association state that only cadres can participate in S-rank missions, which means that Chu Liang and I will take cadres to complete S-rank missions. Once you become a cadre, you will also be able to follow us to participate in S-class missions. The rewards of S-class missions are extremely generous, and on average one person can share nearly 1,000 military department points after completing one. Jang Chen sniffed and didn't say anything. There was still this kind of rule for S-class missions? However, one person can equally share 1,000 points from the Ministry of the Army. Thinking about it seems to be quite good. His current strength wasn't enough to complete the S-class mission on his own, so it wasn't bad to be able to dabble in it. Thinking of this, Jang Chen opened his mouth. "Yes, do I need to take an assessment?" After all, he had heard that the cadre quota had always been fixed at 12, and now that all 12 cadres were present, and no one had graduated, there was no position left vacant. Chen Zhang nodded and said, "Of course." Immediately afterward, he continued, "The places for cadres are fixed, you only need to defeat any cadre to replace his position." Defeat any cadre? Jang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The strength of the cadres varied, with the worst being close to the 4th rank, and one's current strength wouldn't have much of a problem taking out the worst cadre. And isn't Chao Yang a cadre? I think he even gave me harsh words before. It's a potential risk, might as well just take advantage of this time to directly defeat him. Jiang Chen nodded back. Alright, I promise, when? Seeing this, Chen Zhang revealed a smile. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let's be efficient, it just so happens that I just asked, all the cadres will be there tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon? Okay, no problem. Jiang Chen thought about it and nodded. Chen Zhang also nodded his head in response. Alright then, it's settled, wait and see tomorrow. If you can really defeat a cadre, then it just so happens that I'm piggybacking on you for this S-rank mission. Okay. You're going back to the dormitory now? Chen Zhang asked casually after seeing Jiang Chen agree. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. I'm going to go to the back of the mountain, I've developed a new stance, go try it out. New stance? Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong glanced at each other when they heard this. The development of fruits had always been a difficult thing in this world. What new move had Jiang Chen developed here? Seeing this, Chen Zhang also became interested. Ha, can I go spectate? Be my guest. Jiang Chen said back. Immediately afterward, he turned around and walked in the direction of the back mountain. Chen Zhang immediately pulled Yang Xiaodong's arm. Go and join the fun. At the back mountain of the school. The damp mossy scent hit his face as Jiang Chen stood still in an overgrown clearing. 100 meters ahead, a steep, high slope rose up, lines twisting like snakes around the exposed rock wall. A 10-meter-high waterfall roared, the water mist refracting a 7-colored halo in the sunlight. The group stood behind Jiang Chen, gazing at him curiously. Yang Xiaotong blinked and asked, Jiang Chen, what's your idea of a new stance? An auxiliary move? Do you need us to cooperate? No, it's an offensive move. Jiang Chen slowly said. Offense? A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Xiaodong's face. In her perception, Jiang Chen's manipulation of gravity was still at the level of control and interference. How could such an ability be tried out in a place like the back of the mountain? Unless. Yang Xiaotong's gaze swept over the high slopes and waterfalls before she suddenly realized something, and the knot in her throat rolled involuntarily. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Phew! As Jiang Chen exhaled a mouthful of air, the crowd was surprised to find that the surrounding rubble had begun to slowly tremble and float strangely in the air. What the hell is this? Wang Ning gulped, his mouth slightly open. Chen Zhang also gazed at Jiang Chen in shock. He could sense that this next move was definitely not simple. A dark purple gravity wave wrapped around Jiang Chen's staff and staff sword. The next moment, Jiang Chen fiercely drew out his sword blade and swung it forward. A dark purple gravity sword chi swept across, and wherever it passed, space seemed unable to withstand the force, being twisted and rippled. Boom! The sword chi stood on the high slopes halfway up the mountainside, instantly chopping out a clearly visible crack, as if it was a hideous scar that was engraved on top of the mountain. This wasn't even the end of it. Immediately after that, the area around the crack continuously emitted dark purple gravity waves outwards. The next second. Rumble. Horizontal gravity weighing thousands of tons was released with a roar, and the entire rock body collapsed downwards like it had been run over by an invisible giant palm with a palpitating roar. Instead of falling, the rubble was strangely suspended in the gravity field, forming a gully that stretched for 100 meters and was too deep to see the bottom. Even the waterfall on the side was instantly cut off under the effect of this gravity sword chi. The water flow was directly cut off at the waist, and the upper half of the water flow stagnated in the air, forming a hanging water curtain, and then immediately afterward, it bizarrely flowed upwards under the effect of gravity. The lower half of the water flow, on the other hand, was directly compressed into a water mist and disappeared into the air, forming a brief break in the flow. Chapter 81 Humanoid Sky-Based Weapon? Rumble. Inside the Vice-Chancellor's office, Du Hongshang was ambling around reviewing documents. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the direction of the back mountain, and the entire office building trembled with it. What's going on? Du Hongsheng got up violently, walked quickly to the window, and looked into the distance with a grave gaze. In the direction of the back mountain, smoke and dust rolled. Could it be a landslide? Du Hongsheng frowned, but quickly dismissed the idea. The geological structure of the back mountain was solid, there had never been a precedent of a landslide. Moreover, the commotion was a bit too big. Or is it a beast tide? But this place is far away from the war zone, and the subdimensional rift has not been opened, so how could it be? Thinking of this, he quickly dialed Director of Instruction Wang Sen's phone. Old Wang, did you hear the commotion in the back of the mountain? Get ready, let's go over and take a look. The back mountain of the school. Ka Ching. Jang Chen put away his sword and sheathed it, and the dark purple gravity wave was dissipating. His chest was heaving up and down, and a drop of sweat seeped out from the corner of his forehead. The exertion of this sword had far exceeded his expectations. Phew! It seems that this move, there is no way to use it frequently. According to this look, it is estimated that at most 2 times should be exhausted. But well, the power is still extremely horrible. The original lush mountain forest in the back of the mountain, at this moment has been a huge sword mark split open. Dozens of feet deep gully stretches for hundreds of meters, both sides of the rock wall smooth as a mirror, as if by what horrible power raw extrusion. What was even more alarming was that rumbling muffled sounds came from the bottom of the gully from time to time. That was the mountain that had been shattered by the aftermath of the gravity sword chi still collapsing. The air was filled with a heavy earthy odor. Holy! This nifty humanoid sky-based weapon? Wang Ming stared with wide eyes, his mouth open to the point where he could stuff an egg into it. Tang Chuyao stared at Jang Chen in shock, murmuring, the heavy fruit can even be developed to this extent? This power, even if it was his own burning fruit, which was known for its power, I'm afraid it was inferior to it. Originally thought that the heavy fruit could only be an auxiliary fruit, at least in Jiang Chen's generation, it could only be developed to the extent that it was very auxiliary. I didn't expect to be developed to such a great power. Combining a powerful assist and terrifying might, perhaps the heavy fruit is the super S-class fruit that surpasses all devil fruits. Gulp. Chen Zheng couldn't help but gulp, staring at Jiang Chen in a daze. Was this really a strike that a third-ranked ability user could deliver? As a fifth-ranked ability user himself, it was no problem for his killing power to reach Jiang Chen's level when he struck with all his might. But it was completely unable to reach such a wide range of kills. Yang Xiaotong maintained the same shocked expression and murmured. This move is attaching gravity to the sword chi, constantly compressing it to a point, and then exploding it all at once? I didn't expect that the current Jiang Chen would already be able to develop the gravity fruit to such an extent. There was no need to even talk about compressing and then bursting out, just the step of attaching gravity to sword chi alone seemed quite extraordinary. Yang Xiaotong turned her head to gaze at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, how did you come up with this move? Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. How did it come to mind? The system gave it to me. Woo. Just pull a random reason. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, noticing the waterfall to the side where the water had started flowing again, and slowly said. Actually, the inspiration came from waterfalls and sluices, the water falling from a high place, the impact is huge. But if you can gather the water flow and suddenly release it, the power will be even more terrifying. I'm just treating gravity as a water flow, compressing and storing the water before releasing it. Yang Xiaodong's gaze swept aside the stream of water and nodded thoughtfully. I see, using the compression and release of gravity to simulate the impact of the water current, this move is indeed very creative. Jiang Chen, you. Chen Zhang thought for a moment and laughed. Remember to come tomorrow, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Association Building Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Then we'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong left the back of the school together. Tang Zhuyao glanced at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, I'll go back first. Being the same age, Jiang Chen's astonishing sword caused Tang Chuyao to just want to hurry back and catch up on her cultivation now. Luli glanced at the departing Tang Chuyao and also said, I'm also going back. Jiang Chen nodded his head, then turned his head to look at the collapsed backwoods in front of him, pondering inwardly. Gravity blade mighty tiger, judging from this sword just now, it was indeed compressing gravity to a point before violently erupting. However, one could not do this when not using this stance. I guess it's because it's a move given by the system. Gravity domain LV.5, 0160 plus, Current domain range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters, comprehend gravity wave manipulation proficient. One must raise the gravity domain by another level to reach mastery level manipulation in order to arbitrarily compress gravity to a point, right? Right now, one's offensive moves were very numerous and powerful, what was missing were defensive moves, and one could only rely on seeing color to dodge. The 6 styles of iron block were not enough, after all, the drawbacks were obvious, and one could not move after using it. Next time, the gravity domain must be upgraded to unlock proficient level gravity wave manipulation. At that point, it might be possible to compress the anti-gravity field around oneself to the extreme, bouncing off any attack. Let's go, back to the dormitory. Jang Chen turned around and walked in the direction of the dormitory, and Wang Ming saw this and hurriedly followed. Not long after Jang Chen and Wang Ming left, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng and Director of Instruction Wang Sen hurriedly arrived at the back mountain. As soon as the two of them stepped into the back mountain area, they were shocked beyond words by the sight before them. The air was filled with a heavy earthy odor, and the huge gullies were as deep as the wounds that the earth had been torn apart. Du Hongsheng and Wang Sen looked at each other and said, Go over and take a look." The words fell. The duo rose into the air and quickly flew towards the back mountain that had collapsed. Du Hongsheng stood at the edge of that huge, bottomless gully and poked his head out to look down, and at this look, he directly froze in place. Inside the gully, the rock walls on both sides were as smooth as mirrors, as if they had been cut out raw by some kind of terrifying force. Wang Sen's pupils shrunk, and his voice trembled a little. "Vice Chancellor, what is this all about? Is it a terrorist attack? Or is it our school's students who did this?" Du Hongsheng frowned tightly, squatted down, reached out to touch the rock wall at the edge of the gully, and then put his fingers under his nose and sniffed. A moment later, he slowly said, "There's no smell of gunpowder around here, and there's no scorching marks, so it shouldn't be a thermal weapon." Wang Sen frowned with both eyebrows and looked around. "In that case, could it be someone from our school? I know the teachers in our school better, no one can do such a wide range of killing." Just then, the phone rang, and Wang Sen picked up his cell phone. "Hello? See who it is? What? Okay, I got it." Wang Sen's eyes widened and he froze for a while before hanging up the phone, his face filled with shock. Du Hongsheng glanced at him and asked, "Who did the surveillance see enter the back mountain?" Gulp. Wang Sen gulped. It was Jang Chen and the others, as well as Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong. Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong? They can't do such a wide range of kills. Du Hongsheng shook his head. "Vice Principal, is it possible that Jang Chen did this?" Wang Sen guessed. Du Hongsheng sniffed and fell silent, his eyes dead set on the gully in front of him. Jang Chen. Could it be that this was chipped out by the gravity field? Chapter 82, Sorry for not being late, right? The next day, Jang Chen woke up leisurely from his bed and swiped his cell phone out of habit. A piece of news caught his attention. Shiva Nation's 8th exploration of the unknown Supreme Great Fast Blade domain has failed, with more than 200 deaths this time around, and a total of more than 1,600 people have died. Shiva Nation? The Supreme Great Fast Blade domain? Isn't this that gambler's firebrand knife domain of mine? Jang Chen scrolled through the comments and found that domestic netizens were also commenting frantically. "If you ask me, if Shiva country can't do it, let's give up this knife domain and let our dragon country explore it. We might have cracked the secrets of it a long time ago." That's right, every exploration fails and so many people die. Isn't this a waste of resources? What is Shiva Kingdom up to this time? Didn't they say last time that they were going to invite some mysterious master to crack the blade domain? What happened? It's still a failure. Laughing to death, I heard that they held a large-scale ritual this time and sacrificed the lives of several hundred death row inmates, but the result was still a total failure. What an obsession, sending heads in over and over again. Do they think that just because there are more people, they can pile up the results? If they want to get the Supreme Great Fast Knife, they don't look at whether they deserve it or not, and whether they have that strength. After Shiva Nation fails this time, it's probably going to start a new round of dumping the pot, either blaming the bad weather or the equipment, never admitting that it's their own people who are too good anyway. Jang Chen roughly scanned the area, and also put his heart down. It looked like the Shiva Kingdom wouldn't be able to handle this blade domain in a short period of time, which was just enough to buy himself some time to develop. Currently, his own strength wasn't enough to forcefully break into the border of the Shiva Kingdom. It was a country's border anyways, so he couldn't take it too lightly. One would have to wait for another opportunity and speed up his development again, at least reaching the 4th rank before going to see if there was any chance. In short, gambler's firebrand, one was bound to get it. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, a confident smile hanging on his face. Time flew by, and it soon came to the afternoon. At 2:50, Jang Chen ended his lunch break, got up and simply organized himself, then went out with his blind cane in hand. It was almost time for the appointment with Chen Zhang. Association Building, inside the Martial Arts Hall. Inside the Martial Arts Hall of the Association Building. On the stands, all 12 cadres of the association were present, and they were talking in whispers, each speculating about Jang Chen's strength and which cadre he would challenge later. The association's official members had also arrived in droves, almost occupying most of the seats in the stands. The name Jang Chen was not only famous within Star Ocean School nowadays, but was also heard throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, very few people had actually seen him fight, and everyone could only vaguely glimpse Jang Chen's unattainable and terrifying potential from the scoreboard. Zhang Xingyu had just returned to school in the morning, and at a glance, he saw Chao Yang with a gloomy face, and he twisted his body towards him. Deadly rival, since the last time Chao Yang's brother was seriously injured by Jang Chen, he hadn't seen him again. This time it was not easy to see him. Naturally he had to go up and greet him. With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Xingyu walked up to Chao Yang, leaned on the backrest of the front seat, and said with a teasing face, "Yo, isn't this my brother Chao? Where have you been lately?" Chao Yang glared at him fiercely and said back coldly, "Shut up, none of your business?" Zhang Xingyu smacked his lips, shook his head, and continued, "That's a lot of fire. What happened to your brother? I heard that he's crippled?" Chao Yang didn't say a word, staring deathly at the door of the martial arts hall, seemingly waiting for Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Xingyu continued, "In my opinion, this is purely your brother's own death. Can't blame the person Jiang Chen, you haul a cadre, why bother with a freshman?" Chao Yang sniffed and immediately raised his voice. "Freshman? My brother had to recuperate for at least a whole year because of him. There are also after effects that directly cut off my brother's future. Do you think there's a need for me to bother with him?" Zhang Qingyu laughed out loud and persuaded with a conspiratorial tone. "Old Chaoa, Zhang Chen is not simple now. If he really chooses you, I advise you to just kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Yesterday, Jiang Chen soared in the back of the mountain. He already knew about it through Yang Xiaotong, and Yang Xiaotong didn't make a big deal out of it. At the moment, among the 12 cadres, only he, Zhang Qingyu, knew Jiang Chen's true strength." Chao Yang's eyebrows were slightly furrowed as he gazed at him. "Do you have a fever? If you're sick, go take your medicine." How could a freshman who was just at the 3rd rank be a match for himself? If Jiang Chen really dared to choose himself, then it was just right. Let him have a taste of his own brother. Zhang Qingyu shook his head and sighed. Look, good intentions to persuade you, but you still don't listen." The corner of Chao Yang's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. I want to see how Jiang Chen will make me kneel down and beg for forgiveness?" When Zhang Qingyu heard this, he brightened up and proposed, "Then why don't we not wait for Jiang Chen to choose later? Why don't you just choose him directly? You can also avenge your brother's death in the process. It would be too good to see this nemesis suffer defeat." Right at this moment, a white and pink right hand reached over. "Ow!" Zhang Qingyu screamed miserably, and just when he wanted to lash out, he turned his head and realized that it was Yang Xiaotong, and immediately lost his temper. He couldn't beat this iron fist secretary. Yang Xiaotong glared at him, then said loudly to the association members in the stands, "Be quiet, the president has arrived." The words fell. Creak. The gate slowly opened. The tall and lanky Chen Zhang walked towards the side of the stands. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Chen Zhang. A moment later, Chen Zhang walked to the bottom of the ring, holding a microphone, and said to the people in the stands, "All right, everyone be quiet. You should all be clear about the rules of cadre promotion this time. Those who will be picked by Jiang Chen later will sign the agreement and go to the ring. Those who lose, revoke their cadre positions." Chen Zhang's voice was thick and powerful, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Right at this moment, a cadre with an inch-haired head and a face full of disinterest said, "President, Jiang Chen has only just passed through the number 2 secret realm, and he dares to come and challenge us. This is too much of a disregard for us cadres, isn't it?" The words fell. A tall and thin cadre on the side glanced around and chimed in. "That's right, our group of people, basically all of them are at the mid to late 4th stage, and our actual combat experience is far richer than Jiang Chen. We can't figure him out." Another cadre also spoke out. If I were Jang Chen, I definitely wouldn't be in a hurry at this point, develop a little more, and pass through 2 more secret realms before attempting the S-rank mission. Chen Zhang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, then slowly said, I'm the one who asked him to come. After these words, everyone did not make another sound. After all, it was the president who had invited the person here, what else could they say? They wouldn't dare to mock the president. Just at this moment. Creak. The door to the martial arts hall was pushed open. Jang Chen walked in slowly with his blind cane in hand. A faint smile hung on his face as he calmly spoke, sorry for sleeping late, not too late, right? Chapter 83. Come one by one, or all together? Association Martial Hall. As Jang Chen pushed open the door, all eyes were focused on him. Chen Zhang twisted his head to look at Jang Chen and laughed brightly, ha ha ha, no, just in time. When Jang Chen walked up to him, Chen Zhang asked towards him, Jang Chen, which cadre do you wish to challenge? The words fell. Jang Chen slightly hung his head as his senses swept over every cadre on the stands, most of which had disdainful smiles on their faces. Senior brother Chao Yang then. Jang Chen slowly said. Of these 12 cadres, the one who had the most opinions about himself was probably Chao Yang. Since there was such an opportunity, it would be a good idea to get rid of this potential risk first. Chao Yang, who had his hands clasped over his chest on the stands, heard these words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sinister smile. To actually dare to come to the door on his own, then he wouldn't be able to blame himself for what would happen later. He stood up and leapt down from the stands with a flip. Seeing this, Chen Zhang beckoned Yang Xiaodong over, then glanced at the duo and said, All right then, you both sign the agreement first. At this time, the good cadres on the stands also stood up and leaned against the railing. An inch-headed cadre shouted towards Chao Yang. Chao Yang, go easy on him, how can we say that he is also our junior? Another tall and thin cadre beside him laughed and joked. Jang Chen can really pick them. Chao Yang's elementalization is not afraid of Jang Chen's gravity. In terms of destructive power, Jang Chen he can't compare to Chao Yang, right? The inch-headed cadre glanced at him and said disdainfully. Get rid of the bar, a third-order freshman with a higher destructive power than fourth-order Chao Yang? What are you thinking? Chao Yang's destructive power of one punch seems to be almost 350,000 calories as far as I can remember, right? The tall and thin cadre smacked his lips, tisk, tsk, then if this punch goes down, Jang Chen mustn't be whacked into mush? The inch-headed cadre gazed at Jang Chen and shook his head. And Chao Yang's iron block is well practiced, without a destructive force of 300,000 calories or more, it won't be able to hurt him. Jang Chen's potential is indeed not bad, I didn't realize that his brain wasn't too good. A few moments later. The duo signed the agreement, Chen Zhang said to the duo, alright then, both get on the stage, the winners that is, are the association cadres. The duo walked onto the ring from both sides respectively. Chao Yang's eyes flashed with anger as he stared viciously at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, do you know? My brother had to recuperate for a whole year because of you. And his strength has been severely damaged. Jang Chen's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Senior brother Chao Yang, when you get into the ring, life and death have their own destiny, you wouldn't not understand this, would you? Chao Jun was seriously injured, what business was it of his own? He was clearly the one who came to provoke himself first, and he hadn't violated the rules. The muscles on Chao Yang's face twisted hideously as he sneered. Understood, of course I understand, newcomer king, right? Later on, I'll let you taste my brother's pain, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Jang Chen's face was expressionless as he calmly said. This wheelchair, it's better to keep it for yourself. Just then. Begin. With Chen Zhang's shout, the two of them moved at the same time. The gravity domain instantly unfolded, and gravity weighing hundreds of tons enveloped the entire ring. Boom! In an instant, the ring floor could not withstand this massive gravity and instantly began to crack, countless spiderweb cracks spreading out. Chao Yang was naturally well aware of Jang Chen's ability, and the moment the gravity fell, his entire body was elementalized, transforming into a cloud of gray smoke that hovered in the air. So what if you manipulate gravity? Jang Chen, you're too naive. Chao Yang said disdainfully. Immediately afterward, he violently condensed a smoky fist and shot towards Jang Chen at an extremely fast speed. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly. The next moment. Rumble. With a loud bang, the smoky fist instantly blasted a deep pit out of the ring. Jang Chen's figure had already disappeared in place. Qiao Yang froze for half a second. Obviously he didn't expect that his fist speed, which was so fast, could be dodged by Jang Chen. There was no precedent in this world for Jang Chen to have such a powerful seeing color. Just then, Qiao Yang felt a sharp rise in temperature behind him, and he jerked his head around, only to see Jang Chen spit out a wisp of breath from his mouth. Bared. Immediately afterward, a streak of red flame instantly wrapped around the blind sword in Jang Chen's hand as lightning flashed. The next moment, a sense of crisis struck, and Qiao Yang's eyes widened. Not good. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately used the 6-style moon steps to change direction in the air, dodging the strike almost limitlessly. Although gravity manipulation was useless to Qiao Yang, however, Jang Chen was able to hit himself as he knew armed colors. Qiao Yang quickly moved away from Jang Chen, while launching countless elementalized fists within his own elementalized body, blasting towards Jang Chen in a nearly deathless manner. However, Jang Chen, as if he had already anticipated Qiao Yang's attack route, was able to dodge Qiao Yang's attacks at an extremely tricky angle every time. In just less than a second, Jang Chen then wielded his fiery flame-twisted sword blade and dodged to Qiao Yang's body. 6 styles iron block. Qiao Yang's muscles tensed. Jang Chen was no more powerful than a third-ranked ability. How could he break through his defense? Swish! The sword blade entwined with flames chopped down towards Qiao Yang's chest. Qiao Yang looked down at his chest incredulously as a splash of blood gushed out from his chest. The sword that carried hundreds of tons of gravity, armed color entanglement, overpowering sword intent, and used the breath of the sun directly tore open the chest of Qiao Yang, who had turned on a block of iron, hard and fast, revealing the whitish sternum therein. Immediately after that, in Qiao Yang's unbelievable eyes, the powerful impact directly lifted him out and smashed him heavily on the wall by the stands. Rumble! The huge sound caused the entire martial arts hall to shake, with dust and debris splashing everywhere. The crowd on the stands all had their jaws dropped as they stared at this scene in disbelief. I didn't see it wrong, right? Just now, it seems like Qiao Yang's chest was directly chopped through? I saw it too. This sword of Jang Chen's, the destructive power wouldn't have reached over 300,000 cards already, right? I'll go, he's only a third-ranked ability user, ah. No one had thought that Jang Chen would actually be able to injure Qiao Yang, and nearly kill him in seconds. One must know that Qiao Yang was a 4th-ranked ability person, and his strength was ranked in the entire association. However, at this moment, he was severely injured by Jang Chen's sword, smashing heavily into the wall, living or dying. As the smoke cleared, Qiao Yang was drenched in blood, trying to struggle to stand up but couldn't do so and could only half kneel on the ground. Jang Chen was holding the blind sword, and the red flames and lightning gradually dissipated. He was panting slightly, but there weren't too many waves on his face. Senior brother Qiao Yang, it seems like this wheelchair, you really have to leave it to yourself. Chen Zheng froze as he looked at the severely injured Qiao Yang. He knew that Jang Chen's gravity sword chi was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong even without using it. After a moment, Chen Zheng came back to his senses and shouted. Jang Chen wins. I announce that Jang Chen is the Star Ocean Military Academy Abilities Association. Before Chen Zheng could finish, Jang Chen directly interrupted him. President, wait. Chen Zheng gazed at Jang Chen suspiciously. Jang Chen turned around, facing the rest of the cadres on the stands, and slowly said, I've heard that amongst you, there are still a lot of people who are not convinced and think that I'm just a blind man. Now I'll give you a chance, one by one, or together? Chapter 84 Young Man, it's good to be wild. Inside the martial arts hall, the atmosphere became more and more gloomy after Jang Chen's sound words. Jang Chen's expression was calm, his stance was straight as he stood still, his body exuding a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. These words had also come to him out of nowhere. The association had always had a tradition of standing up to new students. Now that the wind and water had turned, it was his turn to stand up to these cadres and let them see his strength, which was quite something to think about. After all, only by displaying one's powerful strength, there would be much less trouble in the future. Chen Zheng's eyebrows were slightly furrowed as he gazed at Jang Chen in the ring. Jang Chen, are you sure? There's no need for you to do this, you're already an association cadre. Jang Chen slightly sidled his head, his expression bland. President, I'm sure, only I'm afraid I'll slip up and kill them. Displaying strength was displaying strength, but if a life was really lost, one couldn't guarantee that there would be any trouble behind it. After all, the purpose of one's display of strength was to have less trouble later on. These words were also asking Chen Zheng about the consequences of taking a life, or whether Chen Zheng had the strength to keep these cadres. However, Jang Chen's words were like a bomb that completely detonated the cadres in the stands. What did he say? Let's go together? A cadre's eyes widened, incredulity written all over his face. Damn, this is too arrogant. We've always been the only ones to give freshmen authority. This is the first time we've encountered freshmen giving us authority in turn. Another cadre's face was red with anger, his hands clenched into fists. Can you guys endure this? I can't endure it anyway. Another cadre roared with rage. Instantly, almost all of the cadres in the stand stood up miso, one by one, their hair furious, their eyes burning with the flames of anger. Right at this moment, one of the cadres noticed that Jang Chen, at this moment, was still in a leisurely manner, with his hands clasped behind his head, showing no sign of anger at all. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of this cadre. With Jang Chen's character, he should not be so calm. He looked at Jang Chen and asked suspiciously. No, Jang Chen, don't you have any reaction? Jang Chen pointed at himself, his face full of innocence. Me? No, young man, it's normal to be a little crazy. The cadre's mouth twitched, then said, Let me remind you, Jang Chen is provoking all of our cadres. Do you really have no idea? Jang Chen spread his hands, a look of unconcern. No idea, Jang Chen is also a cadre now. If you have an idea, just go for it. After all, he was aware of Jang Chen's amazing sword through Yang Xiaotong. Even though he couldn't die from his fruit ability, it would hurt to be cut. When the other few cadres saw Jang Chen's appearance, their faces began to grow wary as well, and they slowly sat back down. There were also 5 cadres who went straight to their heads and leapt down from the stands at the same time. Chen Zhang glanced at both sides and sighed. Alright, since someone has responded to the battle, let's fight again. Jang Chen had said his words to this point. If he pressed the two sides down now, there might be some trouble in the future. Chen Zhang swept his gaze at both sides and said in a deep voice, Feel free to use your full strength. With me here, no lives will be lost. Jang Chen sniffed and nodded his head gently. I'm relieved with your words. The tall, thin cadre threw back his head and laughed, his voice filled with disdain. Ha 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 ha, human lives can't be taken out, but injuries can't be avoided. Jang Chen, young people who are wild have to pay a price. In their thoughts, Chen Zhang was giving them a reminder to use their full strength to their heart's content and teach this freshman who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Jang Chen, later on if you know you're wrong, you can always kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Young people are a little bit wild. We, who are senior brothers, can understand, as long as we know our mistakes and can change them. The inch-headed cadre looked Jang Chen up and down, a teasing smile on his face as he joked. Jang Chen ignored them and jumped straight down from the ring, walking over to Yang Xiaotong and signing the agreement with the broad stroke of his pen. I've signed it, you guys sign it. Jang Chen's tone was extremely calm, as if the cadres in front of him were like ants in his eyes. When the tall and thin cadre saw this, anger instantly surged to his heart. His face turned red as he grabbed the agreement and quickly signed it before saying viciously. Good, Jang Chen, it's useless even if you beg for mercy later. I'm going to crack the bones of your entire body. Jang Chen looked sideways, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Really? Then you go for it. The tall and thin cadre was instantly furious, his fists clenched. Having said so himself, Jang Chen's scolding back was even understandable. What did it mean to let himself cheer? Was he looking down on them as cadres? The inch-headed cadre patted his shoulder. Alright, there's no need to keep your hands up later, let him know how hard Senior's fist is. A few moments later, all 5 cadres signed the agreement. On the ring, the 5 cadres spread out in a fan shape, and from 5 different directions, they surrounded Jang Chen tightly in the center. The tall and thin cadre moved his knuckles, making a crisp click sound. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a playful smile, and his eyes were filled with a viciousness as he stared at Jang Chen, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Under the stage. Yang Xiaotong gazed worriedly at the 6 people on the stage and said softly, President, do we really have to let them fight? Chen Zhang lightly smiled, his tone relaxed. It's fine, with me here, nothing major can happen. Immediately after, he looked towards the ring and shouted. Begin! With Chen Zhang's shout, Jang Chen's aura around him erupted steeply, and the gravity domain instantly unfolded like a raging tide. A huge and terrifying gravity instantly enveloped the entire ring. It was the first time that the 5 cadres had encountered such a massive gravity, but they were all mid to late 4th ranked ability users, and this bit of gravity wasn't enough to completely suppress them. After a brief moment of stupefaction, they charged towards Jang Chen at the same time. The muscles on 3 of the cadres instantly surged, transforming into 3 fierce beasts that roared as they rushed towards Jang Chen. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, followed by a quick step towards the ground, his figure instantly disappearing in place and jumping out of their encirclement. The 5 cadres turned around at the same time, facing Jang Chen, who was suspended in the air. Jang Chen's right hand gently rested on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple gravity wave wrapped around the circumference of his blind sword. Immediately afterward, around Jang Chen's body, space seemed to be twisting slightly as a ripple visible to the naked eye rippled through the air. When the 5 cadres saw this scene, they were all startled at the same time, and they all felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. One of the cadres swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "What kind of ability is this?" A flash of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the tall and thin cadre as he shouted, "Whatever his ability is, together, I don't believe that he alone can block the 5 of us." The next moment, Jang Chen violently drew his sword blade and swung it. Gravity Sword Mighty Tiger. Gravity Sword Chi swept across, dark purple gravity waves wrapped around the white sword Chi, pulsing continuously. Wherever the sword Chi passed through, space was distorted to the point of sending up a circle of ripples, as if it would shatter apart at any moment. Not good. A cadre clearly sensed the terror of this sword, and his face changed drastically as he shouted. Immediately afterward, the 5 cadres jumped upwards at the same time, trying to dodge Jang Chen's sword. Boom! The gravity sword Chi chopped into the ring, directly cutting it into 2. Just as the 5 cadres breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they had dodged a bullet. The next moment, boom! With a loud bang, an even more powerful gravity instantly erupted out like a floodgate opening. The entire ring instantly collapsed downwards. Rumble! A bottomless gully appeared in front of everyone, like a hideous giant mouth of an abyss, staring at those 5 cadres. The next second, a terrifying gravitational force instantly exploded, pulling the 5 cadres from the air towards that abyss. Chapter 85 Senior Brothers, Still Fighting? Rumble! The huge commotion caused the entire association building to start trembling violently. Many students passing by or in the surrounding area were attracted by the sudden commotion and curiously stopped outside the building to watch. What's going on? Is this a renovation in the association building? Can there be such a big commotion in your home renovation? What's the situation then? Could it be the president and vice president fighting? I guess so. This association building is said to be using the top of the line materials, and only a vice president or above could make such a commotion. Why do they have nothing to do with fighting? I remember they're quite close, don't they have a melon? Tang Chuyao happened to be passing by here as well. She was also standing in the crowd at the moment, gazing at the building in a daze. If she remembered correctly, it seemed like Jang Chen was the one challenging the cadres now? Just challenging a cadre, why did Jang Chen have to make such a big commotion? What exactly was going on inside? She wanted to go in and take a look, yet the current association building didn't allow unrelated people to enter the martial arts hall. One could only stay outside and wait for Jang Chen to come out. Inside the martial arts hall, everyone looked at the huge abyssal maw at the ring in shock, as well as the 5 cadres who were being pulled towards the abyss. Chen Zheng's gaze flashed as his figure instantly disappeared in place, transforming into a residual shadow as he flashed past those 5 cadres in turn at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all 5 cadres were retrieved from the ghost gate by Qin Zhang, sitting on the ground with dull eyes. The entire martial arts hall fell into a dead silence, so quiet that it was as if one could hear everyone's heartbeat. The tall and thin cadre looked at the bottomless gully in front of him and involuntarily gulped. That gravitational force just now, which one was completely unable to fight against, was at least thousands of tons. Once he was pulled into that abyss, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. The other few cadres were also thinking the same thing, their eyes widened as they glanced at each other before landing their gazes on Jang Chen. Jang Chen steadily landed on the ground, and as he put his sword blade into his blind staff, the oppressive dark purple gravity wave dissipated. Senior brothers, still fighting? Jang Chen's voice was not loud, but in the ears of those 5 cadres, it was like thunder. They looked at each other face to face. Fight? Fight, my ass. If the chairman hadn't made a move, they would already be on their way to reincarnation. All along, in their cognizance, the heavy fruit that had just appeared was just a strong auxiliary ability, capable of attaching gravity and anti-gravity. Didn't expect Jang Chen to be able to do such explosive destructive power after only 2 months of awakening. No. No more fighting. The tall and thin cadre looked flustered and waved his hand, looking at Jang Chen with awe in his gaze. The remaining 4 cadres also nodded their heads in a hurry. At this moment, lying not far away, the severely injured Chao Yan was also gazing daggers at Jang Chen. He hadn't used this move in the battle with Jang Chen just now. Was he unworthy of Jang Chen's full strength? In such a short period of time, Jang Chen had already reached such a terrifying point. Thinking of this, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. With Jang Chen's current strength and terrifying growth rate, I'm afraid that if I want to find Jang Chen in trouble, I'm afraid that it's already completely impossible. In the future, when he saw Jang Chen, it would be better to go around him. On the stands, those cadres who had chosen to be cautious because they had seen that Zhang Qingyu hadn't rashly stepped forward had gently let out a sigh of relief at this moment. They gratefully looked towards the leisurely Zhang Qingyu on the side. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that they themselves would have followed the foolishness of going up to challenge Jang Chen. With that sword just now, I'm afraid that the result would be the same for all 12 cadres. Since that's the case, then this is the end of the day. Chen Zhang swept a glance at both sides and said in a deep voice. Yang Xiaotong on the side also came back to her senses, looking at the ring that had completely collapsed, and couldn't help but hold her forehead and sigh. Last time, the ring had also had a corner cut off by Jiang Chen's sword, and it had cost the association a large sum of money to repair the ring. After all, the materials used for this ring were all top-notch. This time it was fine, the entire ring was gone, only such a big hole remained. This time it wasn't just about restoring the ring, the deep pit underneath had to be refilled, and almost the entire association building had to be refurbished. The currenter, she only hoped that Jang Chen would not come back to the ring in the future, or else, next time, she was afraid that the entire building would be blown down. Chen Zhang also noticed Yang Xiaotong's strange face at this moment, and with an odd expression on his face, he waved towards Jang Chen. Seeing this, Jang Chen slowly walked over to him. Chen Zhang pondered for a moment and spoke. So what, Jang Chen, in the future, can we slightly tighten up our efforts? After all, the cost of our building is also quite high. Sorry. Jang Chen scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Chen Zhang waved his hand and said. Forget it, it's fine, now that you're a cadre, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, come gather at the association building, there's an S-ranked mission. Jang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. So fast? This military school was really efficient, non-stop. But this was also in line with his own intentions. The fastest speed, get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. All right, President, I'll be on time. Jiang Chen nodded and said. Chen Zhang nodded his head and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. All right, that's it for today then. Immediately after, he glanced at the eyeless Chao Yang and said to Yang Xiaotong, send Chao Yang to the infirmary, and then update Jiang Chen's identity information afterward. Yes, President. Yang Xiaotong calmly returned. Chen Zhang looked around, his gaze calmly sweeping over every member of the association, everyone, dismissed. In the association building, Jiang Chen pushed open the glass door and slowly walked out. He saw the students stationed outside the building and paused for a moment. It seemed that he had indeed made a bit too much of a commotion, and now the students outside the building were surrounded by 3 layers of water. One of the onlookers saw Jiang Chen's figure and said loudly, "Ha! It's Jiang Chen? Did he make the commotion inside?" Another student sniffed and sucked in a breath, hiss. Impossible, right? What means does he have to make such a commotion? Someone suddenly thought of something and said. I remembered, it seems like Jiang Chen challenged the association's cadres today. As the words fell, the surrounding students revealed shocked looks, unbelief written all over their faces. Jiang Chen challenged the association's cadres? Holy, it's only been 2 months since he entered the military academy, is he going to be the president in another 2 months? A student shook his head and said meaningfully, be bold, you'll be president in a month. The moment Tang Chuyao saw Jiang Chen, she ran towards him. Jiang Chen, you succeeded in challenging the cadres, right? Successful. Jiang Chen nodded and calmly said. Tang Chuyao opened her mouth slightly, and still couldn't help but ask, what happened with the commotion just now? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he calmly said. Nothing, it's just a fight with 5 cadres at the same time, there were a bit too many people, so the commotion was a bit louder. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked towards the crowd. The crowded crowd automatically made a path for Jiang Chen as he walked. Everyone gazed at Jiang Chen in shock, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. A student looked at the classmate next to him. What did Jiang Chen just say? Did I hear it right? Isn't challenging cadres a one-on-one battle? How come it's still 1v5? The rules have changed? And from the sound of his voice, is this one person taking out 5 cadres in seconds? That student similarly locked eyes with him and said decisively, "You didn't hear wrong." Chapter 86 Weird Letter. Jang Chen walked all the way towards the direction of the dormitory. Just as he reached the door of the dormitory building, a male student walked out slowly from the hallway. When the man saw Jang Chen, he slightly nodded his head, the corner of his mouth hooked into a polite smile, then he left straight away, as if he was just passing by an unimportant stranger. Jang Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped, his brows slightly furrowed. In his perception, the body of that male student was surprisingly empty. There was no heartbeat, no blood flow, not even organs. Instead, there were countless dried straws that densely filled that shell. This person, doesn't he look like a human, seems like a scarecrow? Jang Chen froze for a moment, staying where he was until that student was far away. He shook his head. Forget it, let's go back to the dormitory first. Thinking this, he walked straight towards his dormitory. A few moments later, Jang Chen opened the door to his room. Just moments after he had sat on the sofa, a letter on the table attracted his attention. Why was there a letter? Jang Chen suddenly remembered the weird male student he had just met downstairs. Could it be him? Jang Chen picked up the envelope, and when his fingers touched the seal, a peculiar pattern attracted Jang Chen's attention. It was a skull woven from straw, its empty eye sockets seemed to be watching him. He opened the envelope, and a piece of white paper slid down from it, and the few lines of black writing on the paper were particularly blinding. The world will eventually fall apart, the king is about to descend, join the ranks of the reapers and become his faithful apostle before his scythe falls. I will come to you, remember, those who refuse the scythe will eventually become tares under the scythe. The reaper holds the pen, under the watchful eye of the king's pupil. Jang Chen quickly scanned over the contents of the paper, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. King? Reaper? Faithful apostle? What the hell was all this? Jang Chen put down the letter and used his cell phone to start searching the internet for some relevant information. A moment later, he tossed the phone aside and leaned back on the sofa. There was no useful information at all. It's just that the male student is a bit weird, it always feels not like a real person, but a straw doppelganger? Surprisingly, he was able to enter his room silently. However, he was not worried that he would somehow be assassinated off, after all, his own seeing color is here, once there is a danger close, the first time will be able to detect it. Even if he fell into a deep sleep, he would immediately wake up. Jang Chen suddenly remembered. There seemed to be a fruit called Inuyasha fruit? It was the ability of Supernova Hawkins from the King of Thieves. Being able to divine the future, being able to use straws to replace one's own death, being able to deflect damage, and even being able to briefly grant others terrifying strength by drawing cards, it was also a very buggy ability. It's just that one can't figure out what this person wants? Forget it, wait until tomorrow and ask the president, he'll probably know something. Jang Chen resolutely stopped thinking about it. Now his own new move, Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger, was indeed incredibly powerful. The sword in the association building, he had still collected his strength, and hadn't directly chopped out a gully hundreds of meters long like the one in the back of the mountain. Moreover, the sword in the back of the mountain, he did not use his full strength, about 70% to 80% of the appearance. After all, the consumption of this move was indeed a bit too much. It had to be said that the unlocking of this move had nicely made up for his lack of ranged killing ability. Previously, when he encountered some of the same rank, he still had to control them and then decimate them one by one. Now there was no need to do so. There was no need to even control them, one sword swing and they were all killed. Especially against the wave of beasts, one sword could directly purge it. This move is already so powerful, I don't dare to think about how terrifying the power of the future Skyfall meteorite should be. I'm afraid that it's not a meteorite that directly destroys several cities. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 2340. The next unlock was Overlord Color, and the next one was probably Skyfall Meteorite. Jang Chen stretched, then got up and stood in front of the window. Now that he was himself, he didn't even need to go to class. Lin Weidong didn't have any opinion at all. After all, a student like Jang Chen, who practiced the 6 styles so well, didn't need him to teach at all. Tomorrow was the day to try out the S-rank quests, and it was said that the S-rank quests were all aimed at 5th order ferocious beasts to start with. The current self, across the first order to kill completely no problem, across 2 orders is really not good to say. But the problem is not big, anyway, there is the chairman in, and then do not help that will play the auxiliary, mixing some points will also be fine. S-class mission, once at least can rake in more than 1,000 points. 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. Jang Chen arrived at the first floor hall of the association building on time, and President Chen Zhang had already arrived. Jang Chen nodded and greeted politely, President. Chen Zhang looked up and stood up after seeing Jang Chen. Here? Let's go, this is the information for the S-rank mission to be carried out today, take a look. As he spoke, he handed Jang Chen a piece of information. Jang Chen swept a glance. Clearing the S-rank fierce beast abyssal python. 5th ranked ferocious beast, over 100 meters in length, inhabiting the Black Abyss Canyon, specializing in the manipulation of poisonous mists and corrosive liquids. According to the previous battle records, its eyes and abdomen are relatively vulnerable. Chen Zhang pointed to the schematic on the information and began to introduce it. However, its reaction speed is extremely fast, and the range of the poisonous mist is so great that it is difficult to get out once you are caught up in it. You're very strong, but a 5th ranked ferocious beast isn't something you can solve. When the time comes, you'll just be responsible for giving me assistance. Chen Zhang gazed at Jang Chen and said slowly. Jang Chen nodded his head. It didn't matter to him, he could just mix up the points, what difference did it make how he fought? Besides, what Chen Zhang said was indeed right, his current self didn't have much of a chance of winning against a 5th ranked ferocious beast. Alright, let's set off then. Chen Zhang said with a smile. Immediately afterward, he led Jang Chen out of the association building and towards the airport within the school. Jang Chen walked behind Chen Zhang, suddenly remembering the bizarre letter he encountered yesterday, he opened his mouth and asked. By the way, Chairman, I encountered something strange yesterday. Chen Zhang turned his head to look at Jang Chen, his face puzzled, what weird thing? Jang Chen pulled out the letter from yesterday and handed it to Chen Zhang. This is what I suddenly found after returning to the dormitory yesterday, and I also saw a very strange person, there were no organs in his body, it was all hay. Chen Zhang sniffed and looked grave. Reaper? He quickly scanned the contents of the letter and looked up at Jang Chen. I didn't expect them to find you so quickly. Jang Chen couldn't help but be interested when he saw this, it was obvious that Chen Zhang should know some inside information. What do you mean? What are they? Chen Zhang was silent for a moment, gazing at Jang Chen, then laughed softly, but it's normal, it's hard for someone like you not to be noticed. Immediately afterward, Chen Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smear of killing intent flowed out from his gaze. They are a bunch of crazy people. Chapter 87 Extreme Organization Reaper? Crazy? After hearing Chen Zhang's comment, Jang Chen frowned slightly. Chen Zhang nodded and continued to explain. Well, they call themselves the Reapers, and their leader is an Inuyasha fruit ability, possessing the ability of divination and precognition, and I heard that it is a prediction that in the future there will be a king of some sort descending, and that mankind will not be able to resist it at all. So their purpose is to destroy the human race before the king descends, and offer a pitch to that so-called king. After listening to Chen Zhang's explanation, Jang Chen only felt a chill on his back. One could sort of understand what kind of group of people this was. Sure enough, they were madmen. Since they had foreseen the arrival of a powerful enemy, it was surprising that they were not thinking of unity, but rather destroying the world and destroying mankind in order to stay alive. But then again, I didn't realize that this world was not only threatened by ferocious beasts, but also by even more powerful existences. Quite crazy indeed. Jang Chen pursued, that king, is he really strong? Rather destroying the world than resisting a bit? Chen Zhang shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Who knows? This is all the Reaper Chief's side of the story, only he has seen what king, and it's still unknown if it's real or not? Jang Chen nodded as well when he heard this. It was true that Inuyasha fruit ability users were able to divine and foretell the future, as for what the future was, it wasn't up to him yet. Chen Zhang continued. 5 years ago, the globe united to eliminate the Reapers, and I didn't expect that their leader was still alive. Saying this, Xinjiang suddenly stopped in his tracks and gazed at Jang Chen with a grave gaze. No, let's go to the school's senior management first and report this matter. Immediately after. Chen Zhang then led Jang Chen, and together they walked towards Du Hongxing's office. A few moments later. Knock, knock. Chen Zhang led Jang Chen and knocked on the wooden door of Du Hongxing's office. Come in. Creak. Chen Zhang pushed open the wooden door. Du Hongxing was sitting on the sofa with the director of instruction, Wang Xin, drinking tea while talking about something. A faint aroma of tea filled the office, and the sunlight poured through the window onto the wooden floor, reflecting dappled light and shadow. Du Hongsheng froze for a moment when he saw the duo, then greeted them as they sat down. Chen Zhang, Jang Chen? Have a seat, what do you guys want? Chen Zhang handed the letter to Du Hongsheng. Principal, Director Wang, this is the letter Jang Chen received yesterday. Letter? Du Hongsheng looked puzzled as he took the letter, opened it and scanned it. Immediately afterward, his pupils suddenly contracted. Reaper? Du Hongsheng's voice carried a hint of shock and anger. Wang Xin sniffed and probed over as well. After the duo read the letter, they glanced at each other, and their expressions began to stare. Wang Xin was surprised. Their leader, he's not even dead yet? Du Hongsheng gazed at Jang Chen and inquired. This letter, how did it get to you? Jang Chen thought for a moment and replied, it should have been snuck into my room by a male student. That male student I have also seen, with hay all over his body. The words fell. Du Hongsheng was silent for a while and spoke. It should be parasitized by the straw. Immediately after, he looked at Wang Xin. Old Wang, later on, you check the surveillance and look for that male student. Yes. Wang Xin nodded in response. Immediately afterward, Du Hongsheng inquired towards Chen Zhang. Chen Zhang, have you told Jang Chen everything about the Reaper? Chen Zhang nodded, said it. Immediately afterward, Du Hongsheng gazed at Jang Chen again and asked in a deep voice, Jang Chen, what do you think of this organization? Crazy. Jang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly, then he reacted, Principal Du, are you asking if I would join them? Du Hongsheng's expression was grave as he nodded his head gently. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he shook his head decisively. No. No matter what, destroying humanity was just too outrageous. As a self that had experienced a good education, one would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Besides, he was now possessed by the system, so he really didn't believe it. Could he still not defeat that so-called king? Du Hongsheng also secretly let out a sigh of relief when he heard Jang Chen's reply, that's good. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at Chen Zhang and asked, are you guys trying to go on an S-rank mission? Chen Zhang nodded, yes. Then you guys go, and I'll report this matter of the Reapers to the military department. Du Hongsheng slowly said. After that he looked at Jang Chen. As for Jang Chen, you don't have to worry too much. They have their eyes on you, they won't lay a hand on you in a short period of time, not to mention that they wouldn't dare to make any moves within the Dragon Kingdom, which has always been their forbidden land. Yes. Chen Zhang and Jang Chen responded before turning around and exiting the office. The duo left the office, and the wooden door slowly closed with a dull sound. Inside the office, only Wang Xin and Du Hongsheng remained. After a moment of silence, Wang Xin looked at Du Hongsheng and spoke, I didn't expect the Reapers to make a comeback, it's only been 2 months and they have their eyes on Jang Chen. Du Hongsheng stood up and walked over to the window, gazing through it with a gloomy expression. He sighed and said, AI, this group of people are treacherous. Seeing this, Wang Xin also stood up and walked over to him, saying softly, I really don't understand what kind of sights their leader has seen, to want to destroy humanity to offer a pitch to that king. I remember that their chief also has martial-level strength, the entire world, nearly 10 peak 9th rank powerhouses, I don't believe that I can't defeat that king. Du Hongsheng snorted coldly, a hint of majesty in his tone, no matter how powerful that king is, he shouldn't do that. Suddenly, Wang Xin's words changed and asked, Old Du, why don't we just protect Jang Chen? Directly feed him with attribute points, our Dragon Kingdom's stock of attribute points is still more than enough to concentrate and feed one person, right? No way. Du Hongsheng directly rejected Wang Xin's proposal. Immediately afterward, he glanced at Wang Xin and began to explain. Feeding attribute points alone isn't enough, you must experience enough actual battles to truly become stronger, this point should be clear to you as well. With Jang Chen's current strength, it's already completely enough to walk sideways in the secret realm afterward. Moreover, if we forcefully raise the nation's strength to cultivate Jang Chen, the others will inevitably be affected, this is sacrificing the growth of the others in exchange for Jang Chen's rapid growth. Saying this, Du Hongsheng gazed into Wang Xin's eyes and said in a deep voice, Have you forgotten Lin Yan from 10 years ago? As the words fell, Wang Xin froze for a moment, then looked out the window and sighed softly, Lin Yan is really a pity. Du Hongsheng slowly said. In the beginning, almost the whole country's efforts were raised to cultivate, and as a result, he ended up becoming one of the most powerful reapers of the Reaper organization, and even more so, overseas, destroying an entire country with his own strength. Du Hongxing sighed and shook his head. It is important to keep the big picture in mind, and never put your treasure on one person. Wang Xin nodded, understood. Chapter 88 Jang Chen, can I sign? Buzzing rumble. A transportation plane sprayed with the logo of the Star Ocean Military Academy slowly landed on top of a small airport under the command and guidance of an airport officer. The cabin door slowly opened, and Jang Chen and Chen Zhang walked out of the cabin side by side. This airport was much smaller than any of the places they had visited on previous missions. As early as when they were on the airplane, Jang Chen had already learned about the general situation of this mission from Chen Zhang in detail. This was a small fourth-tier county where the Jin Demon Army was stationed, the Jin Demon Army's camp in Fenghua County. Due to its remote location, there were less than 500 Jin Demon Army members in the entire camp. Most of them were low-ranked ability users, and there were even a lot of ordinary people with no abilities, and the strongest was only a 4th-ranked ability user. Because of this, when a ferocious beast of up to the 5th rank suddenly appeared, they were simply unable to deal with it. This ferocious beast left unattended in the wild was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. They had no choice but to ask their superiors for instructions, hoping that they could send people to exterminate the beast. A 5th-ranked beast was not particularly strong, but also not weak at all, which made it suitable for the strong students in the military academy to use as a target for practical training. Fenghua County was a small 4th-tier county that they were guarding, with a resident population of only a few 100,000. For this mission, a total of 2,800 military department points could be obtained, and Chen Zhang split the points equally, making 1,400 points for one person. That was 1,400 attribute points plus 140 skill points. Another big boost. One's current total attribute points were only 5,200, and at this rate of progress, one would be fully capable of reaching the 8,000 total attribute points threshold for a 4th-order ability person by the time one entered the number 3 secret realm. At that time, no matter which secret realm number 3 was, one would always be able to kill it directly in a chaotic manner. Right after Jang Chen and Chen Zhang stepped off the airplane, a man in military uniform quickly trotted over towards them. The man stood steadily and raised his hand in a standard military salute, his voice booming. Hello, I am Staff Sergeant of the Demon Army Station in Fenghua County Town, Zhang Feng. You are Chen Zhang and Jang Chen from the Star Ocean Military Academy, right? After saying these words, Chen Zhang smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Chen Zhang. Jang Chen followed suit and extended his hand, gently shaking Zhang Feng's. Hello, I'm Jang Chen. Afterward, Zhang Feng carefully examined the duo's documents, and a smile appeared on his face. Excellent, the two of you please follow me first, our chief has been waiting for a long time. Jang Chen and Chen Zhang exchanged a glance, and then followed Zhang Feng as they walked quickly towards the interior of the camp. Along the way, they noticed that although the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army around them were in a hurry, everyone's eyes revealed a sense of tension and exhaustion. The camp's facilities also looked rather simple, with many of the buildings appearing a bit outdated. Soon, they arrived in front of a small, slightly dilapidated 2-story building. Zhang Feng pushed open the door and led the two inside. In a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and sharp eyes was standing in front of a huge map, his brows locked as if he was thinking about something. Hearing the footsteps, the man turned his head, his gaze landing on Jang Chen and Chen Zhang, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. You are Chen Zhang and Jang Chen from the Star Ocean Military Academy, right? Surely young and promising. The man came forward in large strides and warmly extended his hands. I am the head of the town Demon Army Station in Fenghua County, Li Gang. Welcome, I'm relying on you all this time. Chief, you are welcome. Chen Zhang responded politely. It's been a hard journey. Li Gang glanced at Zhang Feng and ordered, quickly go and pour the two of you a cup of water. Yes. Zhang Feng sniffed and immediately turned around to leave. A moment later, Li Gang sat down opposite the two of them and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, at the risk of asking, how many ranks is brother Jang Chen at now? Jang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, 3rd rank. Li Gang gazed at Jang Chen in some disbelief, 3rd. Order? Seeing this, Chen Zhang interrupted him and went straight to the point. This abyssal python, can you give us a specific introduction about it? Although the information about the ferocious beast this time was written in the mission information, it was prudent to ask more. After all, the person in question was right here. Li Gang sighed, pointed to a marked point on the map, and said, this ferocious beast suddenly appeared in the Black Abyss Canyon on the outskirts of Fenghua County a week ago. We organized several small-scale siege operations, but they all ended in failure, and we lost quite a few brothers. The initial judgment is that it's a 5th ranked ferocious beast. On our side, the strongest strength is only 4th rank, so we can only trouble you guys. Chief, does this abyssal python have any special trajectory or pattern of movement within this week? Jang Chen asked with a slight sideways glance at Li Gang. Li Gang also froze for a moment when he saw Jang Chen's appearance. This was the first time he had encountered a blind person coming to do a mission, and the fact that Jang Chen had just said that he was only a 3rd-ranked ability person made him couldn't help but be a little worried about Jang Chen's life safety. However, he didn't raise this doubt. After all, Chen Zhang was a genuine 5th-order ability person, and he had his own reasons for being able to bring Jang Chen on a mission. Li Gang pondered a little and slowly said, "It often frequents near the Black Abyss Canyon. It's hard to find it during the day, and only shows its head at night. Moreover, its perception is extremely sensitive. We once tried to set up an ambush at night, but every time, it noticed it in advance. It is able to manipulate poisonous mist and corrosive liquids, and absolutely cannot come into contact with the poison it spews out. Even our existing equipment with the strongest corrosion resistance can't withstand it. We've hit its eyes and abdomen, and those are the only 2 places that can cause damage to it." After hearing this, a hint of determination flashed in Chen Zhang's eyes. "In that case, let's wait until tonight, and try to take it down straight away when it comes out and moves around." Li Gang looked at them with some concern. "This abyssal python is very cunning and powerful. You guys must act carefully. I will arrange for some demon suppression army soldiers to assist you, but their strength is limited, so the key is still up to you." Right at this moment, Li Gang's eyes suddenly sharpened and he shouted in the direction of the window, "Who's outside? Roll in." Creak. The wooden door was slowly pushed open and a tall, slightly naive-looking man walked in. The man scratched his head, embarrassed. Hey, Chief, it's me." Li Gang glanced at the man and questioned, "What are you doing sneaking around outside?" The man glanced at Jang Chen with a bit of embarrassment. "Chief, I just want to find Jang Chen to sign an autograph." "Sign?" Jang Chen slightly sidled his head, suspiciously gazing at this somewhat naive man. Seeing this, the man walked up to Jang Chen and scratched his head. "Jang Chen, just call me Tainyo. My brother has been nagging me lately. He's always liked you. Can I ask you for an autograph, and by the way, a photo?" Jang Chen was speechless for a while. He didn't realize that he was already so famous now. All have fans? Chapter 89, The District's 5th Order Fierce Beast, take it. All right. Hearing this, Tainyo's eyes instantly lit up and he numbly pulled out his cell phone. A moment later, the corner of Li Gang's mouth twitched slightly as a trace of apology surfaced on his face. "I'm really sorry for causing trouble for the 2 of you." Chen Zhang waved his hand. It's fine, it's all a matter of lifting a finger, right Jang Chen?" Jang Chen also smiled and nodded. Li Gang stood up and said to the duo, "It's still early, you guys rest at our camp first. When the night comes, I'll have Zhang Feng and Iron Bull lead the team to move with you." After saying that, Tainyo took the lead and laughed nervously. Hey, brother Jang Chen, come, I'll take you guys to rest for a while." Jang Chen and Chen Zhang also smiled and stood up, following Tainyo out of the office. On the way, Tainyo kept telling Jang Chen about his brother's admiration for Jang Chen. Jang Chen quietly listened, occasionally interjecting a few sentences, and the atmosphere was cordial. Soon, Jang Chen and Chen Zhang were brought to a simple dormitory. The room wasn't big, about 20 square meters, and all 4 walls were grayish-white alloy panels that were covered with fine scratches. A military flag hung on the wall directly opposite the door, and below the flag was a map of the war zone, on which several key areas were circled with a red marker. 2 marching beds were placed side by side against the wall on the left side, with dark green military sheets and quilts folded into standard tofu blocks with sharp edges. On the right wall was a long metal table with a polished top. The whole room is simple, but everywhere reflects the discipline of the military. Every item was neatly arranged, even the towels were folded and hung in a uniform manner. "You guys will rest here for a while, I won't bother you." Tainyo smiled nervously and gently closed the dormitory door. Inside the dormitory, only Jang Chen and Chen Zhang were left. "Phew, let's rest first, we'll have the strength for the night." Chen Zhang stretched and directly jumped onto the bed. It's still the bed that's soothing, the transporter ride is killing me." Suddenly, Chen Zhang sat up straight with a serious expression and barked at Jang Chen. "Right, Jang Chen, you still have to be careful with the abyssal python tonight. The destructive power of a 5th-ranked ferocious beast is not a vegetarian. With your current physique, you definitely can't stand it if you take a shot. Safety first when the time comes." "Understood." Jang Chen nodded in response. Jang Chen himself was also very clear that a 5th-ranked ferocious beast was by no means something that his current self could hunt alone. Anyway, this time, it was just a matter of playing support and mixing up some military points. After all, doing an S-ranked mission was worth 3 A-ranked missions. Right at this moment, Jang Chen slightly sidestepped his head, and a murmur outside the dormitory reached Jang Chen's ears. "Brother Tainyo, I heard that Jang Chen is only a 3rd-ranked ability? Isn't that the same strength as you? Can he really kill a 5th-order abyssal python?" A soldier in military uniform asked towards Iron Bull. Iron Bull glanced at him and nonchalantly replied, "What do you know? Isn't that Chen Zhang next to him a 5th-order ability?" The soldier glanced at the dormitory where Jang Chen and the others were again and said, "I'm talking about Jang Chen. There are quite a few 3rd-order ability users in our camp, and bundled together, they couldn't even take a tail from the abyssal python, so what qualifications does this Jang Chen have to do this S-ranked mission?" The words fell. Another soldier agreed. Yes, now that a 3rd-ranked ability user can take on an S-ranked mission? It's not possible that Jang Chen really has some backstage, right? Tainyo interrupted them and started to defend himself. "Don't guess blindly, there's a huge difference between the 3rd rank and the 3rd rank. Jang Chen is this within the 3rd rank." The soldier skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Isn't that still a 3rd order, a 4th order coming to do an S-ranked mission? I can still accept that. What right does a 3rd order have?" Another soldier followed suit. "That's right. In my opinion, Jang Chen is definitely here to make up the numbers. The higher-ups see that Jang Chen has so much potential and want to cultivate him in a special way, so I guess he's just playing the sauce for this mission." Seconded. Seconded. The surrounding soldiers chimed in, their voices rising and falling. Seeing this, Tainyo was furious and directly gave one person a blow to the back of the head, yelling, "You guys seconded a door, shut up. Give me training. 1 person 10 laps. Running, go." The words fell. The soldiers let out a wail, "Ah." This conversation was also captured by Jang Chen's powerful seeing color. Jang Chen smiled and shook his head. These people's words weren't unreasonable. After all, his current self was the first to take on an S-rank mission as a 3rd-ranked ability user. And it was only discussed a few times behind his back. He was still polite in person. Forget it, let them say whatever they like. It's almost time to go on a mission soon, and at that time, I'll be able to let them know what it means to be a 3rd-ranked ability user that's stronger than even the 4th-ranked. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was night. The night was as dark as ink, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding silver-white light, putting on a layer of mysterious veil for this camp. Inside the camp, the lights were brightly lit, and the soldiers, with their upright postures and neat paces, were methodically weaving in and out of it, carrying out their patrolling duties earnestly. "Brother Jang Chen, Brother Chen Zhang, it's time, let's set off." Tainyo's naive voice came from outside the door. Jang Chen and Chen Zhang simply packed up, then each took their weapons and pushed the door out of the dormitory. In an open field in front of the camp barrier, the entire 24 soldiers were neatly lined up, the 4 armored vehicles were arranged in an orderly fashion, and all of the personnel were heavily armed and on standby, ready to go at any time. Zhang Feng and Tainyo stood in front of the soldiers, doing a pre-war mobilization. "Our target this time is the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, the abyssal python. Chen Zhang and Jang Chen from the Star Ocean Military Academy will serve as the main attacking force, and our squad will fully cooperate as the secondary attacking force. Does everyone understand?" Understood. The soldiers' voices were neatly harmonized and imposing. Zhang Feng nodded his head in satisfaction, then his gaze turned to Jang Chen and Chen Zhang, and his expression became serious. He said in a grave tone, "Brother Chen Zhang, Brother Jang Chen, the abyssal python is strong, you must be more careful. Our squad will fully cooperate with your actions and make sure to kill this ferocious beast here." Chen Zhang nodded slightly and extended his thumb and forefinger. "Don't worry, Captain Zhang, with us here, a mere 5th-order ferocious beast, take it." Seeing this, the look on Zhang Feng's face relaxed a bit as he unfolded the map and said in a deep voice, "The Black Abyss Canyon is about a 3-hour drive from our camp." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Feng ordered the soldiers, "Depart." With a command, the soldiers moved quickly and boarded the armored vehicles. Jang Chen and Chen Zhang followed suit and boarded an armored vehicle, the 2 of them riding in one with Zhang Feng and Tainyo, while the remaining 22 members of the team rode in the remaining 3 armored vehicles. Immediately afterward, The barrier slowly raised, and the 4 armored vehicles let out a low and powerful roar as they drove out of the camp and sped towards their target. Chapter 90 Armored Vehicle Strange Changes. Half an hour after Jang Chen's squad they were in departed. The other 2 armored vehicles slowly drove out from the camp. The engines of the armored vehicles emitted a low roar as they gradually moved away in the night, the dust rolled up by the wheels spreading out in the moonlight. Inside one of the armored vehicles, 6 heavily armed soldiers sat quietly, and silence filled the surroundings, with only the slight vibration sound emitted by the armored car as it moved. Suddenly, a soldier's voice broke the silence. "Have you guys heard? The Star Ocean Military Academy sent 2 people to surround the abyssal python." The soldier sitting across from him sniffed, his eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't wait to say, "Really? Finally sent someone. Lately I've always been a bit uneasy about going out on missions at night. Damn, that snake is several hundred meters long, it's scary to look at." Another soldier looked gloomy and sighed softly, "That's right, hey, Luli died in the snake's mouth." Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the soldier who had just spoken, and asked with a curious face, "Who did Star Ocean Military Academy send? Are they all of the 5th rank?" The soldier thought for a moment and said, "I heard that one is their association president Chen Zhang, a 5th ranked ability, and the other is Jang Chen, a 3rd ranked ability." With these words, the originally quiet atmosphere inside the armored vehicle was instantly broken, and all the soldiers couldn't help but curiously come over. "Jang Chen? It's that Jang Chen who's been so hot lately?" "Yes." The soldier nodded. After hearing the soldier's affirmative reply. After receiving the affirmative reply, inside the armored vehicle, a soldier with a strikingly long scar over his right eye and a soldier with a pockmarked face looked at each other. The moment their eyes met, an imperceptible glint of dissimilarity flashed through their gazes. However, no one noticed this scene, and everyone's attention was deeply attracted by the soldier's words. Someone asked, "Wait, Jang Chen I know is strong amongst the freshmen, but you just said that he's only at the 3rd rank? Isn't that sending him to his death?" The soldier shrugged and casually said, "Who knows, but I heard that Jang Chen's strength is unrivaled within the 3rd rank." The soldier sitting opposite him bristled, "So what if no one is unrivaled within the 3rd rank, that snake is a 5th rank?" Speaking of this, another soldier smacked his lips. "You guys are too backward with your news. I have the latest news here. Jang Chen killed 5 4th Order cadres by himself in the Star Ocean Military Academy yesterday." When these words came out, the crowd instantly widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. "What the hell? How is this possible? Taking out one across orders is outrageous enough, it must be fake news." Inside the armored car, the soldiers were discussing in various words. Without realizing it, half an hour passed. The soldier with a hideous scar on his face swept his gaze unconsciously to the tactical watch on his wrist. Afterward, he spoke in a calm tone. "It's almost time. Question mark." This short sentence fell, and in an instant, other than the pockmarked soldier next to him who remained calm and unperturbed. The remaining few soldiers cast puzzled gazes, looking at the scar-faced soldier with puzzled faces. "What time is almost up? There's still more than an hour to go," a soldier asked in confusion. The scar-faced soldier's face was expressionless as he coldly spat out a few words. "The time for you to hit the road has come." The words fell instantly. The scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier's bodies simultaneously exploded, and their muscles instantly swelled, bulging high as if inflated with gas, filled with an appalling sense of power. Almost at the same instant, hideous and ghastly wolf heads emerged out of thin air, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. That ferocious appearance was chilling. "What are you doing?" a soldier exclaimed. The next moment, the scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier were like ghosts, and in just the blink of an eye, they crushed all the soldiers inside the armored vehicle. These soldiers didn't even have time to open their mouths to call for help. Blood was like a fountain, splashing in the air, instantly coloring the entire interior of the armored car, and the bloody smell filled the air, making it sickening. Immediately after, the scar-faced soldier's arm lashed out, and a heavy fist blasted into the driver's side of the block. Rumble. With a loud bang, the sturdy baffle was instantly blown to smithereens, and the 2 soldiers, the main driver and the co-pilot, didn't even have a chance to react, and lost their breath on the spot. At the same time, the huge impact caused the armored car to lose its balance, and the body violently tumbled wildly towards one side. Bang, bang, bang. The armored car tumbled several times on the ground one after another, sending up rolling smoke and dust. By the time the armored car finally came to a complete stop, It had long since become completely disfigured, the body was severely deformed, the window glass was all shattered, crumbs were scattered all over the place, and the surface of the body was covered with dense scratches and deep dents, making a mess. Bang! After a loud bang, the rear door of the armored car was directly kicked away by a powerful force, and after drawing an arc in the air, it landed heavily on the side. The scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier slowly walked out of the vehicle, their bodies stained with blood. Not far from them, another armored car was similarly overturned on the ground, its body askew and in a sorry state. Bang! Another loud bang came. Inside another armored car, two soldiers covered in blood similarly stepped out. The gazes of the four men met in the air and exchanged glances, and in their eyes, a touch of excitement that was hard to hide flowed out. Inside the armored vehicle, a soldier who hadn't yet gagged, crawled out with difficulty, spitting blood from his mouth, staring at the four with wide eyes. "What are you? You guys are?" The scar-faced soldier sneered as he walked towards him, and a foot directly stomped the soldier's head to pieces. Scarface looked back at Hemface, his eyes signaling him, "Lauer, give them something to share." Seeing this, Hemface put down the backpack behind his back and pulled out 4 instruments and 4 tubes of potions from it, and on top of that, they all bore the symbol of a skeleton straw. Hemface then distributed these items to the crowd one by one. Scarface waited until the items were all distributed, then swept a glance at the other 3 and explained. "This is the latest beast-tide potion developed by the organization. It can make ferocious beasts below the 4th rank go berserk. This is also your first mission. Make sure you complete the mission perfectly." "Yes." The other 3 answered at the same time, their gazes all flickering with excitement and thrill. Scarface twisted his head to look in the direction they came from, his gaze deep. Fingha County, with a population of about 600,000, there are roughly 5,000 ferocious beasts below the 4th rank in this vicinity, enough to level the camp along with the entire county. The words fell. Hemface came over and inquired in a low voice, "Those people just said that Jang Chen is also in this vicinity. Do we need to consult the chief?" Scarface thought about it and shook his head. "There's no need. If he dies under this wave of beasts, then it proves that his strength is not worthy of the chief personally pulling the strings. If he didn't die, then it's just the right time to let Jang Chen see how powerful our organization is. I wish all my beloved readers and dads a happy new year, all the best, good health and great fortune." Superscript 3. Dads who are still studying, the new year will be a great year for academics and high scores on exams with your eyes closed. For those of you who are already working, your performance has been great, your projects are progressing smoothly, you are getting bonuses, and your positions are being steadily promoted. Omega Y. The wealth is rolling in. The new year is bright. Fireworks are brilliant. Omega Y make a lot of money. Gifts received non-stop. Chapter 91 Anaconda Swarm? Seconds to kill. The night was as dark as ink. The Black Abyss Canyon was tightly shrouded by this endless darkness. Inside the canyon, there were steep cliffs on both sides, and the passage in the center was narrow and deep. A dull roar broke the dead silence of the night. Crunching. The wheels of the armored vehicles mercilessly crushed the gravel on the ground, and their bodies lurched violently on the rugged road. The 4 armored vehicles lined up in a row, slowly moving forward, the strong light from the headlights illuminating the winding road ahead, as well as the dense thorns and strange rocks on both sides of the road. "Stop the car." Zhang Feng's voice came out through the intercom. The next moment, all the armored vehicles stopped in place, the sound of their engines coming to an abrupt halt. Zhang Feng looked towards the duo of Chen Zhang and Jang Chen with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "We've arrived, let's move forward on foot next. There are many ferocious beasts in this neighborhood, driving with too much commotion will easily startle them." "All right." Chen Zhang nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately instructed the soldiers on the other armored vehicles, "Everyone get out of the car and be on guard." The words fell. The doors of the 4 armored vehicles opened at the same time, and the soldiers jumped out of the vehicles in a well-trained manner, quickly forming a defensive circle around them, gripping their standard alloy weapons in their hands and vigilantly observing the movements around them. Chen Zhang, Zhang Chen, Zhang Feng, and Tainyo stood at the front of the group. Zhang Feng looked towards Chen Zhang and Zhang Chen and said slowly, "The abyssal python should be right around here." Chen Zhang looked grave and nodded, "Then let's search forward first, everyone stay alert and be ready to deal with unexpected situations." Zhang Feng gave an okay gesture, then turned around and issued an order to the other soldiers, "Attention all, maintain battle formation and advance slowly." Immediately afterward, this team of more than 20 people then began to cautiously advance forward. There was silence all around, so quiet that one could only hear their own rapid breathing and violent heartbeats. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were crawling with twisted vines that made a rustling sound under the breeze, as if there were countless pairs of eyes peering at them in the darkness. Jang Chen, how is it? Can you sense the abyssal python? Chen Zhang asked Jang Chen in a low voice. Jang Chen had already opened his seeing color perception range to its maximum at this moment. He gently shook his head, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. I didn't find any giant pythons, but there are quite a lot of small snakes. Small snakes? Chen Zhang frowned and repeated. As if in response to Jang Chen, a hissing sound suddenly came faintly from within the silent canyon at this moment. Immediately afterward, a python slowly crawled out from within the countless cracks on the steep cliffs. Their bodies were covered with dark black scales, and under the weak light, they shone with an icy luster. It's an abyssal python. Zhang Feng's face suddenly changed, and his eyes instantly became sharp as he decisively drew out his alloy longsword and stared around with a deadly stare, his entire body's muscles tightening. At the same time, all the soldiers also drew out their standardized alloy weapons together and formed a tight circle, vigilantly watching the surrounding python group. Zhang Feng's expression was grave as he softly said, "Looking at the size of these, most of them have reached the 3rd rank. I never encountered such a large number of abyssal pythons when I came here before, it's really strange." At a rough glance, there were hundreds of pythons in the surrounding group. With such a large number of 3rd-order pythons, even if Chen Zhang and Zhang Chen were able to fight, it was almost impossible for them soldiers to avoid it, and the odds were that they would suffer heavy casualties. Zhang Feng looked towards Chen Zhang. At this moment, he only hoped that Chen Zhang would be able to kill all the python swarms with a single direct move. After all around were his soldiers. If he could, he did not want any of his men to die. As for Zhang Chen, he had no hope at all. After all, in his thoughts, Zhang Chen was only at the 3rd rank, on the same level as himself. However, at this moment, Chen Zhang's face was full of relaxation as he glanced at Zhang Chen, who was also full of relaxation on the side. Zhang Chen, these pythons, all of them, hand them over to you, no problem, right? The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he said in a calm tone, no problem. When Zhang Feng heard these words from the duo, he looked at Zhang Chen with a face full of disbelief. What were they talking about? A group of 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts handed over to Zhang Chen, who was also a 3rd-ranked beast. The key was how Zhang Chen still looked confident. Chen Zhang looked so confident as well. These pythons, almost all of them are 3rd rank. Thinking that the duo hadn't heard clearly, Zhang Feng emphasized again, a hint of urgency in his tone. Chen Zhang glanced at him, unconcerned. Got it, Captain Zhang, just take your people and watch the show. Zhang Feng and Tang Yo glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of disbelief in the other's gaze. Since Chen Zhang had said so, let's just watch. Everyone, alert in place. Zhang Feng ordered softly to everyone through the intercom. Hissing. The surrounding pythons gathered more and more. Countless pairs of vertical pupils glittering with ghostly light, like ghostly flames in the darkness, stared straight at Zhang Chen and his party, as if they regarded them as a meal on a plate. Suddenly, groups of pythons simultaneously burrowed out of the cracks in the cliffs on both sides, writhing towards Zhang Chen and the others at an extremely fast speed. All the soldiers immediately stared with wide eyes, gripping the weapons in their hands and holding their breath, their hearts in their throats. Zhang Chen didn't rush to make a move. With a calm expression, he simply placed the sword and his staff in front of his chest, his right hand gently gripping on the hilt. Until the nearest python was less than 3 meters away from them. Clank! Zhang Chen violently pulled out the blade of his sword by 3 inches. In an instant, a dark purple gravity wave centered on him, spreading out in all directions like a raging tide, quickly filling the entire space. Gravity field, unfolding. Almost at the same time, those originally imposing abyssal pythons, the moment they were swept by the dark purple gravity wave, their bodies looked as if they had been clamped down by a giant, invisible hand, unable to move. They desperately twisted their bodies in an attempt to break free from this powerful gravity, only to ultimately realize that everything was futile. The next moment. Miso. Zhang Chen suddenly closed the sword blade that had been drawn out by 3 inches. Right at the moment the sword blade closed completely, the entire world seemed to stand still. Immediately afterward, a heaven-destroying gravity instantly erupted. Around each python, a gravity that weighed hundreds of tons suddenly appeared, squeezing towards them. In front of this terrifying gravity, the bodies of the 3rd-ranked abyssal pythons were like fragile pieces of paper, instantly crushed. Clicking. Crackling. The sounds of bones breaking and scales shattering were intertwined. The blood and flesh of the python splashed around like a fountain under the crushing force of gravity, coloring the surrounding ground and cliffs a shocking blood red. In just a few seconds' time, a full 103rd rank abyssal pythons were completely crushed, with not a single one left. Phew! Done. Jang Chen let out a light breath and said in a calm tone. Chapter 92: Slaying the Abyssal Python. A beast tide is coming? How is this possible? Zhang Feng's mouth was wide open, and the expression on his face changed from initial disbelief to current shock and admiration. This was a third-order ability user for us sake? Which third-order ability person could pull out and insert a sword and kill hundreds of third-order fierce beasts in seconds? Tainyo was similarly stunned by the sight in front of him, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tainyo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It wasn't just the two of them. At this moment, all the soldiers were staring at Jang Chen with wide eyes, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Just now, in the armored car, these soldiers were still discussing on what basis Jang Chen had taken the S-Class mission. Now it seemed. With just this, it was already completely enough to take on an S-rank mission and play auxiliary attack for a 5th-ranked ability. Chen Zhang patted Jang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Jang Chen, well done." Zhang Feng also said with an apologetic face. "Brother Jang Chen, I apologize to you, I was the one who underestimated you before, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Captain Zhang is polite, it's better to finish the mission first." Jang Chen spoke in a calm tone, turned his head sideways to the front and slowly said, "President, the big guy is here." Almost at the same time. Rumble. An abyssal python that was over 100 meters in size broke out from the depths of the canyon. It had a huge body like a moving mountain, its scales flickered with cold ghostly light, and its blood-red vertical pupils revealed endless ferocity. "Everyone be careful, prepare for battle." Zhang Feng quickly gave the order, while drawing his longsword and standing by. The abyssal python let out a deafening roar as its huge body twisted and rolled in the air like a rampaging dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and a forked, slime-covered black tongue poked out from it. "Jang Chen, assist me." Chen Zhang's expression was grave as he shouted. The words fell. Jang Chen directly attached an anti-gravity to Chen Zhang. Almost at the same time, Chen Zhang quickly stepped on the ground, and his powerful feet directly stomped out a shallow pit. Chen Zhang was an explosive blast fruit ability, able to make his flesh or inorganic objects he touched expand rapidly until it reached a critical mass, creating a huge explosion and not causing damage to himself, referred to as a humanoid cannonball. Bang bang bang! Chen Zhang was transforming into a residual shadow in the air, his body continuously exploding and generating counterthrust. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was able to flash in front of the abyssal python, which was 1,000 meters away. The abyssal python was visibly stunned, it did not expect the human in front of it to be able to reach such a fast speed, almost instantaneous. Roar! The abyssal python roared angrily as it attempted to twist its massive body to dodge this blast attack from Chen Zhang. However, the next moment, gravity weighing 100 tons poured down, although as a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, this 100 tons of gravity could not affect it much. However, the sudden gravity still caused its body to lurch and its movements to slow down quite a bit. Between this brief lag, Chen Zhang's right hand had already touched the skin of the abyssal python. Immediately afterward, Chen Zhang's right hand then rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it swelled up to the point where it was like a huge balloon. The next second, rumble! Chen Zhang's right hand, which had swelled to the extreme, violently exploded violently, and a blinding light instantly illuminated the entire dark canyon. Blazing waves of air tumbled and spread outwards as countless flames shot out from the center of the explosion, twisting and distorting the air wherever it went. The aftermath of the explosion swept towards the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The rocks on the cliffs instantly exploded. Large chunks of rock were directly blown out like cannonballs, whistling through the air with sharp wind-breaking sounds. Jang Chen couldn't help but be shocked by this scene as well. This was the first time he had personally seen a 5th-ranked ability user strike, and it was just an ordinary attack that was so terrifying in its power. This expressive power completely surpassed the anime's explosive fruit ability person, Don Quixote family Cadre, Gladius by an unknown number of times. Roar! The abyssal python wailed, and its hard scales were blown away by this violent explosion, blood spurting out from its wounds like a fountain, its hissing sound resounding throughout the entire canyon. Jang Chen, continue! Chen Zhang shouted towards Jang Chen in the air, followed by his body generating another violent explosion, shooting towards the abyssal python at an extremely fast speed. The abyssal python's huge body of over 100 meters twisted and tumbled in the canyon, and the cliffs on both sides were only lightly brushed against, and the rocks rolled down like a waterfall. Jang Chen maintained a gravity that weighed up to 100 tons, enveloping the abyssal python's circumference. The next moment, he violently drew his sword blade. Clank! A dark purple gravity wave wrapped around the sword blade, accompanied by a thunderous beating, and swung the sword down. The dark purple gravity sword chi swept across in the direction of the abyssal python. Wherever the sword chi passed through, space was extremely distorted, a circle of ripples swept through the air, and the sword chi contained a terrifying might. Boom! A terrifying gravity instantly exploded as the sword chi penetrated the abyssal python's body. The ground where the abyssal python was located was instantly blown out into a bottomless gully by the powerful gravity that was compressed to the extreme and suddenly exploded. In an instant, this gully quickly spread towards both sides. The original zigzag canyon had been chopped into a cross-shaped canyon by Jang Chen. Only the horizontal canyon in it was collapsed downwards. Roar! The abyssal python let out a painful wail, and its body of over 100 meters was firmly coiled on the edge of the gully, not falling down. However, the terrifying gravity that weighed thousands of tons also made it completely unable to move. Chen Zhang seized the opportunity, and with Jang Chen's anti-gravity boost, his body expanded extremely fast, flashing across the abyssal python's entire body at an extremely fast speed. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions, like dense thunderclaps, rang out one after another in the canyon, and the entire canyon was shaken to its core by the violent vibrations. The fire from the explosions illuminated the surroundings as if it was daytime, and rolling smoke wrapped in fiery air currents rose up and filled the airspace above the entire canyon. The abyssal python's body trembled violently under the impact of the continuous explosions, adding countless shocking wounds to its already scarred body. Its scales were blown to bits and pieces, and large swaths of flesh and blood tumbled out, blood pouring out like a stream, staining the surrounding land red. At the same time, not far away from Jang Chen and Chen Zhang, everyone in the squad led by Zhang Feng and Tai Niu watched the battle with dumbfounded eyes. They wanted to intervene and help, but realized that it seemed as if they couldn't help much at all. Just at this moment, ZZZ. The walkie-talkie that Zhang Feng hung on his chest emitted a sound. Calling Zhang Feng, please answer when you receive. Roger. 10 kilometers away from the camp, a wave of beasts has been discovered. The number is expected to be in the tens of thousands. The strength is expected to be of the 4th rank. Please return to defense at speed. Repeat. Zhang Feng's pupils shrunk when he heard the voice coming from the intercom. A beast tide consisting of tens of thousands of 4th order ferocious beasts. Chapter 93. Another abyssal python? Roar. After experiencing the inhumane baptism of the human bomb, the abyssal python let out a miserable wail, followed by hanging helplessly on the ground, and after twitching slightly for a few moments, it was completely lifeless. Chen Zhang also landed steadily in the air beside Jang Chen, half kneeling on the ground, his mouth panting heavily. Obviously, this battle just now had consumed too much of his strength. Chen Zhang fell down on his back, lying on all fours on the ground, panting heavily. Damn, finally dead ball, exhausted old me. Jang Chen also sheathed his sword and sat cross-legged beside Chen Zhang, slowly opening his mouth. 5th-ranked ferocious beast, I didn't expect it to be as strong as this. Chen Zhang smiled brightly and laughed loudly, saying, isn't it? It's not at all the same level as a 4th-order ferocious beast. That's why it's necessary to have a 5th-order ability to lead the S-rank mission. Immediately afterward, he sat up and said to Jang Chen with a grave expression, I know that you can kill ferocious beasts across the ranks, but the next 6th order, 7th order, and even 8th order ferocious beasts, each of them is a qualitative change. It's not as simple as you think. Jang Chen nodded after hearing these words from Chen Zhang. Understood, President. After all, he hadn't seen a 6th order ferocious beast with his own eyes, but the difference in strength between a 4th order ferocious beast and a 5th order ferocious beast was indeed like a rift in the sky. The Black Abyss Canyon reverted back to calm, and the air was filled with the fishy and thick smell of blood. Right at this moment, Zhang Feng looked flustered as he eagerly ran in the direction of the duo. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Jang Chen and Chen Zhang also turned around at the same time, facing Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face was filled with eagerness and panic as his eyes wandered over the duo, and he hurriedly said, Brother Chen Zhang, Brother Jang Chen, something big has happened. What happened? Chen Zhang and Jang Chen both revealed doubts at the same time. Zhang Feng swallowed his saliva, his tone filled with anxiety. News came from the camp. Campside, the beast. Beast tide. is coming. Beast tide? As Zhang Feng's words fell, Chen Zhang and Jang Chen exclaimed at the same time. In this world, the formation of a beast tide was not easy. Either it was a subdimensional rift that unfolded once every many years, or it was an even rarer, ferocious beast that converged together for various reasons. However, the ferocious beasts were not united within themselves, and trying to get them to converge together was difficult to do. At this moment, Tainyo also brought his brothers under his hand and surrounded them. Everyone's eyes were focused on the duo of Jang Chen and Chen Zhang. The scene of the duo teaming up just now to kill the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, the abyssal python, had deeply shaken their group of soldiers. Even the soldiers who had questioned Jang Chen a bit before had long since closed their mouths at this point, and only all remained in their gazes towards Jang Chen. That sword just now, directly cutting the canyon into a cross shape, just this sword, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, if you said it was chopped by a third-order ability, dogs wouldn't believe it. Chen Zhang frowned tightly with both eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. What order is the beast tide? What's the number? Zhang Feng responded, according to the news coming from the campsite, the initial visual estimation is that it's a 4th-order beast tide. The number is at least in the tens of thousands. How much time is left to reach Fenghe County? Chen Zhang gazed at Zhang Feng with a serious expression. Zhang Feng, there are still 10 minutes. As the words fell, a silence fell into the air. It was important to realize that it had taken them more than 2 whole hours to rush from their camp to the Black Abyss Canyon. Now, the beast tide was only 10 minutes away from their camp. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to catch up even if the armored vehicles drove up in smoke. Chen Zhang turned his head to look at Jang Chen with a grave expression. Jang Chen, with 10 minutes, can you make it to the camp? Jang Chen thought about it and nodded. Shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Feng and Tainyo, who were on the side, gazed at Jang Chen in shock. 10 minutes to drive for more than 2 hours, no problem? Just at this moment. Roar! A deafening roar once again came from the depths of the canyon, and the anger and ferocity contained in that sound made the hairs of everyone present stand up. Another abyssal python. Tainyo pointed at the direction the voice came from in alarm, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. The crowd looked in the direction he pointed, only to see another abyssal python, which was also over 100 meters in size, slowly crawling out of the darkness. Its scales flashed with an icy luster under the faint light, and its blood-red vertical pupils revealed an even stronger killing intent than the previous one. As soon as the abyssal python appeared, its huge body was like a black lightning bolt, swiftly attacking towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Its thick body, sliding rapidly on the ground, the entire canyon looked like it was experiencing a small earthquake. Rumble! That stout tail was like a giant steel whip, waving in the air, and wherever it went, the sturdy cliffs on both sides instantly fell apart, and large chunks of rock crumbled down from the cliffs, falling down like raindrops. In less than 3 seconds, the abyssal python had already arrived in front of the crowd. It whipped its thick tail, slicing through the air and flinging itself at the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen, take them away! Chen Zheng shouted. Immediately afterward, his body rapidly expanded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the power about to explode building up. Chen Zheng fiercely stomped on the ground, the powerful reaction force stepping out a deep crater in the ground, and his figure rushed towards the abyssal python's flung tail like a cannonball. Jiang Chen also immediately understood what Chen Zhang meant. He instantly unfolded the gravity domain, and a massive anti-gravity instantly enveloped Zhang Feng and Tainyo and the others. In the next moment, everyone was thrown out by this terrifying gravity. Jiang Chen also immediately withdrew tens of meters away. Right at the moment of contact with the python's tail, the explosive burst fruit ability within Chen Zhang's body completely erupted. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the canyon, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The intense light was as dazzling as the sun, instantly illuminating the entire dark canyon, making it almost impossible to see straight. The blazing waves of air took the center of the explosion as its origin and spread wildly in all directions like raging waves. Wherever it went, the air was twisted and distorted, emitting sharp whistling sounds. The originally sturdy ground was easily torn apart like fragile paper under the impact of this terrifying force. A huge crack quickly spread out, as if the earth had been torn open with countless hideous wounds. The surrounding rocks were lifted up by the airwaves, whistling in the air, and some were directly shattered into powder, raising dust that covered the sky. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were not spared either, as large chunks of rock fell like rain, smashing into the ground with dull sounds and stirring up gusts of smoke and dust. Chen Zhang's body slowly returned to its original state after the explosion, although he did not suffer any direct damage from the explosion, the blow also caused him to consume a large amount of physical strength. His breathing became rapid and heavy. Right at this moment, Chen Zhang's afterimage noticed that at this moment, Jang Chen was resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple gravity wave slowly surfaced. He hurriedly shouted towards Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, don't use that sword. I know that sword is a huge drain on you. The beast tied over at the camp needs it even more. Now, immediately, fly back to the camp. Leave this abyssal python to me." Chapter 94. Is this a deadlock? Chen Zhang's voice echoed through this canyon. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Chen Zhang was indeed right, the gravity blade mighty tiger, this move was indeed a consuming move for himself. When he had just dealt with the first abyssal python, he had probably consumed about 30% of his strength. If one were to wield this sword again, I'm afraid that one's strength would be severely overdrawn when facing tens of thousands of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. By then, not only would he be unable to continue fighting, he might even have problems defending himself. Jiang Chen decisively loosened the hilt of his sword and shouted instructions to Chen Zhang. "President, be careful." The words fell. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved, and up to 100 tons of anti-gravity coalesced under Jiang Chen's feet. In the next second, it was as if his body was lifted up by an invisible force, and his entire body was like a meteor that cut through the sky, rushing straight into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that he only left behind a faint dark purple residue that disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Zhang Feng looked at Jiang Chen, who had disappeared from view, his gaze filled with shock. He turned his head to Tainyo, who was equally shocked, and said, "We can't help here, let's go, we'll also return to the camp immediately." Immediately after, he turned to the other soldiers and ordered, "Everyone, get on the bus. Go back to the camp." Yes. A solemn atmosphere filled the air in the camp of the demon suppressor army in Fenghe County. On top of the high wall, the chief, Li Gang, stood in a straight posture, his hands holding the binoculars steadily, his eyes staring through the lenses, staring tightly into the distance. His expression was grave, the wrinkles on his forehead twisted into a Chuan character. Only to see that at the end of the night, before the rolling hills, a mist connected to heaven and earth, like a grey dragon without end, was silently sweeping towards the direction of the camp. In the mist, a burst of hissing sounds of ferocious beasts were faintly heard, and these roars converged together to form a powerful wave of sound, as if even the air was trembling under the impact of this wave of sound. In this mist, the initial estimation was that there were at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts hidden, and most of them were strong fourth-rank ferocious beasts. It was only that this beast tide had come too strangely, without a hint of warning, and with more inexplicable mists. Right at this moment, an adjutant rushed over with hurried footsteps, almost running. He stood in front of Li Gang and raised his hand in a respectful military salute. "Chief!" the adjutant shouted. Li Gang put down his binoculars, his gaze retracted from the distance, and turned his head to look at the adjutant at the side, his eyes revealing a trace of urgency. "What did the top say?" The adjutant straightened his waist and quickly replied. "Chief, the situation has been reported up, the closest to us is the troops in Sanjian Yuan City, they have already sent people over to provide support, it is expected to take another 20 minutes. Li Gang narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered. 20 minutes. He then gazed at the adjutant and asked after him, "How much longer until the beast tide reaches the camp?" The adjutant gulped, "Probably less than 5 minutes. Li Gang twisted his head to look at the endless mist, took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. The reinforcements would take 20 minutes to arrive, and the beast tide would arrive at the camp in 5 minutes, meaning they had to hold off the beast tide for 15 minutes. Inside the camp, there were only but a few hundred people, and most of them were only of the 3rd rank. Want to block the beast tide of the 4th rank? Can only say, whimsical. Not to mention 10 minutes, I'm afraid that in one charge, the entire camp would be dispersed. Has everyone returned to the camp? Li Gang slowly asked. The adjutant slightly lowered his head, looking a little uneasy, and replied. Chief, other than Zhang Feng and Tainyo and their 2 squads, as well as Wang Hai's squad, everyone else is already in the camp on standby. Li Gang slightly frowned both eyebrows. Wang Hai? Where did they go? The adjutant raised his head, looked Li Gang in the eyes, and answered seriously. To perform their daily patrol duties, but I don't know why, but I haven't been able to contact them since an hour ago. Can't be contacted? A trace of surprise flashed through Li Gang's eyes. The adjutant nodded and said with a serious expression. The communication equipment doesn't have any malfunction and the signal is normal, but we just can't contact them. We suspect that something might have happened. Li Gang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise before falling into a short silence. His heart was in a state of flux, his thoughts like a mess. Having been unable to contact them, the probability was high that something bad had happened. Wang Hai and the others were third-order ability users. Even if they suddenly encountered a fourth-order ferocious beast, it wouldn't be too late to even report to the headquarters. Moreover, after their silent accident, the weird misty beast tide appeared. It was hard not to associate them together. Only, it was no longer important to talk about this now. What was more important was how to deal with this looming beast tide crisis in front of them. Li Gang did not continue to dwell on the matter of Wang Hai's disappearance as he continued to inquire to the adjutant. Have all the citizens of Manhwa County started to evacuate? The adjutant nodded and began to report. Chief, the evacuation alarm has been sounded, and all the citizens within Manhwa County are evacuating. Saying this, the adjutant hesitated for a moment, his tone somewhat worried. But, due to the emergency situation, there is now some chaos within the county. It is expected that the complete evacuation may take at least 2 hours. Li Gang sniffed, the right hand that grasped the binoculars gradually exerted force, the veins on the back of the hand rippled, and the knuckles were whitened because of the excessive force. Click. A crisp sound came, the binoculars were crushed alive in his hands, and the fragments spilled out. The beast tide is coming, only 5 minutes, the military support, need 20 minutes, behind the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Manhwa County evacuation, need at least 2 hours. Is this a dead end? Just then, the adjutant pointed at another direction of the camp and exclaimed, Chief! Quickly look! What's that? Is it reinforcements? Li Gang sniffed and followed the adjutant's gaze. Only to see that above the dark night sky, a silhouette with dark purple ripples wrapped around its body was flying towards the direction of the camp at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, Jang Chen landed steadily in front of Li Gang. Jang Chen. Li Gang hurriedly greeted him and asked eagerly, where is student Chen Zhang? After all, Chen Zhang was, in their case, the only 5th-ranked ability user. Although he couldn't resist this wave of 4th-order beasts, but being able to come and support them was undoubtedly a force that couldn't be underestimated. At least it would be able to buy them some more time and hold them off for a little while longer. Jang Chen slowly said. We've encountered another abyssal python, senior brother Chen Zhang is holding it back, I'll come back to support you guys first. After these words, Li Gang fell into a moment of silence. If it was Chen Zhang, he could indeed give them a great boost. But Jang Chen, he was only a 3rd-ranked ability person, how much of a role could he play in the face of such a powerful beast tide? A moment later, Li Gang sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and regret in his gaze as he gazed at Jang Chen and said, Jang Chen, you'd better go. Although it was said that the demon suppressor army would never allow a soldier to flee from battle. However, Jang Chen was only a student of the military academy right now, and was not a soldier in their camp. And Jang Chen was different, his potential was very great. Li Gang slowly persuaded. Jang Chen, your potential is very great, you are the hope of our new generation of the Dragon Kingdom, you shouldn't die here, with your speed you can completely leave. Moreover, with all due respect, you are only a 3rd-ranked ability person, the beast tide in front of you is basically tens of thousands of ferocious beasts of 4th rank and above. Even if you stay to help, odds are you won't be able to help much, and instead you'll be taking your own life for nothing. Chapter 95 The Valiant Retrograde. 15 minutes ago. Manhwa County, this originally tranquil and peaceful small border county, was currently enveloped by a dense wave of fear and panic. The mournful sound of the beast tide alarm was like a sharp knife, cutting through the originally calm sky and echoing in every corner of the city. The sound was as if it was a death knell from hell, each sound pounding heavily on people's hearts and spawning endless panic. The streets and alleys were filled with citizens evacuating in panic. They were dragging their families, carrying big and small bags in their hands, walking in a hurry, with panic and despair written all over their faces. The sound of car horns, people's cries, children's cries are intertwined, forming a symphony of chaos and despair. On the streets, vehicles were jammed into a mass, making it difficult to move an inch. Some people even directly abandoned their cars and fled, joining the crowd of people evacuating on foot. The entire county was like an ant nest that had been overturned, with people scurrying around like headless flies. In the midst of such chaos, Wang Chang, who was doing self-media, was leading his interview team in a cafe in Fenghe County to interview Chen Yu and Lu Feng, retired Jin Demon Army soldiers who were on vacation. This was originally an ordinary interview assignment, aiming to show the retired Jin Demon Army servicemen in their daily lives and tell their stories after they took off their uniforms. However, the sudden beast tide alert completely disrupted all plans. What is going on here? The recorder in Wang Chang's hand was still working, and a hint of panic appeared on his face. As a self-media reporter, although he had experienced quite a few emergencies, a major life and death event such as the oncoming beast tide still made him feel a bit caught off guard. Chen Yu and Lu Feng exchanged a glance and quickly stood up and began to organize their equipment. Sorry, this is the end of the interview, the beast tide is coming, we must return to the camp immediately. Aren't you guys already retired? Wang Chang said with some confusion. In his opinion, in the face of such a dangerous beast tide, choosing to evacuate was the wisest choice. Weren't they scared? Obviously, they were already far away from the army and didn't have to face these dangers anymore, yet they had to take the initiative to meet this terrifying beast tide. Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain anything more, he just patted Wang Chang's shoulder and said, "My friend, there are some responsibilities that won't be put down because of retirement." Chen Yu also turned his head, his face filled with pride and said, "Once we were the demon suppressor army guarding this land, and now, we still are." After saying that, the two of them left the cafe in big strides and sped off in the direction of the military camp. Wang Chang looked at their distant backs, and an inexplicable respect welled up in his heart. "Brother Chang, we have to hurry up and leave. Luckily, we came by helicopter this time." A member of the interview team shouted anxiously. Wang Chang hesitated for a moment, but finally followed the interview team to leave the cafe and rush towards the place where the helicopter was parked. Buzzing rumble. A helicopter parked on the hotel's tarmac slowly took off. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe, everyone was silent and their eyes revealed their fear of unknown dangers. Wang Chang looked through the window at the Fenghe County below, which was already in chaos. The chaotic scene on the streets overwhelmed him. People were even going as far as arguing and pushing in order to be able to evacuate as quickly as possible. And amongst this panicked evacuation crowd, there were some distinctive figures interspersed, walking against the flow of people towards the direction of the camp. Their steps were firm and powerful, and their eyes revealed a determination to look death in the eye. "Look, those people are walking backward." The cameraman pointed at the retrograde travelers in surprise, the camera in his hand unconsciously aimed at them. "Are they crazy?" The editor frowned, his face full of doubt. "It's this time of the day, and they're still heading to a dangerous place, isn't this sending them to their deaths?" Wang Chang's eyes showed a touch of admiration, "They are all retired demon suppression army." The clipper skimmed his lips and pointed at the others. "Retired? Who isn't? Aren't I, you, all retired demon suppressor armies? This is an era of universal military service." Another staff member agreed. "That's right, it's hard to survive until retirement, there's no need to take this risk, right? You guys, look at this beast tide, it's estimated to be at least tens of thousands. This roar, it's at least a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Such a small number of people, what is it if not sending them to their deaths?" As the words fell, the cabin fell into silence again, leaving only the noisy engine sound of the helicopter. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the mist that stretched for thousands of meters in the distance. Amidst the mist, there came the deafening roar of the beast tide, which sounded as if it came from the roar of hell, mixed with the hissing, snarling, and roaring of the beasts. Sharp, low, hoarse, all kinds of sounds intertwined together, forming a terrifying wave of sound that hit the eardrums of the crowd wave after wave. The helicopters were shaking slightly under the vibrations of the roar. That roar contained endless rage and ferocity, as if in the next second, those terrifying beasts would rush out from the mist and tear everything into pieces. Wang Chang's body shook violently, this familiar yet terrifying sound instantly pulled him back to the bits and pieces of his time in the demon suppression army. He did not have an awakened talent, and was once just an ordinary soldier who couldn't be any more ordinary. He recalled the grueling training of the new recruits, sweating under the hot sun every day, wanting to give up countless times but gritting his teeth. Thinking back to the fear he felt the first time he faced a demonic beast, his legs were weak and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Thinking of the days when he fought side by side with his comrades, living and dying together. Those hot blood spilled on the battlefield, those vows made to guard their homeland, were like a tidal wave surging through his heart at the moment. As he looked at the backs of those retrogrades, a strong sense of mission surged in his heart. The duty of the demon suppressor army was to guard the Dragon Kingdom and the people, and even after retiring from the army, this duty never disappeared. No way. One could not leave just like that. These retired Jin Demon Army members, knowing that they would surely die if they returned this time, still did not hesitate to step forward. He himself was also a retired Jin Demon Army, although he did not have much ability to be able to face this overwhelming wave of beasts, but he was also able to play his due role. He could record the last heroic scene of the Demon Suppressor Army, so that the world would remember the feats of these heroes. Wang Chang took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a determined gaze flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he said aloud, "No, we can't leave, this time, the chosen topic, change it to Valiant Retrograde Walkers. We have to record this moment." The words fell. Everyone in the cabin stared at Wang Chang with wide eyes, incredulously. Chapter 96 Jang Chen, leave it to me to do the main attack. Are you crazy? The editor was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. Do you know what this means? This is going to send death. We're just a bunch of retired ordinary soldiers, we're not some superheroes, why should we go and do such a stupid thing? Anger and disbelief were written all over his face, his hands clenched into fists. The lighting technician at the side also chimed in. That's right, Kung. We all have our own families and lives, we don't need to put our lives on the line for such a thing. Besides, even if we record it, what can we do? Could it change anything? Wang Chang looked at the crowd, his eyes did not flinch in the slightest, but instead became more determined. He took a deep breath and slowly said, I know that everyone is scared, and why wouldn't I be? But have you all ever thought about why those retrogrades are doing this? They also have families and attachments, but they still chose to go back because they know that there are some things that are more important than life. Just as Shaoli said just now, we were all Demon Suppressor Army once, and we all made an oath when we enlisted to guard the Dragon Kingdom and the people. Although we retired from the army, this responsibility and mission has never disappeared, has it? The recorder sneered, responsibility? Mission? Well said, but that's all in the past. Now that we've all returned to our normal lives, there's no need to take any more risks. Wang Chang continued. If we retreat now, what face will we have to call ourselves the Demon Suppression Army in the future? When our children and grandchildren ask us what we did when the beast tide came? Are we going to tell them that we only cared about escaping for our own lives while watching those heroes go to their deaths? Wang Chang's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. The cabin fell into silence once again, and everyone was in deep thought. After a while, the cameraman broke the silence, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Brother Chang, I understand what you mean, and I also admire those retrograde travelers. But, I am a little scared. The overwhelming wave of beasts, even though they were traveling in a helicopter, it didn't mean that it was safe. First of all, there were likely to be flying ferocious beasts in the beast tide, and secondly, even if they wouldn't be able to fly, fourth-ranked ferocious beasts would be able to pose a threat to airborne airplanes even if they were on the ground. In other words, if they really went back, it was likely that they would follow the Demon Suppression Army and be completely wiped out. Wang Chang gazed at the cameraman and slowly said, I know you're scared, I'm scared too. But we can't give up our responsibility just because we're scared. We are journalists, our duty is to record the facts and let more people know the truth. This incident will become an important moment in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. If we can record the heroic deeds of those retrograde travelers and let their spirit be passed on, then everything we have done will be worth it. Wang Chang finished these words and quietly gazed at the team members in the cabin. When the cameraman heard Wang Chang's words, the hesitation in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a hint of determination. Brother Chang, I'll listen to you. I'll go back with you. With the cameraman taking the lead, the other members began to waver as well. The lighting technician gritted his teeth and said, Grass. I'll give up. Brother Chang, count me in. The big deal is death, we were once the Demon Suppression Army anyway, we can't lose this face. The recorder's face was cloudy, he hesitated for a long time, but finally sighed and said, Forget it, count me in as well. Consider it for the oath we once made. Count me in. Go. Go back in the mother. The corner of Wang Chang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the convinced team members, and he immediately commanded. Turn around. Xiao Zhang, turn on the live signal, we're going to record the final scene of the Demon Suppressor Army live. Let the world know that our Dragon Kingdom's Demon Suppressor Army will never retreat, no matter when or where. With Wang Chang's order, the helicopter violently turned its direction and flew towards the camp. At the same time, as soon as the live broadcast signal was turned on, netizens flooded into the live broadcast room like a tidal wave. In just a few seconds, the number of viewers grew exponentially, and the pop-ups rolled up like snowflakes. Where is this? Fengha County? Why is there suddenly a beast tide? Grass. Are you guys crazy? Flying towards the beast tide? Don't want to die. Get out of there, run away. You're taking your lives for attention, you're too desperate for the heat. A screen full of skepticism and discouragement filled the live broadcast room, and a bar of pop-ups crossed the screen. But Wang Chang and his team members had no time to care about these pop-ups. Their eyes were locked tightly on the camp and the mist that was getting closer and closer in front of them. The helicopter was getting closer and closer to the camp, and the roar of the beast tide was getting more and more deafening, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. The camera lens screen kept zooming in. 10 kilometers away from the camp amidst the misty beast tide, a huge flying beast with black light all over its body faintly appeared in the live broadcast. Its wings were tens of meters wide, and its body was wrapped in black flames. My Nima! How many levels of ferocious beast is this? It's too terrifying. Such a big one, at least 4th rank, right? Anchor run, don't hold on. This is too exciting, not. Too dangerous. The anchor had better evacuate quickly. On the other hand, inside the camp, a solemn and grave atmosphere. Icy cold cannons were neatly arranged, with their muzzles pointing straight into the distance, emitting a cold and morose metallic luster under the dull light. Above the high wall, Li Gang's eyes were glaring round, his eyes filled with anxiety as he scolded Jang Chen sternly. Jang Chen, you're simply fooling around. Get out of here immediately. Our demon suppressor army isn't so downtrodden that we have to rely on third-rank students to charge into battle. In his perception, Jang Chen was only a third-ranked ability. Even if he was the strongest among the third-ranked, in the midst of the overwhelming tide of fourth-ranked beasts, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg, and going there would be a futile attempt to die. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile of confidence. Chief, leave it to me, I'll do the main attack. At this moment, the horrifying beast tide was gradually approaching, and the heaven-shaking hissing sound was becoming clearer and clearer. One's own gravity sword chi was the most suitable move to deal with the beast tide. The gravity sword manticore that could even slightly suppress a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, against these 4th-ranked beast tides, wouldn't it be crushing? Moreover, if he himself resolved this beast tide crisis, he would 100% obtain the demon suppressor army merit, and it would definitely not be low. At that time, it would be at least a 4-digit attribute point reward. Therefore, no matter what, there was no way one would listen to Li Gang and escape on his own. Chapter 97, A Sword. Sweeping. Above the high walls of the camp, the wind howled. The sound of the wind was mixed with the gut-wrenching roar of the beast tide in the distance, and each sound was like a heavy hammer that struck hard at the hearts of the crowd. Li Gang's brows knitted into a Chuan character. His voice trembled slightly from excitement and he almost roared out. Jang Chen, do you know what you're saying? Handing it over to you? This is a tidal wave of tens of thousands of 4th-order fierce beasts. 4th-rank ferocious beasts. Tens of thousands. You're a 3rd-ranked ability, rushing up there is just sending them to their deaths. Hurry up and leave, you're the future of the Dragon Kingdom, you can't lose your life here. Jang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways. Despite his blindness, he still maintained a calm and confident look on his face. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint arc as he confidently said, Chiefly, a 4th-order beast tide can't help me yet. Whether it was for the sake of showing off his strength to the fullest, or for the merit rewards after taking care of the beast tide, this time, he was bound to go out on his own. Li Gang froze for a moment after hearing these words from Jang Chen. He knew that genius potentials were always more confident. But Jang Chen this was also overconfident. A 3rd-ordered ability person, saying that a 4th-ordered beast tide couldn't help him? Who gave him the courage? When Li Gang saw that Jang Chen didn't listen to advice, his veins rippled on his forehead, he waved his hand violently and roared at the soldiers behind him. What are you still standing there for? Pull him down, don't let him make a fool of himself. A few soldiers sniffed and glanced at each other. They were all 3rd-ranked Abelites, and the Jang Chen in front of them was also trying to guard the camp in Fengha County, and although they were a little out of their depth, their initial intentions were still good. Now their own chief was asking them to take Jang Chen down. It inevitably made them hesitate for a short while. However, military orders were like mountains, and they didn't dare to disobey Li Gang's order. In the next second, several soldiers stepped forward at the same time, reaching out to try and grab Jang Chen. Jang Chen just gently shook his head, the corners of his mouth still hanging a faint smile. It looked like it was necessary to show off his strength. Just at the moment when the several soldiers were about to grab Jang Chen, buzz! The gravity domain instantly unfolded. An aura so powerful that it was suffocating erupted from Jang Chen's surroundings. Dark purple rays of light were like agile snakes, twining and flickering crazily around him, the light so eye-catching that it was almost impossible for people to look directly at it. Terrifying gravity was instantly released, and those soldiers who rushed up only felt as if their feet had been filled with hundreds of tons of lead, so heavy that they couldn't lift them up at all. Immediately afterward, their bodies sank down uncontrollably. Bang! The knees hit the ground with a dull sound, and the hard ground was directly smashed out with a spider web crack. One by one, the soldiers' faces revealed expressions of horror. This is the third ING rank? A soldier knelt on the ground and stammered. Grip grass. I can't move. Another soldier also gazed at Jang Chen with a face full of shock. Jang Chen didn't use his full strength, they were all his compatriots, just control them. Jang Chen, you are disobeying military orders. Li Gang stared at Jang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. These few soldiers of his were his own personal guard regiment, and their strengths were all at the peak of the third rank. As a result, they couldn't even get close to Jang Chen. This Jang Chen's strength, just how strong was he? But even if it was stronger than all the soldiers of his own guard regiment, facing this tens of thousands of fourth-order beast tides, the result would be the same, sending them to their deaths for nothing. Jang Chen looked indifferent and said slowly, "Chiefly, I'm sorry, I'm not your soldier, I don't have to obey your orders, I'm just a student of the Star Ocean Military Academy. I won't harm them either, this beast tide, leave it to me." Right at this moment, the ferocious beasts in the mist in the distance also became clearer and clearer. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar came out, as if it came from the depths of hell, carrying endless ferocity and anger, shaking the earth violently. The dust on the ground was shaken up high, and the surrounding trees shook violently under this powerful sound wave, as if they would be uprooted at any moment. The wave of beasts was like a black tsunami, raging from the sky. Jang Chen, you. Li Gang glanced at the beast tide in the distance, his voice was trembling, filled with shock and regret, his throat felt like it was choked with something, unable to speak complete words for a moment. In his eyes, a student with great potential was about to die because of his own arrogance. And for himself, he was unable to stop this. The next moment, the aura around Jang Chen's body changed abruptly. Dark purple anti-gravity waves coalesced beneath his feet. Boom! The powerful reaction force directly shook a shallow pit out of the ground beneath his feet. Jang Chen's figure rose into the air at an extremely fast speed. Li Gang looked at Jang Chen's departing back with a grave expression. The adjutant at the side cautiously came over and asked with a hint of apprehension in his voice, "Chief, Jang Chen, can he really do it?" Li Gang violently turned his head, his eyes revealing an unquestionable fortitude as he roared. "Pass on my order, everyone load their cannons. Be ready to support Jang Chen at any time." "Yes." The adjutant straightened his back and responded loudly, then quickly turned around. Everyone in the camp held their breath, gazing nervously at the beasts that were coming like a tidal wave in the distance. The muzzle of the cannon had already been aimed in the direction of the beast tide, and the soldiers' fingers were tightly clenched on top of the triggers, just waiting for an order to pour out all their fury. Jang Chen, at this moment, landed steadily in front of the beast tide, less than 1,000 meters away. The moment his feet made contact with the ground, a powerful force spread out in all directions with him as the center. The air around him twisted and distorted due to the impact of this force, forming a dark purple ripple visible to the naked eye. The gravity field around Jang Chen began to violently toss and surge. He let out a deep breath, followed by violently pulling out his sword blade. Clang! Buzz! Dark purple ripples wrapped around the sword blade. The next second, Jang Chen violently swung out his sword. A huge gravity sword chi roared out. On top of this sword chi, not only did it emanate an overpowering sword chi, it also condensed thousands of tons of gravity. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was instantly torn apart, leaving behind a twisted spatial trail, and the surrounding scenery all became blurred under the influence of this powerful force. In the blink of an eye, The sword chi penetrated through a group of ferocious beasts at the very front of the beast tide. The moment the sword chi touched the ferocious beasts, it was as if an infinitely powerful gravity bomb was triggered, and the gravity condensed in the sword chi instantly exploded. An unimaginably powerful force spread out in a circle in all directions with the point of impact as the center. The ferocious beasts that bore the brunt of the impact didn't even have time to let out a single scream before they were crushed into a puddle of flesh by this powerful gravity. Their bodies were like fragile pieces of paper in front of this force, unable to withstand a single blow. Not only that. Rumble. The ground also changed drastically under the impact of this terrifying gravity. The originally solid land was instantly blown apart, forming a huge and bottomless gully. The edges of the gully were jagged, and large chunks of earth and rocks continuously rolled down, emitting dull sounds. A deep crack also appeared on the surrounding ground, spreading out into the distance like a spider's web. Chapter 98 Two Swords. Crushing. Inside the camp, the soldiers' expressions froze, as if time had stopped at this moment. Some had their mouths wide open, their jaws dropping to the ground. Some had their eyes wide open, their eyeballs almost glaring out. There were also people whose weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clang sound, but they didn't even realize it. They had originally thought that Jang Chen was just trying to show off his bravery, but this scene in front of them had completely subverted their cognition. Under Jang Chen's sword chi, the fourth-ranked beasts were crushed like papier-mâché. My goodness, that was at least a strike wielded by a fifth-ranked ability person just now, wasn't it? A young soldier subconsciously rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Fifth rank, my ass, that was swung by a third-ranked Jang Chen. Another soldier glanced at his comrade and exclaimed. Third rank, my ass. Just this one move? You're telling me Jang Chen's third rank? Are you blind or just brain dead? Another soldier retorted. All the soldiers were staring incredulously at the scene in front of them, shock and awe written all over their faces. This sword went down, killing at least thousands of ferocious beasts, and a huge gap instantly appeared in the originally dense beast tide. However, this time, the beast tide was not an ordinary naturally formed beast tide, and did not retreat because of this. The remaining fierce beasts completely ignored the miserable state of the other fierce beasts, still rushing towards Jang Chen in a frenzy, their hissing sounds shaking the air. Jang Chen slightly sidestepped, feeling the crazy aura of the ferocious beasts in front of him. He slightly adjusted his breathing and raised his sword once again. At this moment, the aura around him became even more violent, and the fluctuations of the gravity field became more and more violent as dark purple ripples pulsed around him, emitting a ZZ sound. His arm muscles tightened, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, he slashed his sword down towards the front. A gravity sword chi that was even larger and more terrifying than before roared out. This sword chi, entwined with majestic dark purple gravity waves, swept towards the tide of beasts with a heaven-destroying might. Wherever the sword chi went, space began to twist and distort, as if it could not withstand this powerful force. The moment the sword chi came into contact with the tide of beasts, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Immediately afterward, a dazzling dark purple light flashed. Rumble. Deafening explosions rang out like millions of gravity bombs exploding at the same time. The powerful impact instantly tore the surrounding ferocious beasts into pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and miserable screams rose. The gullies on the ground continued to widen and deepen under the impact of this force, as if it was going to swallow the entire world into it. This sword directly crushed 90% of the ferocious beasts, and the tide of beasts that had originally covered the sky, only a few hundred remained at this moment. At the same time, Li Gang, who was standing on top of the high wall, had long been dumbstruck at this point. He had originally thought that Jang Chen was only a third-order ability person, and that he would surely die in the face of the tens of thousands of fourth-order beasts. But he didn't expect that Jang Chen, who was only a third-order Jang Chen, could burst out with such a terrifying power, a power that had developed his fruit ability almost to the extreme. With his own strength, he had crushed the wave of beasts that were one rank above him, all of them. Looking around the world, no matter if it was in the past or present, there was simply no one who could do it. An unspeakable excitement and joy welled up in his heart, and his eyes flashed with excitement. I've got this kid Jang Chen. Li Gang murmured excitedly, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. The adjutant at the side also gulped, first. Chief, Jang Chen, this is also too exaggerated. The adjutant said carefully. At this moment, he was also shocked by Jang Chen's performance, his heart filled with awe. Li Gang looked at the few ferocious beasts that were already left in the distance, and suddenly came back to his senses, shouting. Fire! All of you, fire your ING guns! There was no suspense in this battle. Jang Chen had directly crushed 90% of the ferocious beasts with his terrifying strength. For the remaining ferocious beasts, with the demon suppressor army inside the camp, holding out for 10 minutes wasn't a problem at all. What's more, just now, within Manhwa County, nearly 10,000 retired demon suppressor armies had taken the initiative to join the camp. In an instant, the artillery within the camp roared, and a shell flew towards the remaining ferocious beasts with a whistling sound. Explosions were heard one after another, with fire and smoke filling the sky. Although the artillery was unable to kill the fourth-ranked beasts, under the dense rain of artillery shells, there was no problem in heavily damaging the wave of beasts. What's more, there were less than 1,000 left. Rumble. After a round of artillery baptism, Li Gang's eyes sharpened as he loudly ordered towards the soldiers, "All give the old man a charge. These sons of ES to death. Kill." The soldiers shouted in unison. After seeing Jang Chen's terrifying two swords, the demon suppressor army's aura was high. Everyone carried alloy weapons, and like a group of fierce tigers descending from the mountain, they rushed towards the tide of beasts. For a while, fire, lightning, lasers, and all sorts of moves were intertwined, and at least dozens of demon suppression troopers surrounded every fourth-ranked ferocious beast. As for Li Gang, after giving the order, he also rushed into the beast tide ahead of the others. At the same time, on the helicopter above the camp, Wang Chang and his team members were also shocked beyond words by this scene. The camera in Wang Chang's hand was tightly aimed at Jang Chen, and his hand trembled so much that he could barely hold the camera steady. The hearts of the interview team members were as if they were turned upside down, with all sorts of emotions intertwined. Originally, they had all held the mindset of certain death, in order to record the final scene of the demon suppressor army, who had fought to the death to guard the citizens. As a result, that blind Jang Chen, who was hotly debated all over the net, descended from the sky and crushed 90% of the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts with two swords. As self-media practitioners, they were naturally very clear about this kind of netizen, Jang Chen. By mistake, they actually live-streamed Jang Chen, who was merely a third-order, crushing a wave of fourth-order beasts with two swords. It was unbelievable how exaggerated Jang Chen's online buzz would become after today. And at this moment, within their live broadcast room, the pop-ups were like snowflakes, scrolling wildly, and countless netizens were boiling over. "I didn't expect to witness Jang Chen striking with his own eyes, or two such shocking swords." The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were bouncing madly. "Now, these two swords, they're too damn cool. No, is this really a third-order ING ability? Still less than 8,000 total attribute points, and he was able to crush a fourth-order beast tide. Won't this ING walk sideways in the future? In the future, who the hell dares to say that Jang Chen is dead blind? With this kind of strength, even on the battlefield, even if his field of vision is limited, he'll still be the most terrifying force." Restricted field of vision? That's just for now. With Brother Chen's talent, he'll be able to see farther than your eyes in minutes. No, those two swords just now, did they condense gravity to a point and then explode at once? It's only been over 2 months and it's been developed to this extent? It feels like Jang Chen's generation is probably able to directly develop the gravity ability to the atomic level. I remember that no one has been able to achieve atomic level manipulation with the current fruit abilities, right? Upstairs, that's an exaggeration. Wouldn't atomic level be invincible? With Jang Chen's performance now, it's not exaggerated at all. Chapter 99 First Grade Medal. When the corpse of the last ferocious beast was turned into charcoal in the firelight, a continuous roar came from the sky. Dozens of heavy rotor helicopters broke through the clouds, the dragon-shaped military insignia hanging under their bellies glowing coldly in the sunlight. Farther on the horizon, the tracks of a convoy of armored vehicles ran over the scorched earth, raising dust and smoke that covered the sky. The next moment, tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army poured out of the transport like a metal torrent. All of the soldiers, seeing this ground full of beast-tide corpses, were at a loss. Didn't they say fourth-order beast-tide? It wasn't that there were tens of thousands? Didn't it say that there were only a few hundred in Manhwa County? What the hell is this situation? The 2-meter-tall Lieutenant General Zhao Taiying, his hands gripping 2 giant battle axes, frowned as he walked out from the crowd. He stepped on the ground, and his battle boots suddenly fell into some kind of bizarre softness. It was the remnants of the ferocious beasts that had been crushed into mincemeat by gravity, piled up 3 centimeters thick. This damn. Zhao Taiying lifted his foot, and there were a few pieces of broken beast bones mixed in with the crushed meat stuck to the bottom of his boot. Where's Li Gang? Roll out and explain. What the hell is this situation? Li Gang also hurriedly came from the crowd at this time. His uniform was a bit messy, his face still had the fatigue after the battle, but his eyes were flashing with undisguised excitement and pride. Seeing Lieutenant General Zhao Taiying, he hurriedly gave a standard military salute, his voice booming, reporting to Lieutenant General Zhao, the commander of the Fenghe County Town Demon Army. Li Gang has come to report for duty. Zhao Taiying glanced at him, his gaze revealing a hint of doubt. What's the situation? Don't tell me that you guys killed all the tens of thousands of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, all of them? Half an hour ago. The news that Zhao Taiying received was still the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of fourth-order beasts outside of Fenghe County, while there were only a few hundred demon suppressor armies at the Fenghe County residency. As a result, now, as far as the eye could see, there were fourth-order beast-tied limbs and arms all over the place. To say that it was absolutely impossible to rely solely on these soldiers of the Fenghe County resident. Li Gang had an odd smile on his face as he hemmed and hawed. Lieutenant General Zhao, the Fenghe battle zone has ended the battle 10 minutes ago, wiping out 10,700 fourth-order ferocious beasts. Zhao Taiying's eyes widened and his tone was full of skepticism. Li Gang, are you kidding? With just a few hundred of you, you can exterminate tens of thousands of fourth-order ferocious beasts? You better tell me the truth, what's going on? Li Gang was mysterious and whispered, Lieutenant General Zhao, you know Jang Chen, right? Question mark. Zhao Taiying raised both eyebrows and said in a deep voice, don't be so damn sloppy with me, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Seeing this, Li Gang put away his smile and his expression became extremely serious. He reached out and pointed to Jang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away to rest, and said, Lieutenant General Zhao, this battle was won thanks to Jang Chen. He alone, with 2 swords, exterminated 90% of the ferocious beasts. If it wasn't for his timely intervention, I'm afraid that our demon suppressor army and the people of Fenghe County would have all been buried in the belly of the beast. Following the direction of Li Gang's finger, Zhao Taiying's gaze fell on Jang Chen. At this moment, Jang Chen was sitting quietly, but his body was faintly emitting an awe-inspiring aura. His clothes were stained with blood and dust, and his hair was a bit messy, but even so, he couldn't hide the unique aura around him. For Jang Chen, Zhao Taiying certainly knew. A freshman with extremely high potential, a freshman who had broken 2 consecutive secret realm records, a freshman who had reached the 3rd-ranked ability holder in just 2 months. But to tell him now that this freshman had extinguished 90% of the 4th-order beast tied with 2 swords by his own strength? How the hell was he supposed to make himself believe that? Zhao Taiying frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism. Just him? A brat with a bit of potential, can he be that capable? Li Gang, don't treat me like a little cutie. Fooling around. You and I both know what the concept of a tens of thousands of 4th-ranked beast tide is. That's an existence that even 5th-ranked ability users have to be cautious of, and he solved it with just 2 swords by himself? Seeing that Zhao Taiying had a hard time accepting this fact for a moment, Li Gang turned back to his adjutant and said loudly, Come, tell Lieutenant General Zhao what you saw, one by one. The adjutant hurriedly stepped forward and first gave Zhao Taiying a military salute, then said with a serious face, Lieutenant General Zhao, what chiefly said is true. As the adjutant recounted, Zhao Taiying's eyes gradually widened, his face full of unbelief. 1 sword astonishes the world, 2 swords settle the world. How is it possible for a 3rd-order ability person? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't want to listen to your nonsense, there's surveillance in the compound, right? Bring it to me. Zhao Taiying waved his hand, his face full of disbelief. When Li Gang heard this, he immediately instructed his adjutant and ordered someone to pass the surveillance video in front of the garrison. Immediately afterward, Zhao Taiying looked at the surveillance video and his mouth opened wide enough to stuff down an egg. He repeatedly confirmed it and pulled the progress bar to replay it, but no matter how many times he watched it, the result was the same: that seemingly ordinary 3rd-ranked ability user, Jang Chen, had really turned the tide of battle with 2 swords in his own strength. This, Zhao Taiying muttered, the shock in his heart indescribable. He looked at Li Gang, then at the adjutant, and then at the blandly self-contained figure in the screen, and finally had to admit that everything he had seen was true. Jang Chen. Zhao Taiying recited the name in a low voice, both shock and anticipation in his eyes. Zhao Taiying took a deep breath and calmed down his inner shock and excitement, then took a big step towards Jang Chen. At this moment, Jang Chen was still sitting quietly in place. The 2 swords he had just used up almost all of his strength. Jang Chen sensed Zhao Taiying coming over, and also strongly supported his tired body and stood up. Seeing this, Zhao Taiying immediately trotted forward to assist Jang Chen. Jang Chen, are you alright? Zhao Taiying said with a hint of worry in her breath. The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he blandly said, "It's fine." Seeing this, Li Gang also hurriedly introduced himself to Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, this is Zhao Taiying, Lieutenant General Zhao." Jang Chen sniffed and nodded gently towards Zhao Taiying, "Lieutenant General Zhao." Zhao Taiying held Jang Chen's hand tightly, his eyes filled with sincerity and gratitude. "Jang Chen, you've made a great achievement this time. If it wasn't for your timely intervention, I'm afraid that this Fenghe County would have been razed to the ground by the beast tide, and countless people's lives would have been lost. On behalf of the Demon Suppression Army, and on behalf of all the people of Fenghe County, I would like to send you my sincerest thanks." Saying this, Zhao Taiying's body slightly leaned forward and gave Jiang Chen a solemn military salute. Jiang Chen hurriedly returned the salute and said humbly, "Lieutenant General Zhao, you're overstating things. In the face of the beast tide, guarding the safety of the Dragon Kingdom is the responsibility that the Demon Suppressor Army should fulfill. I just did what every soldier would do." Zhao Taiying gazed at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with appreciation. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and lamented. "Jiang Chen, these two swords of yours not only repelled the beast tide, but also let us see the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has always not treated those who have made contributions poorly. This time, you'll at least be awarded the Demon Suppressor Army's first-grade medal." Chapter 100 Blind Swordsman, Fiery on the Internet. Zhao Taiying finished these words. Everyone around them gazed at Jiang Chen enviously. "A first-class medal?" Jiang Chen said with a questioning tone. Zhao Taiying nodded, his eyes solemn. "That's right, in the medal system of the Demon Suppression Army, there are 3 levels of medals, 2 levels of medals, 1 level of medals, and special level of medals. The first-class medal is considered an extremely high medal of honor, and is only qualified to be awarded when facing a crisis at the level of city extermination and playing a vital role. This time, you repelled 90% of the 4th Order beast tide alone as a 3rd Order ability person, protecting the people of Fenghe County and the Demon Suppressor Army garrison. With such a battle record, it's completely fine to get a first-rank medal." Li Gang, who was on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth to praise him as well. "Jiang Chen, this first-grade medal, how many Jin Demon Army generals have spent their entire lives struggling to reach it, and you've already obtained it before you've even officially entered the Jin Demon Army?" Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, "After obtaining the medal, there should be a corresponding reward of points from the military department, right?" For himself, it didn't matter at all what the medals were. Only the attribute points were the most important rewards. This time, he had put his best foot forward and killed the beast tide, but it was also for the attribute points. Zhao Taiying froze for a moment, and after glancing at Li Gang at the side, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's certainly there. For a first-grade medal, you will be rewarded with at least 2,000 attribute points. Only the specific amount needs to be reported to the headquarters, and can only be determined after the review process. But don't worry, the points are the nail in the coffin, and there's absolutely no way you'll be shortchanged." After hearing these words, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Having points was the same as having attribute points. 2,000 attribute points. That was 200 skill points. It was almost that much for clearing the secret realm once by himself. This reward, honestly speaking, was indeed quite a lot. "I'm relieved then." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Zhao Taiying also couldn't help but smile at his words. "You kid, you're quite pragmatic." Li Gang also chimed in. "Otherwise the strength could be like a rocket?" Jiang Chen has only just entered the military school for more than 2 months. Old Li is also right." Zhao Taiying laughed out loud and looked at Jiang Chen. Good. When we return to Star Ocean Military Academy, we'll organize a medal ceremony for you with the entire school assembled, and the rewards will be distributed simultaneously." "That's fine, there's nothing to do, Old Li, have someone escort Jiang Chen back to the camp and check it out," Zhao Taiying said as he looked at Li Gang. He then looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Chen, you can rest at the camp for a few days." Immediately after that, Li Gang then ordered his adjutant to take Jiang Chen back to the camp. Right at this moment, Chen Zhang also beheaded another 5th Order Abyssal Python and returned to the camp. Chen Zhang, who had just arrived in front of the camp, looked at the ground full of beast corpses in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Along the way, he asked the soldiers about what happened before figuring it out. Chen Zhang knew how fierce Jiang Chen's move was, but he didn't expect it to be this fierce. Even if it was himself, he simply couldn't manage to exterminate such a large number of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. Chen Zhang's eyes wandered around, and soon, he searched for Jang Chen's figure. Jang Chen. Jang Chen stopped in his tracks when he heard the voice behind him. Chen Zhang jogged his way to Jang Chen's side, shock written all over his face. Good boy, I heard that your two swords almost annihilated the tide of fourth-ranked beasts. Aang, President, you've solved the other abyssal python as well? Jang Chen said with a bland expression. Resolved. Chen Zhang gazed at Jang Chen and continued to ask, no, how did you manage to exterminate the beast tied with two swords? I remember when you were on the back mountain before, that sword wasn't this terrifying, was it? Jang Chen sniffed and slowly said, that sword on the back mountain was just a test move. Chen Zhang was speechless for a while, and twisted his head to look at the limbs and broken arms all over the ground again. He changed the topic and said, you're probably going to get the merit badge this time. Oh, just now, Lieutenant General Zhao said that I should be able to get a first-class medal. Jang Chen nodded and slowly said. Chen Zhang stared at Jang Chen in a daze. A first-class medal, generally speaking, one had to be at least a very strong major general to be able to get it. Jang Chen had only just entered the military academy for more than 2 months, and he had gotten a first-class medal? Outrageous, too outrageous. On the other side. Right from the moment that Wang Chang recorded Jang Chen's two swords almost destroying a wave of fourth-ranked beasts in a group. Within just a few hours, the major social media platforms were fully dominated by Jang Chen-related topics, and the heat continued to soar. The wonderful slices of the live broadcast spread like a starburst, spreading wildly in the online world, being frantically reproduced and shared by countless netizens, with the number of clicks, likes, and comments growing explosively like a wild horse out of control, rapidly breaking one record after another. Jang Chen is awesome. Two swords set the world on fire. Black to pink, from now on Brother Chen is my god. No, is a third-order ability person so exaggerated? When I was a third-ranked ability user, when I faced a fourth-ranked beast, they could slap me to death with a single slap. Outrageous, too outrageous. I would call it the blind sword god. The online world was instantly ignited, setting off an overwhelming frenzy of hot discussion. Countless netizens were immersed in marvel and shock at Jang Chen's powerful strength. They spoke freely on various social platforms, sharing their feelings and thoughts, and the topic heat remained high. At the same time, various major media outlets also followed up with reports, digging deeper and analyzing Jang Chen's deeds. The official news media of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom Daily, released a lengthy report specifically titled, Young Hero Jang Chen, Two Swords to Define the World, Guarding the Future of the Dragon Kingdom. The report detailed Jang Chen's growth experience, his studies at the Star Ocean Military Academy, and his heroic performance in Fenghe County this time. The article read, Jang Chen's appearance has shown us the infinite potential and powerful strength of the young generation of the Dragon Kingdom. He has interpreted what responsibility and bearing are with his actions, setting an example for all young people. More than that. On the hottest short video software in the Dragon Kingdom, a unique special effects challenge craze was set off. Within just a few hours, the related topic hashtag Gravity Mastery parody videos had sprung up, numbering up to 830,000 videos. One of the hottest videos featured a barber utilizing the wind power of a hairdryer to skillfully blow up a customer's hair, accompanied by a cool sword sound effect, which was so creative that it attracted a large number of netizens' likes and retweets. Even the business sector quickly sniffed out the business opportunities. A certain eye drop brand even directly intercepted a close-up shot of Jang Chen during his battle, playing the impactful advertisement slogan, even if you can't see, you can still change the world. After this advertisement was released, in just half an hour, the number of broadcasts surpassed the 1 million mark, triggering widespread attention. However, the ad was soon banned by the platform due to some possible copyright and publicity specification issues. For a while, phrases about Jang Chen strongly dominated the top 10 positions on the hot search list. Among them, the hashtag blind-eyed swordsman hashtag phrase was even hotter, with the volume of related videos reaching tens of millions. Browsing through these videos carefully, most of them were parody-type works by netizens, and everyone was expressing their admiration and worship for Jang Chen in their own ways. At the same time, in the middle of a jungle somewhere, Tang Chuyao swiped her cell phone in a daze. No matter how she swiped, it was all Jang Chen-related videos. Tang Chuyao looked at the corpse of a third-ranked ferocious beast at the bottom of her feet and muttered, I'm still brushing through the third-ranked quests, and Jang Chen is already able to destroy a wave of fourth-ranked beasts with two swords? Chapter 101 Authorization. 3 days later. Star Ocean Military Academy Cafeteria. Auntie Wang couldn't stop her hand from trembling as she clutched the mop, her excitement and thrill overflowing. The fill light on the cell phone holder emitted a strong glow, illuminating the back kitchen of the cafeteria as white as day. The number of people in the live broadcast room was jumping wildly, the numbers climbing 870,000, 1,030,000, 2,150,000. Pop-ups were like a raging flood, overwhelming the entire screen. "Did the family see that? That's Mr. Jung over there?" Auntie Wang said while steadily aiming her cell phone lens at Jang Chen, who was quietly eating not far away. "Auntie told you guys, this kid is going to be every time not far away." Jang Chen's ears wiggled slightly, and he was inwardly speechless for a while. I didn't realize that he was now on fire to this extent. He gently shook his head and continued to dry his rice. Just at this moment, Tang Chuyao also took the dish tray and sat beside Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, I heard that we're going to gather at the playground later? I don't know what it's going to be for." The words fell. Wang Ning smacked his lips, envy written all over his face. "What else? To honor Brother Chen. Didn't you see how many armored vehicles came today?" When Jang Chen heard this, his movements slightly lurched, then he continued to eat his meal as if nothing had happened. The reason for the gathering was obvious: to send points to himself. Just waiting for those points to add up. Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. Ordination? Tang Juyao's eyes flickered. "Right, oh, I really didn't expect it. Jang Chen, you're already strong to this extent." Speaking of this, Tang Juyao shook her head in a general self-deprecating manner and smiled. She recalled that when she had just awakened, she was still talking loudly about wanting to bring Jang Chen, but as a result, she had not only been brought by Jang Chen, but had also fallen behind by such a large gap. Fourth order beast tied Not to mention the fourth order, even a third order beast tied, one was powerless to fight back. A few moments later, the three of them packed up their dinner plates and walked towards the playground with the flow of people. The closer they got to the playground, the clearer the noisy sounds of the people became. Not a moment later, they arrived at the playground, and the moment they stepped into the playground, they were instantly shocked by the scene in front of them. On one side of the playground, there were several majestic armored vehicles neatly arranged. The body of the car in the sunlight flashed with a cold metallic luster, exuding a sense of awe-inspiring power. Around the armored vehicles, the upright soldiers stood straight, wearing uniforms with solemn expressions. That a body-neat uniform, in the breeze gently fluttering, every subtle action reveals a well-trained demeanor. Teachers have also long stood in the designated position. In the center of the playground, a solemn and gorgeous podium was temporarily set up. On the background board of the podium, the huge Dragon Country logo was eye-catching and dazzling, with the words "Star Ocean Military School Awarding Ceremony" written underneath in large letters. On the podium, a table covered in red velvet was placed, and an exquisite black box was placed on the table. The entire playground was filled with people. "I'm going, honoring? Honoring who? This specification, is it too high? That person seems to be Lieutenant General Yi Qing? Are you guys nuts? He's honoring Brother Chen, it's all over the internet, a first-class medal." First-class medal? Is that impressive? Grass, there's less than 10 people who can obtain a first-class medal every year. Just as everyone was talking, Vice Principal Du Hongshen walked up to the podium with a steady pace. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, his chest was covered with medals of different colors, his hair was combed meticulously, and his eyes revealed majesty and solemnity. "Cough cough cough, all be quiet." Du Hongxing's words were clearly transmitted to every corner of the playground through the loudspeaker. The originally noisy playground instantly quieted down, and all eyes focused on him. "Classmates, the purpose of gathering you all here today, I believe you already know, is to hold a meaningful ordination ceremony. During the Fenghe County Beast Tide crisis not too long ago, a student from our Star Ocean Military Academy, with his exceptional strength and fearless courage, stepped forward and successfully repelled the 4th-ranked Beast Tide, protecting the safety of the local people and the Demon Suppressor Army's compound. His heroic deeds not only won honor for our Star Ocean Military School, but also set an example for the entire Dragon Kingdom. This one student, I believe most of you know about him as well." Du Hongsheng paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over every student in the playground, finally landing on Jang Chen. "Now, I announce that the recipient of this conferral ceremony is student Jang Chen," Du Hongsheng said loudly. As the words fell, the entire playground instantly boiled over. Everyone unanimously turned their gazes to where Jang Chen was. In the midst of the student queue, Zhang Qingyu, Yang Xiaohong, Xu Liang, and the others from the Star Ocean Military Academy's Ableist Association stood shoulder to shoulder in one piece. Their gazes were tightly locked onto Jang Chen, who was walking towards the podium. TSK, I really didn't expect that one thing this Jang Chen has done is more exaggerated than the other. Zhang Qingyu gently shook his head while letting out a burst of emotion. His tone was filled with disbelief. First, he broke 2 secret realm records in a row and took the hidden rewards, then he took out the elemental demon, and now, well, it's even more exaggerated, he's even exterminated the beast tide. Yang Xiaodong's gaze hadn't moved away from Jiang Chen since the beginning, and she narrowed her eyes slightly as she softly chimed in. Yeah, a student taking a first-class medal, never seen that before. Zhang Qingyu's eyes flickered with a complex light of envy and admiration. More than just a student, he's a freshman who's just been enrolled for over 2 months. A large portion of the other students in the same class as him don't even have the qualifications to connect to the mission, right? Zhang Qingyu lamented as his words fell. He then turned his head to look at Xu Liang beside him, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he proposed. Old Xu, it's almost time for the freshman's 3rd secret realm next, or else let's make a bet on whether Jiang Chen can get the hidden rewards in this secret realm. How about it, dare you? Dare? Xu Liang raised his eyebrows slightly and responded without hesitation, alright, I'll bet that I can get it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened and he waved his hands in the air as he shouted. No way, old Xu. You're also too unconventional, I also think he can get it. How can this still be a bet? At this moment, on the podium, Du Hongxing smiled and nodded, his face overflowing with relief as he signaled Jiang Chen to stand aside. Subsequently, Lieutenant General Yi Qing walked up to the podium with a steady and powerful stride, accompanied by several officers. Lieutenant General Yi Qing was dressed in a straight military uniform, and the gold star on his shoulder badge shone brightly in the sunlight, like the brightest star in the night sky. His eyes were full of appreciation and affirmation for Jiang Chen, and every step he took was filled with the majesty and momentum of a lieutenant general. Lieutenant General Yi Qing held the black box in his hand and slowly walked beside Jiang Chen with a calm pace. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing an amiable smile, and his voice was calm and strong as he said, Student Jiang Chen, your heroic performance in Fenghe County fully demonstrated the bearing and responsibility of an outstanding soldier, and with your actions, you have interpreted what courage and strength are. You are the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, and the pride of Star Ocean Military Academy. Now, on behalf of the Jin Demon Army, I award you the Jin Demon Army First Class Medal in recognition of your outstanding contribution. Chapter 102 Fourth Order Ability Person. Lieutenant General Yi Qing slowly opened the black box with a gentle and dignified movement and took out the gleaming gold Class 1 medal. He walked forward and gently wore the medal on Jiang Chen's chest. At this moment, it was as if time stood still. The entire school, all the students were witnessing this moment of honor. Under Du Hongxing's leadership, the entire playground erupted in thunderous applause and cheers that lasted forever. The faces of the students were filled with excitement and thrill, and their applause and cheers were like raging waves, wave after wave, as if they were going to overturn the entire playground. A moment later, the applause in the playground gradually stopped, and the entire playground returned to relative silence. Lieutenant General Yi Qing continued. At the same time, in order to further incentivize you to keep moving forward on your future path, the Jin Demon Army has decided to reward you with 2,000 military department points or directly reward you with 2,000 attribute points. Lieutenant General Yi Qing said, opening another box and placing it in front of Jiang Chen. In the box was an attribute light ball that was as big as 2 apples and emitted a white glow. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. I didn't expect that the rewards of this demon suppression army were quite humanized. It could actually give attribute points directly. But it was normal to think about it. After all, for most people, the probability was that the military department points would be used to exchange for attribute points. Not to mention that the Jin Demon Army's military department, too, already knew that they had exchanged for an elemental weapon. Jiang Chen stood still, his posture erect as a pine, and gave a standard military salute towards Lieutenant General Yi Qing, his voice firm and loud. Thank you for Lieutenant General Yi's affirmation and encouragement. I will definitely keep my mission in mind and live up to everyone's expectations. After these words, Jiang Chen continued, I'd better choose the attribute points directly. Yi Qing nodded, as if he had already known Jiang Chen's choice. He handed Jiang Chen the wooden box containing the attribute light orb, and then gave a standard military salute towards Jiang Chen. On the playground, thunderous applause resounded once again. Zhang Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. Damn, this is too eye-catching, isn't it? This Jang Chen, the attribute points are all taken in thousands and thousands. Think about when we first enrolled in school, we were happy to death with 200 points. After these words were said, the surrounding cadres were also silent. Obviously, what Jang Chen said was the truth, and only Jang Chen could manage to take thousands and thousands of attribute points just after enrolling in school. Hey, but then again, the stronger Jang Chen is, the better it is for our Star Ocean Military Academy. Yang Xiaotong added. The corner of Chu Liang's mouth rose slightly. A smaller pattern is only heavenly good for our Dragon Kingdom. At this time on the other side of the queue, Jang Chen had already returned to the queue. Wang Ming's face was full of excitement, his eyes were glowing, his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and admiration as he yelled at the top of his voice. Awesome, Brother Chen! However, Jang Chen only nodded his head gently as a response to Wang Ming, and immediately removed his attention from Wang Ming, looking distracted by everything around him. At this moment, on the stage, Lieutenant General Yi Qing and Du Hongshang were making inspiring speeches, and those impassioned words full of encouragement sounded like a whisper to Jang Chen, not attracting his interest in the slightest. His mind was not on it at all, and there was only one thought in his mind: adding points. After absorbing that huge ball of attribute light, Jang Chen's divine sense flashed as he decisively started adding points. The attribute panel flashed with bursts of golden light. Eventually, his attribute panel adding points was completed. Strength, 1720 plus. Spirit, 3440 plus. Physique, 1720 plus. Agility, 1720 plus. Maneuverable gravity, 172 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Assignable attribute points, 0. After thoroughly adding the points, Jang Chen only felt a majestic and pure power surging into his body like a raging tide. This power rushed across his limbs and bones, setting off a strong shock wherever it went. At first, the intense impact brought about by this power caused Jang Chen to feel a slight discomfort, with a feeling of tightness and distension coming from all parts of his body. But soon, he adapted to this change, and every inch of his muscles and every bone was like the earth in a long drought, greedily absorbing this energy. His muscles rapidly swelled and tightened under the nourishment of this energy, and his originally smooth muscle contours became more distinct and full of power. The bones were also undergoing a metamorphosis, and the originally hard bones became tougher and stronger under the baptism of the energy. Phew! The total attribute points had come to 8,600 points. In other words, one was already a 4th-ranked ability user. Without even entering the 3rd secret realm, he had already reached a 4th-order ability person. One didn't even dare to think about how one should mess up killing in the next 3rd secret realm. On the other side, inside an underground base, the lights were dim and flickering, and everywhere was dark, damp, and filled with a weird atmosphere. The leader of the Reapers organization was currently sitting alone on a cold stone chair, his figure mostly swallowed up by the darkness, leaving only a vague and tall silhouette. Directly in front of him, a huge screen emitted a piercing blue light, cyclically playing the video of Jang Chen's 2-sword regiment destroying the beast tide. The chief's face was hidden in the shadows, his hands clenched into fists, veins rippling on the backs of his hands. Suddenly, bang! A dull and shocking loud bang echoed through the base. Only the chief's right hand, which was resting on the armrest, snapped and erupted with a shocking force. The originally hard and unrivaled stone chair armrests, under the impact of this force, instantly turned into pieces, and stone chips rustled on the ground. At this time, a henchman carefully walked out from the shadows, his head slightly lowered, not daring to look directly into the chief's eyes that were filled with rage. Chief! His voice carried a hint of trembling. This Jang Chen is so powerful that he has seriously threatened our plans. Should we send someone to finish him off now? The chief slowly turned his head, his gaze shooting at his men like a knife. The henchman trembled at the gaze and involuntarily took a step backward. The chief was silent, clutching a piece of information with Jang Chen's photo printed on it tightly in his hand. Jang Chen on the photo had firm eyes and a cold face, revealing a maturity and steadiness that didn't match his age. A moment later, he finally spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Breaking 2 consecutive secret realm records, and in a little over 2 months' time, being able to manage to kill nearly 10,000 4th-ranked ferocious beasts with 2 swords in a second, such a talent, if he can be used for us, it will greatly accelerate the progress of our plans. But what if he refuses? The henchman asked bravely. Then the chief sneered, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a cruel and icy smile. Death. He stood up and walked over to the screen, gazing at Jang Chen's figure above, his eyes flickering with a complex light. there was appreciation, jealousy, and even a hint of killing intent that was hard to hide. The next secret realm, in more than half a month, I will go and personally meet him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the chief's eyes. Chapter 103, Listening to the Voice of All Things. Above the playground of the Star Ocean Military Academy, Vice Principal Du Hongshang was still standing on the podium, colorfully delivering an impassioned and inspiring speech. Time passed minute by minute, his speech lasted for a long time, and the students under the stage had long been listening to the drowsiness, one by one drifting off to sleep, their heads drooping down from time to time. But even so, everyone can only hold on to their spirits. After all, the person speaking is the vice principal, even if sleepy again have to listen to it with a hard head. Only Jang Chen was an exception. His thoughts stopped on the skill panel in his head. Assignable skill points, 340. Hearing color hegemony LV.3, 0180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Armed color hegemony LV.3, 0180 plus, has comprehended armed color externalization, next level, internal destruction. Blind swordsmanship LV.5, 0160 plus, currently comprehending sword breath proficient, next level, sword dipper skilled. Gravity field LV.5, 0160 plus, current field range 1000 meters, next rank, range spread to 2000 meters, gravity wave manipulation proficient. Gravity blade mighty tiger LV.3, 040, currently can attach 500% gravity, next level, can attach 1000% gravity. Breath of the Sun LV.1, 0150, current destructive power increased by 10 times, next level, destructive power increased by 15 times. Naval 6 styles LV.3, 040 plus. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV.30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 2340. Jang Chen gazed intently at the skill panel in his mind, his right hand subconsciously stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. He currently had 340 assignable skill points. If he utilized all of these points, he could just about order a skill that required 180 points for one level, and another skill that required 160 points for another level. Among these, the skills that required 180 points were Hearing Color Hegemony and Armed Color Hegemony. The former was able to expand one's perception range, while the latter was able to enhance destructive power. Nowadays, a 1000-meter visual field perception range, to be honest, really didn't seem quite enough. The next level of the hearing color can directly expand the perception range to 2000 meters, that is, 2 kilometers. With a range of 2 kilometers, for everyday life and battles, it might almost be enough. Thinking about this, Jang Chen couldn't help but think of the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle that was known as a cannon on Earth in his last life. Its bullet speed was only 853 meters per second. If you were to raise your hearing color breath to a perception range of 2000 meters, then even if Barrett had a perception range of 2000 meters, he would be able to use it. Then, even if Barrett shoots from 2000 meters away, he has more than 2 seconds of reaction time. In that case, after raising his hearing color hegemony to LV.4, wanting to rely on a long-range single attack to hit himself had almost become an impossible task. With this in mind, the corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly. First, he would raise his hearing color hegemony one more level. Ding! As a golden light flashed by, a force instantly surged out within Jang Chen's body. Immediately afterward, his perception began to change radically. The originally noisy sounds of the playground instantly became crystal clear. Every student's subtle breathing, heartbeat, and even the sound of an insect winging its way through the grass not far away were all clearly transmitted into his ears. The details of Du Hongxing's vocalization of every word, the frequency of the vibration of his vocal cords, as well as the ups and downs of his tone due to the change in the rhythm of his breathing, were all magnified countless times. Jang Chen's vision was also no longer limited to a range of 1000 meters, but spread out in all directions like a tidal wave. With him as the center, everything within a radius of 2 kilometers was within his perception. He could see the birds in the woods at the back of the campus, and he could see the staff inside the school building. Objects that were originally obscured seemed to become transparent in his perception, with no secrets to speak of. This is not all. When he raised his hearing color to LV.4, Jang Chen's perception was no longer limited to sight and hearing, but also extended to a more subtle level. He could feel every trace of breeze flowing in the air, and could detect the subtle changes in the moods of the creatures around him. The drowsy students, their deep-seated irritation, exhaustion, and helplessness towards their lectures, were all transmitted to his mind as clear signals. And the few small animals that occasionally passed by in the distance, their fear, curiosity, or calmness could all be keenly captured by him. Jang Chen tried to focus his perception on a certain point. Instantly, all the information from that point flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He could clearly see the trajectory of an ant crawling on the ground, and could even feel the subtle changes in the surroundings brought about by every swing of the ant's tentacles. He can hear the faint sound produced by the friction between the ant's legs and the ground as it crawls, as well as the messages passed between the ant and its companions through its antennae. This was listening to the sound of everything? Jang Chen couldn't help but feel a shock inside, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect that raising the seeing color to LV.4 would be able to do this. Only. Now there was no way to do it to a very exaggerated extent. One had to highly concentrate their perception to a certain point in order to hear the sound of everything. But this was enough. After all, one could still proceed to upgrade. Seeing color hegemony LV.4, 0540 plus, current range 2000 meters, next level, range increased to 10,000 meters, comprehend seeing kill. The next level will indeed be able to unlock the hearsay kill. According to this, the armed color points to LV.5, the probability of being able to comprehend fist and bone shock. Only the skill point requirement is really too high. And not only is it a sight and sound kill, the next level of perception range, directly increased 5 times. It reached 10 kilometers. This meant that one would completely get rid of blindness. Having a 360-degree omnidirectional perception range with a radius of 10 kilometers. Even if one were to trade a healthy eye for it, one would definitely not trade it, right? Assignable skill points, 160. There are still 160 skill points left. The only ones that can be ordered are Blind Sword Art and Gravity Field. Blind Sword Art LV.5, 0160 plus, currently comprehending Sword Chi proficient, next level, Sword Dipper proficient. Gravity Field LV.5, 0160 plus, current field range 1000 meters, next level, range up to 2000 meters, Gravity Wave Manipulation proficient. With these two skills, boosting the Blind Sword Art was nothing more than adding more destructive power. One's current perception range had already reached 2000 meters, so if one boosted the gravity domain, it would not only boost the destructive power, but also the manipulation range. Moreover, the next level would also be able to comprehend gravity wave manipulation at the proficient level. Perhaps it would be able to do the move gravity bounce from Fujikyu in the anime. Nowadays, one's only defensive skill was the iron block. However, the iron block had a fatal flaw, which was that it couldn't be moved while in use, which was undoubtedly a huge hidden danger in actual combat. So, of these two skills, there was no doubt that upgrading the gravity domain would provide the biggest boost at the moment. Thinking of this, Jang Chen decisively allocated all of his remaining skill points to the gravity domain. Ding! Gravity domain LV.5, gravity domain LV.6. Chapter 104 Gravity Rebound. Ding! Gravity domain LV.5, gravity domain LV.6, 0320 plus, current domain range 2000 meters, next level, range spread to 5000 meters. As the system's crisp beeps fell, a brand new power once again surged within Jang Chen's body. This power was very different from when he had previously raised his hearing color hegemony. It was calm, heavy, and carried an unspeakable majesty. Jang Chen only felt that the pores of his entire body opened up at this moment, as if he had established a marvelous connection with the surrounding space. The gravity field, which he could only barely perceive, had become incredibly clear in his own perception, and every fluctuation of gravity and every change in gravity was like a detailed picture scroll unfolding in front of his eyes. He could clearly see the flow of gravity in the air, just like seeing a babbling brook meandering through the mountains. The current self's control over gravity had risen to a whole new level. This mastery was not only reflected in the expansion of range, but also in the fine manipulation of gravity. It was possible to focus the anti-gravity at a single point at will, or spread it throughout the entire field. This marvelous feeling caused Jang Chen to go into a bit of a trance. Immediately after, he tried to mobilize the power within his body and focus his attention on a single point. In an instant, a powerful anti-gravity energy quickly coalesced under his control. A clear dark purple gravity wave slowly emerged and intertwined. This anti-gravity force was like a large invisible hand, constantly compressing and gathering, becoming stronger and stronger. As the anti-gravity coalesced, the surrounding air began to distort violently, and the light refracted strangely under this powerful force, forming a brilliant halo. What the hell? Wang Ming, who was on the side, couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw this scene. The other students around them also landed their gazes on Jang Chen. They could feel an invisible pressure spreading out from Jang Chen's location, and the air around them seemed to have become sticky, making it a little hard to breathe. Seeing this, Jang Chen hurriedly withdrew his ability. After all, he didn't want to accidentally injure his classmates. Wang Ming stared at Jang Chen in a daze. "Brother Chen." "Chen, don't tell me? You've comprehended a new move?" Jang Chen was silent for a moment and slowly said, "Sort of." Wang Ming's eyes widened. How long had it been, comprehending one move after another? How could the gap between people be so wide? Just then, a dragonfly broke into Jang Chen's range of perception. Jang Chen's heart stirred, and a bold idea surged to his mind. He decided to use this dragonfly to try out his newly acquired ability. He focused his attention on a point in front of the dragonfly. With a movement of his mind, a super 100-ton anti-gravity force instantly coalesced there, forming a small gravity barrier visible to the naked eye. This barrier emitted a ring of dark purple aura, squeezing the surrounding space into a slight distortion. The dragonfly was still flying forward rapidly, not noticing the danger ahead in the slightest. The next moment, there was a soft pft sound. It was as if the dragonfly had crashed into an impenetrable wall. Immediately afterward, a powerful force erupted from the barrier, instantly tearing the dragonfly's body into pieces. The dragonfly's wings, body, and tentacles instantly vaporized under the force. Sure enough, it could. This was gravity rebound. Jang Chen couldn't help but feel happy inside. It was only because the little dragonfly was facing a gravity of over 100 tons that it was so unbeatable. Next, he would have to find someone to try and see if it could rebound the attack. At this moment, Tang Shuyao, who was standing next to Jang Chen, also came back to her senses from her daze, and she couldn't help but ask, "Jang Chen, what move have you comprehended again?" Jang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Little Tang, you can accompany me to try out some moves later." The words fell. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened violently and pointed at herself. "Me? Accompany you to try your moves?" That sword from last time was still fresh in his mind. A sword had directly plowed a deep, bottomless gully through the entire back of the mountain. Letting himself accompany Jang Chen to try out his moves, wouldn't that be killing him? Jang Chen sensed Tang Chuyao's overwhelmed expression and kind of wanted to laugh. He cried and laughed as he said, "It's not an attack move, it's a defense move." Tang Zhuyao was relieved when she heard this. "Oh, that's fine." On the podium, Du Hongxing's gaze swept over the students on the stage. "I hope that each and every one of you can follow the example of fellow student Jang Chen and maintain a positive and progressive attitude on the path of learning and cultivation, constantly improving your abilities. We are in a challenging time, the threat of demonic beasts has never disappeared, and we shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding our homes and defending our country. Only when each of us becomes stronger can we guard everything we hold dear in the battles ahead." Finally, let's once again give a warm round of applause to congratulate Mr. Jang Chen, and wish him to continue to create brilliance on the road ahead. I also wish each and every one of our students to achieve success in their studies at Star Ocean Military Academy and realize their dreams. Now, I announce that this conferral ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. Dismiss the team. As Du Hongxing's words fell, the playground once again resounded with thunderous applause. Wang Ming let out a deep breath. "It's finally over. Let's go, withdraw." Jang Chen said, turning to follow the other students, and began to move slowly. The originally neat and orderly queue instantly became a bit scattered, and noisy human voices rang out. Jang Chen traveled through the crowd, and from time to time, people came up to strike up a conversation and offer their congratulations. He all smiled and responded one by one. Wang Ming patted Jang Chen's shoulder and asked, "Jang Chen, are you going back to the dormitory?" "I'm going to the back of the mountain with little Tang to try out the new moves." Jang Chen responded without looking back. I. Forget it, I'd better go back to the dormitory." Wang Ming thought about it and decided not to go along, lest he should be depressed again after watching himself. To have such a monster in one's own class, I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Star Ocean Military Academy's back mountain. Jang Chen led Tang Chuyao to an open space. The ground around was full of fine gravel, the wind blew and raised dust and fog. It was empty and lonesome, revealing a different sense of barrenness. Jang Chen stood still, turned to face Tang Chuyao, and said with a serious expression, "Little Tang, later on, you can attack with your strongest moves, there's no need to hold back. Tang Chuyao froze for a moment when she heard this, and couldn't help but ask, Jang Chen, are you sure? What if it hurts you? The corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry, you can't hurt me yet. You? Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. Humph, why did that sound so uncomfortable? What do you mean you can't hurt you? Although what was said was indeed the truth. With Jang Chen's current attribute points that were more than double his own, even if Jang Chen didn't do any defense, he couldn't hurt him. Tang Chuyao took a deep breath, her eyes glazing over. I'm coming then? Jang Chen smiled, come on. Chapter 105, what's the point of properly comparing yourself to me? Tang Chuyao droned out, her body instantly lit up with blazing flames. Those flames transformed into a nimble fire snake, roaming recklessly around her body, the surrounding air all being twisted and distorted by this high temperature. The flames became more and more turbulent and surging, quickly condensing into a huge flaming fist at the front of her right fist. The scorching heat poured out, as if it was going to roast this entire open space. Jang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. This fire fist, it looked to be more than twice as big as it was in the last secret realm. It had to be said that Tang Chuyao was indeed considered a genius, but it was a pity that she had met herself. Jang Chen, I'm coming. Tang Chuyao let out a loud shout and violently swung out her right fist. The huge fire fist wrapped in rolling heat waves and roared towards Jang Chen. The air along the way was torn apart by this powerful force, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds. Jang Chen looked calm, just at the moment when the fire fist was about to hit him. In front of him, a layer of dark purple aura emerged, which quickly spread and formed a gravity barrier with a diameter of about 5 meters. When the fire fist hit the gravity barrier, the dark purple light flickered and flickered without a sound, and it just stopped in front of Jang Chen. Tang Chuyao looked unbelievably at the scene in front of her. What is this situation? Did it block or didn't it? Just as Tang Chuyao froze, Jang Chen's right hand violently gripped the hilt of his sword. The next moment, with a clang sound, the sword blade was sheathed, and the dark purple light on the gravity barrier suddenly skyrocketed as a palpitating anti-gravity energy erupted out. The fire fist that was originally wrapped in a rolling heat wave, under the effect of this powerful force, unexpectedly reversed its direction and flew straight towards the sky. How is this possible? Tang Chuyao couldn't help but cry out in shock, her voice filled with disbelief. Her eyes were round, her mouth was open, her lips trembling slightly, and her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The fire fist flew higher and higher in the sky, finally transforming into a tiny point of light before exploding with a loud bang. This scene caused Tang Chuyao to completely freeze on the spot, her mind going blank. It was only after a while that Tang Chuyao slowly came back to her senses. She looked at Jang Chen, her eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Jang Chen, did you? Just that was a rebound attack? Jang Chen gently put his sword into his blind staff, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Sure enough, this was the gravity rebound of the Tuhu from the anime. The effect didn't look too bad. Jang Chen nodded, yes, this is my newly comprehended gravity bounce, I didn't expect the effect to be quite good. Jang Chen, you can control the direction of the rebound, right? Tang Chuyao was silent for a while and asked afterward. Jang Chen nodded, I can. After hearing Jang Chen's answer, Tang Chuyao swallowed her saliva, her heart was full of mixed feelings. The attack that he had put his best foot forward was so unbearable in front of Jang Chen, and it was even bounced back into the sky so easily by him. If it was a real battle, this hair fire fist would have to bounce back to himself. You feel like I'm nothing compared to you. Tang Chuyao bitterly laughed and shook her head, both helplessness and a hint of envy in her tone. I thought that my hard cultivation over this period of time had already allowed me to progress quite a bit, but I didn't realize that in front of you, I'm still too far behind. Jang Chen walked forward and patted Tang Chuyao's shoulder, comforting her. Little Tang, don't be too discouraged. What's the point of properly comparing yourself to me? Compare yourself to Wang Ming, compare yourself to Luli. Tang Chuyao raised her head, the corner of her mouth twitched as she looked at Jang Chen with a speechless expression. Your way of comforting people is really unique. In the blink of an eye, it was again the moment when they were about to enter the secret realm number 3. Jang Chen woke up from his bed and habitually looked at the panel in his mind. During this period of time, due to the association's regulations, Jang Chen had completed 2 more S-rank missions with the other cadres, and his total attribute points had come to 11,000. Strength, 2,200 plus. Spirit, 4,400 plus. Physique, 2200 plus. Agility, 2200 plus. Maneuverable gravity, 220 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increased by 1 ton. Now that one's base destructive power had reached 22,000 calories, one was already able to inflict more than 400,000 calories of destructive power without using the Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. And the total attribute point requirement for a 5th ranked ability user was 20,000 points and 400,000 cards of destructive power. In other words, although he was only a 4th ranked ability person now, his true strength had already reached that of a 5th ranked ability person. Up until now, it had only been less than 3 months. As for the 240 skill points gained during this period of time, Jang Chen, on the other hand, directly ordered the level 2 Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger and the level 2 Naval 6 styles, successfully spending all of his skill points without a single remaining point. There was no way around it. Who let himself be OCD? Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger, LV.5, 0160, currently can attach 2000% gravity, next level, can attach 5000% gravity. The Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger that had reached LV.5 was already able to attach 20 times the base gravity, which was 4,400 tons of gravity. With this sword, it was feared that even a 5th ranked beast wouldn't be able to withstand it. Naval 6 styles LV.5, 0160 plus. Shave, move with great speed, speed depends on agility attribute, can briefly instantly move 80 meters, next level, 160 meters. Iron Block, unable to move when used, can resist physical attribute X 150 card impacts, currently can resist 330,000 card impacts, next rank, can resist physical attribute X 200 card impacts. Paper Painting, unload the strength of the whole body, and sense the direction of the attack in advance through the change of airflow generated by the opponent's movement, next level, perception power increased by 1000%. Moonstep, use strong foot power to step on the air, generating strong stagnant force, currently can float up to 160 meters, next level, 320 meters. Erasure Kick, rolls up a vacuum chop through a super high-speed kicking technique, currently can explode strength attribute X 150 card destructive power, currently can cause 330,000 card destructive power, next level, can explode strength attribute X 200 card destructive power. Finger Gun, gather the power of the whole body on the finger, currently can burst power attribute X 150 card destructive power, currently can cause 330,000 card destructive power, the next level, can burst power attribute X 200 card destructive power. As for raising the Naval 6 styles to LV.5, the boost it brought was also extremely large. The instantaneous distance of Shave alone had come to 80 meters, and Moonstep was even able to levitate 160 meters. Even if you don't use anti-gravity flight, you can directly step into the sky and fly all the way up to the 50th floor. Tip: when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 2740. There are still 13 levels left to unlock Overlord Color Hegemony. After Hegemony Color Breath, if nothing else, it should be Skyfall Meteorite. Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. A few moments later, he climbed out of bed, briefly washed up, and headed in the direction of the school building. Last night, class teacher Lin Weidong had explained in the group. Today's lesson was to explain Secret Realm number 3. Chapter 106, Secret Realm number 3, Familiar World. 8 o'clock in the morning. The classroom had long been filled with students. It was at this time Lin Weidong also arrived late, holding a laptop. Cough cough cough, alright, class. Without further ado, let's get straight to the situation of Secret Realm number 3 next. The words fell. Lin Weidong operated the laptop placed on the podium. Immediately afterward, a picture appeared on the large screen behind him. The moment the picture appeared, a wave of disgust erupted in the classroom. Only Jang Chen looked indifferent. Both of his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Good, another monster he recognized. Not only did he recognize it, but he was familiar with it. There were countless movies and dramas about it. In the picture, it was a humanoid monster. Wearing a tattered and torn suit, the straight fabric was covered with large and small holes, as if it had been torn by countless sharp objects. The color of the suit was also long indistinguishable, stained with dark red blood and black stains. The disheveled hair grew wildly like weeds, with some black blood clots and broken flesh mixed in. The facial skin took on a greenish-gray color, as if it had been drained of all moisture, and clung tightly to the skull, making it look particularly hideous. Just by looking at it, one could feel that the monster emitted a sickening putrid odor. That's right, it was none other than a zombie. It was just that what made Jang Chen a bit puzzled was that if it was a zombie, in terms of combat power alone, it definitely couldn't compare to the 12 ghostly moons in the Ghost Destruction Blade, and it couldn't even compare to the aliens in Secret Realm number 1. On what basis did it appear in Secret Realm number 3? On the podium, Lin Weidong continued his explanation. Quiet everyone, the picture is the monster in this secret realm. The name in the secret realm is called zombie. The zombies in this secret realm, according to the speculation from the military department's side, should have been humans like us in life, only to turn into this appearance because of some terrible virus. And the current ones, they possess an extremely strong desire to attack humans. Next, look at a video. Lin Weidong tapped the mouse and the original static pictures of zombies on the big screen disappeared, replaced by a synthesized video footage. A dilapidated street appeared on the screen, the buildings along the street were riddled with holes, shards of glass were scattered all over the place, and a dead atmosphere permeated the surroundings. Immediately after that, several heavily armed soldiers appeared in the picture, holding guns and advancing forward cautiously. Suddenly, a group of zombies with twisted figures and staggering steps appeared from the corner of the street. They instantly became abnormally excited after spotting the group of soldiers, frantically charging towards the soldiers. Their movements were extremely swift, running at speeds far exceeding those of ordinary humans, and their mouths emitted creepy hissing sounds, like hungry beasts seeking prey. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately opened fire. The bullets poured out like rain, hitting many zombies. But these zombies seemed to feel no pain, even though their bodies were riddled with holes, they still didn't stop. Soon, the zombies rushed in front of the soldiers, and both sides started a fierce fight. The zombies surrounded the soldiers with their numerical advantage. Although the soldiers fought hard, many of them were scratched or bitten by the zombies. Those soldiers who were infected began to struggle in pain before long, and their bodies rapidly mutated, turning into monsters just like the zombies in the blink of an eye, attacking their fellow soldiers in turn. The video ended here. Lin Weidong said. This is the real situation of the zombies in Secret Realm number 3, although they look dull, once they discover humans, their speed and strength will increase dramatically. Moreover, their vitality is extremely tenacious, and it's difficult for ordinary attacks to cause fatal damage to them. At the same time, once you are bitten or scratched by them, in just 12 seconds, you will turn into their kind, turning into disgusting zombies that will remain in the secret realm forever. The words fell. Jang Chen shuddered inwardly. 12 seconds? That's a bit familiar. Which movie was it? Just at this moment, a student at the bottom spoke. Mr. Lin, this zombie doesn't look too strong? I feel like I can punch one with one fist. Yeah, it seems to me that their weakness is in the head, so as long as we aim to hit the head, won't that be enough? The other students nodded in agreement. Jang Chen also agreed. As far as the zombies in the video were concerned, facing their group of superhumans, they were indeed a bit inadequate. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Weidong's mouth slightly hooked up as he said to the students. Then come and take a look at the next video. As the words fell, Lin Weidong operated the mouse and switched to the next video. At the beginning of the video, there was a towering skyscraper, with heavy protective nets pulled up around the building, and countless loaded soldiers standing by around the building. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The camera gradually draws closer, and we can see that the building is crowded with people who have taken refuge in it, and their faces are full of fear and despair. Suddenly, a low hissing sound came from the distance, like rolling muffled thunder, echoing in the air. Immediately afterward, a large group of zombies came from all directions like a tidal wave, and they densely converged together in such a large number that one's scalp was numb. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately opened fire and shot. Day. Countless gun muzzles spat out tongues of fire, frantically sweeping towards the zombie group. For a while, the sounds of gunfire and hissing were intertwined, and the scene was chaotic. However, the zombies didn't seem to be intimidated by the fierce firepower, as they rushed forward and back towards the building. As the distance continued to shorten, an unexpected scene occurred. Only to see that the zombies at the back did not hesitate to step on the zombies in front of them, stacking one layer after another upwards, just like building a human pyramid. In a short while, a tower composed of zombies appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and this tower continues to extend upward, and soon exceeded the building's protective net. The soldiers looked at this scene with horror, and their guns were trembling in their hands. And the sheltering crowd inside the building even let out desperate screams. The zombies followed this high tower and surged into the building like a flood. In less than 2 minutes, the tower defense line was completely broken through. The zombies scurried around, biting people as they saw them. The entire building was plunged into a bloody and chaotic The students in the classroom were stunned by this scene, their mouths were wide open, their eyes were round, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The few students who had boasted just now also closed their mouths at this moment, with fine beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. The number of zombies was simply too much. Endless. Even if they were strong, what was the use? If they could kill 100, could they kill 1,000? If they can hold out for 10 minutes, can they hold out for an hour? Not only that, once they were injured, they would turn into disgusting zombies and stay in the secret realm forever. Of all the students, Jang Chen was the only one with a calm demeanor. It wasn't just because of the confidence in his own strength. There was another reason. When he had just heard Lin Weidong say that he would turn into a zombie in 12 seconds, Jang Chen was still a bit skeptical. However, now that he saw this famous zombie stacking scene, Jang Chen confirmed it. This was the movie starring Hollywood actor Brad Pitt, released in 2013 Zombie World War. Then it was good. Because these zombies possessed a very breathless and deadly weakness. Chapter 107 The Secret Realm Number 3 Secrets. Lin Weidong stood on the podium with a grave expression as he continued to explain the key points of Secret Realm Number 3. Class, next I will elaborate on several important characteristics of this secret realm. He cleared his throat and swept his gaze over every face on the stage to ensure that everyone was listening attentively. First of all, this secret realm is a team-based secret realm. Each team is capped at 40 people, and there are exactly 40 people in our class, so the secret realm action will be conducted as a class. The words fell. A murmur rang out in the class, and every now and then, someone glanced over to Jang Chen, a snicker if any on their face. After all, the action was conducted as a class unit. Finally, they could experience the feeling of being taken flying by Jang Chen. Jang Chen, on the other hand, was full of indifference. Bringing someone was fine, anyway, it was fine if it didn't affect his ability to get attribute points. After entering the secret realm, everyone will be randomly transported to a location. Lin Weidong continued, these locations are fixed and are basically better defenses. We will have a certain amount of time to build up our defenses and ensure safety. Right at this moment, a student couldn't help but ask, Teacher Lin, then what if we get disrupted and teleport to several different locations? Lin Weidong smiled gently as he heard this. Don't worry about this, as long as those who form a team are teleported to the same location, there won't be a situation where they can't find anyone. These words were finished. The students under the stage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Teleporting together was good, otherwise what if Jang Chen wasn't with them? Lin Weidong stood on the podium and continued. One more thing, although this is a team operation, the rewards are given out according to the ranking of individual zombie kills. You guys need to survive for 7 days in the secret realm in order to receive the final reward. After Lin Weidong finished speaking these words, Jang Chen gently shook his head and couldn't help but laugh a little. Under his seeing color perception that had reached LV.4, he could clearly sense the emotions of the other students in the class at the moment. Almost all of them had a downcast look on their faces. For such a situation, one was of course well aware of it. These students, who had thought that they would be able to ride their own rockets, like Tang Chuyao in the first 2 secret realms, were wildly taking attribute points. As a result, they were now told that the rewards were handed out according to the ranking of individual zombie kills. Only this could not be blamed on themselves. Since this was the case, it looked like this time in the secret realm, only he himself would be able to take 4-digit starting attribute points. Just at this moment, Lin Weidong's voice once again attracted everyone's attention. In addition, the secret realm is also one of the few secret realms where hidden rewards are known. Hearing these words, all the students raised their heads and listened intently. Lin Weidong continued, if you are able to kill more than 10,000 zombies in the secret realm, you will be able to obtain an additional hidden reward. These words were finished. The classroom once again sighed. Wow, it's so hard. A girl exclaimed, frustration written all over her face. 10,000, 10,000. It's just 10,000 pigs that can't be killed. It's still an individual kill ranking. Another student slumped on the table and muttered in despair. There were also some other students who looked at Tang Chuyao and Jang Chen with envy on their faces. In this class, these two were the only ones who possessed powerful ranged killing abilities. Tang Chuyao was now also a third-order ability, so she had no problem dealing with these zombies. As for Jang Chen, that was even more needless to say. I'm afraid that he didn't even need to make a move, a single thought would go over and the zombies would all become meatloaf. Lin Weidong shook his head and laughed lightly. Well, you guys don't have to be too harsh on the hidden rewards. Being able to come back safe and alive is the most important thing. The hidden rewards of this secret realm, only 2 people have succeeded over the decades. Lastly, for this secret realm number 3, the school will give you a unified distribution of bite-proof clothing and food, but that doesn't mean that if you put on the bite-proof clothing, everything will be fine. The bite-proof clothing also has an upper limit of bite-proofing. Lin Weidong's tone became serious. Remember, in the secret realm, you can't take it lightly at any time. After saying that, Lin Weidong took out a stack of maps from the podium and distributed them to each student. Everyone carefully received the maps, anticipation and nervousness showing in their gazes. Jang Chen received the maps and spread them out on the table, sensing the markings and notes on them. These maps were drawn out little by the generations of people who had entered the secret realm, and although they weren't detailed enough, they could provide some useful information. This map has marked out the locations of various fixed teleportation points, as well as some possible defense locations. Lin Weidong explained as he handed out the map to the crowd. You can formulate a strategy accordingly based on this information. Remember, teamwork is the key. Within the next few moments, Lin Weidong explained for a while longer, covering various details and precautions of the secret realm. Until an hour later, Lin Weidong propped his hands on the podium table and announced, "Alright, today's lesson ends here. Go get ready, gather to enter the secret realm 2 days later. In short, be careful with everything." The words fell. All the students stood up and walked towards the outside of the classroom. Jang Chen also packed up his things and returned to the dormitory. 20 minutes later, Jang Chen was lying on the sofa in the dormitory, replaying what Lin Weidong had said in his mind, and calculating his next plan in his heart. According to Lin Weidong's explanation, these zombies were, without a doubt, from a movie from a previous life zombie world war. The zombies in this movie were somewhat strange in that they would not attack humans who were suffering from serious illnesses. Really? Even the zombies are picking their food. But this is the setting of the movie and likewise the setting of the secret world, as the creators say. And this time, you need to survive in the secret world for 7 days. A full 7 days. Although one's strength was very strong, it was really hard to say how many zombies there were in the entire city. In case of any accidents, the front and back pounced over. Without being bitten to death, one would have to die of exhaustion first. So, just in case, it's still necessary to prepare a virus that won't kill, or a virus with a special medicine, and infect yourself first after entering the secret realm. Only in this way, it will be able to ensure that everything is safe. The zombies will not attack themselves. Then are not all pigs to be slaughtered? Only now there was a problem: where to find this stuff? Jang Chen lay on the sofa, his mind searching for possible options. Going directly to the CDC definitely wouldn't work. Who were the people there to give the virus to themselves? There was also no reason to get the virus himself. It was impossible to directly say that he was a traveler and knew the secrets of this secret world. Perhaps this world also had the so-called darknet from the previous life? Thinking of this, Jang Chen suddenly had a light in his head, got up and walked back to his room, turned on his computer, and began to research. After some research, Jang Chen was really right. This world did have its darknet existence. It wasn't until close to 12 o'clock at night that Jang Chen finally found a CDC staff member and agreed to head to the CDC tomorrow to trade. Chapter 108 Secret Deal. Early the next morning, Jang Chen then packed up his things and went out. He put on a normal jacket and put on a mask and sunglasses to try not to let others recognize him. He then took a car in front of the school. He first went to the bank and withdrew $200,000 in cash. After all, this was an illegal transaction, and the other party said that they would only accept cash. Afterwards, Jang Chen carried a backpack full of cash, grabbed a car, and set off towards the next city, Sanshui. The CDC he was going to this time was located on the edge of the city of Sanshui next door. The scenery outside the car window gradually became unfamiliar. The hustle and bustle of the city was left behind, replaced by a desolate suburb. After arriving at the Sanshui city's CDC, Jang Chen got out of the car and looked around at the surroundings. The place looked a little cold, and the surrounding buildings looked a little old. Jang Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset as he walked towards the front door. Through the guidance of the front desk staff, Jang Chen met the contacted doctor. The doctor was wearing a white coat, his face was grave, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "You're here," he said in a low voice, then looked around for a moment, as if making sure no one had noticed their conversation. Immediately afterward, he said to Jang Chen, "Follow me." Led by the doctor, Jang Chen walked through the long corridor, and the smell of disinfectant permeated everywhere. A moment later, they walked to the door of one of the CDC's virus sample rooms, the door of which was made of thick metal, making it seem extraordinarily sturdy, and the door was equipped with an electronic lock. The doctor looked around with the same vigilance, then entered a series of codes, and the door slowly opened with a low mechanical sound. "Go in." The doctor gestured for Jang Chen to walk in, then followed suit, closing the door behind him. The smell of disinfectant water was even stronger in the air inside, and the walls were plastered with warning signs of various viruses, making the entire space seem cold and translucent with a hint of oppression. Jang Chen was expressionless, surveying the surroundings with his perception. The interior of the sample room was quite rigorously arranged. In the center was a long table with various specimens and test tubes on it, and along the walls were individual refrigerated cabinets that housed different types of virus samples. "These are the virus samples we have here." The doctor pointed to the specimens on the long table and began to introduce them. "These are all strictly screened and of the highest quality. By the way, what do you want these samples for?" The doctor gazed at Jang Chen curiously. When Jang Chen heard this, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and there was some displeasure in his tone. "Sorry, no comment." Seeing this, the doctor spread his hands. I'm just asking casually, you can choose a sample you want." Jang Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "Is there an introduction?" The doctor sniffed, lightly pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and smiled. "Of course. This is the acute influenza virus." The doctor picked up a test tube labeled acute influenza virus and continued. "This virus is extremely contagious and spreads mainly through the air. After infection, the patient will experience symptoms such as high fever, coughing, and generalized weakness." Jang Chen nodded gently, signaling the doctor to continue. "The second type is adenovirus." The doctor handed Jang Chen another bottle of test tubes and continued to explain. "This adenovirus, which only appeared in recent years, has an extremely high lethality rate and usually causes respiratory infections, with symptoms including coughing, sore throat, and fever. But it's not as contagious. This is the coronavirus." The doctor picked up the third test tube. "Infection may lead to severe respiratory symptoms and even death, and the contagious rate is also very strong. Speaking of this," the doctor suddenly asked, "by the way, none of the viruses here can have a fatal effect on ability users, they can only be slightly unpleasant." Jang Chen couldn't help but feel an inner shock when he heard these words and asked, "All the viruses don't work?" The doctor nodded and said, "Yes, the immune ability of an ability user is too much stronger than an ordinary person. Most viruses don't even have the qualifications to make an ability user uncomfortable, but those 3 viruses I just listed can make an ability user uncomfortable for about 7 days. Jang Chen was silent as he began to ponder inwardly. Couldn't be fatal to ability users? Then could it still work on the zombies in the secret realm? The doctor seemed to have guessed Jang Chen's thoughts and spoke. "If your aim is to kill ability users through the virus, it's almost impossible, but if your aim is just to infect ability users, then I recommend the first acute flu virus, which is the most contagious." Jang Chen remained silent as the doctor finished his words. In the current situation, it was impossible to determine whether or not infecting the virus without mortal danger could work on the zombies in the secret realm. But since it couldn't be fatal, it had to be tried anyway, just in case it did work. And it better be the most contagious virus. In any case, the ones who went in with him were all his classmates, so if it was possible, it would be best to infect them all by the way, and since they were all ability users anyway, none of them would be fatal. At that time, even if the zombies really didn't attack them, one would have a reason to get rid of the suspicion of the military department. After all, everyone was infected, there was no reason to suspect themselves. Moreover, when they got out of the secret realm, they could also subtly mention that the class had gotten sick, so perhaps the military department would be able to discover the weaknesses of these zombies, which would be of some help to the new students in the future. If this was still not guessed, then there would really be nothing to say. Just ask for the acute flu virus. Jang Chen spoke. "All right." The doctor nodded and turned towards the refrigerated cabinet, taking out a bottle of acute influenza virus test tube from the refrigerated cabinet and handing it to Jang Chen. The doctor instructed, "Remember, absolutely no outsiders should know. If it wasn't for the lack of money, I wouldn't be looking for you." The corners of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly, giving the doctor a reassuring smile. "Understood, and you shouldn't let anyone know that I've looked for you." The doctor nodded, then revealed a greedy gaze. $200,000. Jang Chen didn't reply and directly threw the backpack behind him to the doctor. After counting the cash, the doctor spread a happy smile and led Jang Chen out of the sample room. 2 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it came to the moment when they officially entered the number 3 secret realm. At this time, the entrance to the Star Ocean Military Academy's secret realm was filled with all the first-year students and their class teachers. Countless staff members were also busy, handing out bite-proof suits to these students. The students all changed into them on the spot as well. The material of the bite-proof suits shimmered with a faint luster under the sunlight, appearing a bit bulky but giving people a sense of security. It was said to be changed, but in reality it only needed to be put on. After all, within this secret area, it was in a relatively cold season. The anti-bite suit also had a certain degree of warmth. After all the students had put on their anti-bite suits, Lin Weidong stood in front of the class Jang Chen was in, his face grave as he looked around at every student. For 7 days, you must be united in order to better survive. Do you all remember that? Lin Weidong's voice echoed in the air. Remember. All the students responded in unison. Lin Weidong nodded and looked at his watch, then said towards the crowd. Depart. Chapter 109 Entering the Secret Realm. Under the dusky sky, there were endless sand dunes that stretched to the end of the line of sight. The wind howled furiously, swirling up the yellow sand in the sky, coloring the entire world into chaos. The visibility was extremely low, as if they were in the middle of a huge sandstorm. On this desolate and dead land, an abrupt black crack stretched across between the sand dunes, like a hideous scar. In front of the crack, hundreds of figures stood densely and silently, dressed in uniform black cloaks with a yellow straw skull symbol embroidered on the cloak, hunting in the wind and sand. At the front of the crowd, the leader of the chief, with a thin figure, pale as paper, as if a walking skeleton. On his ghastly white face, he always wore a faint sickly smile that made people shudder. Jia jia jia. It's starting, it's starting. His tone was somewhat neurotic, his voice hoarse and shrill. The great king is about to descend, and this rotten world will be reborn in flames. What a wonderful thing this is. He fiercely opened his arms, his black cloak moving without wind. He raised his voice to the sky, his voice filled with madness and bloodlust. My children, before we act, let's pray for the guidance of fate. The black-clothed people behind him did not speak, they just stood silently, a frenzied light flashing in their eyes. The chief pulled out a small box made of woven straw from his bosom, the surface of which was engraved with bizarre runes. He carefully opened the box, and inside was actually a stack of cards. On the back of the cards was a uniform golden cross pattern. On the front, various patterns were drawn, some were weapons, some were monsters, and some were runes, and each card exuded a mysterious aura. O cards of destiny, guide us forward. The chief closed his eyes and recited under his breath. Dozens of cards hovered around him, slowly rotating and emitting a faint golden light. As his last incantation fell, a card deck also appeared in his hand. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, pulling in Jang Chen, 1% success rate. A henchman behind him cautiously said, Chief, with such a low success rate, do we still need to pull together? The chief was silent for a while, then a sharp, soft laugh came out of his mouth. It doesn't matter, give it a try. If it doesn't work, go to hell. Chief, I've heard that Jang Chen is already a 4th-ranked ability user. The voice of the henchman behind him trembled a little. The chief's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Is that so? But I think the next card should be a good one. After saying these words, he closed his eyes once again and mouthed the words, O cards of destiny, please grant us supreme power. His face was filled with fervor and anticipation. A moment later, with a flash of golden light, a card appeared in his hand. The chief slowly opened his eyes, and on the card was a pattern of a woman gently taming a lion. This is positive power. He let out a shrill laugh and opened his hands, exclaiming, Excellent! The king is favoring us. My children, you will gain even more power. He raised the card in his hand high, and the golden aura on the card instantly erupted in a burst of dazzling light, enveloping the black-clothed men around him. Feel the gift of the king. Become stronger. Go harvest more souls. The man laughed madly, his voice echoing in the wind and sand. The light dispersed, and the aura of those black-clothed men changed radically. It was as if their bodies were infused with a powerful force, their muscles swelled, their bones exploded, and their already gloomy aura became even more furious, as if they were a group of demons crawling out of hell. 4th Order. I can feel it, I'm 4th Order. A man in the crowd behind him said excitedly. 5th Order. I'm 5th Order. Surprises rose and fell, and everyone looked at their hands in shock, feeling the power within them. The chieftain turned around and turned his back to the huge black crack, a crazy light flashing in his eyes. My children, are you ready? Offer your loyalty to the king and bring total destruction to this world. With blood and death, pave the way for the king to descend. Ready! Hundreds of black-robed men clad in black cloaks responded in unison, their voices neatly harmonized, their eyes glittering with fervor, as if they were a group of brainwashed berserkers. Very good, very good. The chief nodded his head in satisfaction. He slowly opened his arms. 20 straw mannequins drilled out of his torso. The mannequins' features were blurred, but they exuded an eerie aura. Each of the dolls represented a bilocation of his, and could be parasitized on any person. Of course, the prerequisite was that that person being parasitized must not resist. The next moment, 20 straw mannequins jumped towards the black-clothed men who had been enhanced by the power cards at an extremely fast speed. Immediately after that, the 20 black-clothed men who had been selected knelt down on one knee, their heads hung low, and their faces showed expressions of fervent excitement. The scarecrow dolls drilled into their bodies. The black-clothed people's bodies trembled slightly, and then, a bizarre light flashed in their eyes. Jia jia jia. The 20 black-clothed people simultaneously let out a sharp laugh, which was exactly the same as the chief's voice, full of grimness and madness. Very well, go, I'll wait for your good news outside. The chief nodded his head in satisfaction and said loudly towards the hundreds of black-clothed men behind him. At this moment, one of his men inquired in a low voice, Chief, what if no one matches Jang Chen? No one matches. Then next time. A grim gaze flashed across the chief's eyes and landed on the black-clothed man's henchman. The man in black felt a wave of goosebumps and hurriedly shut his mouth. This time, the secret realm was a team's secret realm, and the upper limit of the number of people in a team was 40, of course, less than 40 people could also enter. They were divided into 25-member teams, each led by one of his doppelgangers. After all, his main body had already gone into secret realm number 3 and could not enter again. From a probabilistic point of view, the chances of matching Jang Chen and the others were extremely high. Depart! With a loud shout from the chief, the black-clothed henchman took a step and brushed past him, heading straight for that secret realm rift. The other side. With a flash of white light, Jang Chen quickly expanded his perception range, and he was now in the middle of a dilapidated, rotten building. The walls around were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the steel bars were twisted and deformed, exposed like a skeleton that had been gnawed on by a giant beast, or like the ribs of some kind of monster. The ground was strewn with rubble, glass slag, and all kinds of construction garbage. Thick dust covered everything, and the air was filled with an unpleasant odor of decay, dampness, and dust mixed together. Outside was an even more apocalyptic scene. The skyscrapers fell to the east and west, some snapped off at the waist, and some were only left with broken walls. The streets were covered with scrapped vehicles and all sorts of debris, streetlights were askew, wires were hanging down, and the whole city looked like a ghost city that had been abandoned for many years. Densely packed zombies, wandering in the streets. Chapter 110, that's a cold for you. Is this the secret realm number 3? Jang Chen muttered as he stood up and patted the dust on his body. This ruined city made him feel an inexplicable depression and uneasiness. Jang Chen, are you alright? A clear and pleasant voice came from Tang Chuyao, who walked over and looked at him with concern. She was wearing a bloated bite-proof suit, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail, making her look clean and sharp. It's fine. Jang Chen shook his head and said to the class, spread out, look around to see if there are any single zombies in the building, clean it up first. Alright. Roger. The students responded and quickly dispersed, starting to search the nearby buildings. Jang Chen's powerful strength and amazing performance was like a godlike existence in the eyes of this group of students. They didn't have any objections to Jang Chen's commands, and obeyed everything he said. Jang Chen, on the other hand, left the crowd alone and quietly looked for an unoccupied corner. He pulled out a small glass bottle injection from his pocket, which was filled with colorless and transparent liquid. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the cork and stabbed the needle into his arm, slowly pushing the liquid inside. The next moment, a slight chill began to spread through his body. Time passed in an instant. The remaining sun was like blood, coloring the sky into a dusky yellow, adding a bit of sadness to this apocalyptic scene. The roof of the rotten building had a wide view, overlooking the ruins of the entire city. Under Jang Chen's instructions, the students were busy. They carried rubble, steel bars, and all sorts of construction garbage, reinforcing the edges of the roof of the building and building simple fortifications. It was necessary to do so in the face of these zombies that were capable of stacking up on top of each other. In this secret realm, they had to survive for 7 days. It was impossible for them to wander aimlessly for 7 days. They had to have a sturdy stronghold before going out in groups to hunt zombies. All the students divided up the work and moved quickly. The girls were responsible for clearing out a relatively clean area as a place to rest and store supplies, and began to build a fire to cook and prepare dinner. This time, they had also brought a lot of pre-made food with them, which were specially made by the military department and were completely enough to last 40 people for 7 days. Tang Chuya walked over to Jang Chen's side and asked with some concern. Jang Chen, do you think we can really hold this place? In the video that Teacher Lin put up, the zombies that covered the sky, it's a little scary to watch. Jang Chen raised both eyebrows slightly. Don't worry, with me here, what can happen? Come and kill as many as you can. When Tang Chuyao heard this, a trace of a reassuring smile also appeared on her face as she nodded. A moment later, she still couldn't help but say, I always have an ominous premonition, some. Chew. Cold. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth twitched. What kind of ominous premonition? This was a cold. Only, it was all caused by the virus he brought in himself, which definitely couldn't be known to his classmates. After all, here, only he himself knew that having a virus in his body could save him from zombie attacks. Definitely can't expose his identity as a traveler. I think it should be a cold, don't think too much. Jang Chen patted her shoulder and said, Caught a cold? It can't be right, ability users can catch a cold. Achoo! Tang Chuyao rubbed her nose and looked at Jang Chen with an unbelievable face. Jang Chen laughed helplessly, casually explaining, maybe it's some virus unique to this place? It was at this moment. There were constantly students who started coughing. Achoo! Coughing. I feel dizzy, I have no energy, am I going to catch a cold? Me too, my nose is itchy and I keep wanting to sneeze, am I going to mutate? I don't want to turn into a zombie. Change. Arg. Change my ass off. Zombies don't transmit through the air. More and more students began to show cold symptoms. They coughed, sneezed, sniffled, their spirits were depressed, and their physical condition was obviously declining. Fortunately for the people here, they were all ability users. Even if they caught a cold, they were still many times stronger than ordinary people. Everyone, don't worry, it should just be an ordinary flu. Achoo! Jang Chen said aloud, calming everyone down, it should be some unique virus within the secret territory. If it's really uncomfortable, just take a rest, it won't affect our actions. Ha? You all caught a cold? I won't. A girl looked around at her classmates blankly. Another boy also spoke up, I wouldn't either. Jang Chen sniffed and his perception swept towards the few students who didn't have colds. Sure enough, the doctor was right, there was a small portion of people that naturally possessed antibodies in their bodies and wouldn't be infected. If these viruses could really work and keep the zombies from attacking them. For this small portion of people, then one could only say sorry. He had already tried his best. On the other side, 5 black-clothed men wearing black cloaks stood on top of a building. One of the black-clothed men's complexion changed as he excitedly looked towards the black-clothed man at the head. Chief, we've matched Jang Chen. When the others heard this, they all looked to the secret realm leaderboards in their heads. Jia. The black-robed man in the lead, who had been parasitized by the straw mannequin, let out a trademark shrill laugh, his voice filled with grimness and excitement. His body trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to suppress his inner excitement. He slowly turned around and faced the 4 teammates behind him. These 4 black-robed men stood silently like 4 silent statues, their bodies completely covered by black cloaks, only revealing a pair of eyes. What flickered in those eyes was not human emotion, but a frenzied light. Good luck, it's really a match. The black-clothed man who had been parasitized opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse and low, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat, and every word carried a chilling sense of eeriness. He stretched out his finger and pointed at 2 of the men in black. You two, go find Jang Chen, test his attitude, and see if you can rope him into joining us. Remember, our purpose is to destroy this rotten world and welcome the king. He paused, and his tone became more sinister. Humanity will eventually be destroyed by the king. We are obeying heaven's destiny and offering a pitch for the king, which is a supreme honor. The coming of the king will bring about a new order, a new world. And we will be the pioneers of the new world, the most loyal servants of the king. Yes. The 2 black-robed men who were named answered in unison, their voices neat and without any emotional coloring. Their bodies leaned forward slightly, indicating absolute obedience. The next moment, the two black-clothed men leapt down, their black cloaks hunting behind them like a pair of black wings, carrying the aura of death as they disappeared into the ruins. Chapter 111. A sword can't even be blocked. What is it if it's not a waste? On the top floor of the abandoned building, the color of the night is getting thicker, and the dilapidated scene is even more depressing. Jang Chen stood at the edge of the roof of the building, but his seeing color hegemony was like an invisible tentacle, quietly extending to a radius of 2,000 meters, capturing any wind and grass. Jang Chen. Achoo! What's wrong with you? Tang Chuyao gazed at Jang Chen with a puzzled look on her face, as she realized that Jang Chen's expression seemed to be a bit grave. Jang Chen gently shook his head. Nothing, someone's coming. People? What people? The other students who were matched? Tang Chuyao looked around, and the only thing that met her eyes was a deserted and dilapidated area. Jang Chen frowned slightly. Not quite, there are only two people. The words fell. Tang Juyao's also discovered that in the distance, two black shadows darted towards them at an extremely fast speed, the black cloaks behind them tumbling in the wind. Black cloaks? Who are they? Don't they wear bite-proof suits? Tang Chuyao gazed at the two black shadows and murmured. Before long, the two black shadows leapt to the roof of the building where Jang Chen and the others were, hovering in the air and looking down at them. One of the black-robed men swept his gaze over the slightly bewildered students on the roof of the building, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc with mockery, as if he was looking down on a group of ignorant ants. Students of the Star Ocean Military Academy, the night is already late, still working so hard, really? Hard. The black-robed man's tone was gentle, but it carried an extremely uncomfortable sense of contempt, as if these students, all of them were mole crickets, laughable to the extreme. The students stopped their movements and looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and wariness. They didn't understand why these black-clothed people came, and they didn't understand the meaning of this strange greeting from the other side. But their instinctive intuition told them that danger was approaching. Jang Chen stood still. With his 360-degree perception perspective, he could clearly see the cloak with the straw skeleton symbol behind them, hunting in the wind and looking particularly ghastly. Tang Chuyao furrowed her brows tightly, gazing sharply at the two black-robed men in the air as she questioned in an icy tone. Who are you people? What are you doing here? The black-clothed men's gazes swept casually over Tang Chuyao's body, as if they were scanning an insignificant object. Immediately afterward, the man in black ignored Tang Chuyao's questioning and locked his gaze on Jang Chen. The perfunctory gentleness in his eyes from before instantly disappeared, replaced by a cat playing with mouse-like playfulness and contempt. You are Jang Chen? The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile with a clear sense of superiority, his tone filled with undisguised scrutiny and disdain. Gravity manipulation, sword Dao genius, 4th-ranked ability person. Really young and famous. The other man in black also scrutinized Jang Chen, and rather than praise, it was more like a condescending evaluation, as if he was reviewing a fairly good commodity. Jang Chen said expressionlessly, "Is there something wrong? Then I'll get right to the point. I'm sure you know about us, the Reapers organization, and our leader, Lord, has been looking forward to you for a long time." The black-robed man's tone was flat, carrying a sense of a superior's gift to the inferior, as if it was such a great honor for Jang Chen to be expected by their chief. Especially sending the two of us here, I wonder if we could ask Mr. Jang Chen to move and have a good chat with us. By the way, the two of us are both 5th-ranked ability users, Mr. Jang Chen, think clearly before you answer. The surrounding students were completely confused, they didn't understand what kind of show these black-clothed people were singing. However, they were able to clearly feel that these men in black were filled with undisguised contempt and disdain for them, and for Jang Chen. Reapers? Haven't the Reapers already been exterminated? What are Reapers? 5th-ranked ability person. Why would a 5th-ranked ability person appear in the number 3 secret realm? It's over. 5th-order ability person, we can't beat it even if we tie together. Some students murmured, unease spreading through the crowd. Tang Chuyao even felt a surge of anger. The attitude of these black-clothed people was simply arrogant to the extreme. But she also realized that the target of these men in black was only Jang Chen from the very beginning. Jang Chen, on the other hand, in the face of this show of disdain and contempt from the black-clothed men, only had the corners of his mouth rise slightly, revealing a smile that was cold to the core. Have a good chat? I'm afraid that's not necessary. Jang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his tone still calm, but it carried a palpitating chill. If you have any bull, just let it go. He slightly sidestepped his head, and his tone became sharp as a knife. I'm not interested in accompanying you guys in a play. and I'm even less interested in listening to you. Fifth ranked trash, showing off your little ridiculous superiority in front of me. Fifth order waste, a few words, was he spat out word by word, the tone is full of undisguised contempt and despise. Instantly the previous black-clothed man painstakingly create a sense of superiority, completely shattered. A fifth order waste? The contemptuous smile that the man in black originally still had on his face instantly twisted into a scowl, an unprecedented rage erupting like a volcano. A mole-like fourth-ranked ability user dared to trample on their dignity so recklessly, it was simply unforgivable. He felt like he had been insulted like never before. Good, then I'll take it as you're refusing, our chief said. If you refuse, go to hell. The words fell. The man in black completely lost his mind and violently launched an attack towards Jang Chen. The air burst under his feet, his figure instantly disappearing into the air like a ghost, his speed so fast that it even surpassed the speed of sound, pulling out a clearly visible white wave of air in the air. His hands transformed into pitch-black claws, directly grabbing at Jang Chen's vitals. In the face of this fierce attack like a raging storm, Jang Chen's face was still as calm as water. Just at the moment when the man in black was about to pounce in front of him, Jang Chen finally moved. He just gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple gravity wave instantly spread out, like a dragnet, instantly enveloping the black-clothed man who was stormily rushing towards him. WH. What? The man in black only felt his body sink violently, and all he could feel was that a terrifying force had firmly imprisoned him, unable to move. His eyes widened in horror as he desperately struggled, but he realized that everything was futile. He was clearly a fifth-ranked ability user, but in front of Jang Chen, a fourth-ranked mole, he couldn't even move. Just as the black-clothed man fell into despair, Jang Chen violently drew out the sword blade in his blind staff. Clank! The sword blade came out of its sheath, a cold aura shot out in all directions, and an incomparably hot aura suddenly erupted, a blazing flame, like the descent of a scorching sun, instantly wrapping itself around the sword blade. Breath of the sun. Armed color entanglement. Attaching 200 tons of gravity. Coupled with the terrifying and overpowering sword intent. Jang Chen completely exploded his power without reservation at this moment, condensing it on top of the sword blade. The sword light flashed. Time seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. The air seemed to be instantly ignited, emitting a crackling and popping sound. The entire world seemed to have lost its sound and color, leaving only a suffocating heat and glare. There was only a sword light as dazzling as the sun, tearing through the night sky, cutting through the darkness, carrying the terrifying power of burning everything, with an unstoppable momentum, chopping towards the black-clothed man who was firmly imprisoned by gravity, unable to move. Put! An incomparably clear cutting sound rang out, and the man in black didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was directly split in two down the middle by Jang Chen's sword. Blood spilled like a fountain, staining the ground red, and the black-clothed man's body, like a tattered ragdoll, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Jang Chen shook the blade of the sword in his hand, and a splash of blood spilled onto the ground. He didn't even look at the limbs on the ground, his tone indifferent as if he was evaluating an insignificant piece of trash. Can't even block one sword, what is it if it's not trash? Chapter 112 Sniper? Jang Chen's words had just fallen. The entire top floor of the rotten building once again fell into a deathly silence. Only the night wind whistled, blowing the dilapidated building, emitting a whimpering sound, as if playing a sad elegy for the two arrogant black-clothed men. The students around them, each and every one of them were dumbstruck, as if they were petrified, frozen in place, their brains were blank, completely losing the ability to think. They looked at Jang Chen's figure, their eyes filled with awe, admiration, and unbelievable shock. With just one sword, he had killed a fifth-ranked ability user in seconds. Jang Chen's growth speed was too fast. Tang Chuya was similarly frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide open, her red lips slightly open, her pretty face filled with shock and bewilderment. She stared blankly at Jang Chen, her mind buzzing with countless thoughts that raced past like a wild horse out of control. As for Jang Chen at this moment, his expression remained calm and indifferent. It was at this moment. The other man in black came back to his senses, and his face no longer had any arrogance on it, replaced by panic. He violently turned around and flew in the opposite direction at an extremely fast speed. This Jang Chen, he definitely couldn't beat him, he had to run. Want to run? The corner of Jang Chen's mouth hooked up into an icy smile. Too late. If you dare to pretend in front of yourself, then don't think of going back alive. Boom! Dark purple gravity waves spread out instantly, and a terrifying gravity descended from the heavens like an invisible giant net, instantly enveloping the black-clothed man's entire body. Ah! The The man in black let out a desperate scream, as if he had been hit by a meteorite. His body sank violently and smashed into another building, nailed to the wall in death. He desperately struggled to get rid of this terrifying bondage, but found that everything was in vain. The power of a fifth-ranked ability person appeared so small and powerless under Jang Chen's terrifying gravity, an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to take a single blow. At the same time, whoosh! A sharp air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Dark purple gravity waves coalesced under Jang Chen's feet, erupting into a terrifying anti-gravity. In an instant, the ground underneath his feet instantly cracked, and rubble flew. Jang Chen's entire body transformed into a dark purple stream of light, and with a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound, he whistled towards the black-clothed man who was imprisoned by gravity and unable to move. The sword light entwined with flames flashed by. The bucket-sized head of the man in black was instantly thrown up high and rolled down powerlessly on top of the ground with a dull sound. Like a fountain, blood gushed out from the headless corpse's neck break. The head fell to the ground, the headless body also slid down, fell heavily on the ground, issued a plop sound, splashing a piece of dust. The rich smell of blood, instantly diffuse in the air. On top of the street, the zombie group that was originally wandering aimlessly, their stiff movements suddenly became hasty. They let out a low hiss and surged madly towards the direction where the smell of blood was the most intense. In the blink of an eye, the zombies swooped down next to the human head that rolled to the ground, opened their bloody mouths, and tore madly at the human head's face. Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Clack! The sound of chewing was exceptionally clear and terrifying in the silent night sky. The zombies greedily gnawed on the human head's flesh and blood, tearing at the bones. In the blink of an eye, the human head, which was still wearing a terrified expression, was already gnawed to the point of being bloody and disfigured. The headless and headless corpse on the other side was also surrounded by a mass. The rotting flesh and blood and broken limbs instantly became a feast for these walking corpses. In just a few moments, the originally arrogant and incomparable fifth-order ability person was completely reduced to food in the mouths of the zombies. There were no corpses left, leaving only a field of tattered black cloak fragments, as well as the strong smell of blood in the air, proving that they had once existed. The students on the top floor of the rotten building, witnessing this creepy scene, all of them turned pale and their stomachs turned over, almost vomiting out their dinner. Although they had all seen the scene of zombies gnawing on humans in the video, but that was only a synthesized video after all. Faced with such a real, bloody and shocking picture, it still made them feel a burst of physical discomfort. Tang Chuyao even covered her mouth tightly, her pretty face white, her body slightly trembling, her eyes full of horror. Such a strong visual impact caused her to feel a burst of numbness in her scalp and ice coldness in her body. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Under Jang Chen's powerful hearing color hegemony danger precognition. An extremely strong sense of crisis instantly wrapped around Jang Chen's heart, causing the hairs on his entire body to stand up. There was danger. Almost subconsciously, Jang Chen's hearing color hegemony, like a tidal wave, frantically spread outwards, instantly locking onto the source of this sense of crisis. A bullet. The body was a bizarre dark red color, its surface covered with dense runes, emitting a palpitating energy fluctuation. At an extremely terrifying speed, the bullet, wrapped in extremely terrifying energy, was shooting towards his brow at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound by several times. Wherever the bullet passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp popping sound and forming a white wave of air visible to the naked eye. Jang Chen couldn't help but be shaken inwardly. Sniper. Why was there a sniper in the secret realm? And this sniper was definitely not an ordinary sniper. The weapon and bullets he was using, with such fast bullet speeds, were definitely not the speeds that could be shot from the usual sniper rifles in the military department. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Jang Chen didn't have time to think at all, and reacted in the best way possible solely by virtue of the danger he had foreseen in his hearth color hegemony. He jerked sideways, his body twisting at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the bullet. Whoosh! The dark red bullet, which almost grazed Jang Chen's ear, brought up a strong gust of wind that even clipped a few strands of his hair. Jang Chen could clearly feel the kind of terrifying energy contained on the bullet. If he was hit head-on, even his body would definitely be instantly pierced through, or even directly blown to pieces. So close. The next moment. Boom! A loud bang came from behind Jang Chen. The dark red bullet blasted above a tall building in the distance. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. The building, which had more than 20 floors, turned out to be like tofu dregs under this blow, and a huge hole was blown right through the center. Reinforcement bars broke, cement collapsed, glass shattered, and countless rubble and construction waste rained down from the air. Immediately afterward, in everyone's horrified gazes, rumble! That tall building collapsed with a loud bang. It raised a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Jang Chen hovered in the air, shocked as he gazed at the tall building that was in ruins. Just one bullet, with a power comparable to a missile. No, it was even more terrifying than a small missile. It couldn't be left here as a living target. Jang Chen fiercely locked his perception to the direction of the bullet shot. The next moment, a sharp cracking sound erupted behind him and disappeared into the air. Chapter 113, Finding You. Holy! Wang Ming's voice trembled, his eyes were round and his jaw almost fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What kind of attack is this? A missile? No, it's impossible for a missile to have such a fast speed. Tang Chuyao also froze in place, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and doubt at this moment. This scene in front of her eyes was completely beyond the scope of her cognition. Luli's expression also became grave, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. What kind of weapon is this? This power is also too terrifying, right? Not only them, but all the students present were deeply shocked by the scene at this moment. What exactly was that dark red stream of light? Why was it able to possess such a terrifying destructive power? With a single strike, it was actually able to blast a 20-story building directly out of the center with a large hole, even causing the entire building to collapse. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be some kind of special devil fruit ability? A student suddenly made a bold guess. Demon fruit ability? That can't be possible, can it? I've never heard of a devil fruit with this kind of ability. Another student immediately retorted. Then what do you think it is? Other than devil fruit abilities, what else could cause this much destruction? No thermal weapon can cause such destructive power, right? I don't know, but it certainly isn't any of our known abilities. The discussion among the students became more and more intense, with various speculations coming out, but there was never a unified conclusion. Just then, roar! 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 A creepy hissing sound came from all directions, and all the students present, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. On the streets, densely packed zombies had already noticed the students of the Star Ocean Military Academy because of the fight they had just had, and were pouncing towards them as if they were crazy. Their faces carried rotting muscles and their bodies emitted a foul odor, just like evil spirits crawling out of hell. The zombies are coming! A student shouted in panic, his voice filled with despair. Another student also panicked. The weapon in his hand was a bit unsteady. This number is too much, right? It's over, it's really over this time. The students were all pale, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Although they were all ability users, they still felt a wave of powerlessness when facing such a huge zombie horde. Everyone, don't panic. Right at this moment, Tang Chuyao's voice suddenly rang out, everyone pick up their weapons and prepare to fight. We'll definitely be able to hold this place. Right. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have Jang Chen here, we can definitely win. Wang Ming also shouted loudly, trying to cheer up the crowd. When the students heard Jang Chen's name, their originally panicked minds settled down a little. Yes, they still had Jang Chen. With Jang Chen's strength, he would soon be able to take care of that mysterious person who had attacked them. After all, Jang Chen was an existence that could easily repel even a fourth-order beast tide. So what if there was a mysterious person? So what if there were more zombies? How could he be his opponent? Thinking of this, the students raised the weapons in their hands and prepared to meet the battle. Everyone, listen to my command, form a defense formation. Tang Chuyao quickly gave the order and began to organize the students for defense. Luli, you take a few people to the roof of the building and take charge of the guard. Once you find a zombie approaching, report to me immediately. Wang Ming, you take a few people to reinforce the fortifications on the roof of the building, and try to keep those zombies out. Everyone else, guard the stairway with me, definitely don't let a single zombie rush in. Under Tang Chuyao's command, the students acted quickly, each finding their own position and starting to methodically set up their defenses. On the other side, Jang Chen's perception was like a spider's web, spreading out noiselessly. His seeing color perception was more precise and powerful than any radar, and could clearly capture any subtle movement. Even the flight path of a mosquito couldn't escape his perception. A certain abandoned shopping mall building a sniper was changing magazines. The sound of metal parts colliding was exceptionally clear in the silence. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth curled into a slight smile. Found you. With the addition of anti-gravity and moonsteps, Jang Chen transformed into a residual shadow and flew towards the sniper's direction at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Another deafening thud echoed through the night sky like the announcement of the god of death. A dark red bullet, with the aura of death, once again whistled towards Jang Chen. The next moment, Jang Chen's figure suddenly turned in the air, narrowly dodging the deadly bullet at an unimaginable angle. His movements were as smooth as flowing clouds in water, without the slightest bit of procrastination, as if he had already anticipated the bullet's trajectory. The bullet brushed past his shoulder and blasted towards a tall building in the distance. Boom! That tall building, under this blow, collapsed, raising dust in the sky. No! It's impossible! This is impossible! The sniper froze in place as he stared incredulously at the scene in front of him. His mind went blank, all his thoughts came to a standstill, leaving only instinctive fear to dominate his body. How was this possible? His own attack had been dodged by Jang Chen twice in a row? One had to know that this silenced sniper rifle in one's hand was a super sniper rifle that the organization had spent a huge amount of money to get as a hidden reward from the secret realm. The speed of the bullets it shot was so fast that it exceeded 1,800 meters per second. The power was strong enough to instantly destroy any defense below the 5th rank. Coupled with his rich sniping experience, he was confident that he could snipe any target. In his knowledge, as long as he was locked by the silence, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Moreover, the second bullet just now didn't aim at Jang Chen's body, but rather, it predicted Jang Chen's trajectory and aimed at his upcoming position. How could this be dodged? Even if Jang Chen had a strong seeing color hegemony, it was impossible for him to do this. Could it be that Jang Chen's hearing color hegemony was already strong enough to the point where he could foretell the future? No, that's impossible. The sniper shook his head violently, putting this ridiculous thought behind him. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to be shocked and doubtful, one had to react as quickly as possible, or else the next person to die would most likely be himself. He quickly adjusted his breathing and was about to re-grip the sniper rifle with his trembling hands. However, as he shook the sniper rifle in his hands, he was never able to find Jang Chen's figure in the sniper scope. Just as he was puzzled, a strong sense of crisis rose abruptly, a sense of crisis that made the hairs of sweat on his entire body stand up. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The figure was as ghostly and silent as if it had been standing there all along, only that he hadn't realized it before. Jang Chen stood expressionlessly in front of the sniper, holding the ordinary-looking blind staff in his hand as he gazed at him with a calm expression. Found you. Jang Chen spoke indifferently, his tone calm and cold, as if he was telling a fact that couldn't be simpler. Chapter 114 Week, 2 week. Found you. Jang Chen's voice was very light, very faint, yet it was like the whisper of the god of death, echoing in the sniper's ears, causing him to instantly fall into an ice cave, as if the blood in his body had frozen. He stiffly slumped in place, his body trembling uncontrollably, fine beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead, slowly sliding down his cheeks, and eventually dripping onto the cold ground. He was able to clearly feel that an aura of death was firmly enveloping him, as if the next second, he would be swallowed up by endless darkness. The sniper opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but realized that he couldn't make any sound as if his throat was blocked by something. He could only look at Jang Chen, at his deep and cold eyes, and feel the suffocating sense of oppression. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A black shadow sprang out of the darkness like a ghost, pouncing on Jang Chen with lightning speed. The black shadow's speed was extremely fast, and it arrived behind Jang Chen almost instantly, bringing up a harsh wind that blew the corners of Jang Chen's clothes hunting. At the same time, the black shadow's body underwent a drastic change, rapidly expanding like a balloon. His muscles bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, a gnarled muscle as if it was made of poured steel, full of explosive power. The black clothes on his body were instantly burst, turning into pieces of rags that scattered in the air. The original human body, which was still quite normal, had become abnormally sturdy at this moment, his height skyrocketing to 2 meters away, like a lofty hill, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The surface of his skin surfaced a layer of dense black hairs, like steel needles standing up, flashing with a cold luster. His limbs also became thick and powerful, and his palms and feet were transformed into sharp claws that flashed with a palpitating cold aura. His head was even completely transformed into a hideous and horrifying cheetah head, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light. His mouth was slightly open, revealing two sharp fangs that flashed with a cold, chilling light, as if they were able to easily tear everything apart. Jang Chen, seeing color hegemony, had captured the sneak attack of this black-clothed man at the very first moment. The killing intent that was as substantial as a needle pricked his nerves. Almost subconsciously, Jang Chen slammed the blind staff in his hand behind him in an attempt to block this sudden strike. However, the speed of this man in black was simply too fast, completely exceeding Jang Chen's expectations. Die for me! The man in black let out a low hissing roar. The voice was hoarse and wild, like a true cheetah roaring. He waved his sharp claws, carrying a powerful wind as he viciously grabbed at Jang Chen's back. The sharp claws flashed with a cold light, as if they could easily tear through steel and tear Jang Chen's body into pieces. Just in the nick of time, a dark purple gravity wave suddenly erupted, rapidly spreading in all directions with Jang Chen at the center, instantly enveloping the entire space. The next moment, the black-robed man, who was originally still raging, his body sank violently, as if he had been pressed by an invisible mountain, smashing into the ground, unable to move. You. The man in black opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice broken and full of disbelief. How is this possible? The man in black's voice came to an abrupt end, as Jang Chen hadn't given him any more chances to speak. Jang Chen looked calm as he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. On the other side, when the sniper saw this scene, a glimmer of hope once again lit up in his eyes. As long as this man in black was able to stall Jang Chen, even if it was only for a few seconds, he could create another opportunity to kill Jang Chen himself. He quickly adjusted his breathing and re-gripped the sniper rifle with his trembling hands. Through the scope, he was able to clearly see that Jang Chen was turning his back to himself. This was an excellent opportunity. Without hesitation, the sniper aimed his rifle at the back of Jang Chen's head. His finger moved slowly and gently rested on the trigger, a frantic light flashing in his eyes. Die, Jang Chen. This time, at such a close distance, it's absolutely impossible for you to dodge again. However, just at the moment he was about to pull the trigger, a cold aura suddenly flashed by. The sniper only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and immediately afterward, he saw that the sniper rifle in his hand had been hardened and chopped into two. What? The sniper exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked down at the sniper rifle that was only half cut off in his hand, and then looked at Jang Chen, who was standing in front of him, holding a blind sword, and his entire body was confused. How is this possible? How could Jang Chen be so fast? Wasn't he being entangled by his own companions? How was he able to spot his movements in a split second and dodge in front of him, and also cut off his own weapon? The sniper's mind was filled with doubts and incomprehension. He couldn't figure it out or understand it. Jang Chen ignored the sniper's shock as the sword blade in his hand lifted up once again and chopped towards the sniper's neck without hesitation. Swish! A cold light flashed by, and the sword blade cut through the air with a sharp sound. The sniper's head instantly flew up high, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. An expression of shock and unwillingness remained on his face, as if he couldn't believe until his death that he had been decapitated by Jang Chen so easily. Plop! The sniper's headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud, splattering a cloud of dust. Jang Chen glanced at the sniper's corpse on the ground and frowned slightly. Weak, too weak. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the other black-clothed man who was still being suppressed by gravity. This black-clothed man, who was a bit stronger than the sniper just now, was also an animal-based ability user. If one's guess was correct, this should be the Inuyasha fruit cheetah form. But in front of himself, it still wasn't enough to look at. Jang Chen's figure disappeared in place. The next moment, a flash of cold light entwined with blazing flames. Ow! The man in black didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before he was completely chopped in two. Jang Chen gently shook his head. Thought how powerful the Reaper was, coming in with such a condescending attitude, but this? Just at this moment, treading, a slight sound of footsteps entered Jang Chen's ears. Jang Chen turned his head to look, only to see a man wearing a black cloak and unable to see his face, slowly walking towards him. Without a doubt, this should be the chief they were talking about. Or should it be the chief's doppelganger? After all, inside his body, he had already been filled with straw, and his organs had all disappeared. The chief stopped, gazed at Jang Chen, slowly opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and low, with a few points of excitement. Jia jia jia. Good, really good, Jang Chen, you really didn't let me down. Your strength, your talent, and your potential are all far beyond my imagination. You're simply a perfect work of art. Join us, Jang Chen. Join us in the Reaper organization. Let's join together and offer everything for the coming of the king. The chief's voice grew more and more excited and frantic, his body trembling slightly as if he was trying his best to suppress his inner excitement. As long as you are willing to join us, I can guarantee that you will receive supreme honor and status. You will become the king's most trusted apostle and become the master of the new world. Jang Chen let out a cold smile and gently shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in you crazy people. The chief sniffed and fell silent for a moment, his eyes, hidden under his hood, flickering with a strange light. His voice was low and hoarse, every word seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless madness and killing intent. In that case, then you will go to hell. Chapter 115 Submit, or die. In that case, then you will die. The chief's voice was low and hoarse. Every word of his seemed to come from the depths of hell, wrapped in endless madness and killing intent. Before the words fell, his already tall and sturdy figure suddenly began to expand violently. This change, sudden and bizarre. It was as if there was some kind of terrifying power that was growing crazily within his body, about to break out and destroy everything in front of him. The black cloak on his body, under the impact of this force, could no longer withstand it and instantly turned into fragments. Immediately afterward, his skin became rough and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the bark of an old tree, covered with bizarre lines. The limbs became abnormally thick, and the original human palms and feet that were still quite normal were now transformed into sharp claws that flashed with a cold light. The head, moreover, turned into a huge and incomparable scarecrow head in the blink of an eye, appearing in front of Jang Chen's eyes. The features were twisted and hideous, and the two eyes were empty and lifeless, like two dark abysses. The mouth was open, revealing a mouth full of jagged, sharp teeth, as if it could tear everything to pieces and devour it. An unpleasant, sickeningly putrid smell emanated from the scarecrow. GGG. The chief let out a creepy, shrill laugh, his voice filled with smugness and madness. His huge scarecrow-like head slowly lowered, and his empty eyes stared deathly at Jang Chen. Those eyes, as if they were looking at a dying prey, were full of teasing and cruelty, as if they were admiring the prey's final despair. Jang Chen, this is my strongest stance. The demon-subduing phase. His hoarse and low voice was like a demonic whisper coming from the depths of hell, each word carrying a chillingly eerie feeling. Now, let you see my true power. At the same time, the students on the top floor of the rotten building in the distance, seeing this scene, had their eyes widened, disbelief and fear written on their faces. My Chow. What the hell is that? It can't be the leader of the Reapers, right? I've heard that their leader seems to be a scarecrow fruit ability. This scarecrow, it's too damn big. Can Brother Tatsu beat it? Should be able to beat it, to be able to come to the third secret realm. Surely it's not their leader's main body, it's just a doppelganger. Even if it's a doppelganger, it still has the strength of the 5th rank. So what if it's 5th order? Those two men in black just now, aren't they also of the 5th rank? 5th rank and 5th rank, there's a world of difference. It's impossible, this isn't even a level of combat, no matter how strong Jang Chen is, it's impossible for him to beat this kind of monster. The students were talking a lot, they had even forgotten about the horde of zombies that were closing in on them. Such a huge scarecrow, covering the sky, was as tall as half of a 20-story building. Is this really a power that humans can possess? What kind of monster is he? Wang Ming was even so scared that his face was pale, and his legs were as heavy as lead, so heavy that he couldn't move. Tang Chuyao tightly bit her lower lip. She wanted to rush up to help Jang Chen, however, she also understood in her heart that in the face of such a terrifying monster, going up by herself wouldn't do much at all, and the students here needed her even more. Jang Chen's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. This appearance, he naturally recognized. It was Hawken's signature move from King of Thieves. Transforming into a giant scarecrow, greatly enhancing his attack and defense, like a demon god coming out of hell, possessing the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Jia. Jang Chen, I only like to kill with a single blow, I don't like to play slowly, I'll give you one more chance, submit, or die. The chief laughed strangely, gazing at Jang Chen. The corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he indifferently said. Such a coincidence. The words fell. The chieftain's expression suddenly changed, opening his hideous giant mouth. Good. Then you will die for me. Immediately afterward, it catalyzed its massive body and lunged towards Jang Chen. Rumble! The surrounding walls and pillars were smashed to pieces by its huge body, bringing up a cloud of dust. The next moment, the leader waved his arm, which was n times thicker than Jang Chen's entire body, and slammed down hard towards Jang Chen. Between the swinging of his arm, he brought up a gust of wind, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The sound was like a mountain tumbling down, like a meteorite falling, with a terrifying might that destroyed the sky and the earth. Jang Chen's body, although it was already considered strong in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of the leader's huge scarecrow body, it looked so small. His face remained bland, and he only gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword in his hand, and the human sword had become one, entering a subtle realm. His heartbeat, breathing, and blood flow were all completely synchronized with the frequency of the sword, as if he was the sword and the sword was him. Clank! The sword blade was sheathed, and a dark purple gravity wave wrapped around the blade. Gravity blade mighty tiger. Jang Chen swung his sword out, and a dark purple sword chi chopped at the giant scarecrow. A gravity that was powerful to the extreme instantly exploded. The gravity that had coalesced to the extreme directly fixed the giant scarecrow in the air. The surrounding buildings were also instantly shattered by this terrifying gravity, and the entire building collapsed. The next moment, dark purple anti-gravity waves coalesced under Jang Chen's feet and suddenly erupted, instantly catapulting Jang Chen into the air. Immediately afterward, he condensed all of his strength onto his sword blade. The sword blade swung out once again. Lightning flashed, flames rose, and dark purple gravity waves intertwined and entwined with black-armed color hegemony. A terrifying sword chi fused with 5 types of power instantly roared out from the blade. Wrapped in lightning, flames, gravity waves, and armed color hegemonic energy, the severe sword chi cut through the sky, carrying the terrifying might of destroying, and chopping towards the scarecrow leader at an unbelievably fast speed. This sword was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. This sword was Jang Chen's all-out strike, the cohesion of all his power, the embodiment of all his will. This sword was enough to cut down gods and demons, destroying heaven and earth. Boom! The sword chi and that huge straw arm clashed together fiercely, emitting a deafening roar. The next moment, that seemingly indestructible straw arm was instantly chopped off in front of this sword chi. What? The scarecrow leader let out a terrified scream. He had completely not expected that Jang Chen would be able to erupt with such a powerful force. How was this possible? He had already used his strongest stance himself. He had even used his destiny card to gain a power boost, allowing his strength to soar once again. Why? Was his arm cut off by Jang Chen's sword? This Jang Chen, is he stronger than himself? No, this is impossible. He couldn't believe it, much less accept this fact. He frantically urged the power in his body, trying to repair his broken arm, but everything was in vain. However, Jang Chen's attack didn't end. Chapter 116, Instant Second Scarecrow. Swish, 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 swish. Flames, lightning, and sword chi surged crazily. 3 very different energies, yet they perfectly intertwined at this moment, forming a destructive torrent that crazily surged towards the gigantic scarecrow that was over 10 meters tall. 9 more powerful sword chi were chopped out one after another. In the face of this destructive force, complex emotions flowed from the giant scarecrow's scarlet eyes: panic, anger, and unwillingness. He wanted to break free from the bondage of gravity, but found that he could not do so at all. He could only watch as this torrent of destruction came at him. Each sword chi precisely hit a different part of the giant scarecrow's body. In the blink of an eye, the giant scarecrow's limbs, chest, abdomen, shoulders, neck, and head were all chopped by Jang Chen's sword chi. Its huge body was instantly split into pieces as if it had been cut by an invisible giant blade. The straw that was originally tightly bound together lost its bonds and scattered in a flurry. Its body was completely dismembered, turning into countless burning pieces of straw that were scattered in the air. The parts that were chopped by the sword chi instantly burst into flames. No! Jiang! Tatsu! The giant scarecrow let out a mournful and unwilling scream, its voice filled with despair and anger. This voice, like the wail of a wild beast before its death, was mournful and desperate, echoing on the top floor of the empty rotten building for a long time. From the beginning of the battle, to the giant scarecrow being completely killed, the entire process only lasted for a few short seconds. These few seconds, for the giant scarecrow, were an instant from heaven to hell. How could it have never imagined that it would lose so completely and miserably? It had originally thought that it could easily crush Jang Chen, but it didn't expect that it would not even have a chance to fight back before it was instantly seconded by Jang Chen. It had originally thought that it was the master who controlled everything, but it didn't realize that it was the prey that was being slaughtered at will. With the death of the giant scarecrow, its huge body quickly collapsed, turning into countless burning straws that sprinkled down like a rain of fire. This rain of fire, gorgeous and cruel, carried the aura of death as it slowly drifted down. Each piece of burning straw seemed like a fragment of an unjust soul, emitting a silent wail in the air. The top floor of the rotten building. The atmosphere that was still bustling originally fell into an eerie dead silence at this moment. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene, each of them had their mouths open and their eyes wide, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. This oppressive feeling did not only come from the shock brought about by the death of the giant scarecrow. It also came from the powerful strength that Jang Chen had displayed. His strength had far exceeded their imagination, and even made them feel fearful. How is this possible? Wang Ning's voice trembled with a hint of incredulous raspiness. His eyes were round, his mouth was open, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The huge scarecrow that had just been unrivaled and majestic had just been instantly secured by Jang Chen? It wasn't just Wang Ming. The other students were also staring blankly at the ruins, at the pieces of the scarecrow that had turned into a rain of fire. The knot is over? Tang Chuya was a little confused as she gazed at the piece of rubble in the distance. Just now, what had happened? First, an incomparably huge scarecrow appeared. Then, Jang Chen chopped off the huge arm of the man in black with a sword, and then killed the man in black with another sword? This is too fast, isn't it? From the time they exchanged blows, to the time the man in black was completely beheaded by Jang Chen, the entire process was not even 5 seconds. In their perceptions, shouldn't a powerful enemy like this one fight with Jang Chen for 300 rounds, and finally be narrowly defeated by Jang Chen? Why would it be so easily killed by Jang Chen with a single sword? Or was that huge scarecrow just looking bluffing, but was actually just a paper tiger? It couldn't be. That huge scarecrow was the leader of the Reaper organization, and had always been wanted by all the countries around the globe. The strength is definitely not weak. Even the doppelganger was definitely not weak. How is this possible? Brother Chen he actually won? He actually killed that monster? Too strong. Is this still human? After the students' shock, there was uncontrollable excitement and thrill. Who said before that it was impossible for Jang Chen to beat it? How about now? Does your face hurt? A student's gaze swept over those students who had questioned Jang Chen before, a hint of mockery and disdain in his tone. Those students who had questioned Jang Chen before, each and every one of them lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to meet his gaze. Their faces were on fire, as if they had been slapped hard. How could they have never imagined that Jang Chen would actually be able to kill that giant scarecrow in seconds? It was still an instantaneous second. Clean and sharp. Meanwhile, at the Star Ocean Military Academy, outside the entrance to the secret realm. On a huge crack, the students who had entered the secret realm were densely written, including the points each of them had earned. Du Hongsheng, Wang Xin, and Lin Weidong were a few people who were currently nervously gazing at the points list on the rift. Have you guys found Jang Chen's name? Du Hongsheng opened his mouth and asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. Wang Xin shook his head, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. I didn't find it, it's really strange, am I getting old? What nonsense are you talking? Ability users still have presbyopia? You're a fake ability person, right? Du Hongsheng was exasperated and laughed, snickering towards Wang Xin. Just then, Lin Weidong pointed at a place and said loudly, Principal Du, Director Wang, found it, over there. Du Hongsheng and Wang Xin simultaneously looked in the direction Lin Weidong was pointing. Where? Lin Weidong looked at them, his tone a little anxious. At the bottom. 0 points over there. A moment later, Du Hongsheng and Wang Xin, the two of them, finally found Jang Chen's name. What's going on? Why is Jang Chen's score still 0? Nothing could have happened, right? Wang Xin's voice carried a hint of worry and doubt. Du Hongsheng frowned tightly and said in a deep voice. It shouldn't be, the hidden reward of this secret realm is very clear, it's simply killing zombies. As long as you kill 10,000 zombies, you'll be able to get the hidden reward. Now Jang Chen doesn't have a single point, it's really a bit strange. Wang Xin also nodded his head with some concern. Yes, reasonably speaking, with Jang Chen's strength, in this secret realm, he shouldn't encounter any danger. But now, half a day has passed inside, right? Their score is still 0, this is just too abnormal. Du Hongshang was silent for a moment and said, "Let's wait a bit more, it's useless for us to be anxious. I hope they are just unlucky and haven't encountered enough zombies yet." Wang Xin sighed and said helplessly, "I hope Jang Chen is alright." Chapter 117. Hold on. Jang Chen arrived very quickly. The yellow sand swept endlessly in the sky, coloring the entire world into a dusky yellow. In the center of this desolate and deadly sand, a huge black crack stretched out abruptly, like a hideous scar between heaven and earth, exuding a palpitating aura. In front of the crack, a man with a thin figure and a pale face stood quietly. He wore a long black robe with a yellow straw skull embroidered on it, making him look particularly bizarre. This man was none other than the leader of the Reaper organization. At this moment, his hollow eyes stared deathly at the black crack in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracting as an incredulous expression appeared on his face. His mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make any sound. The reason is simple: the bilocation that he left in the secret territory is dead. At the same time, the images seen by the bilocation were also transmitted to his main body. He could clearly see how quickly the bilocation died, almost instantaneous seconds. The chief's body trembled slightly, he couldn't believe it, much less accept this fact. One must know that although his doppelganger's strength was not as good as his main body, it was still a genuine 5th-ranked ability user. What's more, he had specially added the power of the destiny card to his doppelganger. Under the support of the power card, the strength of his doppelganger could even reach the peak of the 5th rank. But even so, his doppelganger was still easily killed by Jang Chen, and in an instantaneous second. This Jang Chen, what kind of monster is he? How on earth did he do it? Could it be that his true strength had surpassed the 5th rank and reached the 6th rank? No, this was impossible. Even if Jang Chen's talent was no matter how demonic, it was impossible for him to grow from a freshman who had just awakened his abilities to the point of a 6th rank powerhouse in just a few months. This completely defied common sense. The chief's heart was filled with doubt, shock, and anger, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, causing him to almost go mad. He raised his head fiercely, his eyes staring dead on at the black crack, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Jang Chen. Cluck 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 cluck. I remember you. He gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth with endless killing intent. I swear, I will personally break you into pieces. His voice echoed in the empty sand, filled with madness and determination. On top of the rotten building, the remnant sun was like blood, coloring the sky into a dusky yellow, and adding a bit of sadness and solemnity to this apocalyptic scene. The wind is furious, wrapped in the disgusting stench, in the ruins of the raging. At the same time, in the middle of the secret realm, on the top floor of a dilapidated and rotten building, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Luli were gazing around nervously. Underneath their feet, densely packed zombies were like ants, frantically surging towards the rotten building they were in. Although most of them were infected with the virus and would not be attacked by the zombies, however, there were still so many among the students who innately possessed antibodies and were not infected with the virus. The students, however, were unaware that there was such a thing. Roar! These zombies, with red eyes, let out bursts of hissing from their mouths, their voices filled with a desire for blood and flesh. They defiantly climbed upwards, clawing with their hands, biting with their teeth, and even slamming with their bodies, just to be able to climb up to the roof of the building and tear those fresh lives into pieces. The zombies were stacked in layers, densely packed, like a stack of rope walkers, constantly piling upwards. They used the bodies of their companions as stepping stones, stacking one layer on top of another, rapidly climbing upwards. Those zombies at the bottom were under tremendous pressure, their bodies were deformed and twisted by the pressure, emitting a creepy click sound. But even so, they didn't retreat in the slightest, still staring at the students on the top of the building with those empty and greedy eyes, as if they were the most delicious food in this world. Soon, a human tower stacked by countless zombies appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tower was shaky, yet incredibly sturdy. It extended upwards at a desperate speed, rapidly approaching the top floor of the rotten building. The air was filled with a strong, sickening stench of decay. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to be flooded with zombies, dense and endless, with no end in sight. The students looked at the zombies that kept climbing upwards under their feet, their faces turned pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed out from their foreheads. Their breathing became rapid and heavy, their hearts beating violently as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Hold on. Everyone must hold on. Tang Chuya's voice hissed in the howling wind, her face pale, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Jang Chen was too far away from them, no matter what, they had to hold out until Jang Chen returned. Fire fist. Tang Chuya droned out, her hands igniting a blazing flame as she fiercely blasted towards the pile of zombies. The blazing flames instantly engulfed several zombies, but it couldn't stop the tower from continuing to climb upwards. Luli's figure flashed rapidly in the air, her sword blade accurately chopped at the neck of the zombies, trying to cut them down. However, the number of zombies was too many for her to kill. Shining impact. Wang Ming's entire body was diamondized, and he directly crashed through the few zombies that rushed up. Damn it! These zombies simply can't be killed. Wang Ming gritted his teeth as fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. In the face of these endless zombies, their attacks were like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause any substantial impact at all. What to do? If this goes on, we will all die. Ah! Help! I don't want to turn into a zombie. I don't want to die. The students' spirits had gradually broken, and despair spread through the crowd like a plague. The movements in their hands were getting slower and slower, and their eyes were getting more and more desperate. We have to defend even if we can't. We have no way back. Tang Chuyao clenched her teeth and said loudly, "Everyone hold on. Jang Chen will be here soon." She couldn't care less about the physical discomfort brought on by the cold, and poured all of her own strength into her hands as two balls of flame appeared out of thin air. Kill! Tang Chuyao shouted and took the lead, the flames in her hands burning crazily, forming a wall of fire that instantly engulfed the few zombies that rushed at the front. The others also raised the weapons in their hands and charged towards the zombies, engaging in a fierce fight with them. The alloy swords collided with the bones and flesh of the zombies, emitting clack 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 sounds. For a while, the entire roof of the building was thrown into chaos. Shouts, hisses, crashes, and explosions were intertwined. Only what made some of the students strange was that the zombies seemed to have a clear goal, and they all swarmed towards those few healthy students. However, at such a tense moment, they didn't think about it, they only thought about fighting with the zombies. The zombies were like an endless tide, wave after wave. In just a few minutes, the defense line began to gradually collapse. At the same time, a figure entwined with a dark purple aura in the sky was flying towards them at breakneck speed. Chapter 118 Crushing. Ah! Help! A student screamed in terror as he was surrounded by several zombies and his body had no strength left. Despair and fear instantly enveloped him. It was as if he had already seen the image of himself being parted by the zombies, and his body began to tremble violently. It was over, everything was over. Could it be that he was really going to die here and turn into a walking corpse like these monsters? No! I don't want to die. I still have family, friends, and many, many unfulfilled dreams. I can't die here. No! He let out a desperate hiss, his voice filled with unwillingness and fear. However, just in the nick of time. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound came out. Immediately afterward, the zombies that were still surrounding him unexpectedly burst into a cloud of blood mist in unison in an instant. Thick blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere, coloring his body a scarlet red. This. He stood frozen in place, feeling the warm blood spraying on his body, and for a moment he didn't react. What had happened? Was this himself saved? Before he could come back to his senses. Bang bang bang. Another countless muffled sounds came, and the zombies around him, one after another, burst into a mass of blood mist. Immediately after that, he then realized that it wasn't just the zombies around himself, but the zombies on the entire roof of the building all exploded at the same time. What the hell is going on here? His mouth opened wide in surprise, his eyes filled with doubt and disbelief. He was not the only one. At this moment, the students who were already on the verge of despair stopped their movements and froze in place. They looked at the surrounding zombie clusters that exploded one after another, and an expression of disbelief appeared on each and every one of their faces. What's the situation? A student spoke blankly. Just then, Wang Ming suddenly pointed at the distant sky and shouted, "Look, you guys! It's Brother Chen coming!" Brother Chen? It really is Brother Chen. We're saved. The students looked in the direction of Wang Ming's finger and saw a dark purple figure descending from the sky. The figure's speed was extremely fast, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying a palpitating might as it flew closer towards the rotten building they were in. The students instantly boiled over, a look of excitement and thrill appeared on each and every one of their faces as cheers and shouts resounded throughout the roof of the building. Jang Chen's figure landed steadily in the center of the roof. Without any hesitation, he immediately unfolded the gravity domain, and dark purple gravity waves spread out rapidly in all directions with him as the center. The gravity domain instantly enveloped the entire rotten building and spread to a radius of 2,000 meters in the vicinity. The next moment. Bang, bang, bang. Countless muffled sounds came out, like countless balloons bursting at the same time. The zombies that were originally still trying to continue climbing upwards were crushed into a mass of blood mist by this powerful force the moment they came into contact with the gravity field. In just an instant, the zombies around the entire rotten building were cleared out, leaving only those shocking bloodstains and broken flesh on the ground. When the students saw this, they were first stunned, followed by a deafening cheer that erupted immediately afterward. Brother Chen is awesome. Brother Chen is mighty. Brother Tatsu is invincible. Brother Tatsu. Brother Tatsu. Brother Tatsu. They raised the weapons in their hands and shouted frantically, giving vent to the excitement and joy in their hearts. Jang Chen's presence made them feel incredibly relieved. Tang Chuyao looked at the blood fireworks that kept blossoming in the city, and then at Jang Chen, her eyes filled with adoration and awe as she murmured, "Jang Chen. This is too much." At the same time, Star Ocean Military Academy, outside the entrance to the secret realm. The gazes of all the teachers were dead set on the scoreboard. Moved. It's moving. Jang Chen and their points have started to move. A sharp-eyed teacher suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with excitement and thrill. The crowd, which was originally silent, was also instantly ignited by this cry of alarm. Everyone stretched their necks and stared dead center at the constantly bouncing numbers on the scoreboard. They were able to see that in Jang Chen's column, the points were soaring madly. First place, Jang Chen, points, 216. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 87. 216 points now. Still rising. Still rising. A teacher shouted excitedly, his voice trembling a bit. This speed is too fast. It's simply faster than riding a rocket. Another teacher couldn't help but marvel as well. This speed. I feel like Jang Chen and the others are going to break the record again. For sure. At this rate, I guess it won't take long for them to brush their points up to a few thousand or even 10,000. This kid, Jang Chen, is really perverted. I've never seen such a fierce student before. Yeah, he's practically a monster. As Jang Chen's points continued to rise, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more enthusiastic. The teachers were all flushed with excitement, as if they were even more excited than if they had gotten a high score themselves. The two of them, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng and Director of Instruction Wang Sen, had also long been happy at this moment. They glanced at each other and both saw deep shock and pride in each other's eyes. The corners of Lin Weidong's mouth were even grinning up to his ears, his heart bursting with pride. After all, Jang Chen was a student in his class. Having such an outstanding student, he, who was the class teacher, also felt honored. Right at this moment, Wang Sen pointed at the scoreboard and shouted, "Quickly look! Jang Chen and their points have gone up again." His voice was filled with excitement and thrill. Everyone present focused their eyes on the scoreboard, only to see that the number that had originally remained at 216 points, at this moment, it once again began to jump wildly. 216, 258, 302, 391, 562, 773. In just the blink of an eye, Jang Chen's points had broken through the 1,000-point mark, and it was still climbing, with no tendency to stop at all. 2189, 3566, 5874, 7835, 9134. My God! This speed is too fast. This is simply like riding a rocket. What are Jang Chen and the others doing? Are they slaughtering zombies? The teachers were stunned by this scene, each and every one of them had their eyes wide open and their mouths agape, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Broke 10,000. Broke 10,000. Someone shouted. 10,003. 12,335. 16,787. 25,437. 48,869. 63,554. 87,543. 99,999. Soon, Jang Chen's total points came to a terrifying number, 999,999. When the points reached 999,999, the number stopped jumping. Is this the upper limit? Wang Sun asked with some disbelief. Du Hongxing narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "It should be. It turns out that the points of the number 3 secret realm, there is still an upper limit." Wang Sun muttered. Points on tens of thousands, they could understand, after all, there had been 2 in history. Points on 100,000. This was simply unbelievable. This kid Jang Chen, what a surprise. Du Hongxing couldn't help but lament, his tone filled with appreciation and pride. Chapter 119, Clearing Out the Zombies. Jang Chen was able to clearly see that every street, building, and corner was densely packed with zombies. Due to the fact that the commotion over here was too great, countless zombies were madly surging towards the rotten building at this time. There are still so many. Jang Chen's brows wrinkled slightly. First place, Jang Chen, points, 999,999. I didn't realize that there was an upper limit to the number of points within this secret territory. Brother Chen. Chen, I'll go, your points have reached the upper limit. Wang Ming said incredulously with wide eyes. Jang Chen nodded and muttered, this secret realm still has 7 days to survive, and there are still so many zombies. It's really troublesome. Forget it, there is still strength anyway. It's better to kill them all. Jang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but all the students present heard it clearly. What? I'm going to. Brother Chen, what is he going to do? He said he's going to kill all the zombies in the whole city, all by himself. The students' eyes widened one by one, their faces filled with disbelief. One must know that this was a city. A city that was completely occupied by zombies. The number of zombies in it, I'm afraid, had to be counted in the millions, or even tens of millions. Even if Jang Chen was, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to kill them all, right? This was simply a fantasy. However, Jang Chen didn't pay any attention to the crowd. He took a deep breath, and then a dark purple gravity wave converged on the soles of his feet. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him. Immediately afterward, boom! With a loud bang, the soles of Jang Chen's feet were instantly cracked by the powerful anti-gravity, and a spiderweb crack appeared in everyone's eyes. Jang Chen's figure rose up into the air at an extremely fast speed, catapulting towards the front. His speed was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of sound, and even the air was torn apart by him, emitting a sharp burst of sound. Jang Chen's figure cut through the air like a ghostly shadow, making it difficult to catch. Wherever he passed, he would leave behind a clearly visible white wave of air that would not dissipate for a long time. Buzz! A gravity that was powerful to the extreme spread out in all directions with him as the center. A gravity field with a radius of 2,000 meters enveloped the city like a death dome. Like an invisible black hole, it crazily devoured everything around it, pressing all matter towards the ground. Air, dust, rubble, buildings. Everything, under the effect of this gravity, began to twist, deform, and eventually collapse and shatter. Those zombies that were originally still roaming the streets, under the effect of this gravity, they were even unable to even scream in time before they were instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh. Their bodies, in front of this force, were as fragile as tofu, unbeatable. Rumble! Throughout the city, the streets trembled violently. On the ground, a huge crack quickly spread out, as if it was going to tear the entire city apart. Buildings, under the effect of this gravity, began to twist and deform, and eventually collapsed into ruins. Those zombies that were originally hidden in the buildings. Under Jang Chen's seeing color perception, there was nowhere to hide. Their desperate hisses seemed so small and powerless in front of this destructive force. In front of Jang Chen's gravity domain, they were like lambs to the slaughter, with no room for resistance. Bang bang bang! Countless zombies, one after another, exploded into a mass of blood mist. Their bodies, under the effect of this gravity, were instantly crushed into mush, mixing with the dust and debris on the ground, no longer distinguishable from each other. Time passed minute by minute. Jang Chen, who was wrapped in dark purple gravity waves, was still flying around the city continuously. It wasn't until he had circled around 3 times that he stopped in the air. Those zombies that were still roaming around the city had already been cleaned up by him at this moment, leaving only limbs and broken arms all over the ground and a strong smell of blood. Phew! Jang Chen slowly exhaled a breath, an exhausted look on his face. He could feel that his physical strength was rapidly draining away, and his spirit was starting to become a bit dazed. The entire city, millions of zombies, had been crushed by himself. With such a huge amount of consumption, Jang Chen really couldn't stand it any longer. It should be about right? Jang Chen muttered as he spread his seeing color perception to its limit, flying back to the rotten building while still carefully sweeping through every corner of the city. Only after confirming that there weren't any zombies surviving did he slowly retract his gravity domain. Immediately after, he landed steadily on top of the rotten building and sat on his butt on the ground, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Seeing this, the surrounding students all gathered around. Tang Chuyao squatted beside Jang Chen with a worried face, asking softly, "Jang Chen, how is it?" The corner of Jang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he slowly said, "Don't worry, the entire city is safe now, not a single zombie left. I'm going to." As the words fell, the surrounding students sucked in a breath of cool air. The entire city, at least 1 million zombies, were killed off. The air fell into a silence. A moment later, a student broke the silence. "Having Brother Chen around is truly comfortable." Immediately after, he gazed at Wang Ming with envy written all over him. "Wang Ming really envies you. You were able to mix into Brother Chen's team even in the last secret realm." Wang Ming bristled and said, "Che, what do you mean by mixing? I also contributed, okay?" After these words, Luli gave him a blank look and added, "Yes, yes, yes," only screaming weirdly there. The next moment. Ha 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 ha. Joyful laughter erupted among the students, and only Wang Ming held back his red face. In a flash of time, 7 days passed. Early in the morning as dawn broke, a sliver of morning sunlight hung high in the sky, shedding a gentle, clear light. On the top floor of the rotten building, the students were sitting around, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Some of them were talking in whispers, some were resting their eyes with their eyes closed, and some were gazing around vigilantly. Since the zombies in the entire city had all been killed by Jang Chen. Within these 7 days, the students basically didn't have much to do, other than practicing a bit and then going out to stroll around and see the ruined city. Although the zombies had all been killed by Jang Chen, resulting in their points not being very high. However, being able to survive safely was a good result. After all, no one wanted to become a zombie and stay in this world. Another moment passed. Tang Chuyao opened her eyes and stretched. She then leaned on her chin with one hand, looked at Jang Chen to the side, and lazily said, "Jang Chen, it should be about time, right? I remember whether we came in at 9 or 10 o'clock? It should be almost time." Jang Chen's words fell. A beep sounded in his head just in time. Detecting that 7 days have expired, the secret realm has officially ended. Will be teleported to the settlement space later? A moment later. A flash of white light. Chapter 120. The secret world ends. The great general wants to see Jang Chen? White light flashed, and the surroundings abruptly changed. The original dilapidated ruins of the city disappeared, replaced by a pure white space. A cold and mechanical voice sounded in the minds of the four. Secret realm number 3 has ended, points being settled. Jang Chen has been detected to be ranked first, with 999,999 points. Attribute points are being awarded. Rewarding 2,000 attribute points. Jang Chen's points have exceeded 10,000. Hidden rewards being issued. 2,000 attribute points awarded. A total of 4,000 attribute points. Currently, one's total attribute points were 11,000. In other words, the secret realm had directly boosted nearly half of his attribute points. Cool. Jang Chen's heart burst with joy. Immediately afterward, another beep came from his mind. Gained attribute points 4,000. Gained skill points 400. Let's add the attribute points to it first. Jang Chen's divine sense moved. The attribute panel flashed with gleams of golden light. Strength, 2,200 plus, Strength, 3,000 plus. Spirit, 4,400 plus, Spirit, 6,000 plus. Physique, 2,200 plus, Physique, 3,000 plus. Agility, 2200 plus agility, 3000 plus. Manipulable gravity, 300 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Assignable attribute points, 0. An explosive sense of power surged from all of his limbs, and Jang Chen felt his muscles tighter and his bones tougher. It was as if the cells in his entire body were cheering, and his body became lighter and more flexible. 15,000 total attribute points. The base destructive power reached 30,000 card. Meaning, with the skills bonus, the destructive power was estimated to have exceeded 1 million cards. Although he hadn't officially gone to measure it yet, after all, the school was no longer able to satisfy himself and he had to run to the provincial military headquarters to do so. However, estimating it, when the skills were added again, it was estimated that the destructive power would not be a problem to go up to more than 1,200,000 cards. The total attribute point requirement for a 5th order ability person was 20,000 points. One hadn't reached the threshold of a 5th order ability person yet. However, the total attribute point requirement for a 6th order ability person was 40,000 points, and the destructive power requirement was 1 million cards. This meant that himself, who was only a 4th order ability person, already possessed the qualifications to fight a 6th order ability person. A combat power that spanned 2 orders was as terrifying as it was. Next, let's see what skills to order. Jang Chen moved his gaze to the skill panel. Assignable skill points, 400. Hearing color hegemony LV.4, 0540 plus, current range 2000 meters, next level, range increased to 10,000 meters, comprehension of hearing killing. Armed color hegemony LV.3, 0180 plus, has realized armed color exterior, next level, internal damage. Blind swordsmanship LV.5, 0160 plus, currently comprehending sword breath proficient, next level, sword dipper skilled. Gravity field LV.6, 0320 plus, current field range 2000 meters, next rank, range spread to 5000 meters. Gravity blade mighty tiger LV.5, 0160, currently can attach 2000% gravity, next level, can attach 5000% gravity. Breath of the Sun LV.1, 0150, current destructive power increased by 10 times, next level, destructive power increased by 15 times. Naval 6 Styles LV.5, 0160 plus. Jang Chen began to ponder. The gravity domain definitely couldn't be ordered because with only 400 skill points, there was no way to raise the seeing color. Pointing gravity domain meant that the extra manipulation range would be wasted. After all, seeing color's current range was only 2000 meters, and gravity domain was also 2000 meters. Thinking about this, Jang Chen suddenly smiled. Seeing color is just 2000 meters. I wondered if that person who was now the strongest seeing color powerhouse in the world would vomit blood in anger when he heard about it. In this world, the strongest seeing color powerhouse was only 100 meters away. So, it's better to add the heavy force blade mighty tiger. After all, this is one's strongest killing move right now. Gravity blade mighty tiger LV.5, 0160, currently can attach 2000% gravity, next level, can attach 5000% gravity. The next level was sufficient to raise the gravity to 5000%. Thinking of this, Jang Chen didn't hesitate and directly allocated 160 skill points to this. Immediately following, Gravity blade mighty tiger LV.5, Gravity blade mighty tiger LV.6, 0320, currently can attach 5000% gravity, next level, can attach 10,000% gravity. Attaching 5000% gravity, now even if it was a 6th rank powerhouse, I'm afraid that under Gravity blade mighty tiger, even if it wasn't crushed, it wouldn't be able to move at all. There are still 240 skill points left. Suddenly, Jang Chen thought to himself, I don't know if armed color hegemony LV.5 is what he wants or not, unlocking fist in bone impact. Might as well give it a try. Ding. Armed color hegemony LV.3, armed color hegemony LV.4, 0540 plus, currently comprehended internal destruction, next level, fist bone shock. The moment Jang Chen saw the preview of the next rank, there was a burst of joy within. As expected, the next rank was fist and bone impact. In that case, hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV.40, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord color hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 2940. Overlord color hegemony is also able to unlock divine evasion. Cool. It's so cool. The top moves of the 3 colors of hegemonic aura were not inferior to Skyfall at all. In the original, Cap's fist and bone impact move almost destroyed an island. Who? There are only 60 skill points left, and they can't be used anymore. That's it for now. Finally, Jang Chen looked at his panel again, satisfied. Strength, 3000 plus. Spirit, 6000 plus. Physique, 3000 plus. Agility, 3000 plus. Manipulable gravity, 300 tons, 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Assignable attribute points, 0. Hearing color hegemony LV.4, 0540 plus, current range, 2000 meters, next level, range increased to 10,000 meters, comprehension of hearing kill. Armed color hegemony LV.4, 0540 plus, currently has internal destruction, next level, fist and bone shock. Blind swordsmanship LV.5, 0160 plus, currently has sword breath proficient, next level, sword dipper skilled. Gravity field LV.6, 0320 plus, current field range 2000 meters, next rank, range spread to 5000 meters. Gravity blade mighty tiger LV.6, 0320, currently can attach 5000% gravity, next level, can attach 10,000% gravity. Breath of the Sun LV.1, 0150, current destructive power increased by 10 times, next level, destructive power increased by 15 times. Naval 6 styles LV.5, 0160 plus. Assignable skill points, 60, Naval 6 styles LV.5, 0160 plus. At this time, Star Ocean Military School, outside the entrance to the secret realm. All the teachers were nervously gazing at the scoreboard on the rift. It was unknown how many students would remain in the secret realm forever this time. Lin Weidong couldn't help but sweat for the students. Although Jang Chen was definitely fine, the other students were also his heart, and he didn't want to see anything happen to any of them. Lin Weidong anxiously asked towards Wang Xin, director, Jang Chen and the others should almost be coming out soon, right? Wang Xin also had a hint of worry on his face as he said in a deep voice. It should be almost time. Du Hongsheng also stared at the scoreboard with a grave expression. The death rate of the number 3 secret realm was considered relatively high. His heart was constantly praying, hoping that the students would all be safe and sound. Just then, the phone rang and Du Hongsheng picked it up. Hello? What? Senior Huang Jiping is coming? Okay, I know, I'll be right there. Du Hongsheng hung up the phone. Wang Xin looked at him suspiciously. Principal, Mr. Huang is coming? What is he coming for? Senior General Huang said he wants to see Jang Chen. Du Hongsheng said in a deep voice. Wang Xin frowned. See Jang Chen? What's a great general doing seeing a freshman? One had to know that in the Demon Suppression Army, the great general was almost the pinnacle of power, except for the only marshal, who was a great general. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were only 4 great generals. They were guarding the 4 major war zones. Who knows, it should be a good thing. Later on, you ask Jang Chen to come to my office, I'll go over and entertain first. Du Hongsheng finished speaking and turned to leave.